In the sweltering heat of July, even the slightest movement seemed to exude warmth. After a grueling day's labor, Zhou Yang returned to his rented room, dragging his weary body behind him. He casually pressed the switch of his dilapidated 1983 fan. "What the hell, a power outage?" Zhou Yang exclaimed, expressing his frustration. In such oppressive heat, how could there be a blackout? No, just moments ago, while ascending the stairs, he had noticed other apartments still illuminated. Was a blown fuse? With suspicion, Zhou Yang opened the door and glanced at the electrical box belonging to his room. To his dismay, he discovered the circuit breaker had been switched off. The problem was, he couldn't turn it back on. Zhou Yang realized this was undoubtedly the work of his landlady. In this sweltering weather? "You cut off my electricity, they'll deal with you." Zhou Yang stormed towards the landlady's apartment, anger coursing through him. The landlady, Fang Jie, 31 years old and widowed, possessed a strikingly beautiful oval face, delicate brows, and large eyes that were perpetually narrowed into slits. A petite nose adorned with light blue-framed glasses accentuated her features, and her expressive lips served as a barometer for her mood. When she was cheerful, they would chatter incessantly. When displeased, they would form a straight line. This was Zhou Yang's impression of the alluring landlady. Zhou Yang was genuinely infuriated after all. In such heat, how could she cut off his power? Yet upon reaching her door, his confidence faltered, for he knew he was in the wrong, was 2 months behind on rent. However, he couldn't simply ignore the situation. Enduring this oppressive summer heat without electricity was unbearable. After considerable contemplation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Planning to utter some pleasantries to ease the tension, he was so flustered that he neglected to knock and instead barged in. However, he was taken aback, and blood rushed from his nose in shock. Fang Jie was equally stunned. She had just finished her shower and, having forgotten her clothes, had stepped out of the bathroom, only to be confronted by Zhou Yang's unexpected entrance. Their eyes met, and then, "Zhou Yang, they'll kill you." Fang Jie's voice roared like a lioness. Zhou Yang, feeling the urgency of the moment, fled in haste, relieved that the beautiful landlady was not dressed and did not pursue him. This fortunate circumstance allowed him to escape unscathed. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. Zhou Yang was drenched in sweat, yet he dared not leave, his eyes darting around the room. Grabbing a fan that had been gifted to him by a private clinic a few days prior, he began to fan himself. At that moment, his mind was filled with the vivid image he had just encountered, her flawless, snow-white skin. As an innocent young man, he found it overwhelming. The more he tried to dismiss the thought, the more pronounced the visual impact became. Just as Zhou Yang was lost in his reverie, the power returned, and the fan began to hum to life. He was somewhat bewildered. Not only did Fang Jie not confront him, but she had also graciously restored his electricity. Was this a case of a weasel wishing a chicken good fortune, with ulterior motives? Tentatively, he opened the door, intending to sneak a glance. However, he soon regretted his decision. Dressed in her sleepwear, Fang Jie stood at his doorstep with her hands firmly placed on her hips, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Fang Jie, what a coincidence!" Zhou Yang exclaimed, bewildered by his own utterance. "What coincidence, my foot? I never would have guessed. Zhou Yang, you appear so refined, yet you resort to peeping. Quickly, tell me what you saw just now." Fang Jie advanced step by step, while Zhou Yang retreated in kind. "Fang Jie, I didn't see anything at all." "That's not true. I came back here the moment I finished work. I certainly didn't spy on you while you were bathing." Zhou Yang quickly covered his mouth, wishing he could slap himself in that moment. Perhaps due to her eagerness to confront Zhou Yang, Fang Jie, though clad in sleepwear, was evidently devoid of any undergarments beneath. As she paced in her annoyance, her ample form swayed enticingly. Zhou Yang's gaze instinctively wandered again. "You little rascal, are you still looking?" Zhou Yang realized that he could not escape the consequences of today's events, so he decided to throw caution to the wind. "Fang Jie, I admit I was in the wrong earlier, but you can't lay all the blame on me, can you? You cut off my power. Do you wish to roast me alive in this heat? True, I owe you rent, but it's not that I'm refusing to pay. I'm merely cash-strapped at the moment. Who hasn't faced hardships? Last time you twisted your ankle, I was the one who took you to the hospital. And when your period arrived unexpectedly, I was the one who bought you sanitary pads." Fang Jie listened to Zhou Yang's self-justifications, and her anger had indeed subsided considerably. "Zhou Yang, in fact, was rather handsome, though lacking in ambition. After a day's labor, he carried the scent of sweat, and, as the fan blew, it unwittingly wafted into Feng Jie's nostrils. A potent, distinctly masculine aromate was a scent she hadn't encountered in 5 years, and it stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. She was aware of Zhou Yang's circumstances, a university student reduced to serving as an apprentice and odd job worker at an antique shop, truly a pitiable state. The decision to cut the power was not entirely her fault. After all, Zhou Yang had been intentionally avoiding her these past few days, seeking to reprimand him. Yet, this had led to the recent misunderstanding. It was evident that he could have chosen not to struggle instead. He ignored her subtle hints, which was the crux of her frustration. If you wish for me to overlook this, I could be lenient. A few days' delay in rent is acceptable. However, you must tidy up that storage room for me. I need it cleaned out as I intend to rent it out tomorrow. If it's not done properly, With that, Feng Jie departed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Yang took a deep breath, relieved that the confrontation was over. He was aware of the storage room's purpose. Seat was primarily a place for stashing various odds and ends. Upon opening the door, a musty odor assaulted him, and cockroaches scurried about. Once the stench dissipated, he began organizing the clutter. Cardboard boxes, worn-out tables, and chairs. Zhou Yang meticulously sorted through the items. He discarded what was unnecessary and set aside anything of potential value to sell later. After an hour, he had made considerable progress, leaving only a cabinet to tackle. Zhou Yang was preparing to move the cabinet outside when he noticed, too late, a small incense burner enveloped in dust perched precariously above it. In a moment of distraction, the burner fell, and before Zhou Yang could react, it collided with his head. Ah! A cry of distress echoed through the evening, startling the other tenants who were unaware of the situation. However, Feng Jie rushed over, having sensed something amiss. Upon arrival, she found Zhou Yang clutching his face, blood seeping through his fingers. Feng Jie gasped. "Zhou Yang, are you all right?" Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. "You're in this state and still claim you're fine. Come to my place, let me take a look." Without further ado, she took his hand and led him toward her room. After a brief examination, it appeared nothing serious. Had a cut on his forehead, noticeable abrasions on one side of his face, and mild swelling. "It hurts. Be gentle." Zhou Yang grimaced as the ointment stung the wounds. "You're a grown man. Can't you endure a little pain? Stay still, it'll clean it up." Feng Jie cradled Zhou Yang's head with one arm while the other tended to his injuries. This action, however, carried an air of intimacy. Dressed in her nightgown, she had loosened the collar due to the heat, revealing that she wore no undergarments beneath. Given their current position, Zhou Yang found himself momentarily forgetting the pain. He was entranced, unable to blink, savoring the delicate scent of her skin that filled the air. Once Feng Jie finished applying the iodine, she caught sight of Zhou Yang's dazed expression, realizing he seemed oblivious to the situation. Anger surged within her while she had been worried sick. He appeared to be enjoying himself. Gulp! Zhou Yang swallowed hard, his innocent demeanor faltering under the weight of his burgeoning feelings. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice the peculiar flicker in his left eye, reminiscent of an electric arc. "Zhou Yang, do I look good?" He nodded foolishly, managing to utter a compliment, only to regret it instantly. "You rascal, it'll make you pay for that." Zhou Yang bolted from the scene, his heart racing wildly, startled by Feng Jie's furious retort. He switched on the electric fan, anxious that she might pursue him. As he glanced back at the door, an astonishing sight unfolded. It vanished before his eyes. Zhou Yang believed he was experiencing a hallucination and quickly shook his head to take another look. The door was still there. However, after a short while, the door vanished again. After several such occurrences, Zhou Yang leaped with joy. He had developed a peculiar ability to see through objects. No, it was more accurate to say that his left eye had acquired this extraordinary power. Gradually, he calmed himself and decided to test the extent of this newfound ability. He gazed down at his feet. He resided on the second floor, and below him lived a middle-aged couple. Perhaps he could see through the floor beneath him. As Zhou Yang concentrated, the floorboard began to fade slowly, becoming transparent. What he beheld next was astonishing. The couple, seemingly unfazed by the heat, were engaged in an intimate act despite the sweltering weather. Just as Zhou Yang was engrossed in the scene, a A sharp pain shot through his left eye, and the vision faded away. He had overexerted himself. This was not unexpected. Piercing through a wooden door was relatively simple, but the concrete structure beneath him posed a greater challenge. After merely a few seconds of observation, his eye could no longer endure the strain. After several minutes, the discomfort subsided, but he dared not attempt to look again. Losing this extraordinary ability would leave him despondent. He glanced at the clock. It was already 9 p.m. Tomorrow, he would need to return to the daunting task of sorting through a mountain of miscellaneous items. It was imperative to shower and retire for the night. Zhou Yang was employed as an apprentice at an antique shop, which primarily involved menial labor. After nearly a year, he had only gleaned superficial knowledge, earning a meager monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, a paltry sum for a job that offered no holidays. Especially in recent days, he couldn't fathom what had prompted his boss, Li Tuzu, to suddenly demand the organization of the cluttered storeroom, which had remained untouched for years. The warehouse was filled with broken porcelain shards, counterfeit artifacts, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Li Tuzu, whose full name was Li Dafu, was in his late 50s and was often referred to as Li Tuzu due to his sparse hair. The following day, Zhou Yang arrived at Li Tuzu's antique shop as usual. "Uncle Li, good morning," Zhou Yang greeted politely, to which Li Tuzu responded with a nonchalant grunt while continuing to examine an item in his hands. Zhou Yang, with a sense of duty, made his way to the storeroom to begin his cleaning. As he tidied the clutter, his mind wandered to thoughts of potential wealth, primarily because he hadn't had the chance to contemplate it the previous night, too exhilarated by his discovery. His first plan was to purchase scratch-off lottery tickets. This seemed a swift way to earn money. As for other ventures, he had yet to devise a solid strategy. However, acquiring lottery tickets required funds, and Zhou Yang currently had none, which was why he struggled to pay his rent. While he sorted through the items in the storeroom, something he picked up caught his attention. This is a damaged statue, known as the Guanyin sitting on lotus. Zhou Yang recalls that approximately 3 months ago, a man came to sell 2 items. One of these items was this statue. Li Tuzu took the other, but he refused to accept this broken statue. Firstly, this statue is merely a replica from the Republican era, and a rather poorly crafted one at that. Even if it were intact, it would only be worth a few thousand yuan. Given its damaged condition, he declined to take it. However, the seller ultimately left it behind, discarding it in the shop, and Zhou Yang was the one who placed it there. The reason Zhou Yang has now taken an interest in the statue is that he perceives something unique within it. His heart raced, his hands trembled, and he glanced back at Li Tuzu. Zhou Yang's eyes began to whirl. He set the statue aside and continued to clean, dedicating nearly the entire morning to clearing the cluttered space. "Uncle Li, do you want to keep this trash? If not, I'll throw it away," Zhou Yang said, pointing to several half-filled bags of rubbish. Li Tuzu approached, inspecting the bags, rummaging through them, even lifting the broken statue for a closer look. Zhou Yang felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. "It's all useless, just take it out and toss it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. At that moment, Li Tuzu's voice sounded sweeter than that of any serenading singer. Without delay, Zhou Yang grabbed the 2 half bags of trash and headed toward the shop door, knowing that once he left, the items would belong to him. "Wait!" Just as Zhou Yang was about to step out, Li Tuzu called out to him. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat, fearing the worst. "This afternoon, I'm going to Tongxin Tower for tea to discuss a business deal, so the shop will be closed. You need not come back later." Hearing this, Zhou Yang finally sighed in relief, even inwardly scolding the bald man. He quickly acknowledged and made his escape. He could not linger, as his fragile heart could hardly bear the anxiety. He discarded the rubbish and, clutching the damaged statue, hurried back to his rented room, barely registering a disdainful glance from Fang Jie. Once inside, he swiftly retrieved a small knife and screwdriver, beginning to dismantle the statue. After about 4 or 5 minutes of effort, the base of the statue fell away, revealing a hidden seal before Zhou Yang's eyes. Indeed, it was the presence of this seal that stirred Zhou Yang's emotions. Furthermore, he discovered that his left eye possessed an extraordinary ability to appraise treasures. Item name: Judas Seal. Item era: Qing Dynasty. Item price: 1.5 million. Item information: Zhou Yang had lost interest in the details, as he was utterly astounded by the price. 1.5 million was an astronomical figure for him. Selling the seal would instantly elevate him to millionaire status. With the proceeds, he could purchase a 2-bedroom apartment, liberating himself from the burden of renting. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Primarily, he realized what steps he ought to take next. With this newfound ability of X-ray vision, he envisioned scenarios such as embracing a beautiful woman, arriving in a luxury car to marry a wealthy heiress, frolicking with charming young ladies and alluring mature women, and reveling in the company of those with enviable figures. Zhou Yang, come out here. Just as Zhou Yang began to indulge in his daydreams, the voice of Feng Jie rang out from outside. Chapter 3. The Sale of a Seal. Zhou Yang shuddered, nearly dropping the seal worth 1.5 million on the floor. If it shattered, he would lose his wealthy and beautiful companion. With utmost care, he placed the seal in the drawer and hastily opened the door. Sister Feng, what brings you here? Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Zhou Yang's stomach. He hadn't eaten since morning and was famished. Zhou Yang, why did you return instead of going to work? Are you hungry? It was evident that Feng Jie had heard the grumbling of Zhou Yang's stomach. Sister Feng, I had my meal at the shop last night. Today, that bald guy let me off for half a day because he had something to attend to, so I missed lunch. Feng Jie understood Zhou Yang's predicament well. In simple terms, he was out of money. Typically, he skipped breakfast and relied on the fast food provided at the antique shop for lunch and dinner. Today, however, with the day off, he had no food. How can a strapping lad like you, standing at 1.8 meters tall, end up in such a predicament? My meal is just about ready. Come over and have a bite. But mind you, after lunch, you must help me clear out my storage room. I need to rent it out promptly. Zhou Yang eagerly agreed, for all he desired at that moment was to eat. The seal might be valued at 1.5 million, but it needed to be sold first. And as it stood, he had no money. Feng Jie's cooking was quite delectable. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and sauteed egg greens, topped with a bottle gourd and egg soup. Zhou Yang had quite the appetite, and Feng Jie's portion was modest. Ultimately, he devoured every last bit. Sister Feng, your dishes are truly delicious, Zhou Yang exclaimed, while scooping the remaining food from the serving dish into his bowl. Feng Jie was exasperated. She felt a pang of irritation. Not only had she not had a chance to enjoy her meal, but this fellow treated her home as his own and consumed everything. Zhou Yang, if you're not committed to your job, why not let it go? I can find you a factory position. You could easily earn around 5,000 a month. Look at you, toiling from dawn till dusk for a mere 3,000 with no days off. Zhou Yang listened attentively, then lifted the last bowl of soup and began to gulp it down. Feng Jie, thoroughly frustrated, realized her efforts for lunch had been in vain, as it had all been consumed by him. Sister Feng, I will soon be wealthy. Once I am, I promise to pay you back double for the rent. And I will treat you to a grand feast. After satisfying his hunger, Zhou Yang began to make promises. Dream on. If he could really get rich, I could give birth all by myself. Having eaten and drunk to his heart's content, she urged him to get to work, warning him that there would be consequences if he did not comply. Thus, Zhou Yang was sent on his way by Feng Jie, but he was indifferent. As long as he believed in himself, the opinions of others mattered little. Much like the song sung by a certain Kuan, I am indifferent. In truth, I had nearly tidied everything up last night, leaving only a dilapidated cabinet, which Zhou Yang planned to dispose of. He then began to sweep the floor when a thought struck him. Whatever happened to the small ding that had struck his head the night before? He had intended to sell it for a bit of money, but after searching everywhere to no avail, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 2 in the afternoon. Zhou Yang tucked the seal into his pocket and collected a heap of cardboard intended to sell at a nearby recycling station, earning a total of 6 yuan, enough for a pack of instant noodles that evening. Once he finished his errands, he hurried to the antique street, eager to sell the seal. He knew he could not sell it at Li Tuzi's shop, but fortunately, there were numerous antique stores on the street, the most renowned being the Zhu Bao Zhai at the corner. This establishment was the largest and held a reputation for integrity. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang walked inside, though he found the shop bustling with other patrons. The owner, Mr. Qin, was engaged in conversation with a gentleman in his 60s. and Zhou Yang deemed it inappropriate to interrupt. He decided to browse until the elderly man departed, planning to present his item to Mr. Qin afterwards. However, half an hour passed, and the two continued their leisurely chat, engrossed in one another's company. Thankfully, Mr. Qin soon noticed Zhou Yang's impatience. His keen instincts and discerning eye immediately recognized Zhou Yang's intent. "Young man, do you require any assistance?" Mr. Qin inquired cautiously. Zhou Yang, unwilling to wait any longer, felt the day slipping away and contemplated his next opportunity. Thus, he produced the seal and placed it on the counter. "Sir, could you evaluate this item? If the price is right, I shall sell it to you." Upon seeing the seal, Mr. Qin's interest was piqued. He quickly donned his glasses and a pair of disposable gloves before picking up the seal for examination. As he inspected it, his hand trembled slightly. "Old Qin, is it a fine item? May I have a look?" The voice belonged to the elderly gentleman with whom Mr. Qin had been conversing. Reluctantly, Mr. Qin set the seal on the counter, allowing the old man to inspect it. The elder examined the seal and gasped. "A seal of Judah? Young man, what price do you have in mind? If it is reasonable, I shall take it." Before Zhou Yang could respond, Mr. Qin interjected, "Old Huang, that's a bit underhanded. Don't you think? You asked to see it yet." The elderly man, named Huang, interrupted with a grin. "Old Qin, you know well that I have a fondness for such treasures. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall treat you to tea." Boss Qin shook his head in resignation, primarily because the rapport between the two was so strong that competing for it seemed rather futile. "My young friend, please propose a price, as long as it is reasonable. I shall not haggle." Just as Zhou Yang was about to declare a sum of 5 million outright, an idea struck him. Why should he be the one to set the price? "Dear sir, this seal was bequeathed to me by my grandfather, known as Judah, and it is reputed to be a treasure. Moreover, I have conducted some research. Judah, whose courtesy name was Zhu Tong and art name Badashanrun, hailed from Nanchang in Jiangxi. He is said to be a descendant of the Ming Dynasty's founder, Zhu Yuanzhang, and was a master painter of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. As for the value of this seal, why don't you propose a price? Dear sir, if I find it fair, I shall gladly accommodate you. If not, then the transaction may not proceed, but our goodwill shall remain intact. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, Zhou Yang discreetly grasped the seal in his hand, a precautionary measure, just in case. Chapter 4. The Emergence of the Little Ding Old Huang, whose full name is Huang Jiqing, immediately grasped from Zhou Yang's disclosure of the information regarding the seal that he was undoubtedly aware of its value. It was highly probable that he had already inquired at other antique shops, rendering any hopes of procuring a bargain nearly impossible. "Young man, may I inquire your name?" Huang Jiqing intended to engage in some friendly banter, a common tactic among merchants. "I'm Zhou Yang. Perhaps you could propose a price, esteemed sir? Given the sweltering heat, we are all quite busy, and I must proceed to my next appointment shortly." Huang Jiqing found himself at a loss. Zhou Yang was not adhering to the expected norms of negotiation. "Young man, how about an integer?" Zhou Yang smiled and, with a courteous gesture, seemed poised to depart. "Please don't leave, young man. Prices can be negotiated, so why not suggest a figure? If it's reasonable, I will take it." Zhou Yang was aware that the price he perceived was 5 million, which, according to market trends, represented a fair average, albeit with potential fluctuations. After all, many items lack a fixed price, particularly in the realm of antiques. As the saying goes, a treasure is worth 1,000 gold if it captures your heart. If one is fond of an item, they will pay any price. Conversely, if disinterested, even the lowest price fails to attract attention. "Esteemed sir, I want to make an unreasonable demand. How about 8 million? If you find this acceptable, we can finalize the transaction immediately. Otherwise, I shall explore other options." Huang Jiqing's eyes narrowed. To be candid, he held a deep affection for this seal, and his mental price point hovered around 5 million. The 8 million offer felt somewhat excessive, not due to financial constraints, but because every item possesses a controllable value. "What do you think of 5 million? I doubt anyone on this antique street would offer more than I am. If you're willing to sell, we can draft a written agreement right away." Zhou Yang was quite satisfied with this price, recognizing that had he initially set it at 5 million, The other party would likely not have entertained such an offer. 1. 6 million is my lowest price. If you wish to proceed, we can conclude the deal immediately. Zhou Yang ultimately decided to attempt to secure an additional 100,000. If the elder was unwilling to meet this request, he would have no choice but to accept the 5 million. Very well, 6 million it is. I shall take it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy, followed by the customary process of verifying the item, transferring funds, and drafting the agreement. As Zhou Yang glimpsed the payment notification on his phone, his hands began to tremble with excitement. He was eager to return home, or rather, to the bank first to withdraw 10,000 yuan for some indulgent spending. Young man, shall we exchange contact information? Should you have items to sell in the future, feel free to call me. For genuine pieces, we can certainly negotiate a fair price. Zhou Yang pondered the notion that now, endowed with a unique advantage, he should undoubtedly pursue this path of development. Selling to antique shops would hardly yield a price commensurate with its value. Serendipitously encountering this individual today proved fortuitous. Had he sold directly to the antique shop, the highest offer would likely have been a mere integer. Thus, he resolutely exchanged contact information. 10 minutes later, as Zhou Yang beheld the figures displayed on the ATM screen, a smile stretched across his face. He withdrew 10,000 yuan, intending to indulge in a splendid meal. As for the prospect of unearthing hidden treasures that could wait until tomorrow, he had other matters to organize. The situation was exceedingly peculiar, and he needed to devise a prudent plan for the future. It was essential for him to establish a clear objective and direction for his development. He certainly would not continue as an apprentice. Glimpsing the time, he noted it was already past 3 in the afternoon and hurried back to his rented room. Upon entering Fang Jie's courtyard, he noticed her conversing with a young girl, presumably a potential tenant. Fang Jie cast a glance at Zhou Yang but remained silent, continuing her dialogue with the girl. Once inside, Zhou Yang secured his bank card, aware that such items should not be stored alongside his identification for fear of theft. Lying on his bed beneath the fan, he began to contemplate his future plans. Initially, he would need to scour flea markets or antique shops for bargains, but beyond that, he found himself at a loss. This reflected the limitations of a struggling mindset. No matter how he envisioned his future, it circled back to unearthing deals, acquiring property, purchasing a vehicle, and seeking companionship. At that moment, hunger struck again, and curiosity surged within him. He yearned to understand the inner workings of his own body. He instinctively directed his gaze inward, attempting to perceive his abdominal structure. To his astonishment, he discovered a small tripod situated beneath his navel, resembling an incense burner. This was, in fact, the very artifact he had smashed his head against yesterday. After searching for it earlier that afternoon, he was incredulous to find it lodged within him. How on earth had it gotten there? A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Yang's brow, persisting despite the fan's relentless breeze. How could he extricate it? As this thought crossed his mind, the small tripod inexplicably materialized in his hand. Zhou Yang was utterly bewildered and began to experiment, alternately placing the tripod inside his abdomen and then retrieving it, finding the process rather amusing. Through this exploration, he began to grasp several functions. He could place various items within the tripod, which would then be absorbed, and the tripod could also alter in size. Furthermore, it consisted of 2 segments, reminiscent of a dual-compartment hot pot. Zhou Yang activated his inner vision to appraise the tripod, but to his dismay, it revealed that the item S level was too high for appraisal. In truth, Zhou Yang was quite content. After all, this was essentially a mobile warehouse, and having this contraption would certainly bring about much convenience. As for its functionalities, that could be discussed later. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Given the rhythm of the knocking, it was evident that it was Fang Jie at the door. Zhou Yang quickly tucked his bank card into the small vessel and concealed it within his abdomen before hastening to open the door. Zhou Yang, why did it take you so long to open the door? You weren't up to any mischief in there, were you? Fang Jie inwarded, her gaze scrutinizing him as she spoke. Fang Jie, I was just feeling a bit drowsy and took a short nap. Is there something you need from me? Chapter 5. You aren't tempted by my body, are you? Zhou Yang, I must inform you that I overpurchased vegetables today, so there will be no need to venture out for instant noodles tonight. Given the sweltering heat, any leftover vegetables would inevitably spoil, and it would be quite a pity to waste them. After uttering these words, Feng Jie took her leave. Zhou Yang felt somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this woman has taken a fancy to him? He indulged in a fleeting daydream before picking up 10,000 yuan and counting out 16 bills. The monthly rent for this apartment is 500 yuan, with the water bill amounting to 10 yuan. The remaining funds should suffice for the electricity expenses. Having fallen behind on rent for over 2 months, he calculated that 600 yuan would cover 3 months. As for this month, it might necessitate relocating. After all, with newfound wealth, it would be unreasonable to continue residing in such a rental space. Owning a house and a car is the quintessential aspiration of an ambitious youth. Yet, for the time being, patience is required, as his funds remain insufficient. He casually placed the remaining money into a safe, and, indeed, having a portable vault is quite advantageous. Securing the 600 yuan, he closed the door and headed towards Feng Jie, who was currently squatting on the ground, harvesting vegetables. Upon entering, Zhou Yang was met with a rather alluring sight. Feng Jie could undoubtedly be classified as beautiful, and her figure was nothing short of remarkable. From Zhou Yang's vantage point, while she was bent over, he had an unobstructed view. Unfortunately, her temper is quite fiery, otherwise. Zhou Yang found himself momentarily entranced, clearly visible to Feng Jie, who soon noticed his gaze. Upon realizing her exposure, she was taken aback. Zhou Yang, can't you aspire to something more? This time, Feng Jie refrained from losing her temper, but merely adjusted her posture, likely to deter any potential peeping toms. Feng Jie, I haven't done anything. Why am I lacking ambition? He retorted. By the way, here is the rent. With newfound confidence from his financial windfall, Zhou Yang spoke with a newfound assertiveness. Feng Jie eyed him skeptically before accepting the money. Are you not engaging in some illicit activity? Where did you acquire such a sum? I recall that your salary is disbursed at the end of the month, and today is only July 15th. Zhou Yang, I'm not pressuring you for the rent. If you lack the funds, it's fine to delay for a few months, but do refrain from sneaking around as if. She trailed off, shoving the money back towards him. Feng Jie, I truly have money now. You won't believe it. I stumbled upon a rare find while browsing through a market. I spent 20 yuan on it, and, upon reselling, guess how much I earned? 5,000. Zhou Yang exclaimed, extending his hand enthusiastically. He was no fool. He knew the importance of discretion, thus concocting such an excuse. Feng Jie paused, her eyes widening. Is that for real? Zhou Yang, please tell me how to seize opportunities. Feng Jie suddenly became intrigued, and Zhou Yang began to weave a tale, for such stories are easily crafted. Zhou Yang, I also possess some antiquities passed down from my late husband's grandfather. Could you take a look at them? Zhou Yang's heart leapt with joy. If these truly were heirlooms, the likelihood of discovering valuable items was exceedingly high. Even objects from the Republican era, if well-preserved, could be worth several tens of thousands of yuan. Naturally, it largely depended on the items themselves. Very well, I shall assist you. Zhou Yang readily agreed, and without hesitation, Feng Jie entered a room, emerging shortly with a small box cradled in her arms. As the box slowly opened, Zhou Yang began his examination. Indeed, it contained several antiquities, such as silver bracelets, silver hairpins, and various trinkets. However, none of these were particularly valuable. Once he had inspected all the items, Zhou Yang finally discovered a rather commendable snuff bottle. This snuff bottle, remarkably well-preserved, dated back to the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, with an estimated market value of 50,000 yuan. Just as Zhou Yang was about to inform Feng Jie of the bottle's worth, he was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the wooden box. Item name: small leaf rosewood jewelry box, era, Qing dynasty, market price 100,000 yuan. Zhou Yang, what is wrong? While Zhou Yang was lost in thought, Feng Jie, not sharing his stupor, quickly inquired. It was then that Zhou Yang regained his composure. His initial instinct was to claim the box for himself, knowing Feng Jie would likely be unaware of its true value. Perhaps he could convince her to part with it for a mere 300 to 500 yuan, and with the snuff bottle, 1,000 would suffice. Yet he hesitated. Firstly, he now possessed the ability to earn money, and secondly, Fang Jie had indeed treated him well. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was undoubtedly a kind-hearted soul. In other circumstances, after 2 months of unpaid rent, one might find their belongings unceremoniously discarded. To be frank, Zhou Yang's conscience was not so callous. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he now had the means to earn more in the future. If he were to compromise his integrity for a mere 100,000 yuan, he would forever carry the weight of this decision. Had he still been in his previous plight, struggling for basic sustenance, he would have undoubtedly seized these items without a second thought. However, he no longer needed to do so. 10,000 yuan was now within his grasp. Therefore, why should he act against his conscience? With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Sister Fang, this is a snuff bottle, and its market value should be around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. If you were to sell it at an antique shop, you could likely fetch 2 to 3,000. As for this box, it is referred to as a small leaf rosewood jewelry box, also known as a placement box. The items in question are indeed jewelry, which, according to market valuation, should be worth around 100,000 yuan. However, if one were to sell them at an antique shop, their value would dwindle to approximately 50,000 yuan. Zhou Yang speaks the truth. The market price reflects the trading value. Yet an antique shop would never transact at such a rate. Take, for instance, the seal Zhou Yang previously possessed. Had it not been for the encounter with Huang Jiqing, the antique shop would not have valued it above 1 million yuan. After all, they are in the business to earn a profit. Fang Jie was astonished. Unable to fathom that these 2 items held such worth, she believed that true value lay in gold and silver jewelry. Zhou Yang, please assist me in selling these items, and we shall share the proceeds equally. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes, contemplating the notion of sharing. Is such a fortuitous arrangement truly possible? Sister Fang, are you perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Chapter 6. Resignation, how dare you? She exclaimed. Do you believe I could smother you to death? Zhou Yang was taken aback. Yet a part of him felt an unexpected thrill. He found himself curious about how long such a smothering would take. Regarding Fang Jie's proposition of splitting the profits, if this woman were willing to share, he would be foolish to decline. He possessed a modicum of conscience, but that did not render him a saint. Why would he shy away from a lucrative opportunity? He intended to sell these items and earn a reasonable profit in the process. Furthermore, he had previously stated a truth. If Fang Jie were to sell these items herself, even if she recognized their authenticity, she likely wouldn't fetch a substantial price. Having spent considerable time in the antique shop, Zhou Yang was acutely aware of its intricate dynamics. Even if he were to present these items himself, the prices would hardly be elevated. If one could sell an item for 70% of its value, it indicated that the shop was exceptionally generous. Anything above that threshold would not be entertained, as it would disrupt the market equilibrium, and operational costs must also be accounted for. Thus, an unspoken agreement prevailed. Even if the seller acknowledged the item's authenticity, the maximum price would not exceed 60%. Merchants required a 40% profit margin, which was already quite accommodating. Some unscrupulous individuals, like Li Tzu, might offer 50%, which would be considered reasonable. If one were unaware of an item's true worth, they could easily fall victim to exploitation, though, ironically, they might remain blissfully ignorant of the deception. All right, I will take this back and help you dispose of it tomorrow. It's of no use to you, Zhou Yang replied, placing the snuff bottle into the box and carrying it upstairs, ultimately placing it within the cauldron. Fang Jie's culinary skills were commendable, and that evening's feast was particularly sumptuous, complemented by several bottles of beer. Zhou Yang, how about I introduce you to a girlfriend? It can't be pleasant for a young man like you to remain cooped up like this. Peaking is merely an aesthetic indulgence. It does not resolve the underlying issue. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at Fang Jie's suggestion, especially since his gaze had inadvertently wandered to the neckline of her blouse. To elaborate, his eyes had followed the contours downward. At 25, still a bachelor and an untainted soul, the allure of romantic entanglements weighed heavily upon him. With my circumstances, who would be interested in me? I have no house, no car, and I live in a rented room. Fang Jie's lips moved as if to speak, but she ultimately withheld her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain herself. Zhou Yang, would you mind if she were older than you? Zhou Yang pondered briefly. An older partner did not seem objectionable. After all, it is said that a woman 3 years older brings prosperity. He nodded in agreement. And how about if she were divorced? Or perhaps divorced or a widow? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang felt a sense of unease. Sister Fang, you can't be referring to yourself, can you? Fang Jie's cheeks flushed a delicate red, possibly due to the influence of alcohol, recognizing that her words had been rather indiscreet. You incorrigible brat, what are you thinking? I'm 5 years your senior. Don't let your imagination run wild. After dinner, be sure to leave promptly. Zhou Yang, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, found himself unceremoniously pushed out by Fang Jie. Shrugging his shoulders, he was on the verge of retreating to take a shower when he encountered the girl who had moved in earlier that day in the corridor. This girl was petite and charming, her features delicate and captivating. Their eyes met briefly before she offered him a faint smile and turned to walk away. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of regret for not having greeted her before she departed. Returning to his room, he retrieved the 2 items he had been studying, noticing that they seemed to have undergone some transformation. Firstly, the box showed no signs of the previous dents and scratches. He recalled the edges had been somewhat damaged before. Moreover, areas that had exhibited peeling paint were now pristine. When he employed his X-ray vision to examine it further, his eyelids twitched in surprise as the value of the box had doubled. Previously assessed at 100,000, it now stood at 200,000, indicating that the imperfections had been restored. But how had this restoration occurred? Suddenly, Zhou Yang had an epiphany as he glanced at the other item, the snuff bottle. This piece had also undergone some changes. The decorative patterns that had previously shown were now revitalized. It dawned on him that the source of this phenomenon lay within the small ding he possessed. Due to its remarkable grade, he had been unable to properly appraise it, initially considering it merely a storage space. Little did he know, it possessed the additional capability of restoring antiques, a revelation that was astonishing. Overjoyed, Zhou Yang promptly summoned the small ding, directing a beam of light upon it for further examination. He whimsically christened it the Mandarin Duck Ding, a name inspired by its bisected form reminiscent of a dual hot pot. Although the ding exhibited no immediate changes, Zhou Yang was certain it was an invaluable treasure, capable of storing items and restoring antiques. As for any additional functions, that remained uncertain for the time being. Sensing it was time to prepare for a shower and sleep, Zhou Yang resolved to resign from his job the following day. Now a millionaire, he pondered why he would toil away for a mere 3,000. His next steps would involve seeking out new avenues for wealth, though he had yet to devise a concrete plan. With no further developments that night, the next morning marked a remarkable occasion. Zhou Yang, for the first time in 3 months, indulged in a breakfast. Upon arriving at the antique shop, Li Tzu had just opened his doors. As was customary, Zhou Yang greeted him. Uncle Li, I intend to resign. Would you be so kind as to settle my wages for this month? Upon hearing this, Li Tzu abruptly lifted his gaze, regarding Zhou Yang with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Yang, securing employment outside is quite challenging these days, and there are no arduous or menial tasks here. You ought to consider this carefully. Zhou Yang inwardly scoffed, having endured considerable exhaustion over the past few days. Yet Li Tzu dismissed the notion of hard work. Uncle Li, I have made up my mind. Our landlord has arranged for me to take a position in a factory, tightening screws, so I would appreciate it if you could proceed with my payment. Zhou Yang calculated that today was the 16th, and having worked for 15 days this month, he anticipated a minimum of 1,500 yuan. After confirming Zhou Yang's resignation, Li Tzu began to compute the wages. To Zhou Yang's bewilderment, an absurd scene unfolded. For such a meager sum, Li Tzu fumbled with an abacus for an interminable duration. How excessively pedantic. Surely, he could not be so meticulous as to calculate 14 days' worth of work for a mere 15 days. Zhou Yang, you worked a total of 14 days this month. Zhou Yang. Chapter 7. A fortunate find. Zhou Yang was truly at a loss for words. It seemed there were indeed individuals capable of calculating a fortnight as merely 14 days. Uncle Li, I have clearly worked for 15 days. How do you arrive at 14? Zhou Yang was not particularly concerned about the 100 yuan. He merely wished to comprehend Uncle Li's reasoning. Zhou Yang, you were half an hour late on the 7th. And I previously informed you that being late for half an hour incurs a deduction of half a day's wages. Furthermore, you were absent from work yesterday afternoon, which warrants another half-day deduction. So if we tally this, Zhou Yang opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Half an hour late, a deduction for half a day's pay. And yesterday was evidently a day off for him. Perhaps it was futile to argue with such a person. After all, it was merely 100 yuan. Fine. If it must be deducted, let it be. Zhou Yang acquiesced, and Uncle Li, albeit reluctantly, handed him 1,400 yuan. Just as Zhou Yang was about to leave, a man entered. He appeared to be in his 50s, dressed rather plainly. Boss, do you think this is worth anything? Zhou Yang's curiosity piqued, and he decided to observe for a moment. The man placed a porcelain item resembling a teacup on the counter. Uncle Li examined it briefly before shaking his head dismissively. I cannot ascertain the age of this teacup, but the damage is too severe. There are chips, and the inscription on the bottom has been worn away. Thus, it is impossible to date it or determine its origin. It is virtually valueless. Zhou Yang's eyelids fluttered, his hands trembling slightly. Boss, just give me a price. My son is looking to purchase a house, and I need to help him out a bit. Anything you can offer would be appreciated. This item is undoubtedly an antique. It existed even in my grandfather's time. Uncle Li remained unmoved, shaking his head once more. Items like this, lacking provenance and inscription, and even damaged, are simply unsellable. No matter how cheap, I cannot take it on. It would just gather dust in my possession. Sir, how much for this piece? I am interested. At that moment, Zhou Yang interjected. Uncle Li regarded Zhou Yang with a contemptuous gaze. Zhou Yang, you have studied under me for so long, yet you show no progress. Such third-rate items would not be accepted in any antique shop. Zhou Yang smiled, choosing not to engage with this remark, but rather focused on the man. Young man, how does 5,000 sound? Zhou Yang's heart swelled with delight. It appeared he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. All right, 5,000 it is. I'll take it. As he spoke, Zhou Yang retrieved his wallet. From the 10,000 yuan he had taken out yesterday, after giving Fong Jie 1,600, he had the remainder on hand. With the earlier 1,400 added, he still had 9,800 left. He counted out 50 bills and asked the man to verify the amount before finalizing the transaction. Neglecting the wisdom of the elders leads to immediate regret. Zhou Yang disregarded the bald man, Li, and departed from his antique shop with a delicate teacup in hand. He sought a secluded spot to place the teacup into a hot pot, subsequently concealing it within his own being. He then retrieved the business card from the previous day and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Huang Jiqing was at home, admiring the seal he had purchased the day before, growing increasingly delighted with each glance. Grandpa, have you not had your fill after an entire afternoon yesterday? The speaker was Huang Jiqing's granddaughter, Huang Siyu. Siyu, you simply do not understand. Young people like you enjoy dressing up and indulging in romance, but at my age, I lack such diversions. I find pleasure in these artifacts. By the way, how is your internship at your father's company going? Just as Siyu was about to respond, Huang Jiqing's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, one he typically would not answer. Yet given that it was local, he decided to pick it up. Hello. Who is this? Oh, it's you? Good stuff? Bring it over. My address is... Zhou Yang ended the call and summoned a taxi, heading straight towards a certain villa district. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhou Yang arrived in front of an opulent villa, the design and location suggesting a value in the millions. Upon arrival, he spotted Huang Jiqing, but his gaze was drawn to the stunning woman accompanying him. The lady stood about 165 meters tall, her lustrous black hair cascading freely. Her large, expressive eyes, delicately curved eyelashes, a pert nose, and a cherry-red mouth, complemented by a figure that was neither too thin nor too plump, adorned in a light blue short-sleeve top and a white skirt, exuded an aura of youthfulness. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman Zhou Yang had ever encountered. Ah, young brother, you have arrived. Please come inside. Zhou Yang promptly greeted and followed Huang Jiqing into the villa. The interior decor was not as ostentatious as Zhou Yang had anticipated. Rather, it possessed a subtly elegant charm. Huang Jiqing's eyes remained fixed on the box Zhou Yang was holding, yet he refrained from inquiring immediately, inviting Zhou Yang to sit first and asking his granddaughter to brew some tea. Mr. Huang, I wonder if you might find these two items to your liking. If so, I would appreciate a fair price. If not, I shall seek other avenues. Zhou Yang was direct, placing the box on a coffee table and lifting the lid to reveal a snuff bottle nestled within. Very well, let me take a look. Huang Jiqing neither accepted nor declined outright. Every item deserved inspection before conclusion could be drawn. He donned his reading glasses and a pair of white gloves before commencing his examination of the two pieces. He first examined the snuff bottle, a piece that is remarkably easy to authenticate, having encountered numerous examples in the past. Upon inspection, a look of unbidden delight spread across Huang Jiqing's face. This was a snuff bottle from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, and, most importantly, it was in impeccable condition. After scrutinizing it for over a minute, he gently placed it back on the tea table and began to inspect the box. To his surprise, the box was also in remarkably good condition. Antiquities, particularly wooden items, tend to exhibit deterioration over time, often manifesting in forms such as dents, woodworm damage, decay, or chipping paint. However, this jewelry box displayed none of these issues and could be said to be exceptionally well preserved. Crafted from fine rosewood, it was evident that it belonged to the same period as the snuff bottle. Huang Jiqing, with decades of experience in antique appraisal, though not a master, possessed a keen eye for such ordinary items. Therefore, he was determined to acquire them. Young man, I wish to purchase these two items. What price do you have in mind? Chapter 8. The astonished Feng Jie, the old fellow, is back again. In truth, Zhou Yang is not particularly fond of initiating price negotiations. Few are inclined to take the lead in such matters. However, today is different from yesterday, for today he has brought items to the door himself. To refrain from setting a price would seem rather dishonorable. Mr. Huang, these two items are remarkably well preserved. Based on market value, this jewelry box alone is worth no less than 200,000. After all, it dates back to the Qianlong era. I cannot claim that similar pieces do not exist on the market, but one in such pristine condition as this is surely rare. As for this snuff bottle, it should certainly fetch around 70,000. Thus, how does 250,000 for both sound? If you find this agreeable, I shall ensure that you're the first to see any fine items I acquire in the future. Zhou Yang's words reflect a certain finesse. Firstly, the prices he quoted are at the high end of the market, with the total value hovering around 270,000. A request for 250,000 is indeed significant, though not the highest possible offer. As the saying goes, gold has a price, jade is priceless, and so too are antiques. Their value hinges upon personal sentiment. Moreover, the final statement bears considerable weight. Should the price be unsatisfactory, future treasures may not be offered to him. Huang Jiqing, nearing 70 and with a 22-year-old granddaughter, is hardly oblivious to the implications of Zhou Yang's words. Frankly, 250,000 is neither exorbitant nor excessively cheap. The offer strikes a perfect balance. Absent Zhou Yang's concluding remark, Huang Jiqing would have undoubtedly attempted to haggle, seeking to drive the price down. Regardless of his wealth, Hu wouldn't wish to purchase items at a lower cost. Yet, given the circumstances, he cannot press further, for to do so would reflect poorly on him. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. Just call me Zhou Yang. I cannot accept being addressed as little brother, Zhou Yang interjected before Huang Jiqing could finish. Huang Jiqing nodded, increasingly intrigued by Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, do tell me honestly, are these items heirlooms from your family, or did you acquire them by chance? Of course, if you prefer not to divulge, that is entirely understandable. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiqing fixed his gaze on Zhou Yang. I shall refrain from answering, as it is not convenient for me to disclose, Zhou Yang replied. Huang Jiqing was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zhou Yang might offer a more tactful refusal. Instead, Zhou Yang's candor caught him off guard. Suddenly, Huang Xiu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. I apologize, but you're quite amusing. Her cheeks flushed. She quickly offered an explanation. Zhou Yang momentarily lost his train of thought, captivated by the girl's beauty. Well, if it is inconvenient to share, let us move on. I shall transfer the funds to the same account as before. Zhou Yang longed to linger a while longer, primarily to gaze upon the enchanting Huang Xiyu. After all, having been single for 25 years, even his past relationships had merely involved holding hands and the occasional peck. His yearning had reached a desperate level, and if he could be captivated by Fang Jie, how much more so by the exquisite Huang Xiyu. However, Zhou Yang knew he could not tarry here, as he possessed a valuable treasure and needed to return a share of the proceeds with Fang Jie. He was not greedy. He sought only his fair share. For instance, these two items, under normal circumstances, could fetch around 100,000. Thus, if he generously allocated 15,000 to Fang Jie, he would still earn a tidy sum of 10,000 for his efforts, in addition to the costs incurred for processing, which seemed only fair. Most importantly, he felt justified in this endeavor, free from any moral qualms. I am Huang Xiyu. I look forward to your next visit. As Zhou Yang departed, it was Huang Xiyu who escorted him outside, offering a final introduction. Zhou Yang glanced at his phone to check the transaction details and balance. Initially, he had 6 million, and after deducting 1,000, he was left with 59 million. Now, with an additional 250,000, his total stood at approximately 84 million, along with a few thousand in cash. After transferring 150,000 to Fang Jie, he would still retain nearly 7 million, which made the prospect of earning money seem exceedingly effortless. Oh joy! He hailed a taxi and headed straight to Fang Jie's residence. Although he had initially intended to scour the market for bargains, his mind was elsewhere. He was eager to inspect an item that had previously been damaged. He was unsure if the teacup had been restored. Fang Jie, I bring good news, Zhou Yang announced as he entered her home. Fang Jie was busy tidying up in her room when she heard his voice. What the hell? You startled me with that loud shout, she retorted, as was her usual manner, but Zhou Yang brushed it off. Fang Jie, I've made the sale. Fang Jie paused, momentarily taken aback, perhaps having forgotten about the two antiques. After all, Zhou Yang had previously expressed such claims with a hint of skepticism, as he was merely an apprentice of sorts. Could a wooden box truly be worth 100,000? Noticing Fang Jie's bewilderment, Zhou Yang decided to be straightforward. He promptly transferred 150,000 to her. Check the notification. At that moment, it seemed Fang Jie began to grasp the situation. The sound of a text message had just chimed, and upon checking her phone, her mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit a sausage and 2 eggs. Zhou Yang, this she was momentarily at a loss for words. It was tea that Fang Jie lacked funds. In fact, she was quite affluent. Though situated in an older district, this expansive courtyard belonged to her. With rental income from the upper and lower levels, she could easily collect between 10 to 20,000 a month, supplemented by her previous savings. Regardless of the bank, there exists a sum of at least 100 to 180,000 lying within. However, the arrival of this unexpected 15,000 is particularly surprising. Chapter 9. Sister Fang, isn't this inappropriate? Zhou Yang was aware of Fang Jie's interest in him, as she had subtly hinted at it on numerous occasions. To be candid, Zhou Yang harbored genuine affection for Fang Jie. However, he was not one to indulge in a life of dependency. Even if the opportunity for such a life presented itself, he would prefer to earn his keep through diligence. Fang Jie, in her early 30s, was in the prime of her womanhood, and Zhou Yang was not particularly concerned about her being a widow. After all, many unmarried cohabitants existed in the world. Some young women appeared innocent, yet their experiences with men could be quite extensive. In comparison, Fang Jie was indeed a remarkable individual. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang's fragile sense of pride hindered him from confronting the situation. Although his family was not affluent, he firmly believed that through his own efforts, he would one day achieve success. What he lacked was merely an opportunity, which is why he persisted, refusing to accept a life of dependency. Even when Fang Jie occasionally dropped hints, he feigned ignorance. Fortunately, the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived, with his newfound ability of clairvoyance. Prosperity was merely a matter of time. Upon returning home, Zhou Yang promptly summoned the small cauldron within him, akin to a hot pot. He then retrieved the teacup, and his eyes lit up as he beheld its restoration. Item name: Xuanda Cloison Enamel Teacup, Era, Ming Dynasty Imperial Kiln. Market value: 5 million. Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy. Thankfully, he was no longer the same person he had been a day prior, having developed a greater capacity to accept such revelations. Nevertheless, excitement still coursed through him. After all, 5 million was not a trivial sum. Without a second thought, he reached for his phone, intending to call Huang Jiqing. Just as the number began to dial, he abruptly hung up. A realization struck him. Discretion was paramount. While it was acceptable to seize opportunities, it was not as simple as picking up stones at random. Having recently sold 2 items to Huang Jiqing, the appearance of yet another teacup would surely raise suspicions. After calming his thoughts, Zhou Yang recognized that his earlier excitement had clouded his judgment, and he reminded himself that Huang Jiqing was not a malicious individual. However, should he encounter the wrong person, he could find himself in jeopardy. Currently, he was merely an ordinary man, incapable of safeguarding his newfound wealth or mastering his extraordinary abilities. It appeared prudent to adopt a more low-key approach henceforth. A cautious progression was the fundamental principle. Having come to this conclusion, Zhou Yang returned the teacup to its place and stowed away the small cauldron. With newfound financial stability, there was no need for haste. His primary focus should be on acquiring a new residence and enhancing his environment before quietly amassing wealth, while also seeking additional clients as alternatives. After all, he was not well acquainted with Huang Jiqing. As the saying goes, one knows a person's face but not their heart. It was wise to remain vigilant and harbor no ill intentions. Therefore, it would be prudent to inform Feng Jie of his plans in advance. Zhou Yang was a man of decisive action. Having made up his mind, he resolved to proceed. He opened the door, ready to step out. Oh dear! As Zhou Yang stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with a woman who happened to be the new girl that had just moved in. Though her attire was quite simple, there was an enigmatic allure in her countenance. Beneath an angelic visage lay an air of pride and coldness. However, this demeanor seemed incongruous with her modest clothing and her status as a newcomer in the neighborhood. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Are you all right? Zhou Yang inquired. The woman shook her head, indicating that she was fine. I'm Zhou Yang. I see you've just moved in as well. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. He introduced himself, subconsciously adjusting his hairstyle as he spoke. Thank you. I'm Jilanyan, she replied tersely before retreating into her room, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily bewildered. She was undeniably beautiful, albeit rather reserved in her speech. It is said that a man who has been single for a long time often yearns for companionship. Therefore, whenever he encounters an attractive woman, thoughts inevitably arise. Zhou Yang shrugged and proceeded to visit Feng Jie. Having learned from the events of the previous night, he decided to knock on the door this time. Come in, Feng Jie called, allowing Zhou Yang to enter her room. Feng Jie, what are you up to? Spring cleaning? Zhou Yang was taken aback by the disarray in her home, as Feng Jie rummaged beneath the bed for something. Zhou Yang, you arrived just in time. I've gathered these items. Take a look and see if there are any antiques among them, she said, leaving Zhou Yang speechless. Surely, there couldn't be that many antiques in existence. Even in affluent households, it would be considered fortunate to find 1 or 2. If antiques were so easily discovered, would they still hold their value? Nevertheless, seeing Feng Jie's enthusiasm, Zhou Yang obliged and began to sift through the items. Clearly, no surprises or discoveries awaited them. Feng Jie, I need to tell you something. I plan to move out in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Feng Jie, who was still crouched under the bed, paused her search and took a moment to process his words. Zhou Yang, how convenient for you. When you had no money, you were perpetually behind on rent and took advantage of my hospitality. Now that you've got some cash, you think you can just abandon me? She retorted, growing increasingly animated. Indeed, as the next half hour unfolded, Zhou Yang found himself on the receiving end of Feng Jie's fervent tirade, with her spittle landing on his face. The more she scolded, the more fervent her indignation became, her emotions rising and falling dramatically. which Zhou Yang observed with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Have you forgotten your gratitude? Fang Jie finally concluded her outburst. Fang Jie, you've misunderstood me. The room I'm in is unbearably hot, facing south. Even with a fan on at night, it's impossible to sleep. There are no other available rooms here. And what I mean is Zhou Yang's explanation seemed to quell some of Fang Jie's anger, as she recognized the validity of his reasoning. The house indeed faces the sun, and we find ourselves in the hottest season of the year. This summer has been nothing short of dreadful. Temperatures have begun to soar to 40 degrees, and without air conditioning at Zhou Yang's place, it is truly uninhabitable. Thus, I offer you this house to live in, with the rent remaining unchanged and the added comfort of air conditioning in the room, along with waived utility fees. The residence that Fang Jie speaks of was previously occupied by her late grandmother, and since her passing, the room has remained vacant. However, this is the main residence, where Fang Jie herself lives, raising the question of whether it is appropriate for Zhou Yang to move in. The prospect of two solitary individuals cohabiting, albeit in separate rooms, poses concerns, especially as shared spaces such as the kitchen and bathroom are communal. Furthermore, Zhou Yang feels as though he would be stepping into a den of lions. His ultimate goal, after all, is to purchase a home of his own and move out, seeking a space that he can call his own. Chapter 10. The move. What is so unfavorable about moving? Have I struck a chord, and now that you are thriving, you disdain where I reside? Fang Jie's words completely silenced Zhou Yang, indicating that this matter needed to be postponed, at least for a few days. Sister Fang, I cannot concur with your statement. The modest earnings I possess are certainly thanks to your influence. The truth is, it is rather inappropriate for me to reside here. Considering the predicament of a solitary man and woman, it presents certain inconveniences. Perhaps I should remain upstairs for the time being. I shall soon grow accustomed to it. Having spoken, Zhou Yang attempted to make his escape, only to be seized by Fang Jie. Zhou Yang, why should I fear you when I'm not afraid myself? Are you harboring some hidden guilt, or do you possess ulterior motives? Fang Jie regarded Zhou Yang with a gaze filled with skepticism, which made it difficult for him to endure. Sister Fang, while one may speak frivolously, words should not be carelessly uttered. Though I may be somewhat impoverished, I assure you, I am not a scoundrel. Zhou Yang stated this, yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on a particular part of Fang Jie's form, a sight he had never had the opportunity to appreciate until now, especially with his newfound abilities and the proximity they shared. The shape was undeniably pleasing, comparable to the alluring figures in the videos stored on his phone. Let us settle this, then. Hurry back and prepare, while the hour is still early. Make haste to move in. What are you standing around for? Go, and if you continue to stare, I swear I shall make you regret it. Zhou Yang, caught in a most embarrassing predicament, felt mortified at having been caught peeking. As he awkwardly departed, a subtle smile graced Fang Jie's lips, as if she had successfully executed a cunning plan. She then surveyed the disarray in the room, realizing it needed tidying up. Moreover, Zhou Yang had yet to determine whether these items were indeed treasures. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to clear out the clutter before addressing anything else. Upon returning to his own room, Zhou Yang switched on the fan and began to reminisce about the earlier events. The more he pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. His initial intention was to distance himself from this woman, yet now he found himself drawing nearer. Or had things gone awry? No, it must certainly be a trap laid by her. So, should he move in or not? If he chose not to relocate, the sweltering heat here was unbearable. Yet, if he did move in, they would be in constant proximity. What if he lost control? In truth, this woman was rather admirable. Yet her temperament was something Zhou Yang struggled to accept. The thought of being dominated by her in the future left him pondering whether he would ever have a chance to rise above. He could concede to women in certain matters, but he would never allow one to stand over him. Otherwise, he might find himself compromising too soon. Zhou Yang wrestled with his thoughts, yet his hands continued their work without pause. Before long, he had gathered most of his belongings. In truth, he possessed little, a few sets of clothing, bedding, shoes, and some kitchenware. Just as he finished tidying up, Fang Jie arrived. Do not bother with these old things. I have everything you need. And that fan? It is older than you are. Toss it out. In a brief moment, Zhou Yang's belongings were carelessly discarded by the woman. leaving him with only a single bag. Observing the possessions he had painstakingly accumulated being thrown away, Zhou Yang felt a twinge of sorrow. However, upon entering the room with her, all traces of that sentiment vanished. The air conditioning provided a refreshing chill, and the meticulously arranged room exuded simplicity. A large bed was adorned with a cooling mat and a neatly folded thin quilt, accompanied by 2 pillows. The presence of 2 pillows was significant. Why were there 2? Moreover, new slippers and an assortment of toiletries, including a pristine towel, lay atop the table, clearly indicating an intention of being well cared for. Sister Fong, let us agree that the rent cannot increase, Zhou Yang stated. Fong Jie had anticipated expressions of gratitude from him, but his unexpected remark infuriated her. Zhou Yang, can you not aspire to greater things? Your meager rent is hardly something I desire. If you are unwilling to stay, you are free to return. Zhou Yang glanced at the surroundings and remembered that all his belongings had been discarded by this woman. The thought of returning to a night on a bare board was unappealing, especially considering his vintage 1983 fan had already. Zhou Yang, we have rules to establish. Look this over and sign if you find no issues. At that moment, Fong Jie handed him an A4 sheet filled with densely packed clauses. These were the so-called rules. The first stipulation forbade him from entering her room without her consent, which seemed entirely reasonable. The second rule prohibited touching anything that did not belong to him without permission, which was also acceptable. However, the third clause began to seem excessive. It granted the landlord the right to inspect the tenant's room at any time, ostensibly to prevent untidiness. This was somewhat defensible, given that some individuals could be quite messy, and it was indeed her property, having undergone renovation. The fourth rule prohibited bringing friends over without permission, while the fifth mandated silence after 9 p.m. and required returning home by that time. Otherwise, the door would be locked. The sixth rule. As Zhou Yang continued to read, his frown deepened. The initial clauses were reasonable, but the further he progressed, the more absurd they became, encroaching upon his freedom. He had come to rent a room, not to endure constraints. Out of the 10 stipulations, he could barely accept 5. Sister Fong, your demands are excessive. I cannot comply. I am here to rent a room, exchanging payment for accommodation. This is a transaction, yet you seek to restrict my freedom. I'm afraid I cannot agree to this. I would prefer to return to my previous room. After expressing this, Zhou Yang made to leave, resolved to seek alternative housing the following morning. He reiterated his stance. He had come to rent a room, not to endure discomfort or restrictions. Stop right there. Fong Jie, upon noticing Zhou Yang's intention to depart, swiftly positioned herself in his path. Point out any unreasonable requests I have made, and I shall amend them. Furthermore, I provide 3 meals a day, and you are welcome to utilize the washing machine. My demands are not excessive. Consider, I am a woman without support. If you were to bring home some dubious acquaintances, what if they harbor ill intentions towards me? Additionally, I do not sleep soundly. Even the slightest noise can rouse me. Should you return late, I might find myself unable to sleep the entire night. Is it not arduous for me? The rent is remarkably low. I provide you with sustenance, and I assist with your laundry. Are these modest requests truly unreasonable? As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes, which soon turned a shade of red. This was something Zhou Yang found particularly intolerable. He felt as though he had committed an unforgivable offense, a wave of guilt washing over him, as if by leaving, he would be akin to a heartless man abandoning his wife and child. Meanwhile, Fong Jie mused to herself, look at you. Do you really think I cannot handle you? It is common knowledge that rubbing one's eyes can easily lead to a reddening appearance, resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Fong Jie, Zhou Yang replied, I can only acquiesce to the first 4 requests, along with the 9th. As for the others. Chapter 11. Future plans under the persistent coaxing of Fong Jie. Zhou Yang, rather foolishly, moved into this house. Perhaps subconsciously, he accepted Fong Jie. It wasn't solely due to her beauty, although that played a part. The primary reason was that Fong Jie treated Zhou Yang quite well. Despite her occasional outbursts and harsh words, she harbored no ill intentions. Take Zhou Yang, for instance. Having lived here for nearly a year, he had never failed to pay the rent, except for this instance where he had neglected it for 3 months. Fang Jie had long suggested that he leave, but those were merely empty threats. More often than not, she would prepare delightful meals to improve his dining experience. While others faced rising rents, Zhou Yang's rent remained unchanged. There were some undisclosed motives behind this, yet it was undeniable that Zhou Yang felt grateful. Seeing Zhou Yang's agreement, Fang Jie was quite pleased. Zhou Yang, tidy up a bit. I'll go prepare dinner. We had quite a fruitful day today. Let us celebrate with some drinks tonight. This statement was laden with double meanings, though Zhou Yang did not catch on. Indeed, today had been profitable. As he watched her busily attend to her tasks, Zhou Yang began to place his few articles of clothing into the wardrobe. This would now be his room. In truth, Zhou Yang yearned for his own place, but it seemed he would have to wait a little longer. It felt somewhat improper to request moving out at this moment. There wasn't much to organize. After a brief tidying up, he picked up his phone to check his balance, an activity he relished. After a moment of contemplation, he unhesitatingly transferred 2,000 yuan to an account, as he had done before, receiving no feedback. Shaking his head, Zhou Yang had grown accustomed to it. Setting his phone aside, he began to contemplate his future. First and foremost, he had over 1,000,000 yuan. If he were to purchase a home in this city, to be frank, unless opting for an installment plan, he could only afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment with a full payment. Moreover, it would likely be in a less desirable location. The average housing prices had skyrocketed to over 20,000 yuan per square meter, and a typical 3-bedroom apartment would easily exceed 100 square meters. Thus, he would need at least 2,000,000 yuan, and with renovations and additional purchases, including a vehicle for transportation, he would require a minimum of 3,000,000 yuan as a foundation. Currently, he had 169,000,000 yuan and a teacup, which, if sold, would suffice. However, he found himself short of cash, and thus hesitated to part with it. This was not merely due to a miserly nature. Rather, Zhou Yang had become fearful of poverty. A tall man, standing at over 1.8 meters, he had never possessed more than 10,000 yuan at any one time, and often found himself financially strained each month. It was only his considerable resilience that prevented him from being easily overpowered by Fang Jie, as many others might have succumbed. To use a popular phrase from the internet, he had long ceased to aspire for more. So, how should he proceed with his development moving forward? Continuing to seize opportunities is indeed a commendable idea. However, one must ponder where so many opportunities can be found. Furthermore, selling this teacup is imperative, for its value lies solely in its conversion to currency. Otherwise, it remains merely an object in one's possession. It appears that I shall need to seek out Huang Jiqing tomorrow. As for the antique boutique, it is not Zhou Yang's primary choice, given his first-hand experience of the unscrupulous nature of antique shops. There is a saying that those around us serve as mirrors of ourselves, allowing us to observe our own reflections through them, while also offering insights into their surroundings. With Suzi's heart as dark as it is, how much better could a fellow tradesman be? For this teacup, should it be brought to the antique boutique, it would be fortunate if the proprietor were to offer 500,000. Of course, Zhou Yang may choose not to sell. However, herein lies the dilemma. If one is fully aware that the other party cannot extend a high offer and one has no intention of selling, why entertain such considerations? Zhou Yang, are you ready? Dinner is served. Just as Zhou Yang contemplated whether to call Huang Jiqing, Fang Jie's voice resonated from outside. He promptly acknowledged her call, set his phone aside, and exited his room. Sister Fang, there's quite an array of dishes, Zhou Yang exclaimed, reaching out to seize a piece of braised pork and stuffing it into his mouth. Have you washed your hands before eating? You men truly lack hygiene. Quickly wash your hands and fetch 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator. Zhou Yang readily complied, washing his hands in the kitchen and retrieving 2 bottles of beer, which he opened with his teeth before handing one to Fang Jie. Zhou Yang, what are your plans for the future? The two engaged in conversation while dining. Sister Fang, I have resigned from my job, so here is my thought. I possess some knowledge about antiques, as you've seen from my recent fortunate finds. It is quite lucrative. In the antique market, there are numerous vendors, at least dozens. If I manage to uncover 2 or 3 items each month, earning several thousand yuan should not be a challenge. This way, I can begin to accumulate capital. Once I have a sufficient amount, I could venture into small businesses and eventually purchase a home. At 25 years of age, I find myself without a car or a house, making it challenging to find a girlfriend. Moreover, renting indefinitely is hardly a viable option. Fang Jie seemed to resonate with Zhou Yang's initial sentiments. After all, men ought to earn a living to support their families. Moreover, she had long advised him to abandon his apprenticeship at the antique shop. Thus, his resignation was of no great consequence. However, upon hearing Zhou Yang's aspirations of buying a house and marrying, she felt as though the seasoning in tonight's meal was insufficient, rendering it tasteless. Isn't it comfortable here with me? With the current exorbitant housing prices, purchasing a home is not a matter of merely tens of thousands. If you opt for a mortgage, you will forever be enslaved to your home. Although my place is located in an older district, the environment is not lacking, and with so many rooms here, you wouldn't be a burden living with me. Perhaps you should temporarily set aside the idea of purchasing a house and revisit it in a few years. Who knows? In a few years, you may find that the need to buy a house has vanished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt something was amiss. Sister Fang, why would there be no need to buy a house in a few years? Fang Jie shot Zhou Yang a glance and, with a flicker of inspiration, formulated a clever response. You see, I have received information that our area might be slated for redevelopment. Given the number of properties my family owns, when the time comes for demolition, we could potentially receive several million in compensation. With a portion of that money, we could purchase a spacious home. And then, just then, a series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted Fang Jie's words. Chapter 12. Taking Ji Lanyan to the hospital, Fang Jie hurriedly rose to open the door, only to find the tenant, Sister Wang, standing at the entrance. Sister Wang, what happened? This Sister Wang was one half of the couple residing beneath Zhou Yang, and she was the very woman Zhou Yang had seen in a revealing moment through his supernatural vision the previous evening. Typically, Sister Wang was quite helpful. The new tenant upstairs just fell down the stairs. She twisted her ankle and bruised her knee. Her palms are bleeding too. I thought you had a car. We need to rush her to the hospital. Zhou Yang, having overheard Sister Wang's words, immediately surmised that the new tenant must be Ji Lanyan. Without hesitation, he made his way outside. Indeed, at the foot of the staircase, Ji Lanyan was seated on the steps, clutching her leg, evidently in considerable pain. However, this woman exhibited remarkable resilience. Beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead, yet she refrained from uttering a sound. The staircase was situated outdoors, meaning that Zhou Yang and the others usually ascended from the courtyard directly to the second floor. The staircase's location was conveniently adjacent to Sister Wang's home, and upon witnessing Ji Lanyan's predicament, she promptly assisted her to her feet and began inquiring about her condition. Shortly thereafter, she knocked on the door. Zhou Yang, quickly help her into the car. I'll tidy up and be right there. Fang Jie, witnessing the scene, felt an immediate surge of anxiety. For Ji Lanyan was also her tenant, and it appeared her injuries were severe. She swiftly began issuing commands. Zhou Yang responded affirmatively and, alongside Sister Wang, supported Ji Lanyan from either side. However, their efforts were futile. Ji Lanyan's left foot was sprained, and her right knee was injured, rendering her unable to walk. I'll carry you. This won't do. Typically, young men are not overly sentimental. After speaking, Zhou Yang bent down, and Ji Lanyan, fully aware of her own situation, felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body. Consequently, she placed herself against Zhou Yang's back without hesitation. The scent of mature masculinity, mingled with a hint of sweat, wafted into Ji Lanyan's nostrils. It was not unpleasant, yet it certainly wasn't fragrant either. Fortunately, at that moment, Ji Lanyan had little time for such thoughts. Zhou Yang, on his part, found the experience quite profound. As Ji Lanyan leaned against him, her movements were somewhat vigorous due to her inability to exert pressure on her legs. Thus, he felt a jolt against his back, and while the source of the impact was understood, it was left unspoken. Just then, Fang Jie had shut the main door and retrieved the car from the garage. Zhou Yang, swiftly bearing Ji Lanyan, made his way towards the vehicle. Those who have carried another person are generally aware of a fundamental principle. One must support the individual's body with their hands. Otherwise, the person may slide down. And given Ji Lanyan's injuries, she was unable to muster the strength to embrace Zhou Yang's neck. Thus, he could only support the other person's thigh with his hand, which was a rather proper action for Zhou Yang. If he had intended to take advantage, he could have easily placed his hand on the other's rear, leaving the other party helpless. Sister Wang promptly opened the car door and aided Zhou Yang in assisting Ji Lanyan into the vehicle. To describe it as merely assisting would be somewhat inaccurate. It was more akin to both of them lifting her into the car. "Zhou Yang, you drive. I'm not fit to navigate the roads tonight," Fang Jie remarked as she relinquished the driver's seat. Zhou Yang, showing no hesitation, settled into the driver's seat and set off towards the hospital. At that moment, Zhou Yang had forgotten one crucial detail. He had consumed alcohol that evening. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as he did not encounter any traffic police checking for drunk driving. Otherwise, it could have resulted in significant trouble. Such issues, though not particularly grave, are best resolved outside of large hospitals, as they tend to be costly and cumbersome. A typical private clinic or small hospital would suffice for convenience. However, given the time of night and the nature of the injury, a sprained ankle that required careful observation for fractures, only a large hospital would do, as it would have the necessary equipment and staff on duty after hours. In a major city, traffic congestion invariably worsens as night falls, and Zhou Yang's driving skills did little to alleviate the situation. It took them over half an hour to reach the hospital. Upon arrival, they could only register for emergency care. Zhou Yang carried Ji Lanyan directly to the emergency department, relieved that the protocol allowed for treatment before registration and payment. He instructed Fang Jie to remain nearby while he attended to the registration and payment. Unsure of Ji Lanyan's age, he arbitrarily filled out the form and handed over 2,000 yuan. After attending to the myriad of tasks, Zhou Yang realized that his clothes were now a disheveled mess. The front of his shirt was stained with blood, primarily from Ji Lanyan's abrasions, and there were also traces on his back, rendering the shirt nearly ruined. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was now financially stable and unconcerned about the 30-odd yuan cost of a shirt. The examinations and treatments took roughly an hour. The treatment itself was quite straightforward. Most of the time was consumed by examinations and x-rays. Thankfully, after thorough checks, it was confirmed that there were no serious injuries, only a sprained ankle with no bone damage. Ji Lanyan had a scraped knee with some minor strains, alongside abrasions on her wrist and palm. However, the hospital insisted on an overnight stay for intravenous fluids, likely seeking to maximize their profits. Once assured that Ji Lanyan was fine, both Fang Jie and Zhou Yang sighed in relief. "Sister Fang, you should head back. I'm not entirely comfortable with you being here alone. I'll stay and watch over her. Once the 4 is done, I'll return," Zhou Yang said. Fang Jie glanced at Ji Lanyan, who was receiving fluids. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "All right, just remember to knock when you return. Given the circumstances, it's not a violation." Upon hearing the term violation, Zhou Yang felt a sudden darkness cloud his mind. Even at this juncture, the mention of that troubling matter persisted. After seeing Fang Jie off, he sought out a nearby fruit shop to purchase some fresh fruit before returning to the hospital. Upon his return, Ji Lanyan was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed that Zhou Yang and Fang Jie had already departed. To her surprise, this fellow, whose surname eluded her memory, had returned. Admittedly, Ji Lanyan had forgotten Zhou Yang's name. He had introduced himself earlier, and Fang Jie had mentioned it during their journey. Logically, she ought not to have forgotten. Yet the reality was otherwise. After all, during that period, she was in excruciating pain, hardly able to recall the myriad details surrounding her. "Mr. Zhou, why haven't you left?" Ji Lanyan inquired. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, this woman had even forgotten her own name. He placed the fruit on the bedside table before elucidating. "You have 3 bottles of 4 fluids to be administered. It is quite late, and I am uneasy about leaving you here alone. If you were to fall asleep and miss the timely replacement of the fluids, it could lead to complications. Hence, I intend to stay until the fluids have finished. By the way, how did you come to fall?" Chapter 13. Conversation. Speaking of this, Ji Lanyan couldn't help but feel a stroke of misfortune as she began recounting the origins of the incident. Just moments ago, she had intended to descend the stairs for a bite to eat, only to unwittingly step onto a plastic bag left on the staircase. One foot landed on the bag while the other snagged the handle, resulting in her unfortunate predicament. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement, suddenly struck by a thought. That plastic bag seemed to be one he had discarded. During his recent move, most of his belongings had been thrown away by Feng Jie, and he had carelessly tossed a large bag aside. It had ended up on the stairs, and then Zhou Yang resolved to keep this secret hidden. For revealing, it would surely lead to a scolding from this woman. It would be a double misfortune, failing to do a good deed and being reprimanded for it. Are you saying you haven't had dinner yet? I could go buy you something, Zhou Yang suggested, sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward, as if he were guilty of some wrongdoing and seeking an escape route. There's no need to trouble yourself. Didn't you buy some fruit? I can manage with just one piece, she replied. By the way, I must thank you for bringing me to the hospital at such a late hour. My clothes have gotten dirty, too. How much is the medical fee? I'll transfer it to you, Jilan said, pulling out her phone to initiate a transfer. Let's discuss the medical fees later. You haven't even been discharged yet. I'll go wash you an apple. You must be hungry now, Zhou Yang responded as he left to fetch the fruit. Jilan furrowed her brow, noticing her balance was below 500 yuan. Clearly, that would not suffice for the medical expenses, given the costs of examinations for drips and x-rays. She tapped her forehead in frustration, pondering what to do. Was she truly going to have to compromise with her family? Absolutely not. Even if she had to beg, Jilan would never yield. Just then, Zhou Yang returned with the apple. Thank you. Jilan was indeed hungry, so she refrained from being overly coy and took a bite of the apple. In the past, she would have insisted on peeling it first, but given her current hardships, many habits had naturally changed. I detect that your accent suggests you aren't a local, Zhou Yang remarked, settling onto a nearby stool. He wanted to engage this woman in conversation, especially since they would be living in the same vicinity henceforth. Understanding her background would be beneficial. I'm from the capital, Jilan replied. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. This was rather perplexing. To say one is from the capital, rather than merely having come from there, carries distinct implications. Being from the capital suggests her family resides there, while having merely come from the capital allows for broader interpretations. Her assertion, coupled with a hint of northeastern dialect in her speech, left no room for doubt. But how could someone from the capital end up in such circumstances? Moreover, judging by her situation, it seemed she was not faring well, or she would not be residing in this rental. Jilan was astute. She could discern Zhou Yang's burgeoning suspicion from his facial expressions. By all accounts, given her character, she typically would not provide such extensive explanations to others. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, today she felt compelled to elaborate. Pressured by her family to undertake tasks she was unwilling to perform, she managed to escape. Though her bank cards have been completely frozen, nevertheless, she remains resolute in her refusal to capitulate. The final statement from Jilan seemed as if it were directed at herself. This piqued Zhou Yang's interest. In this day and age, it was quite remarkable to hear the word escape being used. He contemplated inquiring further, but Jilan preempted him, posing her own question instead. What about you? Are you a local? Zhou Yang shook his head and replied, I hail from Luan in Anhui province. I used to study here, and after graduation, I sought employment in this area, yet I have yet to secure a stable job. In truth, that was not entirely accurate. He had once held a decent position, but after a family member passed away, he resigned. However, the distance was not insurmountable. By car, it would take just over 2 hours if driven briskly. He then inquired, what are your plans now? With your bank card frozen, how will you manage? Jilan shook her head, feeling equally bewildered. In her haste, she had forgotten to bring her graduation certificate and other documents. Thankfully, she had her phone and identification on her otherwise. I've been searching for work these past few days, but it's challenging without documents. As you mentioned, my funds are running low, and I can barely afford medical expenses. Jilan's speech became somewhat halting, a sign of her embarrassment. Zhou Yang understood this all too well, as he too had been grappling with financial difficulties. In a sense, they shared a common plight. Take care of your recovery. Given your current condition, it seems unlikely you'll find work anytime soon. Since you already owe me for your medical expenses, allow me to lend you some more. He suggested, let us exchange WeChat. I'll lend you some money now, and you can repay me once you secure a job and receive your salary. While the act of lending money was one motivation, Zhou Yang genuinely desired to establish contact. Is that appropriate? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Yelanian questioned. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, choosing not to answer, and shared his phone number, which also served as his WeChat ID. They added each other on WeChat, and he promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Jilanyan. For Jilanyan, this sum was a mere pittance compared to what she had previously regarded as monthly pocket money. However, in her current predicament, it represented a lifeline. Conversely, for Zhou Yang, that same amount had once been a crucial support. Presently, it was a burden he could bear without deep concern. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Your trust in me is greatly appreciated. Once I am financially stable, I promise to repay you 100-fold, Jilanyan declared earnestly. Though Zhou Yang found her assertion somewhat humorous. If she had promised to repay him double, he might have been inclined to believe her, but 100-fold, 1,000,000, seemed far-fetched. Thus, it remains a timeless truth that the greater the promise made, the lesser the likelihood of its fulfillment. You may call me Zhou Yang, for I find the title of Mr. Zhou somewhat uncomfortable. Please take a moment to rest. I shall keep an eye on this water, so there is no need for concern. Jilanyan nodded appreciatively, feeling genuinely fatigued. After expressing her gratitude, she closed her eyes, though she did not succumb to slumber immediately. One must not harbor ill intentions, yet it is wise to remain vigilant against the unknown. In this hospital room, it was just the two of them, and Jilanyan was no Navi soul. She maintained a modicum of caution. Yet, the allure of sleep can be irresistible, and soon she drifted off. Zhou Yang gazed upon her exquisite beauty and could not help but discreetly capture a photograph. What a stunning moonbeam she is! Zhou Yang shook his head, letting out a wry smile. Chapter 14. The forgery. The 3-4 drips were quickly hung up, and after they were finished, Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered to return home. Fortunately, there was an empty bed in the ward. He simply lay down and drifted into a dream, where he encountered a beautiful woman. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jilanyan. At that moment, she smiled alluringly at him, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, and he saw Fang Jie storming over in a fit of rage, wielding a pair of scissors. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged towards his most vulnerable area. With a thud, Zhou Yang tumbled off the bed, landing heavily. The pain brought tears to his eyes, primarily due to the abrupt end of his dream. Fang Jie was intent on cutting him, prompting Zhou Yang to flee, but just then, Jilanyan emerged from the restroom and witnessed the scene, unable to suppress her laughter. Embarrassed, Zhou Yang scrambled to his feet, only to realize that daybreak had arrived. Good morning. Zhou Yang greeted politely, his embarrassment overshadowed by his sense of decorum. Jilanyan reciprocated the greeting and limped over to the bedside to gather her belongings. Her injuries had mostly healed, though she still felt some pain. A couple of days of rest at home would suffice for her recovery. Money was tight, and leaving early would help mitigate expenses. Her possessions were minimal, just her phone, medical records, and some fruits Zhou Yang had purchased the previous night. However, the hospital's normal working hours began at 8:30. So they had to wait a bit longer to reclaim some of the deposit. Zhou Yang, ever considerate, bought 2 servings of breakfast along with toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. After freshening up and enjoying their meal, the time finally arrived for the hospital staff to commence their duties. The deposit was 2,000 yuan, and they managed to recover over 200, which was quite reasonable under the circumstances. Illness had become an exorbitant burden. Hailing a taxi, Zhou Yang returned to his rented accommodation, ensuring Jilanyan reached her place safely. The living conditions were rather poor, as the room had previously served as a storage space. Fortunately, Jilanyan had a knack for decoration. The walls were adorned with newspapers, creating a tidy appearance with just a bed, a small cabinet, and a tiny table. This setup had been provided by Fang Jie, and there was even a small electric fan. To be honest, Jilanyan would have found such living conditions intolerable in the past. Zhou Yang, come here. He heard Fang Jie call from downstairs. He had intended to sit for a while, but her voice prompted him to set his things on the table and rush down. Fang Jie, what's the matter? As Fang Jie caught a whiff of Zhou Yang's scent, she scolded, You reek of sweat. Go take a shower. And why didn't you come back last night? Zhou Yang sniffed under his armpit and indeed detected a rather unpleasant odor. Last night, the laundry took too long to finish. So I became too lazy to return home and decided to spend the night there. After speaking, Zhou Yang entered his room to fetch some clothes and take a shower, while Feng Jie contemplated saying something but ultimately refrained. Once Zhou Yang finished a shower, he stepped outside, pondering how to part with that teacup. The truth remains, no matter how exquisite an item may be, if it cannot be exchanged for money, it holds little value, even if sold at a lower price. Moreover, it would be an opportune moment to peruse the street vendors, for one might stumble upon a hidden gem. By the time Zhou Yang arrived at the antique market, it was already past 10 o'clock. This place was quite familiar to him, as he occasionally visited to absorb some knowledge. However, he had scarcely found anything of practical use. For Li Tzu had no intention of genuinely imparting his wisdom. As Zhou Yang approached the third stall, he encountered a familiar face, Huang Jiqing. Huang's greatest passion was antiques. He neither smoked nor drank. His sole interest lay in these relics. He frequented this place, not overly concerned with the outcome, but rather savoring the experience itself. At that moment, Huang Jiqing was inspecting a bamboo brush holder, which appeared to possess some age. Zhou Yang did not rush to greet him. Instead, he activated his perceptive vision, instantly revealing the complete information about the brush holder. Item name, bamboo carved brush holder. Era, Ming Dynasty. Description: this brush holder is a Republic imitation. Value, 5,000 yuan. Upon reading the first line, Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback. For the era was indeed the Ming Dynasty. A brush holder from this period would typically be worth at least 100,000. However, the subsequent information extinguished his interest. It was merely a 5,000 yuan imitation, devoid of real value. Meanwhile, Huang Jiqing furrowed his brow, uncertain of the authenticity of the item. Old Huang, what a coincidence! Just then, Huang Jiqing heard a somewhat familiar voice, turning to find Zhou Yang. He promptly set the brush holder down. Xiao Zhou, what a coincidence! You are here too? Huang began, but his words trailed off, confident that Zhou Yang understood the unspoken implications, which he indeed did. Boss, how much for this brush holder? During their conversation, a voice, all too familiar, interrupted them. Zhou Yang turned to see none other than Li Tzu. It appeared Li Tzu had come to scout for treasures as well, and like Zhou Yang, he noticed Huang Jiqing examining the brush holder. If something caught Huang's eye, it was undoubtedly significant. However, he soon realized he had missed his chance. Yet, sometimes fortune arrives unbidden. Zhou Yang appeared, and to his surprise, was acquainted with Huang Jiqing, who had just relinquished the brush holder. Without hesitation, Li Tzu rushed forward, leading to the initial scene described. In a world of antique hunting, there exists an unwritten rule. One must not compete for an item while another is inspecting it. However, should someone let go, one is free to seize the opportunity, which is precisely what Li Tzu was doing now. Although this approach may seem somewhat unorthodox, it certainly does not violate any established rules. Rules are rules. And even if Huang Jiqing wished to make a purchase, it would be futile. Since you relinquished your hold, and no transaction was completed, Huang Jiqing's lips twitched slightly. He was no fool and understood precisely the intentions behind Li Tzu's actions, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, he had let go, and he was somewhat uncertain about the inkstand's authenticity. Old Huang, it's merely a counterfeit. Letting him have it is of no consequence. Yoya murmuret quietly. Serving as a gentle reminder, Huang Jiqing narrowed his eyes. After observing for several minutes, he could not ascertain the truth, yet Zhou Yang, with just a glance, discerned it was a forgery. Was this for real? Zhou Yang offered no further explanation, standing with arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. It must be said that Li Tzu was indeed shrewd. His bargaining skills were exceptional, managing to haggle the price of the inkstand down to 30,000. It was only at the point of final payment that Li Tzu seemed to notice Huang Jiqing. Ah, it's old Huang, what a coincidence. Zhou Yang's lips quivered. This fellow was quite the pretender. Huang Jiqing smiled and nodded. Boss Li, have you had a fruitful day? Huang Jiqing, with his eyes wide open, was speaking nonsense, for he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. Yet here he was, making such a statement. It can be said that with age, one becomes as cunning as a fox. Not bad. Thanks to old Huang's good fortune, I acquired an inkstand. Li Tuzi said this while his heart was elated. With some maneuvering, selling the inkstand for 80 or even 100,000 would be a trivial matter. Huang Jiqing smiled and nodded, and after exchanging a few casual remarks, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yang. Xiao Zhou, as mealtime approaches, how about we dine together? Understanding the unspoken invitation, Zhou Yang immediately agreed without hesitation. At a reasonably good restaurant, Huang Jiqing reserved a private room and casually ordered a few dishes. The two sat opposite each other, eating and conversing. Xiao Zhou, tell me, what was amiss with that inkstand? Zhou Yang realized that today's meal was likely centered around this topic, for he had previously only mentioned it was a forgery without elaborating on its origins. Old Huang, the style of that inkstand appears to be the work of the Ming Dynasty bamboo carver Zhu Sansong. Zhu Sansong's inkstands are crafted from uniquely shaped old bamboo, often depicting pine trees and figures. The pine trees are intricately carved, with needles layered as fine as a hair, and the figures come to life, exquisite and breathtaking, possessing significant aesthetic value. However, that inkstand lacked spirit despite its form, particularly the figure of the woman beneath the pine tree, whose facial expression was vague and movement stiff. It had shape but lacked the essence. It was merely a replica from the Republican era, worth at most 5,000. Thus, Li Tuzi was mistaken this time. As Zhou Yang concluded, a mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 15. The sale of the tea bowl. Huang Jiqing listened attentively, feeling that Zhou Yang had spoken with great insight. He had sensed something amiss before, but Zhou Yang's reminder made him realize the truth. Xiao Zhou, your appraisal skills are impressive. Without even touching it, you could discern so much just by glancing. I am truly in awe. By the way, do you know Li Tzu? Zhou Yang nodded. This matter could not be concealed any longer, and there was no reason to hide it. He recounted his apprenticeship at Li Tzu's shop. Xiao Zhou, with your talents, why would you apprentice under him? It would be more fitting for him to be your apprentice. However, that fellow is notoriously stingy. I didn't expect him to even deduct a day's wages. Zhou Yang was not there merely to chat. He had come to sell something. Old Huang, are you interested in the official kiln tea bowls from the Xuande period of the Ming Dynasty? With a clatter, the chopsticks in Huang Jiqing's hand fell to the table. Xiao Zhou, you possess Ming Dynasty official kiln porcelain. Zhou Yang felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to build suspense. Yet the other party had immediately guessed what he had. Thus, one should never attempt to outwit someone older. It is simply futile. Old Huang, it's merely a stroke of luck. If you're interested, I can bring it for you to examine tomorrow. However, Huang Jiqing could hardly wait until tomorrow. He was inherently impatient. Although age had tempered him somewhat, he could not contain his excitement when it came to antiques. Xiao Zhou, who cares about tomorrow? After lunch, I will accompany you to your place. Oh, I've already had my fill. I'll settle the bill first, Huang Jiqing declared as he exited the private room. Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, yet he found this forthright nature quite endearing. Zhou Yang himself was a straightforward person, often quick-tempered. He had also eaten his fill, but there remained a considerable amount of food on the table. Thus, he requested the waiter to pack it up, as he was accustomed to saving. Upon returning to his residence with Huang Jiqing, he found Feng Jie dining with Ji Lanyan at the table. The reason they were sharing a meal stemmed from Zhou Yang. Earlier, Feng Jie had sent a message inviting him for dinner. Zhou Yang had sent a photo of himself dining with Huang Jiqing to Feng Jie, implying that they had prepared too much food. Coincidentally, Ji Lanyan, limping, was about to go out for a meal when Feng Jie spotted her and persuaded her to join. The primary reason was the excess of food prepared. In the sweltering summer, it would spoil if left uneaten. Moreover, reheating it from the fridge would ruin its taste. Feng Jie was engaged in conversation with Ji Lanyan when she saw Zhou Yang entering with an elderly man, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Allow me to introduce. She began, and a brief introduction sufficed for them to get acquainted. Although Feng Jie often bore a stern expression toward Zhou Yang, her manner was undoubtedly gracious in social interactions. Since Zhou Yang had brought a guest home, it was only natural to extend hospitality, perhaps by brewing some tea. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Yang led Huang Jiqing into his room. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang retrieved the teacup from the small tripod. Mr. Huang, take a look. Huang Jiqing, An avid collector of antiques, always carried items such as gloves and a magnifying glass with him. Zhou Yang carefully placed the teacup on the table and gestured for Huang Jiqing to examine it. The latter promptly donned his gloves, picked up the cup, and scrutinized it with great attention using a magnifying glass. This meticulous inspection lasted over 10 minutes. Zhou, enlighten me about the origins of this piece. As per our usual arrangement, as long as the item is genuine, the price is yours to determine. Zhou Yang nodded. This was not their first transaction, and they had developed a mutual understanding. Zhou Yang's pricing typically hovered around a specific threshold, not exorbitant, yet not excessively cheap either. Huang Jiqing, being affluent, was not particularly concerned about an extra 80,000 or 100,000, as long as the quality was assured. Mr. Huang, this item is officially known as a Xuanda cloisonne teacup, dating back to the Ming Dynasty and classified as a product of the imperial kiln. As for the price, since we are acquaintances, and you are a seasoned expert, you should have a reasonable estimate for a Ming Dynasty teacup of this caliber. Therefore, I shall not inflate the price. It is 1.5 million for you. Zhou Yang succinctly presented the name and provenance of the teacup before quoting the price directly. Given their previous two transactions, Huang Jiqing was well acquainted with Zhou Yang's character, which generally remained within acceptable limits, especially considering the cup's exceptional quality. Zhou, I shall take this teacup at your quoted price. I will transfer the funds immediately. The transaction proceeded seamlessly, bolstered by their prior dealings and Huang Jiqing's genuine respect for Zhou Yang's expertise. Zhou, do you have knowledge of ancient jade? Huang Jiqing suddenly broached this topic after the transaction was completed, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily taken aback. Mr. Huang, are you referring to ancient jade? Zhou Yang believed in acknowledging his limitations rather than feigning knowledge, which was one of his virtues. If an ancient jade piece were presented before him, he could glean information through visual inspection. However, without a physical item, he refrained from pretending to understand. Ancient jade typically refers to beautiful stones from antiquity, specifically jade artifacts predating the Han Dynasty. These artifacts possess profound historical significance in terms of material, craftsmanship, and cultural essence. The characteristics of ancient jade include a delicate texture, warm luster, and a smooth, cool touch, making them highly cherished by collectors. I have a piece of ancient jade that I have been unable to authenticate, and I was wondering if you could assist in its appraisal. But if you're unfamiliar, then it is of no consequence. Huang Jiqing spoke the truth. He believed that Zhou Yang possessed knowledge in this area, and thus sought his assistance for an appraisal. After all, the two were somewhat acquainted. However, it became apparent that Zhou Yang was entirely unaware of what ancient jade entailed, rendering the endeavor futile. It is quite understandable that Zhou Yang lacked this knowledge, as the realm of antiques encompasses various aspects, including porcelain, calligraphy, paintings, bronze artifacts, and woodwork, among others. Anything of value that possesses a certain age is deemed an antique. For instance, an old-fashioned camera from a century ago, if preserved until today, would qualify as an antique, albeit with varying degrees of worth. At this moment, Zhou Yang found his interest piqued. Old Huang, he inquired, while it is acceptable for us not to possess knowledge, it is essential that we do not lack experience. Would you be willing to take me to witness this? Chapter 16. What is raw stone? Upon hearing that Zhou Yang wished to take a look, Huang Jiqing readily agreed. Consequently, they ceased their idle chatter, and after Zhou Yang exchanged a brief greeting with Fang Jie, he departed alongside Huang Jiqing. Zhou, why do you rent a place to live? Huang Jiqing inquired while driving, genuinely intrigued. After all, Zhou Yang had garnered a substantial amount of money from him, at least 3 to 4 million, so it seemed improbable that he would be renting. This curiosity stemmed from Huang Jiqing's limited understanding of Zhou Yang. Old Huang, there are certain aspects you may not be aware of. In truth, I possess very little money, Zhou Yang replied, feeling slightly insincere, as if he were exuding a sense of vanity. He hastily offered further clarification. Did I not mention before that I work at Li Tzu's antique shop? This was Zhou Yang's first time discussing his circumstances with someone he did not know well, but fortunately, they soon arrived at Huang Jiqing's residence. Ah, you're back again, Huang Siyu exclaimed as Zhou Yang entered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Siyu, that is quite rude. Quickly, go prepare some tea. Huang Jiqing reprimanded gently. Huang Xiu stuck out her tongue playfully and made a charming face before turning to leave, evidently heading to brew the tea. Zhou, let's proceed upstairs. All my collections are located there. It would be splendid if you could take a look. However, I must clarify that there will be no appraisal fee, Huang Jiqing said, half seriously. Zhou Yang, of course, could not take this at face value. The notion of an appraisal fee is a standard practice in this field. Regardless of the authenticity of an item, one must pay for an appraisal. Even in legal matters, consulting a lawyer incurs fees, let alone in the antique industry. At this moment, Zhou Yang was not particularly interested in antiques. He merely wished to examine the so-called ancient jade. Huang Jiqing's home was a duplex, resembling a villa, yet not quite one. Despite being a duplex, the price was undoubtedly steep, especially in the vicinity of Jinling City. What mattered most was the spaciousness and brightness of the place. Zhou, this is ancient jade. Take a look, Huang Jiqing said. This piece of jade was a fortunate acquisition I made last month during my trip to Shaanxi. As Zhou Yang listened, he began to inspect the jade, though he genuinely lacked knowledge about it. What to do in such a situation? The answer was simple, a direct scan for insight. Item name: Hetian Ancient Jade, a rare treasure. What followed was an extensive introduction along with the jade's pricing. To Zhou Yang's surprise, the price of this ancient jade was not exorbitant. In fact, it was significantly lower than he had anticipated. Old Huang, I often hear people say that gold has a price while jade is priceless. Thus, this piece of jade should be quite valuable, correct? Zhou Yang posed the question indirectly, avoiding an overt inquiry. Huang Jiqing chuckled softly before beginning his explanation. Xiao Zhou, your words hold truth, yet they are not absolute. Firstly, jade can be categorized in a hard jade and soft jade. Additionally, we must consider factors such as origin, variety, and hue. For instance, this piece of ancient jade is a type of soft jade, while hard jade primarily refers to jadeite, which predominantly originates from Myanmar. Hence it is often referred to as Burmese jade. As Huang Jiqing spoke, Zhou Yang listened intently, so absorbed that he barely noticed when Huang Xiu served him tea. Zhou Yang, though not entirely ignorant of jade and jadeite, had always believed them to be synonymous until today, when he realized the vast differences between the two. One could say that jadeite is a subset of jade, while jade itself is a broader term. It is akin to how porcelain belongs to the category of antiques. Yet antiques encompass much more than just porcelain. Understanding this principle illuminates the distinction between jade and jadeite. Mr. Huang, how do you know so much? Could you possibly teach me? Zhou Yang inquired after absorbing enough information. His keen interest stemmed from a newfound avenue for wealth, gambling on stones. The term gambling on stones has become quite familiar in recent times, representing a path to overnight riches, albeit one that can also lead to complete financial ruin. However, Zhou Yang remained undeterred. For his left, I had undergone an unusual transformation. Zhou Yang, heed my advice. It would be wise to diligently study antiques rather than delve into jadeite, Huang Jiqing cautioned earnestly. My knowledge on this subject is limited. I have merely heard others speak of it, and my interest in antiques is purely a hobby, not a pursuit for profit. You possess considerable skill, and I believe your current path is quite commendable, without the need to venture into unfamiliar territories. Huang Jiqing's words were heartfelt, and he held Zhou Yang in high regard. Zhou Yang demonstrated substantial knowledge of antiques, and even though Huang Jiqing did not know him well, the fact that Zhou Yang consistently found valuable items indicated his innate talent. With such abilities, there was no need to stray into the realm of jadeite. Zhou Yang discerned the underlying meaning in Huang Jiqing's words, but felt it inappropriate to elaborate. Mr. Huang, I am well aware of that. I am merely curious. What do you mean by raw stone? Huang Jiqing, left with no choice, proceeded to enlighten Zhou Yang about this aspect of knowledge regarding raw stones. After a thorough half-hour discourse, Zhou Yang gained a preliminary understanding of this field. However, recognizing the complexities involved, he did not intend to immerse himself in it just yet. His immediate goal was to seek out valuable items to earn money, eventually allowing him to purchase his own house and car. Once these aspirations were fulfilled, he envisioned opening an antique shop, for he lacked expertise in other areas. As the saying goes, one thrives by leveraging their surroundings, and storytelling relies solely on one's eloquence. Apart from his ability to work with screws in the factory, Zhou Yang has also gained some knowledge regarding antiques. Coupled with his innate talent, it seems certain that he will thrive in this field. Thus, he has set his first goal to establish an antique shop for profit. Zhou Yang, these are my collections from the past years. Could you take a look for me? With the conversation about jade concluded, Huang Jiqing led Zhou Yang to his storage room. Upon entering, Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed in intrigue. The storage room, though modest in size, was lined with shelves and cabinets. These shelves and cabinets were adorned with an array of antiques, and in the center stood a table, also displaying various relics. A preliminary glance suggested there were at least 200 to 300 items, but as his gaze swept across the room, Zhou Yang realized that most of the antiques were, in fact, artistic pieces, each labeled with small tags. Huang Xiyu observed from a distance, harboring skepticism towards her grandfather's words. After all, Zhou Yang was at most only 1 or 2 years her senior. Could someone of such youth truly possess expertise in antiques? Thus she stood by, curiously watching his every move, embodying the essence of intrigue. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, he was being scrutinized, while he himself was enveloped in a bewildering experience. Just as he picked up an antique, the small tripod on his abdomen began to spin wildly. With the rotation came an intense suction, aimed directly at the artifact in his grasp, as if it sought to engulf the antique entirely. Chapter 17. Appraising Antiques. Zhou Yang was taken aback. If the small ding in his abdomen were to be drawn out, it would be quite challenging to explain. Fortunately, his concerns proved to be unwarranted, as the suction was well within his control and lasted only a fleeting 2 to 3 seconds. However, Zhou Yang made a new discovery. The small ding within him had transformed from 2 compartments to 3. One compartment contained various sundries, while another was currently vacant. The newly formed compartment housed a liquid resembling dew. Zhou Yang harbored a bold hypothesis regarding the origin of this liquid. Thus, he placed the antique he held back into position and picked up another piece, eager to verify his theory. As anticipated, when he concentrated his mental energy, the small ding generated a suction that absorbed the spiritual essence from the antique. After several attempts, Zhou Yang finally discerned the underlying principle. The absorption of spiritual energy from these antiquities was indeed genuine. The older the antique, the greater its value, and, consequently, the more spiritual liquid it absorbed. Furthermore, he realized he could control the absorption process, choosing when to absorb and when not to. After approximately an hour, Zhou Yang completed his appraisal. Xiaozhou, how do you feel? Huang Jiqing had been keenly observing Zhou Yang's expressions, noting his previous astonishment and bewilderment. However, there was a misunderstanding. Huang Jiqing assumed Zhou Yang's expressions were due to the discovery of valuable treasures, while in truth, Zhou Yang was merely reacting to the changes within the small ding. Old Huang, these antiques are quite impressive and hold significant value. However, there are 2 pieces I am uncertain about. Huang Jiqing's heart skipped a beat at Zhou Yang's words, which implied that 2 of the items were forgeries. The phrase uncertain served as a euphemism in the antique trade. If an object were a counterfeit, one could not openly declare it false in front of clients. Generally, one would use uncertain to subtly indicate such suspicions. Having spent considerable time in the antique shop, Zhou Yang understood these nuances. Aware of the jargon, such as misjudged and uncertain. Are you sure, Xiaozhou? Huang Jiqing's smile vanished, as these antiques were the culmination of his years of collecting. He believed that each genuine piece in his collection was worth a fortune. Zhou Yang nodded and picked up the 2 items, one in each hand. Old Huang, let's discuss this outside. Without waiting for a response, Zhou Yang headed to the previous table with the 2 items in hand. Huang Jiqing was intimately familiar with his collection. One of the items Zhou Yang held was authentic, while the other was a counterfeit. Thus, the question arose, could it be that the counterfeit had been misidentified as genuine? Old Huang, first, take a look at this incense burner. Zhou Yang set one item aside and then picked up an incense burner to begin his explanation. This incense burner, formerly known as the triangular pattern pure copper incense burner, is a relic from the late Ming to early Qing dynasties. However, it is a counterfeit, a modern imitation. At first glance, it appears to be an authentic piece. perhaps even more convincing than the genuine article. Yet, the question arises, antiques are never flawless, as they are remnants from antiquity. No matter how meticulously preserved, they inevitably bear signs of wear and tear, particularly. Zhou Yang commenced to share his limited expertise in antiques, at which point he felt compelled to express gratitude towards Li Tuzi. Although Li Tuzi seldom instructs Zhou Yang on antique knowledge, he possesses a certain flaw, his penchant for boasting. Whenever he encounters a delightful occurrence or receives flattery, he tends to become quite elated. Thus, Zhou Yang occasionally capitalizes on this tendency to glean insights from him. Huang Jiqing listened attentively, even picking up the incense burner to validate Zhou Yang's assertions. As Zhou Yang noted, antiques are inherently imperfect, particularly those made of metal. Regardless of how well-preserved they are, time will inevitably leave behind traces of rust. Copper items develop verdigris, while iron items succumb to rust. However, this triangular pattern pure copper incense burner appears remarkably pristine. Little Zhou, I'm grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, I might have faced ridicule one day without realizing it. Now, will you enlighten me on the matter of this object? At this moment, Huang Jiqing had ceased to regard the counterfeit, recognizing it to be of little value. Even if it were indeed a forgery, it would not be of great consequence. Instead, he found himself intrigued by this item, initially deemed a counterfeit. Zhou Yang set down the small incense burner and picked up another imitation, a wooden carved statue of Guanyin. Old Huang, this statue of the Bodhisattva is not a counterfeit. To be precise, it is an imitation, and a high-quality one at that. It is crafted from Indian sandalwood, exuding a milky fragrance with exquisite craftsmanship. If you don't believe me, take a whiff. Can you detect the milky aroma? As Zhou Yang spoke, he handed the statue to Huang Jiqing. The latter quickly accepted it and brought it to his nose, indeed detecting a subtle milky scent. In fact, he had noticed this aroma upon receiving the item, which initially led him to classify it as a counterfeit. He had not anticipated that this was due to the material. Little Zhou, I am impressed. I know many masters in the field of antiques, but I have never encountered someone as young and capable as you. Would you be interested in assisting others with appraisals? If you're willing, I can handle the other matters. Zhou Yang understood Huang Jiqing's implication. The term assisting others with appraisals was quite literal. However, this service would incur a fee, typically determined by the value of the item in question. Zhou Yang felt a flicker of temptation, yet he promptly declined, expressing his desire to maintain a low profile. Furthermore, he was rather young and lacked prominence in this field. Even if it were an introduction from Huang Jiqing, others might feign indifference while secretly harboring doubts. Zhou Yang believed he could earn a more substantial income through his own abilities, thus deeming the situation unnecessary. Old Huang, let's set this aside for now. My skills are still in the developmental stage. We can discuss this matter at a later time. It's getting late, and I should head back. I shall visit again when I have the opportunity, he stated, rising from his seat, eager to depart primarily to delve into the enigmatic matter of the small cauldron, which had become increasingly peculiar. Huang Jiqing nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned his gaze toward Huang Siyu. Siyu, please escort Xiao Zhou. He did not come by car. This statement was delivered with great finesse, indicating that Zhou Yang had not driven himself, rather than implying that he lacked a vehicle. The distinction was significant, as it allowed Huang Siyu to accompany Zhou Yang while preserving his dignity. After all, in this day and age, not owning a car could be somewhat embarrassing. This approach not only spared Zhou Yang's blushes, but also ensured he returned safely, given that Huang Jiqing had initially brought him here. Zhou Yang, appreciating the gesture, did not refuse. Who would turn down the company of a beautiful woman? Chapter 18 Tian Peng Zhou Yang. ISNT that, right? I must say, I hadn't noticed. Your expertise in antiques truly surpasses even that of my grandfather. As Huang Siyu drove, she engaged Zhou Yang in conversation. Oh, I'm not as impressive as you claim. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. Zhou Yang replied modestly. You're being overly modest. There's a saying that excessive humility is akin to pride. You seem to be indulging in a bit of self-aggrandizement, don't you? Huang Siyu remarked. I heard from my grandfather that you used to be an apprentice in an antique shop. Is that true? And who imparted this knowledge of antiques to you? Throughout the journey, Huang Siu's chatter was incessant. From their brief interaction, Zhou Yang formed a preliminary impression of her. She was quite the talker. However, labeling her as merely chatty seemed somewhat inappropriate, as that term is typically reserved for older individuals who tend to ramble. Although Huang Siu's conversation was indeed abundant, and her inquiries somewhat erratic, she did not dwell on any single topic for too long. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, and soon Zhou Yang returned. Upon glancing up at the second floor, he noticed that Ji Lanyan's door was closed, indicating she was likely not at home. The landlord, Fang Jia, was also absent, presumably out grocery shopping. Thankfully, Zhou Yang now possessed a key. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door and turned on the air conditioning. Only then did he begin to assess his physical condition, as the day's transformations had been quite remarkable. With a thought, a small, which had been stored within him, abruptly materialized in his hand. This small could freely change size. The transformation was merely superficial, as its internal space remained constant. At present, the contents of the small were meager. In the first compartment lay a bank card, an identification card, and a driver-S license, with no other items present. After all, it was more convenient to keep cash on hand. He casually picked up the bank card, which previously held only a few dozen yuan, but now boasted a balance exceeding 3 million. He pressed the card to his lips affectionately before carefully placing it back inside. Next, he examined the second compartment, which contained a small amount of liquid. However, Zhou Yang recognized that this was not mere water. It was a form of spiritual liquid. This so-called spiritual liquid is a substance formed from the compression of spiritual energy, currently resembling the cap of a mineral water bottle. Zhou Yang had a general understanding of the liquid's purpose. It was intended to alter one's physical constitution. Of course, this was merely a conjecture that required further verification. Thus, he stored the small back within himself and silently willed it to absorb the liquid. As soon as he finished his silent incantation, a wondrous scene unfolded. The spiritual liquid within the small was visibly vanishing at an astonishing pace. In truth, it was not disappearing. Rather, it was being absorbed by Zhou Yang's body. Once he had fully absorbed all the spiritual liquid, he experienced a refreshing clarity of mind and spirit. Moreover, this substantiated his notion that this spiritual liquid could indeed transform one's body. With this thought, Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement. But soon, the throbbing headache returned. It is essential to note that after absorbing so many antiques, he had only managed to accumulate a mere amount of spiritual liquid. Acquiring more was certainly no easy feat. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was an open-minded individual, recognizing that these treasures were gifts from the heavens, and he should feel immensely grateful. At the very least, he had resolved his financial issues and had even strengthened his physique to some extent. This was already quite commendable, and he felt satisfied. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Yang, open the door. At that moment, a knock resonated through the door, and with a quick glance using his ability, he saw Fang Jian knocking while twisting the doorknob. However, it was evidently futile, for Zhou Yang had secured the latch. Sister Fang, what brings you here? Zhou Yang promptly opened the door and inquired. Fang Jia peered into the room, her gaze flitting about before settling on Zhou Yang. You're not up to any mischief in here again, are you? Zhou Yang was left speechless. What did she mean by again? Did she truly believe he frequently engaged in wrongdoing within these walls? Although there had been instances, he would swear to the heavens that such occurrences were far from frequent. It seemed this place was no longer suitable for him. While Fang Jia had many admirable qualities, her penchant for prying into others' privacy was rather unsettling. Everyone harbors a secret or two, don't they? Simply knocking would suffice, yet she insisted on twisting the doorknob. What if you were changing clothes or involved in something private? That would be quite embarrassing. Thus, Zhou Yang contemplated the necessity of purchasing a new residence. Sister Fang, what is it that you need? Meanwhile, at Li Tsu's antique shop, Li Tsu was proudly showcasing an item to a customer. Though lacking extraordinary skills, he possessed a modicum of expertise sufficient to identify common antiques. After all, one could not run such a shop without some genuine ability. Today, having spent over 30,000 to acquire a rare find, it was not unreasonable to expect a profit of 30 to 50,000 upon resale. Antique pricing is inherently subjective. If one has an affinity for an item, it could very well be worth 100,000. Conversely, if disinterested, it merely becomes a mundane object. In business, one must learn to cater to individual tastes. For instance, if Zhang San enjoys calligraphy and paintings, then Li Tzu could recommend such antiques to him. Similarly, if Li Si favors porcelain, Li Tzu could offer related items. Currently, the customer Li Tzu was entertaining had an interest in brush holders, books, and seals. This individual's surname was Tian, full name Tian Peng. Their introduction had come through mutual acquaintances, marking this as their first interaction. Tian Peng, of similar age to Li Tzu, was around 50 and could be classified as an antique enthusiast. However, he lacked practical experience, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge, yet little hands-on expertise. Certainly, he would never admit it himself. Driven by his passion for antiques, he rushed over immediately after receiving a call from Li Tzuzi. "Boss Li, I will take this brush pot. Name your price." Upon hearing this, Li Tzuzi felt a surge of joy. It seemed that today's business was secured. In the world of antiques, it is said that one may remain dormant for 3 years without a sale, yet once a transaction occurs, it can yield profits for 3 years. There are times when one might not encounter a single customer in a day or even several days, but as long as one deal is made, it can lead to substantial earnings. Mr. Tian indeed has an eye for quality. I acquired this brush pot for 90,000 yuan. If you truly admire it, just offer 100,000 yuan. I will only take a modest fee, considering we were introduced through acquaintances. What do you think? Tian Peng was undeniably affluent. And what is more, he was generous. For him, money was no object when it came to items he desired. This is why Li Tzuzi boldly quoted 100,000 yuan. In reality, regardless of the authenticity of the brush pot, it was not worth that sum, perhaps not even half. Yet he set that price. 100,000 yuan is not excessive. I will take it. Boss Li, the money is not an issue, but let us be clear from the outset. You must guarantee that this item is absolutely flawless. Chapter 19. A counterfeit and its consequences. Upon hearing Tian Peng's affirmation, Li Tzuzi's heart swelled with joy. He had just acquired this exquisite pen holder that very morning, having successfully negotiated a deal from Huang Jiqing, with the day's efforts yielding a profit of 70,000 yuan. How could he possibly contain his elation? This windfall meant that he could afford to take a break from business for nearly 2 months without concern. Overjoyed, he promptly patted his chest and rest assured, Boss Tian, I have had this item appraised by a specialist, and it is 100 genuine. Should any issues arise, I shall compensate you tenfold for a counterfeit. Upon hearing Li Tzuzi's declaration, Tian Peng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The money was not his primary concern. Rather, he was keen to avoid being taken for a fool. Very well, since you vouch for its authenticity, I shall take it. However, we must draft a written agreement. He replied, producing his checkbook to commence the transaction. In this day and age, while the youth favored mobile transfers, many older individuals still preferred the traditional method of checks. After receiving the payment, Li Tzuzi promptly drafted a contract, creating 2 copies. With this, the matter was settled. Li Tzuzi had successfully completed a transaction, pocketing 70,000 yuan, while Tian Peng spent 100,000 yuan on a cherished item. This was indeed a mutually beneficial outcome. Tian Peng graciously declined Li Tzuzi's invitation for dinner and departed with the pen holder in hand. A man who relished in boasting, he drove directly to Huang Jiqing's residence. Indeed, the two were acquainted. In a city like Jinling, where circles overlapped, familiarity was to be expected. Every domain has its own circles, and the antique trade was no exception. Huang Jiqing had just bid farewell to Zhou Yang and began to admire a tea bowl he had recently retrieved. Before long, the sound of a vehicle echoed from the courtyard, and at first he presumed it was his granddaughter, Huang Xiu, returning from escorting Zhou Yang home. However, it was soon apparent that it was Tian Peng's voice calling out, "Old Huang, come quickly. I have something marvelous to show you." Realizing who it was, Huang Jiqing chuckled softly, shaking his head before descending the stairs. "Boss Tian, what brings you here today?" "I trust that ISNT, another counterfeit, that requires my expertise and authentication? Having known each other for nearly 2 decades, Tianpeng and Huang Jiqing shared a cordial rapport, making lighthearted banter a common occurrence. Yet today, Tianpeng had no time for jest. He was eager to boast. "Old Huang, I've stumbled upon a treasure today. Just take a look." As he spoke, Tianpeng placed the box on the table, inviting Huang Jiqing to examine it. Huang Jiqing smiled knowingly. He had anticipated Tianpeng's intentions. However, he chose not to call him out, recognizing that everyone has their own quirks and passions. Some take pleasure in boasting, and as long as it remains harmless, it is of no consequence. Huang Jiqing's expertise significantly surpassed that of Tianpeng. He first donned a pair of spectacles, followed by a pair of gloves, specifically anti-static gloves intended to prevent direct contact between his hands and the antique. Once the gloves were properly in place, he opened the box, revealing the pen holder that had previously caught his attention. Initially, Huang Jiqing remained unfazed as he picked up the pen holder for inspection, but upon closer examination, his composure faltered. If a month or two had passed, he might have retained little memory of it. However, he had recently scrutinized this very piece. How could it fail to leave an impression? "Tian, did you acquire this pen holder from Li Suzy?" Tianpeng was secretly reveling in his observations of Huang Jiqing's facial expressions. Just moments ago, a look of astonishment had crossed Huang Jiqing's face, leading him to conclude that this item was undoubtedly remarkable. He had even formulated a plan to embellish his response when Huang Jiqing inquired about it, only to be met with the unexpected question, "How did you know?" Stunned, Tianpeng was taken aback, while Huang Jiqing remained acutely aware of the situation. With a wry smile, he began recounting previous events. "Old Huang, are you certain this is a counterfeit?" The color drained from Tianpeng's face, as he had come to boast about his acquisition, only to discover he had purchased a fake. It was a disheartening revelation for anyone. It can be almost conclusively determined, but the one who can verify this is a young man named Zhou Yang. Huang Jiqing succinctly recounted the incidents of the past few days, even presenting several items Zhou Yang had sold him to bolster his argument. "You scoundrel Li Suzy, I won't let this rest." After uttering this, Tianpeng intended to leave with the pen holder, but Huang Jiqing intercepted him. "Tian, what evidence do you have to confront him? I suggest you consult a professional for an appraisal first and obtain a certificate of authenticity. You understand my implication, right?" Despite his lack of expertise in antiques, Tianpeng was certainly astute, for it was this very intellect that had propelled him to become a successful businessman. Initially fueled by anger, he had been eager to confront Li Suzy, but Huang Jiqing's reminder enlightened him. Huang Jiqing was implying that by seeking a professional appraisal, they could determine whether the item was indeed counterfeit. If it were confirmed as such, combined with the previous contract, a compensation issue would arise tenfold. In other words, having spent 100,000 yuan, Tianpeng could potentially claim 100,000 yuan in compensation. In truth, had this been anyone else, Huang Jiqing might not have recommended such a course of action, as the challenges of business were well understood. However, Li Suzy was distinctly unscrupulous. The issue extended beyond his tarnished reputation to previous underhanded dealings. While Li Suzy's actions might not have been outright illegal, they were certainly disquieting, prompting the current predicament. "Old Huang, what can you tell me about this Zhou Yang? Please elaborate." At this moment, Tianpeng was not in a hurry to depart, as addressing the matter sooner or later bore little difference. Huang Jiqing, not one to conceal information, began to discuss the circumstances surrounding Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was diligently researching online, as he harbored a keen interest in jadeite. Although the information available on the internet may lack substantial value, it proves to be quite beneficial for novices. For instance, jadeite is a stone that is carved from rough material, often referred to as jade rough. The primary source of jade rough is located in northern Myanmar, while there is also a market for rough stones in China. The largest gem trading market for rough stones is in Rueli, but further information remained elusive. After putting away his phone, Zhou Yang exited the room with the intention of visiting Jilanyan. Chapter 20. No turning back. As soon as the results were announced, Jilanyan appeared. It turned out that Fang Jie had been out shopping with Jilanyan in the afternoon and had returned with groceries. This made the situation easier to explain. While Fang Jie was cooking, the woman was assisting her. Zhou Yang, thank you for yesterday. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing. Just as he was about to inquire about her recovery, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Huang Jiqing. Zhou Yang hurried outside to answer the call. A few minutes later, he returned to the room. Sister Fang, I have to step out for a bit. I won't be having dinner at home. Fang Jie's previously cheerful expression instantly fell. Zhou Yang, have you started to squander your newfound wealth and run around? It's almost dark. Where are you going? You think I don't know the people you associate with? Zhou Yang felt a surge of irritation. I pay you rent for this room, and when I have matters to attend to, informing you is merely a sign of respect, an act of courtesy. You are neither my mother nor my girlfriend. What right do you have to dictate my actions? Furthermore, with Ji Lanyan present, it would be somewhat embarrassing for him, as men often place significant importance on face. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had a good temperament and recognized that Fang Jie harbored no ill intentions. So he clarified, Sister Fang, old Huang called me earlier regarding something urgent. I must attend to it. You two can enjoy dinner without me. My ride is waiting outside. I have to leave now. With that, Zhou Yang turned and departed, leaving Fang Jie seething with frustration. Zhou Yang was unconcerned. Huang Jiqing's invitation for dinner undoubtedly suggested that there was something significant at hand. If it were just a casual meal, Huang Jiqing should have mentioned it before Zhou Yang left, eliminating the need for Huang Xiu to drop him off only for him to be picked up again. This was clearly illogical, and now the uncertainty lay in the nature of the matter. After leaving Fang Jie's home, Zhou Yang had not walked far before spotting Huang Jiqing's car, which was evidently waiting for him. Huang Jiqing stepped out of the vehicle and was soon joined by a younger man who emerged from the passenger side. Old Huang, Zhou Yang greeted politely. Zhou Yang, come here. Let me introduce you. After a brief introduction, Zhou Yang became acquainted with Tian Peng. Yet he remained perplexed, as Huang Jiqing had not divulged the purpose of their meeting. Half an hour later, the three found themselves in a reasonably nice private room at a restaurant, enjoying their meal while engaging in casual conversation. Gradually, Zhou Yang began to grasp the true intention behind Huang Jiqing's invitation. After finishing dinner, the trio returned to Huang Jiqing's residence. Boss Tian, I can assure you that this bamboo carved pen holder is a replica from the Republic of China era. One can only say that the imitation is relatively well crafted. After all, the period from the Republic of China to the present has spanned several years. Thus, it holds a modicum of value, although not excessively so. 5,000 yuan is indeed the upper limit. Observe here and here. Zhou Yang may not possess extensive expertise, yet his discerning eye is capable of incessantly analyzing data. For instance, when it comes to identifying the origins or issues related to an object, he adeptly discerns them. Young man, quite impressive. Previously, Lao Huang had mentioned this to me, and I was somewhat skeptical, but now it is evident that he exceeds expectations. By the way, should you find a moment, young man, I would appreciate your assistance in appraising some items in my home. Rest assured, the commission will be far from negligible. Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy. He had been in this field for some time, and what Tian Peng referred to as a commission was essentially the appraisal fee. This fee typically adheres to industry standards, customarily taking 10%. For instance, if an item is authenticated as genuine and valued at 1 million, the appraisal fee would amount to 100,000. However, this is not a frivolous process. Misjudging an item's authenticity could tarnish one's reputation, leading to potential repercussions. Even if no one seeks retribution, one's reputation would suffer, hence only those of masterful caliber dare perform appraisals. Therefore, a 10% fee is significant, and there exists a stipulation of a minimum charge, 100,000. In other words, if the item's value is below 1 million, the fee must still be calculated based on 1 million. While 10% may seem considerable, it is often worthwhile, as confirming an item as a treasure provides peace of mind that cannot be achieved without professional appraisal. Furthermore, there is no fixed standard for fees. For instance, an appraisal for one item might cost 100,000, yet appraising 10 items does not necessarily guarantee a total of 1 million. One could say that 100,000 serves merely as the baseline entry fee. Zhou Yang initially intended to visit the antique market the following day, primarily to seek hidden treasures. However, given Tianpeng's insistence, he would undoubtedly acquiesce, especially since a guaranteed commission was assured. Most importantly, engaging in antique appraisals would allow him to absorb spiritual energy, which is currently Zhou Yang's utmost concern. Thus, he readily consented. Boss Tian, you may call me Zhou Yang or Xiao Zhou. As for the appraisal fee, let it be. I am familiar with Lao Huang, and friends of friends are indeed friends. Moreover, it is a mere trifling task. Simply provide me with an address, and I shall personally visit tomorrow morning at 9. Zhou Yang's words were delivered with a humble yet confident demeanor, reflecting his genuine intentions. The specifics of the fee, whether 80 or 100,000, were of little concern to him. His primary focus lay in the potential benefits. Additionally, he recognized the necessity of building connections. In any field, excelling requires a network of relationships. Tianpeng unmistakably exudes an air of distinction, and associating with such an individual can only yield benefits. At this moment, Tianpeng regarded Zhou Yang with a look of admiration, as he found this young man quite likable. Very well, let us connect on WeChat, and I shall send you my location, Tianpeng declared, promptly retrieving his phone. Zhou Yang opened his WeChat, and the two swiftly added each other as friends. Just as the friend request was approved, a location was sent. Upon seeing the name of the place, Zhou Yang's eyelids fluttered. Jingcheng Private Garden, renowned as an upscale villa district, where the price of a single villa reportedly begins in the millions. It was evident that Tianpeng was indeed a person of considerable stature. Zhou Yang departed from Huang Jiqing's residence only after 10 o'clock in the evening, primarily due to an engrossing discussion about antiques among the three of them. Engaging in a dialogue about cherished interests can be quite captivating, leading them to lose track of time. Zhou Yang was driven back in Tianpeng's car, and as he took out his keys to unlock the door, he was taken aback. The door was secured from the inside. Chapter 21. The private garden of Jingcheng. Zhou Yang let out a quiet sigh as he recalled the so-called rental agreement from before. He had no intention of knocking on the door. He understood Fang Jie's temperament well enough. Waking her at this hour would surely invite a torrent of rebuke. In the past, he might have endured it, as one must bow their head beneath a roof, but now he felt no obligation to do so. Moreover, he had resolved to visit the real estate agency tomorrow after settling his matters. He needed to purchase a property, preferably one that was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Having removed the key, Zhou Yang prepared to seek temporary lodging for the night. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? He looked up to see Ji Lanyan, who had just spoken. Zhou Yang shrugged, attempting to ease the tension. Ji Lanyan had noticed him earlier, including the moment he struggled to open the door. She was simply unable to sleep, burdened by her own thoughts, and with the heat of summer making rest elusive. It was hardly surprising. Thus, when Zhou Yang returned to unlock the gate, she had already been awake and had witnessed his futile attempts through the window. Unable to resist, she had come out to greet him. Zhou Yang, come in and sit for a while. I can't seem to sleep anyway. Zhou Yang initially intended to decline, but inexplicably found himself ascending to the second floor. Zhou Yang, about your landlord. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang realized she had misunderstood, prompting him to briefly clarify his situation with Fang Jie. That's the situation. Please don't overthink it. By the way, why don't you tell me about your family? He added, sensing the need to steer the conversation. Ji Lanyan sighed and, after a moment, began to share her story. My family is based in the capital and operates a jewelry business. I ended up here because I was dissatisfied with the marriage prospects my family arranged for me. In a fit of rebellion, I chose to leave home, only to find that my family forced me back by freezing my bank accounts. Even my friends and classmates were bribed to persuade me to return whenever I called. But I refused to go back. Zhou Yang listened intently, gaining insight into her circumstances. Ji Lanyan's family was affluent, running a jewelry company, yet her suitor's family was even wealthier, indicating a more formidable influence. Her parents sought to orchestrate this union, a classic case of arranged marriage aimed at benefiting the family business. This explained why such a refined woman as Ji Lanyan found herself in this predicament. Standing in defiance of fate, Zhou Yang found it challenging to articulate his thoughts on this matter, given their relative unfamiliarity. Well, you haven't secured a job yet, have you? Why don't you first tell me about your strengths, and tomorrow I will see if I can introduce you to something. Ji Lanyan gazed at Zhou Yang, honestly astonished that such words came from him. Throughout the day, she and Feng Jie had spent nearly all their time together, gathering insights about Zhou Yang through subtle inquiries. Therefore, Zhou Yang's offer to assist her in finding employment was quite surprising to Ji Lanyan. Little did she know, the Zhou Yang before her was not the same as the one from just a few days prior. Despite her skepticism, she refrained from questioning him, as it would undoubtedly embarrass him. Thus, she articulated her areas of expertise. I previously worked in management, having studied business administration. After graduation, I joined my family's company, so I am well versed in this field. I have also had some involvement in sales, and if it comes to it, I would be willing to accept a clerical position to start. Ji Lanyan succinctly shared her experiences and employment needs, revealing that she held minimal expectations for her current job. Securing a salary to sustain herself was her utmost priority. All right, I have noted this down. Give me 3 days, and I will certainly help you sort it out. It's getting late. You should rest early. With that, Zhou Yang turned to leave. Where are you going at this hour? Yelanian inquired. Zhou Yang paused momentarily, then shrugged nonchalantly, responding, there are plenty of inns outside. Spending a night is quite simple. All right, take care, and see you tomorrow. Zhou Yang, having said this, departed without further ado. He was quite familiar with the area and chose a modest inn. After taking a shower, he washed his clothes, as they had accumulated a bit of sweat from the day elsewhere. The next morning, Zhou Yang freshened up and bought breakfast before hailing a taxi to the Jingxing private garden. He had visited this place before, but had never entered. Unsurprisingly, he was stopped by security. Fortunately, he had Tianpeng's phone number and called him directly. Today was a weekend, and Tianpeng was not at the office, having awaited Zhou Yang's arrival as per their agreement. Old Tian, whose call is this so early? Inquired Tianpeng's wife, Li Huiwan. A friend I met yesterday. He has come help me appraise some antiques, Tianpeng replied. He has just arrived at the community entrance, so I'll go meet him. Upon hearing the mention of antiques, Li Huiwan felt a surge of annoyance. Having been married to Tianpeng for nearly 30 years, she had frequently encountered discussions about antiques, often seeing more fakes than genuine items. While these matters were trivial, and their family could easily afford the expenses, indulging in such a hobby was not particularly alarming. However, she felt that Tianpeng might be a tad too obsessed. Upon hearing the mention of antiques, Li Huiwan could not resist the urge to engage in a lengthy discourse. However, today, Tianpeng was not inclined to grant her that opportunity. Before she could utter a word, Tianpeng stepped out the door. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang arrived at Tianpeng's residence. Li Huiwan, undoubtedly a person of great composure, despite her myriad reservations about Tianpeng's penchant for antiquities, maintained an air of graciousness whenever guests arrived or in public settings. Mr. Tian, may I inquire where the items you wish to appraise are? Perhaps you could lead me to them? After enjoying a cup of tea and indulging in some light conversation, Zhou Yang deftly steered the discussion towards the matter at hand. After all, the purpose of his visit today was precisely this, and once this matter was resolved, he intended to search for a new residence. Chapter 22. 8 million shares. Tianpeng was indeed waiting for Zhou Yang to utter those words. As a guest and an expert invited for appraisal, it was rather inappropriate for him to hasten Zhou Yang. However, it was all the more favorable that Zhou Yang brought it up himself. All right, let us proceed upstairs. My collection room is located on the 2nd floor. As Tianpeng explained, he led the way. The 2nd floor featured a spacious living room, adorned with ample natural light, especially given the string of sunny days that had graced them recently. The so-called collection room was rather standard. The room was not overly large, containing a few cabinets adorned with a variety of antiques. Upon entering this collection room, Zhou Yang's lips began to twitch, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items within. The number of antiques in Tianpeng's possession surpassed that of Huang Jiqing's by more than double, which brought Zhou Yang much delight. If he could absorb the energy from these antiques, he would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. Yet his excitement waned after merely 3 seconds when he realized that, despite the abundance, The authenticity of these artifacts was questionable. Tian boss about this. Zhou Yang gestured with his hands, pointing towards the counterfeit items, his meaning unmistakably clear. Tian Peng, evidently understanding Zhou Yang's implication, began to explain somewhat sheepishly. In my youth, I lacked knowledge about antiques and ended up paying quite a price for my education. Zhou Yang grasped the implication immediately. The term paying for education was a polite way of saying he had spent money on fakes. As Zhou Yang surveyed the antiques, it became clear that they were already categorized. Replicas in one area, genuine pieces in another, and imitations separately displayed. It was evident that these items had undergone some form of appraisal, which led Zhou Yang to conclude that the items Tian Peng wanted him to authenticate today were not among these. Zhou Yang chose to remain silent, primarily focused on swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from these antiques. Tian Peng, sensing his concentration, refrained from interruption and simply observed. Yesterday, Huang Jiqing had praised Zhou Yang's abilities, and indeed, Zhou Yang had assisted him with the appraisal of a brush pot. However, one could not draw conclusions solely based on Huang's endorsement and the previous night's appraisal. After all, Zhou Yang was still quite young, in his 20s, and even if he possessed some knowledge, it would not be extensive. Yet there was a shift in Zhou Yang's perception. Seemingly random items he picked up were, in reality, following a discernible pattern. In simple terms, every item he selected was genuine and not even a single imitation was among them. Furthermore, the order in which he took them ranged from the most valuable to the least. If these occurrences were mere coincidences, Tian Peng found it hard to believe. Tian boss, you possess some remarkable items here. There are a total of 75 genuine pieces, valued at over 100,000, which constitutes about half of your collection. Particularly notable is this three-eared silver pot, an authentic piece from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty, quite a rarity. Having absorbed the spiritual essence and derived benefits from it, Zhou Yang felt compelled to showcase his capabilities, albeit without excessive verbosity. Thus, he chose to highlight only the most significant items. Impressive, Brother Zhou Yang. I am genuinely astonished by your prowess. I never anticipated that after such a brief observation, you would grasp everything on my end with such precision. To speak candidly, I was somewhat skeptical last night, but now I am utterly convinced. You surpass all the experts I have encountered. Zhou Yang, slightly embarrassed by the praise, quickly waved his hand. Mr. Tian, you are too modest. However, I have a question that I hope you can elucidate for me. Tian Peng nodded and gestured for Zhou Yang to inquire. Mr. Tian, upon reviewing your collection, I noticed that it primarily consists of brush pots and a few bottles and jars. There seems to be a scarcity of other antiques. What is the reason for this? In truth, Zhou Yang had long desired to pose this question, but he initially intended to ask Huang Jiqing instead. The items from Huang Jiqing's collection were quite similar to those of Tian Peng, implying a rather singular categorization. Unlike Li Tubzi's antique shop, which is a veritable cornucopia, albeit predominantly filled with replicas, it boasts a plethora of categories. There are paintings, poetry collections, porcelain incense burners, and more. It could be said that virtually every aspect of antiques is represented in that dilapidated shop. Brother Zhou Yang, you may not realize that antique collecting is essentially a hobby, and hobbies are categorized as well. Allow me to illustrate. If you enjoy fruit, it does not follow that you will relish every type of fruit. Thus, when you visit a fruit store brimming with a variety of fruits, you cannot possibly purchase one of each. You would only select the fruits you adore. For instance, if you favor apples, bananas, and grapes, those are the only ones you would procure. You might occasionally buy other fruits, but not in abundance. Indeed, there may be many fruits you never purchase in your lifetime. I hope my analogy is clear to you. Zhou Yang was far from foolish. With Tian Peng's explanation so lucid, he would be remiss not to comprehend it. The essence of Tian Peng's statement was straightforward. Those who cherish porcelain primarily focus on collecting porcelain. Likewise, those who appreciate calligraphy and paintings typically engage in collecting those forms of art. Antiques encompass a myriad of facets, and if one were to cultivate an affinity for every type, one would lack the energy to pursue them all. Even antique appraisal experts tend to specialize. Some focus on calligraphy, while others delve into porcelain and so forth. It is a simple principle, yet few offer clarity. Had Zhou Yang wished to understand, he might have spent an inordinate amount of time seeking answers. So, what items does Mr. Tian require my assistance in appraising? Zhou Yang finally steered the conversation toward the day's main topic. Brother Zhou Yang, I almost forgot. The items are outside. Let's discuss them there. Upon saying this, Tian Peng exited the collection room. Zhou Yang was perplexed. Why would the antiques not be housed within the collection room? However, upon stepping outside, he finally understood the reason for their placement, for it was a chair. Brother Zhou Yang, please help me appraise this chair. I assure you the tea fee is indispensable. Zhou Yang remained silent, primarily because his focus was entirely on the chair before him. The chair appeared somewhat antiquated, yet was remarkably well-preserved, suggesting it possessed considerable age. However, Zhou Yang lacked the expertise to discern its true value. Thus, he relied solely on the capabilities of his left eye. Why use an external aid when one could rely on innate abilities? Without hesitation, he activated the reading function of his left eye. Item name: Herringbone Armchair, Era, Qing Dynasty. Authentic. Item description: this chair belonged to Qiao Zhan during the Qing Dynasty. Item value: 8 million. Zhou Yang inhaled sharply, for this was the most valuable item he had encountered thus far. The most astonishing aspect was that it was merely a chair. As for Qiao Zhan, he had indeed heard of Huang Zhan. Chapter 23. The $1 million appraisal. Zhou Yang swiftly retrieved his phone to consult the internet. To his astonishment, he indeed found information about this individual, and he was a renowned figure. Zhou Yang finally comprehended why this chair was valued at 8 million. It was not the chair itself that held the worth, but rather the inscription beneath it, namely, the name Qiao Zhan. Boss Tian, how much did you acquire this chair for? Zhou Yang discreetly stowed away his phone and began to inquire. To be candid, at that moment, he felt a surge of temptation to seize this item for himself. If Tian Peng was unaware of its provenance, Zhou Yang believed he might have a way to procure it. 8 million was no trifling sum. With that amount, he could possess cars, houses, and women. It's like this. I bought this chair alongside some other items during my last purchase. I thought it looked quite good and must have some age to it. At that time, I spent 5,000 yuan. Afterward, I had someone appraise it, and opinions varied. Some said it was from the Qing Dynasty, while others claimed it was from the Republic of China. In the end, I became utterly perplexed. Zhou Yang listened intently, feeling a twinge of jealousy at that moment. 5,000 yuan had led to the discovery of an item worth 8 million. Such luck. Drawing in a deep breath, Zhou Yang relinquished his greedy thoughts. Just a few days prior, he would have unhesitatingly schemed to acquire the chair. However, his circumstances had shifted. 8 million was a sum he believed he could earn. The crux of the matter was that Tian Peng appeared to be a decent person. Although Zhou Yang was unaware of his precise background, the car he drove and the villa he inhabited spoke volumes. One need only possess a modicum of intelligence to discern that this man was extraordinary. Thus, fostering a good relationship with him would yield benefits far surpassing the value of 8 million. Furthermore, chairs are substantial items. Even if Zhou Yang managed to deceive his way into ownership, selling it would pose a challenge. After all, the circle of this industry is relatively small, and once an item changes hands, news would inevitably spread, tarnishing his reputation. Having resolved these thoughts, Zhou Yang no longer felt conflicted. Boss Tian, this chair is undoubtedly from the Qing Dynasty, and its previous owner holds significant stature. Upon hearing this, Tian Peng immediately perked up, eagerly pressing for more information. Zhou Yang, please tell me about the origins of this chair. Since Zhou Yang had decided against taking advantage of the situation, he felt no need to conceal anything. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong in the Qing Dynasty, there was a literary master by the name of Qiao Zhan, style Mengruan. You might not recognize the name, but if I mention his other name, you will surely understand. He is none other than Qiao Shuiqin. When Zhou Yang uttered the name Qiao Shuiqin, Tian Peng's jaw dropped in astonishment. While he might not be familiar with every historical figure, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to know of Qiao Shuiqin. Even if you are unfamiliar with Qiao Shuiqin, you have likely heard of Dream of the Red Chamber. Indeed, Qiao Shuiqin is the author of this illustrious work. Originally named Qiao Zhan, Brother Zhou Yang, Are you certain this is Chao Shuichen's chair? After a considerable pause, Tian Peng finally comprehended the significance of the chair, realizing its value. With the name Chao Shuichen alone, this chair could never be considered inexpensive. Zhou Yang offered a wry smile before commencing his proof. He turned the chair over and pointed to a subtle detail. Look here, Boss Tian. There's an inscription, precisely the two characters of Chao Zhan. To put it plainly, this chair is undoubtedly Chao Zhan's. Whether he has sat upon it, I cannot ascertain, but the name is indeed his. However, the unfortunate reality is that this chair exists as a singular piece. As the saying goes, without a twin, there can be no pair, thus diminishing its value. I recommend that you, Boss Tian, seek out this individual at a later date. If you can procure the other chair, its price could potentially triple. At this moment, Tian Peng's mind was buzzing. This was no longer merely about money, but rather about the immense fortune he had stumbled upon. This alone was worthy of a lifetime of boasting. However, he still needed to inquire about the price. Brother Zhou Yang, how much is this chair worth? Zhou Yang raised two fingers, his thumb and index finger. 8 million. Though the actual figure may vary slightly, this is merely a reference price. If you manage to find the other chair, it could reach 30 million. Tian Peng swallowed hard, deciding to test his luck another day. He understood Zhou Yang's point about the concept of without a twin. There can be no pair, which implies that an originally paired item loses considerable value when sold individually. Yet, if the two items were reunited, their worth would ascend. It is akin to chopsticks. A single chopstick cannot form a pair, thus nullifying its value. The two then engaged in a discussion regarding the chair, deliberating for approximately half an hour before Zhou Yang prepared to take his leave. Brother Zhou Yang, allow me to treat you to lunch. You simply cannot refuse. Also, here is a check for 1 million. Please accept it without hesitation. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of discomfort inwardly, thinking, must we engage in such ostentatious displays? Boss Tian, we are all friends. Assisting one another is entirely natural. I shall forego the check. As for lunch, let us postpone it. As you know, I am currently renting and plan to visit the agency to look at purchasing a home. Therefore, today is simply not feasible. As he spoke, Zhou Yang returned the check of 1 million. He indeed cherished money, yet sometimes certain matters hold greater significance. If he could relinquish the greed for 8 million, he could certainly turn down this 1 million. Brother Zhou Yang, do you look down upon me? I have had this chair for quite some time now and have consulted numerous individuals, yet none have been able to provide a definitive appraisal. Therefore, you must accept this check. Otherwise, it would imply a lack of respect for me. With no other options, Zhou Yang reluctantly accepted the check after a brief hesitation. For deep down, he truly desired the money. Old Tian, is this dilapidated chair really worth 8 million? After Zhou Yang's departure, Tian Peng's wife, Li Huiwan, finally inquired out of curiosity. She had overheard all the conversations between Zhou Yang and Tian Peng prior. Her curiosity stemmed from the fact that Zhou Yang was quite young, merely in his 20s, and she found it hard to believe that someone so youthful could be an expert in antique appraisals. The most perplexing aspect was that her husband, known for his reckless spending, had just shelled out 1 million without a second thought. In a good mood today, Tian Peng began to explain to his wife. Li Huiwan listened, though she found herself bewildered. When I say this, you might not understand. In any case, it is a precious item. By the way, I need to step out for a moment. I won't be back for lunch. Suddenly, Tian Peng remembered the pen holder from yesterday. He needed to retrieve a report and then confront Li Tuzu regarding the matter. Chapter 24. Rawstone Street. After departing from Tian Peng's residence, Zhou Yang first made his way to the bank. Since the check now belonged to him, it was imperative to cash it, lest it become invalid or encounter some other unfortunate circumstance. The process of cashing the check went remarkably smoothly. There were no dramatic scenes of disdain from the teller, as one might find in certain novels. Gazing at the balance on his phone, Zhou Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Within just a few days, he had amassed over 4 million yuan. After deducting rent for the past couple of days, a loan of 10,000 yuan to Jilan Yen, and medical expenses, Zhou Yang's account now showed a little over 17 million. How should he allocate this newfound wealth? First and foremost, he needed to purchase a home, not too extravagant, as he was currently without a girlfriend. A modest two-bedroom apartment would suffice. A two-bedroom, one living room arrangement would be ample for his needs. Once he accumulated more wealth, he could aspire to acquire a grand villa similar to Tian Peng's. The second priority was to acquire a vehicle. He required a mode of transportation. After all, he was a man worth several million, and relying solely on foot for travel was impractical. Taxis were also rather inconvenient. Ideally, he should purchase the car first, as it would facilitate his errands. As Zhou Yang contemplated which car dealership to visit, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was from his landlord, Feng Jie. It suddenly dawned on him that he had returned home late the previous night and had not even entered his apartment, opting instead to spend the night in a small hotel. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Feng Jie. After all, he was paying to rent the place, not to endure discomfort. This arrangement was not a matter of him begging to move in. Reality had imposed its own terms with a rental agreement. He was on a 9-to-5 office worker. How could his life adhere to such a regimented schedule? At just over 20, he certainly could not abide by a rule of returning home before 10 o'clock every night. In fact, few young people today could manage such a routine. Hello, Feng Jie. I'm currently occupied. All right, I'll return once I finish up. Zhou Yang ended the call. Relieved that Feng Jie's tone was not as harsh as he had anticipated, she had merely inquired about his whereabouts. This left Zhou Yang, who struggled to understand women, somewhat perplexed. No sooner had he hung up than his phone rang again, revealing it was Huang Jiqing. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang found himself in Huang Jiqing's car. How do you like my vehicle? If you fancy it, feel free to take it for a spin, Huang Jiqing remarked as Zhou Yang settled into the car. He had made this offer because, during their earlier phone conversation, Zhou Yang had mentioned his intention to purchase a car. Old Huang, I can't possibly drive such a splendid car. Besides, I'm not particularly fond of this model. I have a preference for SUVs. By the way, you haven't mentioned why you called me, Zhou Yang replied. Huang Jiqing chuckled, steering the car as he elaborated on the reason for his call. Didn't you say you were interested in jadeite yesterday? I happen to be heading there today, so I thought I'd give you a ring. However, let me make it clear from the outset. Mere observation is permissible, but purchasing is not. This endeavor is not akin to antiquities, for one might say that different fields are as distant as mountains. As Huang Jiqing drove, he spoke of their purpose for the day. Zhou Yang listened attentively and dutifully acquiesced, having no intention of gambling on stones himself. Zhou Yang merely wished to familiarize himself with the subject, aspiring to gather a sum of capital before venturing into any other pursuits. Although unacquainted with the gambling of stones, he had heard the adage, 1 cut brings poverty, 2 cuts bring wealth, and 3 cuts reveal the truth, which he understood well. Thus, he approached the day with a curious and learning disposition. After approximately 40 to 50 minutes of driving, they arrived at an old street, which Huang Jiqing identified as the original stone street of Jinling City. Upon disembarking, Zhou Yang began to survey his surroundings. This was uncharted territory for him, with shops lining both sides of the street, signs declaring various original stone establishments. Huang Jiqing, an aficionado of jade and emerald, frequented this locale once or twice a month. However, he seldom purchased raw stones, fully aware of the pitfalls inherent in this venture, having experienced considerable losses in his past attempts. This was all conveyed by Huang Jiqing during their journey. Zhou Yang, remember, only observe, do not buy. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Huang Jiqing, who had reiterated this several times along the way. Meanwhile, at Su's antique shop, a heated exchange unfolded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This brush holder cannot possibly be a counterfeit. You must be mistaken. Li Su was in a state of agitation, insisting that this brush holder was genuine. If it were indeed a forgery, he would face ruin as he stood to lose significantly. Though not to the point of bankruptcy, his annual earnings were modest. To put it more favorably, running such a large antique shop meant that even a single piece could be worth tens of thousands, yet the majority were reproductions, with his annual sales barely reaching a couple of million. After deducting expenses such as rent, capital, and wages, his net profit was only a few hundred thousand. A loss of 1 million would be catastrophic, Even subtracting yesterday's 10,000, he would still be left with a loss exceeding 900,000, equating to years of labor wasted. Therefore, regardless of the authenticity, he was determined to assert that it was real. Mr. Li, here is the carbon-14 testing report I just obtained. Please take a look. Tian Peng was not one to dawdle, promptly producing the assessment report he had acquired and placing it on the counter. The carbon-14 content of an artifact can be analyzed to ascertain its age, a method known as carbon-14 dating. This technique can be applied across various fields, and its use in antiques is merely one application. Li Tzu picked up the report and examined it closely. Upon scrutinizing the document, his hands began to tremble. The report bore the official seal of a recognized institution and clearly detailed its findings. This implies that the pen holder he sold yesterday was indeed a counterfeit. Li Tzuzi is somewhat regretful. After purchasing it, he did not examine it closely or seek assistance for authentication. The primary reason for this oversight lies with Huang Jiqing, leading to a logical fallacy. He believed that anything selected by Huang Jiqing must be correct, which is why he hastily acquired it. Consequently, he did not treat the matter with due diligence and immediately sought out a buyer upon returning. Mr. Li, you drafted this purchase contract yourself. With clear terms and your own seal, you wouldn't dare to default, would you? Tian Peng did not afford this individual a moment's hesitation and promptly produced the purchase contract from yesterday. Chapter 25. Li Tuzi's deceit at this moment. Beads of sweat poured down Li Tuzi's forehead as if they were free. Just then, he caught sight of a note on the contract, specifically the clause that stated for every fake, 10 would be compensated. An idea sparked in his mind. Boss Tian, he began, this pen holder can at most be considered a replica, but it is certainly not a counterfeit. As you mentioned, it dates back to the Republic of China era, which theoretically qualifies it as an antique. Therefore, there is no such thing as a fake here. Antiques are only classified as new or old, never true or false. Boss Tian's mouth fell open in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. In a certain sense, Li Tuzi's argument held merit. This replica could not be deemed a fake. Moreover, being a replica from the Republic of China era, it indeed qualifies as an antique, albeit one of lesser value. Thus, the clause of tenfold compensation did not apply here. Although Li Tuzi's reasoning was somewhat of a conceptual sleight of hand, Boss Tian lacked confidence in winning a potential lawsuit. This meant he was resigned to accepting his silent loss today. Boss Li, so you intend to deny responsibility, is that it? How about this? If you return the pen holder, I shall refrain from pursuing further issues. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Tuzi felt a surge of joy, not because Boss Tian was relinquishing responsibility, but rather due to the tone in which he spoke. Had Boss Tian been more assertive, Li Tuzi, feeling guilty, might have suggested a return for a refund. However, the way Boss Tian presented it was different, aligning perfectly with Li Tuzi's usual tactics. Boss Tian, that is quite against the rules. I previously stated that this pen holder is a replica, not a counterfeit, so your return would naturally violate the spirit of our contract. After all, we operate an antique shop, and the transaction was settled in full. You. Li Tuzi paused, taken aback by the audacity displayed. Boss Tian, as a proprietor, typically dealt with individuals from the business realm, like a trax-like. Being a generous man, he surrounded himself with those who were not overly calculative, those who would never become his friends. This was one reason for his current predicament, though the primary factor was undoubtedly Li Tuzi's shamelessness. Ultimately, Boss Tian left Li Tuzi's antique shop, swallowing this loss. However, given his character, he would not let this matter rest. He contemplated how to exact some form of retribution upon this scoundrel. A sum of 100,000 yuan was negligible to him, just as he had previously given Zhou Yang 1,000,000. As long as it was worthwhile and gratifying, money was no object. But to be so blatantly taken advantage of was intolerable, so he decided to consult Huang Jiqing first. As the saying goes, the older the person, the wiser the fox. In this regard, Huang Jiqing certainly held an advantage over Boss Tian. Zhou Yang had already been perusing the raw stone market for over an hour, keeping Huang Jiqing's words close to heart, observing and listening, yet refraining from speaking or inquiring. To observe is to gaze with a discerning eye, While listening entails absorbing the discussions of others regarding this rough stone or jadeite. This process embodies the essence of learning. During the course of this hour, Zhou Yang began to grasp the concept of rough stones, recognizing that they come in various sizes, with some as small as a fist and others comparable to a watermelon or basketball. It is said that even larger specimens exist, although they are seldom seen in Jinling. Zhou Yang finally witnessed the true nature of jadeite, continuously gazing through his discerning eye until tears welled in his eyes, prompting him to cease. This, in essence, was a manifestation of the spiritual essence he had absorbed over the past days, having already transformed his body. Had this been in the past, such sustained observation would have proven unbearable for him. Indeed, Zhou Yang discerned the jadeite within the rough stones, capable of identifying its variety and value. Nevertheless, he resolved not to make any purchases today, adhering to the adage that there is ample time ahead, and it was unnecessary to leave a negative impression on Huang Jiqing. After all, he had previously made a promise. Thus he would refrain from touching any materials, no matter how valuable they appeared. At that moment, Huang Jiqing approached. "Xiao Zhou, Tian Peng invited us for lunch. Upon learning you were with me, he requested that I bring you along. It's about time, shall we?" Zhou Yang paused, surprised, as they had just parted ways 2 hours prior. "Huang Lao, is there something going on with Boss Tian?" In response to this inquiry, Huang Jiqing lacked the energy to elaborate and instead gestured for Zhou Yang to leave first, understanding the implication that there was something sensitive to discuss. Zhou Yang and Huang Jiqing returned to the car. Once the vehicle was in motion, Huang Jiqing succinctly recounted the events involving Tian Peng. "Huang Lao, I actually intended to mention this yesterday. However, since I was not well acquainted with Boss Tian at the time, I held my tongue. This is not mere hindsight. I have spent considerable time as an apprentice in Li Tsu's shop, and I am well aware of his character. If he can manipulate a fortnight into just 14 days, that alone suffices to reflect his integrity." Huang Jiqing comprehended Zhou Yang's sentiments, recognizing the truth in his words. This was not a case of hindsight, for Zhou Yang was not the type to engage in such behavior. "Zhou Yang, this matter transcends the mere sum of 100,000 yuan. For Tian Peng, that amount is insignificant. It is the affront he cannot swallow. His recent phone call indicated he intends to take action against Li Tsu, even if it requires expenditure. Do you now grasp the situation?" As they conversed, they swiftly arrived at their destination, the same establishment where they had dined the previous evening. Given the events of the morning, Zhou Yang and Tian Peng had become quite familiar with one another. Thus, upon entering the private room, they casually ordered a few dishes, engaging in conversation while dining. Before long, the discussion turned towards the core topic at hand. "Old Huang, I cannot swallow this indignation. Do you possess any means to help me alleviate this grievance? Money is of no concern. I am willing to spend any amount. He dared to take away 100,000 from me, and I intend to make him return it tenfold, if not 100-fold. Ideally, I would like to see his antique shop shut down." Zhou Yang remained silent, as did Huang Jiqing, and the private room fell into a sudden hush. This silence was stifling, yet it lasted only a few fleeting moments. "Boss Tian, there are indeed ways to address this situation, but it will require some expenditure, effort, and a bit of time. We could proceed in this manner, and then continue in that way." Chapter 26. The remarks of Zhou Yang listened attentively, refraining from voicing any opinions. To put it plainly, he preferred not to engage in the matter at hand. However, a desire to abstain does not imply that others share the same sentiment. "Zhou Yang, what are your thoughts on this plan?" Caught in the midst of a conversation while enjoying his meal, Zhou Yang reluctantly set down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin to dab at his mouth. His mind was occupied with how to articulate his forthcoming response. "Old Huang, Boss Tian, to be honest, I find it difficult to contribute to this discussion or take part in it. You are all aware of my circumstances. Previously, I apprenticed under Li Tsu, and to speak candidly, he was rather harsh and possessed numerous flaws, particularly his stinginess. I cannot say I hold him in high regard, yet I must acknowledge that during my most challenging times, he provided me with employment. Though the remuneration was modest, it spared me from the fate of living under a bridge, and for that I am grateful. As the saying goes, one should not forget their roots. While I may not be able to repay even a small favor with a torrent of gratitude, I certainly refuse to engage in acts of betrayal. Regardless of Li Tsu's shortcomings, he was my employer, and it would be utterly inappropriate for me to assist others in undermining him immediately after leaving his establishment. I cannot do that. Zhou Yang delivered his statement with measured calmness and sincere conviction. When he was destitute, it was indeed Li Tsu who offered him a lifeline. He understood that Li Tsu had taken him on primarily for his affordability. Yet as he had just articulated, one must not lose sight of their foundational principles. Despite Li Tsu's myriad faults, he had never subjected Zhou Yang to any egregious treatment. If anything, he simply paid a slightly lower wage and assigned him more laborious tasks. Beyond that, Zhou Yang received his salary punctually each month. Thus he could not bring himself to engage in treachery against a man who had, at the very least, provided him a means of sustenance. Even if it meant offending the two individuals present, he remained unfazed. This was perhaps his unwavering principle. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Huang Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. To be candid, Zhou Yang's response was unexpected. Though Zhou Yang had previously expressed his grievances, it was astonishing to witness him uphold his integrity at such a critical juncture. This was indeed a rare quality. Boss Tian shared a similar sentiment. In truth, he was not a petty individual. His ire stemmed from feeling ensnared in a predicament. Yet Zhou Yang's remarks were decidedly surprising. Zhou Yang, you are commendable. Such integrity is indeed rare. Boss Tian, perhaps we should let this matter rest. It is merely a sum of 100,000 yuan, which is trivial for you. Li Tsu may have earned a few thousand, but he will not amass a fortune, especially not at the cost of losing you as a client. Given the time, it would be more beneficial to visit the company and engage in business negotiations. That way, the money would be recouped. At this point, Huang Jiqing altered his previous stance and began to offer counsel instead. Tian Peng, who had initially been quite irate, found his anger dissipating significantly upon hearing their words. Had Huang Jiqing attempted to persuade him with such remarks at the outset, Tian Peng would have dismissed them outright. However, now he was receptive. Very well, I shall heed your advice this time, provided this fellow does not provoke me further. Let this matter rest. As the saying goes, one should not judge a monk by his appearance, but rather by the Buddha's countenance. Thus, for Zhou Yang's sake, I shall overlook Li Laogo's transgressions. Coolme, the dishes are cooling. Let's hasten to dine. Zhou Yang inwardly chuckled wryly. He had merely expressed his perspective, and yet this fellow had interpreted it as a matter of saving face. Why should your struggle with Li Tubsy concern me? Nevertheless, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for he had no intention of proving anything regarding this issue. Fortunately, with the unpleasantness abated, the ensuing meal was quite enjoyable. The three of them dined and engaged in light conversation, gradually steering the topic towards jadeite raw stones. Zhou Yang, today I took you to view jadeite raw stones. What are your impressions? Huang Jiqing was fishing for information, as Zhou Yang had consistently expressed interest in jadeite, which was why he had taken him to the raw stone street that morning. Zhou Yang had nearly finished his meal and indeed set down his chopsticks. Old Huang, I don't yet possess extensive knowledge regarding jadeite raw stones, as the morning was rather brief. However, I have gleaned some basic information, such as the value of jadeite. Green is precious, and imperial green is the most esteemed. Furthermore, jadeite raw stones are categorized into old pits and new pits, with the most renowned jadeite raw stones originating from Myanmar. Huang Jiqing nodded, acknowledging that this was fundamental knowledge, and it was only natural for Zhou Yang to acquire it, as such information could easily be found online. Zhou Yang, we understand that jadeite is valued for its green hue, but why is that the case? Huang Jiqing's inquiry was insightful, echoing the academic principle of understanding not only the facts, but also their underlying reasons. This perfectly illustrated his point. While it was known that green jadeite is prized, the question remained as to why the green variety commanded such worth. In truth, Zhou Yang had some understanding of this, albeit not comprehensively. Since the conversation had veered into this topic, he felt inclined to share his thoughts, knowing that if he faltered, others could correct him. Old Huang, I believe the value of green jadeite is primarily due to its rarity. As the saying goes, the rare is precious. Green jadeite is relatively scarce, particularly those of vivid color and icy translucence, which are especially hard to come by. The scarcity of this resource endows green jadeite with significant market and collectible value, akin to the principles governing gold and copper. The output of gold is relatively scarce, while that of copper is considerable. Hence, the price of gold far exceeds that of brass. Furthermore, I believe another reason lies in its aesthetic appeal. As for other factors, I am currently uncertain. Huang Jiqing nodded earnestly. Although Zhou Yang's perspective was somewhat one-sided, it undeniably reflected significant progress compared to before. After all, this fellow could not even distinguish between jadeite and jade previously. After lunch, the three of them parted ways. Zhou Yang intended to return home first, as he had promised to eat lunch there. However, he had been drawn here by Huang Jiqing, and in the course of their conversation, he lost track of time. He anticipated that Feng Jie would likely be displeased again. Upon this realization, Zhou Yang resolved to move out as soon as possible. If necessary, he contemplated purchasing a car, for it was summer, and he could manage for a couple of days in a vehicle. Chapter 27. Purchasing a car, Zhou Yang returned home only to find Feng Jie absent. Inquiring with Wang Jie, who lived downstairs, he learned that Feng Jie had gone to play mahjong. Indeed, she had a penchant for the game, engaging in local variants with modest stakes, typically winning or losing around 300 yuan. With Feng Jie Wei, Zhou Yang resolved to procure a vehicle, a necessity he could no longer defer. At that moment, Ji Lanyin opened the door, evidently having noticed Zhou Yang's return. Due to a recent injury, she had been confined to her home for recuperation. "Yo Yang, are you heading out right after returning?" He glanced at her, taken aback by her beauty, and mused how wonderful it would be if she were his wife. "Yes, I plan to buy a car. By the way, do you have some time? Would you accompany me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Yang felt a pang of regret. Their relationship was not particularly close. Had it not been for that fateful night when he took her to the hospital, their encounters would likely have consisted of little more than nods and casual greetings. To his surprise, Ji Lanyin responded brightly, "Sure. I have nothing to do at home anyway. Just give me a moment to change." With that, she turned and went back inside, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily speechless. He pinched his thigh discreetly to ascertain whether he was dreaming. Ouch. Before long, Ji Lanyin emerged, dressed in a simple white short-sleeved top paired with form-fitting jeans that accentuated her leg contours beautifully. The classic dark blue of her jeans complemented Zhou Yang's outfit, or so he believed. She carried a handbag, perhaps to ward off the heat, topped with a sun hat and a shawl, covering all exposed skin. "All right, let us go. By the way, what kind of car do you intend to buy?" Zhou Yang hesitated, realizing he had yet to contemplate this crucial decision. With 17 million yuan in his account, he initially thought of acquiring a vehicle costing over 100,000 for practical use. However, with a stunning woman by his side, his vanity surged. I haven't decided yet. What do you think of the Audi A6? Ji Lanyin tilted her head in thought before shaking it gently. At your age, that car seems unsuitable, and it doesn't quite match your persona. I believe an SUV would be a better choice. The Mercedes-Benz GLC strikes me as a fantastic option. It's quite suitable for you and reasonably priced, around 300,000 yuan or so. Her casual mention of the price left Zhou Yang speechless. To him, a vehicle costing over 300,000 yuan hardly seemed inexpensive. This disparity reflected a difference in lifestyles. Ji Lanyin's perspective was shaped by her previous experiences. Moreover, she spoke a truth. The type of vehicle one drives often reflects their identity. Though this certainly did not imply that Zhou Yang could not own an Audi A6. He merely remarked that this car was not particularly suitable for him. While the model recommended by Ji Lanyin, the Mercedes-Benz GLC, perfectly aligned with Zhou Yang's preferences. Zhou Yang actually found the woman's reasoning quite compelling. After all, this was his first vehicle, and given his current financial standing, spending over 300,000 was hardly a concern. Ultimately, having earned 4 million, he was confident in his ability to acquire another 4 million in due course. The two of them shared a brief exchange, and before long, they arrived at the dealership. Well, they were greeted by a man in his early 30s. As this was Zhou Yang's inaugural foray into car purchasing, he was somewhat bewildered by the process. Allowing Ji Lanyan to handle most of the discussions, though she occasionally sought his input. Ji Lanyan exhibited a commendable level of expertise, her eloquence evident, and ultimately, they reached an agreement at a total price of 350,000. Having financial means certainly expedited the process after paying the deposit and signing the contract. The entire procedure was completed in just over 2 hours. This efficiency was largely due to the full payment. Had financing been involved, it would have been considerably more complicated. Lanyan, since you currently have no job, why not assist me by driving? Zhou Yang suggested as they departed the dealership. Rest assured, your salary will be more than adequate. What do you think? As he drove, he contemplated this proposition, genuinely wishing to support the woman. She undoubtedly possessed a significant background, yet was presently experiencing a downturn, making her in need of assistance. His motivation was, in part, driven by a man's subtle inclinations, something Zhou Yang never denied. Ji Lanyan, upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, fell into a momentary reverie. As a daughter of the Ji family, was it truly appropriate for her to serve as a chauffeur? Nevertheless, this was not entirely untenable. Her status no longer held the same weight. The job market was indeed challenging, and even if she secured employment, she would still be working for someone else. What difference was there between working for Zhou Yang and for another employer? Besides, Zhou Yang was not an unpleasant individual. With this realization, she made a decision. Stop. Zhou Yang, who had been driving steadily and awaiting her response, was taken aback by her sudden command. He feared she might be upset. I was just joking. Disregard what I said. He hastily explained. Ji Lanyan, momentarily speechless, countered, Didn't you just suggest I be your driver? Have you ever seen a driver sitting in the front while their boss drives? Now, pull over and let me take the wheel. With that clarification, Zhou Yang comprehended her intent and promptly steered to the side, relinquishing control of the vehicle to Ji Lanyan. Just so you know, my salary is quite high, 20,000 a month, not a penny less. As she engaged the engine, her tone was playful, the figure being a jest. It was essential for men and women to share light-hearted banter. Such humor fostered a more harmonious relationship. Blue smoke, the salary is satisfactory. However, I need you to assist me with a small favor. Please refrain from disclosing my car purchase to Fongjia for the time being. Additionally, do not bring the car into the courtyard. Simply find a place to park outside. Furthermore, I would like you to accompany me to the real estate agency tomorrow, as I am considering purchasing a house and relocating, given that my current living conditions are rather uncomfortable. As for you, if you are willing, you may temporarily reside with me. Please do not misunderstand. I mean a short-term arrangement. Ji Lanyan naturally comprehended the implications of Zhou Yang's words, and there was no room for misinterpretation. However, one aspect puzzled her. Where did Zhou Yang acquire such substantial funds? Zhou Yang, could you enlighten me on the source of your wealth? I recall Fong Jie mentioning that you previously struggled to afford rent. How have you suddenly become so affluent? You're not engaging in any illicit activities, are you? Chapter 28. Discovering treasures with a beautiful woman. Zhou Yang was aware that certain matters could not be concealed, yet he had no intention of hiding the truth. Thus, he recounted the events of the past few days, blending fact with a hint of fiction. Do you understand antiques? Ji Lanyan gazed at Zhou Yang as though she had stumbled upon a new world, making him feel somewhat bashful. Well, I maintain a low profile. I merely possess a modicum of knowledge. Zhou Yang began to feign sophistication. At that moment, it was imperative to impress, lest Tubo attract misfortune. Ignoring Zhou Yang's pretense, Ji Lanyan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. Where are we headed? Zhou Yang discerned that this was not the route back. Do not concern yourself. You will discover our destination in due time. For now, I am the driver, and I dictate our course. Zhou Yang could only manage a bemused expression, as this was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar logic. Yet his curiosity piqued. What was this woman up to? Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhou Yang comprehended her intentions, for he was exceedingly familiar with this locale. Indeed, it was the antique street. Prove it to me. If you can unearth a piece of antiquity before nightfall, I shall believe your words. Zhou Yang gazed at her exquisite visage, inexplicably nodding in agreement, and began to saunter towards the stalls. As for why he felt compelled to prove himself to this woman, he chose not to ponder. Perhaps it was merely a benefit of her striking appearance. At that moment, just past 4 in the afternoon, the summer sun still lingered in the sky, leaving ample time before dusk. Zhou Yang commenced his exploration at the first stall, then moved to the second. Gradually, the antique street began to teem with people, with Yin trailing closely behind Zhou Yang. Though she lacked knowledge of antiques, she understood their value. Zhou Yang's assertions must hold some truth, and now she sought verification. After perusing several stalls, Zhou Yang's attention was captured by a small trinket at the 5th stall. Having spent considerable time in this field, he was well versed in the established norms, particularly when it came to purchasing items from stalls. One must never directly handle an item of interest. To do so would invite exorbitant pricing. Thus, Zhou Yang pretended to examine a gourd, then shifted to another item for inspection. After a good 10 minutes, the stall owner appeared somewhat impatient. "Young man, you've been looking for quite some time. Are you going to buy something or not?" Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly, recalling Li Tubo's wise counsel, which he now saw validated. Typically, directly inquiring about a price indicated one was preparing to be overcharged. Conversely, lingering and provoking the stall owner's impatience signified readiness to negotiate a bargain. It seemed this wisdom held true. "Come now, do you imply that one cannot simply browse? Besides, how can you be certain I'm not interested in purchasing?" The stall owner was rendered speechless by Zhou Yang's retort, for he spoke the truth. Who decreed that merely looking necessitated a purchase? "How much for this? Offer me a better price, and I shall take it." Zhou Yang sensed that the performance was nearing its conclusion, and he picked up a small bottle to inquire further. "Young man, you have an eye for quality. This snuff bottle dates back to the Qianlong era, a true treasure, indeed the most valuable piece I possess here. If you fancy it, I can offer you a price that covers my cost. How does that sound?" As the vendor spoke, he extended a hand, which in such situations often signified the beginning of deceit. This single hand could be interpreted as 500, 5,000, or even 50,000 yuan. The vendor would never articulate the exact figure, leaving it to one's interpretation. If one assumed it to be 500, the vendor would surely deny it. And if one believed it to be 50,000, he would employ his charm to negotiate, ultimately depending on how gullible one might be. Such tactics might work on others, but they would certainly not succeed with Zhou Yang. After all, how many in the antique business could be worse than Li Tuzi? Zhou Yang had encountered countless such tricks. Thus he remarked, "Boss, this is rather exorbitant, isn't it? Just a filthy little bottle, and you dare ask for 50? 50 is acceptable, but you must add a little extra. I'll take these few copper coins as well," Zhou Yang said, subtly sliding a handful of coins toward himself. "How much? 50? Come now, don't impede my business." It was evident that the vendor was genuinely displeased. He had hoped to swindle a bit of money from Zhou Yang, only to discover he was a miser. The primary reason for this assumption stemmed from Zhou Yang's attire. "Boss, here lies your mistake. I asked you for a price, and you merely gestured with your hand. It would have been commendable if I had only offered you 5 yuan in return. Now, tell me how much for these 2 items, but let us be clear, I am not flush with cash, only." As he spoke, Zhou Yang rummaged through his pocket, soon retrieving his wallet. This motion, however, was merely for show. In reality, his wallet was stowed away in a small tripod, and, through careful study, he had simplified the storage of his belongings. The vendor's eyes were fixated on Zhou Yang's wallet, which Zhou Yang seemed to intentionally display, revealing only a few coins and perhaps 7 or 8 red notes. Thus, for these items, you can have them for 1,000 yuan. If you wish to take them, then do so, otherwise let it be. The vendor was astute. Zhou Yang's wallet likely contained 700 or 800 yuan, ignoring the coins for the moment. Typically, they accepted such small items as add-ons, most of which were either worthless trinkets or forgeries. They relied on individuals like Zhou Yang to sustain themselves. For how many genuine antiques could there truly be? On this antique street, 99 of the merchandise was counterfeit. For instance, a decent copper coin might fetch 5 yuan, while a lesser quality one would go for 2. Hence, if they could deceive Zhou Yang out of a few hundred yuan, it would be a profitable day indeed. At this juncture, success was virtually assured. What remained was the matter of negotiation. Boss, I have a total of 878. I can offer you 800 for these few small items. After all, dinner is approaching, and my girlfriend and I are still quite hungry. We must reserve a little for a quick meal for the two of us. If you find this deal agreeable, I shall take the items. If not, Zhou Yang trailed off, and the implication was clear to all. The crux of the matter now lay in whether the vendor would agree to sell. The stall owner was remarkably straightforward, responding with a simple affirmation, sold. The transaction was swiftly completed, payment exchanged for goods, and they made their way toward the parking area. Zhou followed closely behind. Although she was not well-versed in antiques, she could discern a hint of value. It seemed that Zhou Yang had stumbled upon something worthwhile. Though whether it was those copper coins or the snuff bottle remained uncertain. Chapter 29. An alternative path to wealth. Zhou Yang. Which one is the treasure? As soon as they got into the car, Zhou began to inquire. Zhou Yang fastened his seatbelt first, and then took out the items he had previously purchased. Just when Zhou thought the true treasure was the snuff bottle, Zhou Yang picked up a copper coin instead. Just this copper coin? How much is it worth? In Zhou impression, such copper coins were generally not very valuable, ranging from a few dozen to several thousand. Therefore, she estimated it should be worth several thousand. Otherwise, Zhou Yang would not have spent 800 yuan on it. This is not an ordinary copper coin. Its full name is Kai Yuan Tongbao Zhenkudakian. As for its worth, that depends on personal interpretation. To put it in perspective, based on your monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, this copper coin is worth half a year's salary for you. Zhou gazed at Zhou Yang, and to be honest, she found it hard to believe. They had been strolling for a while, and had managed to make hundreds of thousands from merely chatting at a street stall. Seeing the doubtful expression on her face, Zhou Yang began to elucidate what a Zhenkudakian truly is. This special currency is not just an ordinary copper coin. It is a unique artifact from ancient coinage culture, typically crafted for tribute, commemoration, or warding off evil before the official minting of circulating currency. It is distinct from other copper coins. Look closely. Doesn't this coin appear different from the others? Furthermore, the value of tens of thousands is merely the lower end. Some can exceed millions, depending mainly on rarity and associated historical significance. After hearing Zhou Yang's explanation, Zhou quickly took the coin and began examining it. Indeed, there was a discernible difference. This coin appeared more exquisite than the others. Lanyan, provide me with your card number, and I shall share half with you. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Zhou expression did not light up with excitement. Instead, it grew even more composed. Zhou Yang began to worry he had misspoken. Zhou Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but I will not accept what does not rightfully belong to me. Moreover, I still owe you for the money I borrowed and the medical expenses. I will repay you as soon as I am able. Zhou Yang understood, then, that this woman possessed her own stubbornness. To avoid any misunderstandings, he started to clarify his intent. Please do not misconstrue my words. I am aware you have wealth, and your family is affluent. Yet the fact remains you are currently without funds. Even emperors can find themselves in dire straits. How much more so for people like us? I do not intend to pity or ridicule you, as my modest assets would likely not be of interest to you. However, at this moment, I can indeed assist you. We are friends, are we not? Thus, it is perfectly natural for us to help one another. Just as you mentioned in the hospital, when you have money one day, you can repay me 100-fold. In this context, I find myself making an investment. Whether I shall reside in a grand villa in the future depends on your actions. Huh. Zhou was thoroughly amused by Zhou Yang's words, as she grasped his meaning. Indeed, her family is affluent, and she herself possesses wealth, albeit currently inaccessible due to certain special circumstances. It is akin to having a sum deposited in a bank, yet losing one's identification and other necessary documents. Thus, when one urgently requires the funds, they remain unattainable. Zhou Yang employed this analogy to extend his support, essentially safeguarding Zhilanyan's dignity. Yelanian Aprot Bikok recognized Zhou Yang's goodwill, understanding that individuals express their kindness in various manners. Zhou Yang, thank you. I am not in want of money at the moment. I am merely your driver, and as long as you remit my salary punctually, all is well. Moreover, did you not mention purchasing a house? I shall accompany you tomorrow. I simply cannot endure this rental abode. It is sweltering in summer. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Yang felt a wave of joy. Ji Lanyan's words indicated her willingness to cohabit with him. Although this cohabitation differed from conventional understandings, it mattered little to Zhou Yang. As the vehicle commenced its journey, he stopped to procure some groceries, surmising that Fang Jie would not return home from her mahjong game anytime soon. Hence, he intended to prepare dinner himself. Parking the car outside, the pair returned home, discovering that Fang Jie had indeed not yet arrived. Zhou Yang began washing rice and preparing the meal, while Ji Lanyan assisted in rinsing the vegetables. Zhou Yang, I had no idea you could cook, Ji Lanyan exclaimed. Zhou Yang shrugged, replying, cooking is quite simple. I began at the tender age of 13. It merely hinges on whether the food is palatable. At that moment, Ji Lanyan realized she knew little about Zhou Yang's family circumstances and was about to inquire when the sounds of Fang Jie greeting their neighbors reached them. The tone of her voice suggested she had suffered a loss, as there is a pronounced difference in the manner of speaking between winning and losing. Yo Yang, Lanyan is here too. Upon her return, Fang Jie noticed the two engaged in preparing dinner and perceived nothing amiss, perhaps attributing it to Ji Lanyan's recent ailments. Sister Fang, I heard you want to play cards. Did you win or lose today? At this question, Fang Jie became indignant. Don't even mention it. Those scoundrels, 3 against 1. I lost over 1,000 today. I am utterly devastated. I shall not play with them again. I haven't won a single round in days. It feels as though they colluded to rob me. Yet I lack evidence. And still, they dare to invite me for another round. I refuse. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. Fang Jie was merely venting her frustrations, yet Zhou Yang contemplated another avenue to prosperity, gambling. Certainly, he would never venture into a casino, for Zhou Yang is well aware of the darkness that lurks within such establishments, where cheating is a commonplace occurrence. Winning money does not guarantee its retrieval, yet losing entails a definitive loss. However, this casual form of gaming poses no issue. At the very least, it could assist Fang Jie in reclaiming her losses from today. Sister Fang, invite them over for mahjong tonight, and I assure you, you will emerge victorious. I cannot promise much, but recovering your losses from the past couple of days is certainly within reach. Any surplus can be considered a token of gratitude for your frequent invitations to dine. Fang Jie was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon morphing into one of disdain. Zhou Yang, I've played mahjong for over a decade and have garnered a modest reputation in this realm. Yet, I have struggled against those 3, let alone you. It seems you've become a bit cocky with the money you've amassed these past few days. Nevertheless, I appreciate your good intentions. Your words are indeed comforting. Zhou Yang, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged that anyone can play mahjong, and he certainly possesses the skill. However, he cannot claim to be as adept as Fang Jie. Yet, professionalism is irrelevant. Zhou Yang has an ace up his sleeve. If he cannot triumph over a few ordinary players, then what is the point of playing at all? Chapter 30. The Arrangement. Sister Fang, I am not boasting. I am merely being modest. Allow me to demonstrate. As Zhou Yang spoke, he placed half of the vegetables he had picked into the basket and then hurried to retrieve the mahjong from the cabinet. Fang Jie had mahjong at home. Being a woman who did not need to work, she often indulged in a game of mahjong. Sometimes she would play outside, while at other times, she would invite a few friends over to play, which Zhou Yang had witnessed on several occasions. Thus, the presence of mahjong at her residence did not strike him as peculiar. Zhou Yang spread the mahjong tiles across the table and glanced at Fang Jie, along with Ji Lanyan, had approached curiously. It was evident that they were eager to discover what Zhou Yang was up to. Sister Fang, my most remarkable trait is my exceptional memory. You may select any 20 mahjong tiles, and after a mere glance, if you shuffle them thoroughly in my presence and stack them again, I can accurately identify any tile at random. Fang Jie regarded Zhou Yang with a hint of skepticism. Yet she complied, selecting 20 tiles. She then turned them face down before proceeding to shuffle them in the customary manner. Once the tiles were shuffled, she stacked them as one would in a normal game of mahjong. After neatly arranging them, Fang Jie cut the tiles and casually drew one to place on the table, signaling Zhou Yang do gues. 9 of circles, Zhou Yang declared without the slightest hesitation. Fang Jie picked up the tile and squinted in disbelief. Had the tiles not belonged to her, she would have sworn they were marked, designed for cheating. She then drew another tile, followed by a third, a fourth. When Zhou Yang accurately named all 20 tiles, Fang Jie's composure faltered, and even Ji Lanyan was visibly affected. Setting aside all else, such remarkable memory was undoubtedly extraordinary. Well, do you now believe me, Sister Fang? Call them and invite them over for a game tonight, telling them you wish to play for higher stakes in order to recoup your losses. I am confident they will be thrilled. This presents us with an opportunity. Play a few rounds with them, then find a reason to step away, allowing me to take your place. Zhou Yang slowly articulated his plan. Had this been before, Fang Jie would have never considered such a gamble. However, after witnessing Zhou Yang's prowess, she resolved to take a chance with him. After all, just a few days prior, she had sold a trivial item for a substantial profit, and most importantly, Zhou Yang had instilled confidence in her. In truth, Zhou Yang's willingness to gamble was not solely based on his ability to see through the tiles. It was primarily due to the transformation his body had undergone. As he absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy over the past few days, his physique underwent notable transformations. For instance, his constitution improved, and his strength increased. Even his reflexes quickened significantly. If he could not win under such circumstances, then his advantageous ability would be deemed utterly useless. Such a remarkable gift, if not utilized, would be a lamentable waste. Zhou Yang's culinary skills proved quite commendable, even surpassing those of Fang Jie. However, this largely pertained to personal taste. Fang Jie favored a sweeter palate, often adding sugar during cooking. Zhou Yang hailed from Wancheng, where sugar was seldom employed in dishes, or only in minimal quantities. Thus, the sudden shift in flavors was quite delightful. Dinner was not yet concluded when 3 mahjong companions arrived. Initially, Zhou Yang assumed there would be a mix of genders, only to discover that all 3 were women, each appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. Consequently, the dinner concluded rather hastily. With the advancement of technology, mahjong tables have become prevalent in many locales, making the hand-tiled version increasingly rare. Nonetheless, in certain social settings, individuals still prefer to manually arrange the tiles, and the reasons for this preference are well understood. According to the initial plan, Fang Jie began playing with them, while Zhou Yang and Ji Lanyan started tidying up the tableware, with Zhou Yang primarily handling the cleanup. Just as Zhou Yang finished, Fang Jie's phone rang. "Hello, I'm Busi." "What?" "All right, I'll come over immediately." After ending the call, an expression of embarrassment crossed Fang Jie's face. "I apologize, but there is an urgent matter at my family home that I must attend to." Before she could finish, the woman with 2 papayas interjected, her tone laced with irritation. "Fang Jie, you called us here. It's only been half an hour, and you're already leaving. Are you toying with us?" As soon as she finished, another woman chimed in, "Exactly. I've barely settled in, and had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Now it's too late to find another venue." The trio of women exchanged remarks, causing Fang Jie to blush with embarrassment. At that moment, Zhou Yang approached the table with a tray bearing 4 cups of water. "I truly apologize. How about this? Zhou Yang, why don't you play a round in my stead? I'll return quickly, within about an hour." Zhou Yang was inclined to refuse, as he needed to maintain the pretense. "I'm afraid I can't, Fang Jie. I'm not proficient at mahjong. I could end up losing a considerable sum." Upon hearing his lack of experience, the 3 women exchanged glances, and the woman with the papayas spoke again. "You're Zhou Yang, right? We simply enjoy playing a few rounds. If Fang Jie leaves now, it would feel rather disingenuous." As the women continued to persuade him, coupled with Fang Jie's evident urgency to depart, she transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhou Yang right in front of everyone. In the usual course of playing mahjong, cash is the standard medium of exchange. However, this evening, due to a prior agreement to raise the stakes, it was impractical to carry such a large sum of cash. Thus, the alternative method of payment was WeChat transfer, a mode of transaction that has gained considerable popularity in recent years. Each player placed 10,000 yuan before them, and once that amount was exhausted, the transfer would occur with each player returning the 10,000 yuan to the other. At this point, Zhou Yang found himself unable to abstain from a game, and thus the mahjong officially commenced. Zhilanyan stood beside Zhou Yang, observing intently. The phone call that had just interrupted Fang Jie was placed by her. This entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated beforehand, and given Ji Lanyan's previous indulgences in lavish meals, she felt obliged to assist. Primarily, she was curious to witness how Zhou Yang would secure his winnings. As the game unfolded, the four players adhered to the rules, and no signs of cheating were evident until the fifth round, when Zhou Yang discerned something amiss. They were employing coded signals. Though Zhou Yang did not grasp the nuances of their communication, he could interpret the cards in their hands, allowing him to make educated guesses. This evening, they were playing Tueda, a variant of mahjong where the objective is simply to achieve a winning hand, regardless of whether it is through others' discards or self-draws, with the latter yielding double points. For instance, if Zhou Yang was waiting on a 3 or 6 of the character tiles, he could win if those tiles were played by others. This is referred to as Fangpin Pao in some locales, though the winnings from such a play are modest, totaling only 100 yuan. Conversely, a self-draw victory would net him 200 yuan from each opponent. Consequently, as long as the game remained active, the odds were generally favorable for self-draws, which most players preferred, unless faced with challenging hands such as those requiring specific cards or those that are monotonous. The stakes had escalated significantly. Fang Jie typically engaged in games with bets of 10 or 20 yuan, but the current wagers of 100 or 200 yuan were a result of the collective ambition among the four players. Fang Jie aimed to recoup her losses, while the other three sought to amass greater winnings. Thus, the stakes had been raised to such a considerable level that losing 200,000 to 300,000 yuan in a single evening would not be uncommon. However, Zhou Yang felt no trepidation. His lack of involvement in any cheating thus far was predicated on the fact that the women had not resorted to such tactics either. His primary concern lay in the possibility of having misjudged the situation, if these women were indeed fortunate and genuinely winning. His only goal for the evening would be to avoid losses. Nevertheless, should the game proceed in its current fashion, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. Chapter 31. I will listen to you having ascertained that these three individuals were cheating. Zhou Yang wasted no time. During the 6th round of drawing cards, he began to employ his tricks. With his remarkable dexterity, honed over 25 years of solitude, he effortlessly drew extra cards while discreetly returning a couple back to the pile. Whenever he sensed the card he desired, he would surreptitiously acquire it and replace it with an unwanted card from his hand. Given the lucrative nature of a pong, a winning combination, as well as the bonuses for pairs, pure sequences, and 7 pairs, Zhou Yang predominantly focused on crafting such hands. However, he was not overly ambitious. He would only resort to this tactic once every 2 or 3 rounds. Even in the event of a misstep, his loss would merely amount to 100 yuan, and should his opponents draw a winning hand, he would only incur a loss of 200. Conversely, if Zhou Yang drew a concealed pung or managed to self-draw a winning hand, his gains would start from 600 yuan, with the potential for much more if combined with pairs, pure sequences, or concealed pungs. Consequently, after 2 hours, he had amassed over 40,000 yuan. Zhou Yang, my young brother, you are quite impressive. Your luck is remarkable. The speaker was the woman across from him, who carried 2 papayas. To this point, she and her companions believed Zhou Yang was merely fortunate. The phrase "the basket yields a red card" is a local dialect from Jinling, akin to a beginner's protection in games, where novices enjoy a grace period, such as not losing experience or equipment upon defeat, along with receiving beginner's gift packages. Sister Ping, you all are the ones who allowed me to win. I didn't expect my fortune to be this good tonight. Shall we call a night? Zhou Yang addressed Sister Ping, the woman with the papayas. He felt that having won over 40,000 yuan was sufficient since Fang Jie had only lost a few thousand over the past days. Now, not only had he recouped the losses, but he had also gained over 30,000, which seemed ample. My little brother, it's not even 10 yet. Why the rush? You don't intend to leave after winning, do you? We had previously agreed with Fang Jie to play until 11:30. I'll just step out for a moment. When I return, we can change positions and continue. Reluctantly, Zhou Yang considered. although he had not aimed to win excessively, if the others insisted on filling his pockets. He had no choice. As the clock approached 11, Zhou Yang's winnings had surged to nearly 100,000 yuan. He did not focus solely on winning from one player, ensuring his gains were distributed more evenly. It was evident that the three individuals were not entirely oblivious. They must have sensed something amiss by now. Young brother, what a clever tactic. Would you care to share how you accomplished this? This time, the speaker was the eldest woman, whom they referred to as Sisterly, and Zhou Yang followed suit. Sisterly, I find it difficult to comprehend your words. Surely, you don't suspect me of deceit? I can solemnly swear that today marks my inaugural foray into gambling with mahjong. I have never gambled before. What Zhou Yang stated is indeed true. He has never engaged in such activities, and today is genuinely his first experience. Previously, it was merely casual play, devoid of any wagering. Sisterly seemed poised to express her thoughts when she was interrupted by a woman carrying 2 papayas. Zhou Yang, Sisterly was merely jesting. Given the late hour, we ought to take our leave. Please inform Fang Jia upon her return, and we shall convene for mahjong another day. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a surge of relief. He had harbored fears that these 3 women might renege on their word. Despite the money being transferred, if they decided to create a scene or call the police, it would lead to complications. After all, this could be construed as illegal gambling. Winning nearly 100,000 yuan surely cannot be dismissed as mere play. Engaging in group gambling could result in criminal detention and fines. Zhou Yang, whose good fortune had only just begun, wished to avoid any blemish on his record. Thus, upon learning that the 3 women intended to depart, he promptly agreed and courteously escorted them away. Chenping, you just... After leaving Fang Jia's residence, Sisterly began her inquiries. Chenping, the one selling papayas. This Zhou Yang is no ordinary man. We were deceived by his seemingly simple demeanor. He is a master, and I began to harbor doubts within the first hour. Yet, I could find no faults in his conduct. In matters such as these, if we cannot catch him in the act, and he refuses to confess, we are powerless. Upon hearing Chenping's remarks, Sisterly became somewhat displeased. Are we to let him off so easily? Collectively, we have nearly lost 100,000 yuan. After much effort, we have identified a prime target, only to have it thwarted by this young man. Perhaps we should report this to the authorities. Chenping shot Sister Li a disapproving glance and replied, Report it? The unfortunate consequences would not befall him alone. We would share in the repercussions. Even if we did alert the police, we would not recover the money. It constitutes gambling funds. Do you not understand this? Let us consider this evening a lesson learned. It amounts to merely over 30,000 yuan each. We shall regard these past days as wasted efforts. This matter ends here. Zhou Yang is quite shrewd, and I am certain he has perceived our subtle maneuvers, although he has chosen not to reveal his awareness. Furthermore, we can no longer engage in games with Fang Jia. I suspect her departure was deliberate. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang concluded the call and began tidying up. The call was, of course, to Fang Jia, as previously agreed upon, to notify her once the affairs here were settled. Zhou Yang, I advise you to refrain from gambling in the future. While it may seem lucrative, the risks are exceedingly high. You have yet to encounter formidable opponents. I have heard tales of truly skilled gamblers who cheat by marking or swapping cards, and you would be none the wiser. Zhou Yang ceased his cleaning efforts and turned his gaze toward Ji Lanyan. He was taken aback by the woman's unexpected concern for him. However, he recognized the truth in her words. As the adage goes, there are always individuals stronger than oneself. Today, he had merely won a modest sum through this dubious advantage, but truly capable individuals were far too numerous. He dared not boast. Perhaps as his skills improved, he might excel, but for now, his petty tricks were hardly worthy of the grand stage. It is crucial to note that legitimate casinos are equipped with surveillance. Actions such as card stealing or switching fall squarely within their watchful eye. No matter how swift one may be, it is futile. Can one outpace a bullet? The trajectory of a bullet can be captured by high-speed cameras, let alone the speed of one's car maneuvers. Thus, the notion of earning a little extra through gambling, which Zhou Yang had previously entertained, was now abandoned. This woman spoke the truth. Lanyan, I will heed your advice. I have never been fond of playing cards. Today was merely to assist Fang Jie in seeking retribution. I shall not partake in gambling any longer. Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment under Zhou Yang's gaze, particularly at his declaration of "I will heed your advice," sensing an underlying unease. Chapter 32. The Division of Spoils. Zhou Yang, how are you? Just as Yin sensed a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, Fang Jie returned. Though she inquired, she was already aware that Zhou Yang had won. He had mentioned his winnings over the phone earlier, merely withholding the exact amount. Rest assured, with me, Zhou Yang, at the helm, there is nothing beyond my control. Tonight, I want a total of 93,000. I will transfer it to you right away. Upon finishing, Zhou Yang took out his phone to initiate the transfer. But Fang Jie intervened. Zhou Yang, let us adhere to our prior agreement. We will split the winnings. Consider the 3,000 as a deduction from my earlier losses. You can send me 33,000, and the remaining 60,000 can be divided between the two of you. Fang Jie did not lack for money, though that was but one facet of her character. Her financial independence did not equate to a lack of appreciation for wealth. The reason she proposed such a distribution was, in essence, her recognition of Zhou Yang's capabilities. Indeed, she had pondered this matter on her way back, bringing someone to play cards and enabling Zhou Yang to win. Zhou Yang, however, was not one to be overly sentimental. After all, this was the arrangement they had agreed upon during dinner. After deducting Fang Jie's earlier losses, the remaining winnings were to be shared equally, though Yin had not been included in that initial conversation. Zhou Yang could forego this money. But Yin was in need. She had wealth, yet lacked cash at present. If Zhou Yang were to hand her the money directly, she would likely refuse it. Thus, this method of distribution was indeed suitable. Having settled the agreement, Zhou Yang proceeded with the transfer. He sent Fang Jie 83,000, of which 50,000 was the principal she had previously given him. He then transferred 30,000 to Yin, leaving the remainder in cash for himself. Yin was taken aback to find she possessed money, as Zhou Yang had remarked. In the past, this sum would have been inconsequential to her. Yet now, it was imperative. A woman who had grown up in affluence now resided in a modest rental room. This was the essence of Yin. Had it been someone else, they might have capitulated to their family long ago. Yin needed the money, but she was hesitant to accept it, considering she had done little more than make a phone call in support of Zhou Yang. However, upon witnessing Zhou Yang continually winking at her, she eventually nodded and accepted the payment. Zhou Yang, how do you have such good cards? Perhaps tomorrow, after the distribution was complete, Fang Jie revealed her true nature, even beginning to envision a promising future. Fang Jie, a small gamble can bring joy, but a significant one can lead to ruin. It is wise to avoid gambling altogether, for you cannot predict when you might encounter someone more formidable than yourself. Take those 3 women, for instance. They were cheating. You were fortunate to discover their deceit early. Had you realized too late and fallen into their trap, you could have lost everything in a single night. The reason I assisted you in playing today was that they deceived you. Such matters will not be my concern in the future. Zhou Yang finished speaking and fell silent, turning to sweep the floor. Yin seized the opportunity to bid farewell and departed, as it was getting late and she resided outside, while this was the main house. Fang Jie had initially felt quite exhilarated, but Zhou Yang's words extinguished that excitement in an instant. Zhou Yang, have you considered it again? You could take more. Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words. After all this time, this woman seemed to believe he had ulterior motives. Thus, he chose to ignore her, cleaning up the place before taking a brief shower and returning to his room. Lying on his bed, Zhou Yang began to ponder. The events of the evening's mahjong game had nearly convinced him that his body had indeed undergone a transformation. His speed had increased, his strength amplified, and even his physical condition had improved. Previously, Zhou Yang had been quite sensitive to heat, yet now, even without the air conditioning on, he felt comfortable. With a thought, a small cauldron hidden within him emerged. This cauldron, inscribed with runes, was indecipherable to him. It lacked a lid, perhaps by design, and contained 3 compartments, although he distinctly recalled there being only two initially. Zhou Yang utilized one compartment as a safe, storing important items like his driver's license and ID here. The second compartment held spiritual liquid, which he had gathered, allowing him to absorb it to enhance his physical attributes whenever he desired. The third compartment, he understood, was for repairing items. This was not the first time he had employed this ability. Zhou Yang picked up an ancient coin, the Kaiyuan Tongbao, and placed it in the empty compartment. Assuming all went as expected, he would awaken after a good night's rest to find the coin successfully restored. After stowing the auspicious cauldron away, Zhou Yang began to contemplate his plans for the following day. In truth, there was much to be done. Purchasing a car and a house was merely the first step. Now that he had a vehicle, the next priority was securing a residence. Addressing the essentials of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation would afford him ample time and energy to venture into entrepreneurship. However, his notion of entrepreneurship did not entail conventional business endeavors. Rather, it was about exploring alternative avenues. He thought of opportunities such as finding bargains or gambling on stones. Reflecting on the latter, Zhou Yang recalled the events of that morning and felt compelled to visit the raw stone market again tomorrow. He had refrained from participating earlier mainly because Huang Jiqing was present. He had promised not to engage in such activities while this individual was around. Had he acted on his impulses this morning, it would have contradicted his prior commitment. However, gambling on stones could be pursued any day, and tomorrow would suffice for a small trial. Moreover, the urgency of purchasing a house was paramount, especially at the thought of cohabiting with a beautiful woman. Such a prospect was invigorating. Zhou Yang, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found that it was already the following morning. Fang Jie did not have the habit of preparing breakfast. She typically preferred to purchase a light meal from a nearby vendor. Thus, as Zhou Yang stepped out of his room, he noticed a modest breakfast laid out on the dining table, accompanied by a glass of milk. He couldn't help but acknowledge the woman's attentiveness. After a brief freshening up, he greeted Fang Jie and took the breakfast and milk before heading out. Shortly after Zhou Yang's departure, Jilanyan also prepared herself and left her home, and before long, the two met by the car. It felt reminiscent of a secret rendezvous. Zhou Yang handed the breakfast to the woman, and Jilanyan accepted it without reservation, munching on it while inquiring, "Where to now?" Chapter 33. Stone Gambling. Zhou Yang contemplated suggesting a visit to the property, but upon checking the time, he realized that the real estate agents were likely still closed. Indeed, many industries tend to open later, such as shopping malls, supermarkets, and banks. For instance, vendors in antique streets typically do not begin their day until around 9 or 10 in the morning, as most business transpires in the afternoon. Thus, it became apparent that no matter where Zhou Yang chose to go, the timing was less than ideal. After much deliberation, he resolved to head to the raw stone street. After all, nothing held greater significance than the pursuit of profit. Let us proceed to raw stone street, Zhou Yang declared decisively before entering the car. Do you know how to gamble on stones? Zhou Yang, fastening his seatbelt, suddenly paused, his gaze fixated on the woman beside him. Is there something on my face? Jilanyan felt somewhat perplexed. Zhou Yang regained his focus, realizing that his momentary distraction was due to her mention of a specialized term, stone gambling. Previously unfamiliar with the concept, Zhou Yang had only recently learned about it through his interactions with Huang Jiqing. However, recalling that the woman had mentioned her family was involved in the jewelry and jade business, he soon understood. Lanyan, let's take a look. I possess only a rudimentary understanding of stone gambling, Zhou Yang said. Lanyan hesitated, wanted to voice a thought, but ultimately refrained, starting the vehicle instead. As the designated driver, she needed to maintain her role. The distance to Raw Stone Street was considerable, with a drive taking approximately 40 to 50 minutes, largely due to the frustrating traffic lights along the route. This marked Zhou Yang's second visit to the area, where he was confident no one would recognize him, rendering all shops equally appealing. In fact, he had already gathered substantial knowledge the day prior. Stone gambling involved purchasing the rough stones one fancied and then employing a stone-cutting machine to unveil their contents. If the stone was hollow, it was referred to in industry parlance as a black egg. Conversely, if jadeite was discovered, The first step was to assess its quality, followed by its size. Zhou Yang began scrutinizing the first stone, mindful not to linger too long, as his ability to utilize his X-ray vision was limited. The examination of rough stones particularly drained his internal energy, necessitating a swift search for the desired jadeite. Item name: Jadeite rough stone, origin: Northern Myanmar. Value: none. Item name: Jadeite rough stone, origin: Northern Myanmar. Type: Nuwa. Value: 5,000 yuan. Item name: Jadeite rough stone. Zhou Yang continued inspecting stone after stone, each revealing either a black egg or an unworthy specimen. Growing increasingly anxious, he decided to venture deeper into the shop. Recognizing that the stones near the entrance had been exhaustively examined by others, leaving scant opportunity for a fortunate find. At that moment, a conversation between two individuals caught his attention. "Old Zhang, want to cut this stone open for a look? What do you think?" the man inquired. The one referred to as Old Zhang slightly shook his head. "Old Qin, perhaps it is best to let this go. This stone bears a fissure, and the odds of loss are overwhelmingly high. Although its appearance is quite admirable, the prominence of this flaw is too evident." The original intention of Old Qin to purchase this stone wavered under Old Zhang's counsel, leading him to reconsider. This matter was initially unrelated to Zhou Yang. Yet upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of the stone, he became unsettled. Item name: Jadeite rough, origin: Northern Myanmar. Color: imperial green. Value: approximately 30 million. Upon this revelation, Zhou Yang gasped. This was indeed imperial green, a legendary rarity that he never expected to encounter. Regrettably, the stone size was rather diminutive. Otherwise, its worth would not merely be 30 million. This stone was still quite substantial, slightly larger than a basketball. Its price was surprisingly modest at merely 120,000. The reason for such an affordable price lay in its fissure. In the jadeite rough trade, this fissure is typically referred to as a crack or a minute fracture. As such, most individuals would refrain from purchasing rough stones with such flaws. While the likelihood of jadeite emerging from flawed rough stones is considerable, the fissure significantly compromises the internal structure of the jadeite. The saying, 10 fissures, 9 breaks captures this essence. However, Zhou Yang was confident that this fissure had not fully permeated the stone, or else he would not have deduced its value at 30 million. This was indeed a significant opportunity. Zhou Yang chose to remain discreet, awaiting the departure of Old Zhang and Old Qin before making his move. In this industry, there are parallels with antiquities. For instance, when two individuals simultaneously encounter an item, the first to touch it claims ownership. Unless the initial party relinquishes their interest, only then may another step forward, akin to the situation with Huang Jiqing and the brush holder. Since Huang Jiqing set it down, Li Tubo seized the chance to claim it, a somewhat unscrupulous yet technically permissible act. Fortunately, Zhou Yang did not have to wait long. The two soon departed, allowing him to clutch the stone protectively, as if fearing it might be snatched away. Zhou Yang, this flawed piece, is unworthy. Yelanian, coming from a family engaged in the jadeite and jewelry business, may not claim to be an expert, but she possesses a solid foundation of knowledge. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Yang's intent to purchase the stone, she quickly interjected to dissuade him. "Lanyan, worry not. I shall bring you a surprise." The essence of stone gambling lies in taking small risks for grand rewards. If everyone were aware of the stone's potential, profit would vanish. Primarily, Zhou Yang held a strong belief in this stone, and considering it was merely a matter of a few 100,000, even if he faced a loss, they could always venture to the antique street afterward. Ji Lanyan wished to voice further objections, but Zhou Yang had already lifted the stone onto a small cart to make payment. Reluctantly, she followed along, unconvinced of Zhou Yang's aptitude for stone gambling. It is believed that Zhou Yang possesses a certain degree of knowledge regarding antiques, as she previously worked in an antique shop. Furthermore, she indeed stumbled upon a good deal yesterday afternoon. While it may not be accurate to say she is an expert, she certainly has some skills. However, when it comes to gambling on stones, it is entirely a matter of experience and luck, even for the so-called top masters in the field. They cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. Otherwise, why would these masters assist others in their stone gambling? Surely, They could profit more by gambling on stones themselves. Ultimately, it all boils down to the risks involved, which they find intolerable. Once the payment is made, the stone belongs to Zhou Yang. These gambling stone shops are equipped with stone deciphering machines, providing customers the opportunity to have their stones deciphered on-site, along with the assistance of a skilled deciphering master. As Zhou Yang brought her stone to the machine, a crowd quickly gathered around her. Some were there to purchase stones, others simply to witness the spectacle, and yet another group was there to acquire jade. However, when they laid eyes on the stone Zhou Yang had purchased, a buzz of discussion erupted among them. Chapter 34. Jiang Shiwuru, Liufu, Jewelry. Old Qin. Isn't that the stone you were considering before? At this moment, Old Qin and Old Zhang, who had previously discussed the stone, noticed the one purchased by Zhou Yang. Old Qin had been the one contemplating the acquisition of this stone, and now he found himself in a state of inner conflict. He yearned for the stone to contain precious gems, yet simultaneously wished it did not. This sentiment is quite understandable. The desire for exquisite jade within signifies a wish to validate his assumptions. Conversely, the hope that it contains nothing stems from his failure to procure it, reflecting a common psychological state. Zhou Yang, however, remained unfazed by the discussion surrounding him. Over the past 2 years, he had grown accustomed to being the subject of behind-the-scenes chatter. Thus, he focused solely on his own endeavors. Initially, he intended to unveil the stone directly, but recalling the events of the previous day, he picked up a marker and began to draw lines meticulously. These lines represented the cutting markings. Stone cutters do not proceed blindly. They require the original stone's owner to delineate the lines beforehand to avoid potential disputes. If the stone contained no jade, that would be acceptable, but should jade emerge and be damaged during the process, it would lead to complications. However, once the lines are drawn, the cutter would have to follow them, absolving others of blame in case of mishap. Zhou Yang planned to undertake the cutting himself, so after marking the lines, he secured the stone and commenced the cutting process. Jilan observed silently. The stone had already been purchased, and even if they regretted it now, it was too late. Moreover, Zhou Yang had already begun the cutting, leaving her with no choice but to offer silent prayers for success. As time passed, Zhou Yang finally sliced through the stone with precision. The dimensions he chose were impeccable, and, as the cut was made, it aligned perfectly with the end of the fissure, effectively removing the flawed portion while preserving the rest. At this moment, Old Qin felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing that this stone was destined for a significant appreciation in value. Zhou Yang halted the cutting machine and scooped some water with a ladle to wash the freshly cut surface. It was green. Indeed, it was green. Astonishingly, just yesterday, he had contemplated purchasing this stone, hesitating and planning to return today, only to find this remarkable outcome. Yes, I have always believed in this stone as well, though I've been quite busy these past few days, chimed in another nearby observer. Amidst the excitement, many began to express their hindsight, but most were merely indulging in idle chatter. Yet one individual, at that moment, wore a countenance akin to having consumed 2 pounds of bitter lotus root, feeling a profound sense of regret. He was uncertain if others wished to purchase the stone, but he truly desired it. Had Old Zhang not intervened, this jade would now belong to him. This was a matter of considerable financial significance. Zhou Yang, equally exhilarated, intended to continue unveiling the jade, as he had only revealed one facet thus far. A mere surface polish had exposed a glimpse of the jade's brilliance. Now, he needed to extract the jade from within. As Zhou Yang extracted the piece of jade, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. What a stunning green jade! The hue, the quality, no, this is imperial green. My heavens! As Zhou Yang peeled away the surrounding stone, a jadeite the size of a woman's fist emerged before the captivated crowd. Instantly, excitement swept through the onlookers. Even Jilan found it hard to maintain her composure. If Zhou Yang had unearthed a piece of jade, luck could be a factor. However, to uncover imperial green could not simply be attributed to fortune. If it were luck, it would indeed be extraordinary luck. Regrettably, this piece of imperial green was somewhat small, sufficient only for 2 bangles and perhaps a pair of smaller items. Had it been larger, the price would likely have required an additional 0. Internally, Zhou Yang was far from the calm he appeared to be. Although he had long recognized this as imperial green, valued at 30 million, the moment this exquisite jade truly lay in his hands, he felt a surge of exhilaration, evident in his slightly trembling hands, though he managed to conceal it well. After all, he had already made considerable profits over the past few days, providing him with a buffer. "Young man, I am Wang Jun from Wanda Jewelry Company. I offer 10 million for this imperial green. I wonder if you would consider selling." At that moment, the first bid was made, inevitably followed by a second. "I bid 15 million, the crowd rapidly escalated their offers, ultimately reaching 25 million before the bidding ceased. Zhou Yang understood one crucial truth. While this piece of imperial green was indeed worth 30 million, the actual sale price depended on the buyer. Moreover, the figure of 30 million was merely an advisory price. Whether anyone was willing to meet that price was another matter entirely. Just as Zhou Yang was preparing to agree to the transaction, Ji Lanyan interjected. "Ladies and gentlemen, while this piece of imperial green may be modest in size, its color is impeccable, and it is perfectly suited for 2 bangles. In the current market, even the most affordable imperial green bangles fetch over 10 million each. A pair would be valued at no less than 25 million. The remainder can be fashioned into smaller pieces for jewelry, yielding a considerable profit. Therefore, 25 million is too low. This jadeite is worth at least 30 million. If you wish to acquire it, let us finalize the deal at this price. If you find it too expensive, we shall politely decline to sell. After all, a fine treasure does not fear being unwanted." Ji Lanyan's assertion silenced any objections from the crowd. Her words rang true. This piece of imperial green was indeed worth that amount, albeit reducing the intermediary profit considerably. "I will take it for 30 million. A woman's voice pierced through the air. Zhou Yang looked up to see a woman in her early 30s, elegantly attired, unmistakably a person of wealth. It turns out to be General Jiang, who truly possesses remarkable audacity. Zhou Yang listened and observed, gathering from the surrounding discussions that this woman held a certain stature, as it was improbable for so many to recognize her otherwise. At that moment, the woman known as General Jiang approached Zhou Yang directly. "Greetings. I shall take this imperial green for 30 million. Would you prefer a check or a bank transfer?" Zhou Yang remained silent, promptly retrieving a bank card from his pocket and presenting it to this General Jiang. "Let us proceed with the transfer. Here is my account." Jiang Shiru accepted the bank card and handed it to an assistant standing nearby. "I am Jiang Shiru, the general manager of Liufu Jewelry. May I inquire how to address you, sir?" While speaking, Jiang Shiru produced a business card and extended it to Zhou Yang. He glanced at the card before tucking it into his pocket. "I am Zhou Yang, Zhou as in the surname, and Yang as in the ocean. This jadeite is yours." Jiang Shiru nodded, accepting the imperial green. The two engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries, primarily awaiting the completion of the transfer process. However, the transfer was not as swift as anticipated. One must input the account details and verify the account and name. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang received a notification confirming the bank transfer. Once he verified that everything was in order, the transaction concluded. Having received the funds, Zhou Yang prepared to depart, as a considerable crowd had gathered, and he preferred to avoid the limelight. "Mr. Zhou, should you ever acquire high-quality jadeite, please feel free to contact me. Price is no concern. I shall take as much as you have." Just as Zhou Yang was about to leave, Jiang Shiru hastily added this remark. Chapter 35. Preparing to purchase a villa. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, as if to indicate his agreement, and then hurriedly left original Stone Street. At this moment, he desperately needed a secluded place to vent his emotions. 30 million, a figure that felt almost surreal to him. Once upon a time, Zhou Yang had fantasized about winning 5 million in the lottery, or perhaps having a pie fall from the sky and land on his head. He had even dreamt of becoming a billionaire. Yet dreams do not equate to reality. Now, possessing over 30 million was a tangible achievement. Ji Lanyan had been observing this man closely. While others may not have noticed any changes in him, she could see that he was slightly anxious, a bit exhilarated. This was understandable. After all, they had known each other for some time, and she had come to know Zhou Yang to some extent. For someone who had once possessed nothing, to now hold tens of millions and still maintain his composure was quite remarkable. Not everyone is born into wealth. Lanyan, pinch me. Am I dreaming? The first words Zhou Yang uttered upon returning to the car were these. Ji Lanyan felt a chuckle rising within her, but complied by gently pinching his arm, not applying much force. It was summer, and Zhou Yang was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, so even a light pinch provided a sensation. This isn't dream. I've actually become a millionaire. I've actually become a millionaire. Zhou Yang exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth, only to be followed by childlike sobs. This left Ji Lanyan quite bewildered. Was this what they called tears of joy? Zhou Yang, are you all right? She could not help but inquire. Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhou Yang quickly took out a tissue to dab at his eyes. The saying goes that a man does not shed tears lightly, only when truly heartbroken. I apologize. I lost my composure. Coming from a small town, I've never encountered such wealth, and now that I have come into this fortune, my emotions are a bit overwhelming. Now that I have money, I want to buy a house. The timing seems right. Let us visit a real estate agency. I want to purchase a ready-to-move-in property, preferably one that is already furnished, as I do not have the luxury of time to deal with complicated procedures or renovations. I simply need a place that is move-in ready. As Ji Lanyan started the car, she listened attentively to Zhou Yang. She agreed with his sentiments. A person like Zhou Yang, with his capabilities, should not squander his energy on mundane concerns such as family vehicles, but rather focus on entrepreneurship. Thus, she believed his thoughts were valid. However, Ji Lanyan also had her own perspective, or rather, she was contemplating the situation from her viewpoint. Zhou Yang, given your current financial standing and your abilities, making money should not pose a challenge. In that case, have you considered purchasing a better house? It would be a significant step forward. Home is a profoundly significant entity. Once acquired, it often becomes permanent. At times, we must not perceive issues solely from our present standpoint, but rather with an eye toward the future. Therefore, I believe it is prudent to contemplate options such as villas. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. Zhou Yang listened attentively, recognizing the wisdom in her words. The adage holds true. Those without foresight are bound to face imminent troubles. If one cannot extend their vision beyond the immediate, complications are sure to follow. Zhou Yang initially intended to purchase a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom apartment, as such accommodations would suffice. However, after this woman's insightful reminder, he realized that such arrangements might not be ideal. For instance, in a 3-bedroom apartment, would his mother not require a room in the future? And once he marries, would he not need a space of his own? Given his involvement in the antique and jade business, it is essential to have a collection room or a study. Consequently, a 3-bedroom apartment would soon be filled to capacity, leaving no room for children should they come along. Hence, acquiring a villa merits consideration, especially since he currently possesses over 30 million. Even if he spends 10 million on a villa, it remains within his means. With this realization, Zhou Yang made his decision. All right, I will heed your advice. Let us head to the Jingchang Private Garden, which is a villa district. I have an acquaintance there. I shall call him now. Zhou Yang's casual affirmation was uttered without much thought, yet Ji Lanyan felt a sudden flush on her cheeks for reasons unbeknownst to her. Perhaps such a statement is easily misconstrued. The acquaintance Zhou Yang referred to was, of course, Tian Peng, though their familiarity was rather limited. However, in Zhou Yang's mind, this was the only community he could think of for villa purchases, primarily due to his limited exposure. Nonetheless, the villas in this area are indeed impressive, boasting a pleasant environment, gardens, recreational facilities, and proximity to shopping malls and supermarkets. Meanwhile, Tian Peng was at home, enduring his wife's incessant chatter, which revolved around their daughter's internship dilemma. His daughter was in her 3rd year of university, indicating that she would graduate the following year. Those who have attended university know that internships typically commence after the 3rd year. Logically, since Tian Peng owned a company, it would seem natural for his daughter to intern there. However, the problem arose because his precious daughter was unwilling to work at her father's company, leading to a prior dispute with her mother, Li Huiwan. Thus, in a fit of temper, she retreated to her grandfather's house for nearly a month, only returning yesterday. Last night, the estranged mother and daughter found themselves embroiled in yet another argument regarding the internship. Consequently, Li Huiwan had been persistently nagging since last night. expressing her concerns that her daughter was growing up and becoming disobedient. Tian Peng felt as if his head would burst from the incessant complaints, believing that as girls grow older, they develop their own thoughts, as long as they do not associate with unsavory individuals. He felt it was acceptable for her to pursue any legitimate work, or even none at all. Thus, the couple found themselves at an impasse once more. At that moment, a call from Zhou Yang came through. Li Huiwan was a remarkably virtuous woman. She typically discussed trivial matters with her husband at home, but whenever a phone rang or there were guests present, she exhibited great tact. Consequently, as soon as Tian Peng's phone rang, she promptly fell silent. "Hello, Brother Zhou. Yes, I'm at home. Feel free to come over." "Absolutely. Purchasing a house is indeed a commendable endeavor. All right, I'll be waiting for you." The conversation was brief, consisting of merely a few sentences, leaving Li Huiwan unaware of its significance. "Old Tian, is that Zhou Yang who came yesterday to assist you with the antique appraisal?" Tian Peng nodded and replied, "Zhou Yang is interested in acquiring a villa in our community, which is why he just reached out to me." "Isn't the manager of the sales office in this community your classmate? Why not give her a call to inquire if there are any suitable options?" The classmate Tian Peng referred to as Li Huijuan's desk mate from high school. The villa they currently resided in had been purchased last year through a recommendation. One could say that aside from the slightly elevated price, every other aspect was exceedingly satisfactory. Of course, this higher price was relative for Tian Peng. This villa was indeed a remarkable bargain. Chapter 36. Complicated relationships. Having visited this place before, the security personnel at the community courteously opened the gate for Zhou Yang. Another reason for their politeness was the current era's emphasis on appearances. Yesterday, Zhou Yang arrived in a taxi, while today he drove a luxury vehicle worth 300,000 to 400,000. Although this amount does not classify as the pinnacle of luxury cars in this city, many vehicles far exceed that price. Nevertheless, for the security guards, a car valued at 300,000 to 400,000 was indeed a luxury. At least, for Zhou Yang's former self, it epitomized luxury. With an unobstructed journey, they arrived at Tian Peng's residence, where Tian Peng and Li Huiwan were already waiting in the yard. However, upon disembarking, several individuals were taken aback, particularly Jilan Yin, as she recognized the couple before her. Conversely, Tian Peng and Li Huiwan also recognized her. "Aunt, uncle," Jilan Yin called out, albeit with some trepidation, leaving Zhou Yang utterly bewildered. "You know each other?" he inquired, slowly grasping the situation. Let's go inside to talk," suggested Tian Peng, who was aware of Jilan Yin's family circumstances, though he hadn't anticipated Zhou Yang's acquaintance with her. He intended to clarify their relationship. But Jilan Yin discreetly signaled with her eyes, and Li Huiwan promptly picked up on the cue, hastily diverting the topic. Consequently, Zhou Yang refrained from probing further. After all, if the others were reluctant to discuss the matter, there must be valid reasons behind it. Thus, he resolved to inquire privately with Jilan Yin later. Upon entering the villa, Tian Peng engaged Zhou Yang in conversation, while Li Huiwan ushered Jilan Yin into her room. "Lan Yin, your parents have been searching for you lately. What brings you here? And how do you know Zhou Yang?" Li Huiwan began her inquiries as soon as they entered the room. It turned out that Li Huiwan had ties to the Ji family, as Jilan Yin's mother and Li Huiwan were cousins. This meant that Li Huiwan was, in essence, Jilan Yin's aunt, with Tian Peng as her uncle. Jilan Yin's ignorance of the villa's ownership by Tian Peng corroborated earlier discussions, as the property had only been purchased in the past 2 years. This explained the considerable misunderstanding. Otherwise, Jilan Yin would not have come here, especially since she had not disclosed her visit to anyone. "Aunt, you are well aware of the situation at home. The matchmaker you introduced me to is utterly repulsive. Jilan Yin, would never marry such a person. I would rather with a poor boy, as long as he is someone I cherish," she declared. Li Huiwan sighed and replied, "Lan Yin, why put yourself through this? You can't possibly mean that the poor boy you mentioned is Zhou Yang, can you?" Jilan Yin's face flushed crimson at the implication, and she quickly retorted, "Absolutely not. He is my boss now, and I am his driver. Please do not misunderstand. Also, you mustn't tell my family that I'm here. Otherwise, I will never speak to you again." Li Huiwan found herself in a quandary. The matter at hand was indeed troublesome. If she were to disclose it, she would inevitably offend Zhou Yang, for it is wise to avoid antagonizing others whenever possible. Conversely, should she choose silence, and the situation in this region were to come to light in the capital, it would be difficult to provide an explanation. Aunt, you were always so fond of me in my childhood. Please do not betray me now. You are well aware of that man, who fancies himself a distinguished returnee from overseas studies. He believes himself exceptionally capable, holding an air of superiority, looking down upon others, and even peppering his speech with snippets of foreign languages. The mere thought of marrying him is revolting. I feel nauseated even engaging him in conversation. I have finally settled here, and if you disclose this to the family, I will be forced to relocate once again. Zhi Lanyan's words might hold some weight. If she remains here, at least Li Huiwan knows that Zhi Lanyan will be safe. Should Zhi Lanyan truly flee, it will be far more challenging to explain the situation afterward. Moreover, this issue is not urgent. It would be prudent to observe for a while. Perhaps in due course, the capital might relent, or Zhi Lanyan may come to a realization on her own. Lanyan, I can refrain from informing your family for the time being, but you must tell me how you came to know this Zhou Yang. As the two women conversed, two men outside engaged in their own dialogue. Zhou Yang had initially been eager to view properties, but Tian Peng mentioned waiting for a phone call. Thus, the two began to chat casually. Zhou Yang, haven't you visited the antique market in the past few days? Tian Peng quickly shifted the topic to antiques, clearly displaying his fondness for them. Just as Zhou Yang was about to respond, he suddenly recalled the copper coin he had purchased yesterday, which he had placed in the Rui Ding for restoration. He had forgotten about it until now. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved the coin. Boss Tian, take a look at this, though I doubt it aligns with your interests. This piece is known as the Kaiyuan Tongbao Zhinku Daiqian. Do you happen to know anyone who collects such items? Tian Peng inspected the large coin closely, and as Zhou Yang had surmised, it did not particularly appeal to him. Tastes vary among individuals. Zhou Yang, you ought to consult Lao Huang. He has a broader network. However, what do you suppose this item is worth? Zhou Yang concurred. He should indeed make time to visit Huang Jiqing. Boss Tian, this coin is referred to as the Kaiyuan Tongbao Zhinku Daiqian, and its current market value is approximately 600,000. A fluctuation of around 100,000 is typical, but items like these are somewhat niche. Their worth is contingent upon finding the right buyer. Tian Peng acknowledged Zhou Yang's assertion. Value is derived from appreciation, and without an admirer, is merely scrap metal. At that moment, one of the doors on the second floor creaked open, revealing a young beauty in her early 20s descending the stairs. Zhou Yang followed his gaze upward, observing that this young woman appeared to be of a similar age to Huang Xiyu, with perhaps only a year or two of difference at most. Her height and appearance bore a striking resemblance to Li Huiwan. Thus her identity became readily apparent. Dad, do we have guests at home? Upon seeing his precious daughter, Tian Peng's face lit up with a radiant smile. Xiaoyu, come here quickly. I would like to introduce you to a friend. Zhou Yang, this is my daughter Tian Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is Zhou Yang. You two should get acquainted. After all, you are both young. Zhou Yang promptly extended a hand, signifying his intention to shake hands with the young woman. Hello, my name is Zhou Yang. Tian Xiaoyu was taken aback, as this was her first experience of someone initiating a handshake, particularly from a male. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she had never engaged in such a gesture before. However, being a well-educated girl raised in a nurturing environment, she possessed a commendable level of etiquette. Though slightly shy, she extended her hand to shake Zhou Yang's. I am Tian Xiaoyu. I look forward to your guidance. At this moment, Tian Peng nearly burst into laughter at his daughter's rather quaint greeting. Dad, I'm ignoring you now. Tian Xiaoyu was well aware that her father was teasing her about her mode of introduction. Chapter 37. Villa number 12. Ah, this coin is quite impressive. I shall take it. At that moment, Tian Xiaoyu noticed the copper coin that Tian Peng was toying with and swiftly snatched it away. Xiaoyu, that is not mine. It belongs to... Before Tian Peng could finish his sentence, Tian Xiaoyu, ignoring him entirely, scampered away with a playful wiggle of her bottom. This left Zhou Yang utterly perplexed. Was this a sale or a robbery? According to industry norms, it would likely be considered a sale. as those who frequently engage in theft know that whatever is taken from someone becomes theirs. At this juncture, Tianpeng wore a look of helplessness. Truth be told, he did not care much for the coin. What truly stung was the embarrassment of the situation, especially with guests present. All he could do was offer a sheepish smile. Zhou Yang, even if I have purchased this item, I will transfer the payment to you shortly, at the price you just mentioned. By the way, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you have some time recently? Zhou Yang had initially intended to dismiss the copper coin matter. But upon hearing Tianpeng mention needing assistance, he responded, Mr. Tian, please feel free to share your request. I will not hesitate to help in any way I can. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Tianpeng's spirits lifted, and he proceeded to elaborate on the situation. This tale actually began a day prior when Zhou Yang assisted Tianpeng in appraising a chair. The three of them shared a lunch that was primarily a discussion regarding how to deal with Li Tuzi. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, Tianpeng began to study the chair and recalled Zhou Yang's earlier remark about the value of a matching set. Thus, he contacted the individual who had sold him the chair previously, and to his surprise, the seller did indeed possess a matching piece. However, it was a bit of a distance away, and the seller requested that Tianpeng visit in person. The seller also mentioned having other items for sale. So Tianpeng felt compelled to go. Despite his passion for antiques, he lacked expertise, leaving him anxious about being deceived. In this moment of uncertainty, Zhou Yang was the first person who came to mind, as he was the one who had appraised the chair. Originally, Tianpeng had planned to invite Zhou Yang to dinner either that afternoon or evening, along with Huang Jiqing, to discuss the matter at the table. However, fate had it that Zhou Yang had arrived today. After listening to the story, Zhou Yang felt it was a reasonable request and promptly agreed. Mr. Tian, I would be happy to accompany you, but I will need 2 days to arrange a place to stay. Once this matter is settled, I shall consider it a significant achievement, and you may command my assistance as you see fit. Tianpeng was delighted to hear this, with Zhou Yang by his side. He felt assured against potential deception. Very well, it is settled then. The appointed time is nearly upon us. Let's make our way there together. Jingxin Garden Villas is regarded as an upscale residential area in Jinling City. After departing from Tianpeng's residence, Zhou Yang and his companions arrived at the sales office. Li Huizhuan's high school classmate, the manager here, is named Song Tiantian. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds ease in dealings, and this certainly holds true. While affordability may be a concern, convenience is undoubtedly a significant advantage. Most of the villas here are already occupied, with only a few remaining, and Zhou Yang is particularly interested in those that have been fully renovated. Consequently, his options are limited, as only 2 villas are available in move-in condition. His focus is clear, to view these 2 properties, Villa number 5 and Villa number 12. The architectural styles and various aspects of these villas are nearly identical, primarily differing in size, with one being larger and the other smaller. Notably, these 2 villas represent one of each design type. The smaller villa is priced at 13.8 million yuan, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, while the larger one is available for 16.5 million yuan, also move-in ready. It is worth noting that this price is a special rate from Song Tiantian, implying there is room for negotiation, albeit limited. Zhou Yang is hesitant to part with his money. Having earned over 10 million yuan that day, he finds it hard to fathom such expenditures on the previous day. His frugal nature surfaces, leading him to prefer Villa number 5 due to its lower cost. However, Ji Lanyan has her sights set on Villa number 12, drawn not only by its larger size, but also by the enticing swimming pool located at the back. This feature is particularly appealing during the sweltering summer months, offering a delightful respite to cool off in the pool, complemented by a sunshade and a lounge chair for ultimate relaxation. Additionally, the spacious front yard is perfect for parking. Overall, apart from the slightly high price, this villa meets all her expectations. Since Ji Lanyan expressed her approval, Zhou Yang felt compelled to acquiesce, having previously stated he would defer to her judgment. The next step involves haggling. Despite her status as a young lady, Ji Lanyan is exceptionally skilled in negotiations. This proficiency may stem from her former corporate role or perhaps from her family's long-standing business background. Ultimately, the villa was secured for 15 8 million yuan. They quickly signed a purchase agreement, with a deposit of 600,000 yuan paid by Tianpeng. Zhou Yang initially opposed this arrangement, but given the previous incident with the coin, he decided against taking advantage of Tianpeng. With the contract signed and the deposit made, they must await the keys, as the villa's renovation and various facilities are worth several million yuan. It is unrealistic to expect the keys merely for the deposit. The crucial step is the contract signing in the afternoon. Given that this transaction involves a full cash payment without the need for bank financing, the transfer process is remarkably straightforward, facilitated by an efficient and comprehensive system in place. In simple terms, one merely needs to follow along and sign where required. Until this moment, Tian Xiaoyu had no idea that the copper coin she had taken that morning held such value. In truth, she felt somewhat embarrassed, as she had encountered numerous copper coins before. After all, they were quite common. Additionally, Tian Xiaoyu was taken aback to discover that her cousin was acquainted with Zhou Yang, and moreover, that he served as Zhou Yang's chauffeur. This was quite unexpected. Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, Mr. Tian, and Huiwan, we can only handle the remaining formalities in the afternoon, as lunchtime has arrived. Let us share a simple meal together. After their modest repast, they would proceed with the necessary arrangements, considering how busy everyone was. Song Tian had just completed a significant deal, and given the familiarity, it was entirely reasonable to treat them to lunch. What was rather peculiar, however, was her recent form of address. While it was normal to refer to the others in such a manner, addressing Ji Yin as Mrs. Zhou felt somewhat excessive. Yet, one could not entirely fault Song Tian. For Zhou Yang and Ji Yin truly presented themselves as a couple. Furthermore, Ji Yin had consistently taken the lead throughout the home buying process, with Zhou Yang frequently seeking her counsel. Thus, a considerable misunderstanding had arisen. We are merely friends, Zhou Yang hastily clarified. Who was Song Tian after all? She shot Zhou Yang an understanding glance, though her form of address adjusted slightly. Chapter 38. Eugene Long. After enjoying a reasonably pleasant lunch and resting for a while in the afternoon, I began to attend to the necessary paperwork. Such is the nature of this world. With wealth and connections, one can navigate through any endeavor with ease. By the time all matters were resolved, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. However, the property certificate would take some time to be issued. With the conclusion of affairs here, I received the keys to the property. As it was fully furnished, I could theoretically move in immediately. Yet, I had no intention of doing so right away. Instead, I entrusted the villa to Ji Yin. First, I needed to inform Feng Jie about my departure, as a matter of courtesy. The reason for allowing Ji Yin to move in first was due to the poor conditions of her previous rental. Furthermore, living here would be more convenient. The villa required tidying up, and I needed to procure various items. I delegated these tasks to her, which, admittedly, revealed a hint of my own self-interest. It was evident that I harbored certain feelings for this woman. Ji Yin did not refuse the proposal, thus solidifying our arrangement. I transferred 500,000 to her, ostensibly for the purchase of necessary items. In reality, how she chose to utilize it was her business. I had a convenient excuse to lend her the money. I also left my car with her, as she would need it for her move and shopping. Being without a vehicle would be quite inconvenient. As for myself, I hailed a taxi to Yinshi Street. My purpose for coming here was undoubtedly to earn money. However, an equally important aspect was to maintain a certain relationship with Ji Yin. This was not a matter of playing hard to get, but rather a necessity given how closely we had been interacting lately, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Thus far, it had been a one-sided affair, with Ji Yin never explicitly addressing the nature of our relationship. It seemed as though we were merely a boss and an employee, and given the brevity of our acquaintance, there were many unresolved questions. I am not an overly sentimental person. My rational side prevails. Ji Yin, as family background, is undoubtedly formidable, certainly beyond my reach. Could a lady of such a distinguished lineage truly be interested in someone of my humble means? This led to another pressing concern: assets. Through the events of the past few days, I came to understand a fundamental truth. In this world, possessing wealth equates to having everything. Previously, people referred to me as Xiao Zhou or Zhou Yang. Now, I am addressed as Mr. Zhou, Boss Zhou, or President Zhou. Though it may seem a mere shift in nomenclature, if one lacks wealth, such titles are meaningless. I recall the joke about a leader surnamed Zhang prior to retirement. He was called Zhang Lao, but afterward he became simply Lao Zhang. While humorous, this anecdote reflects a stark reality. I realized that to alter others' perceptions, one must first transform oneself. But how does one embark on such a transformation? The simplest method is to amass considerable wealth. Once one possesses riches, status and social standing naturally follow. Additionally, Zhou Yang desires to become stronger. Initially, he intended to visit the antique street, but he realized that profits from antiques do not compare to the swift gains from jade. Hence, he ultimately decided to come here. When he sliced the piece of imperial green in the morning, a message was transmitted from the Rui Ding, indicating a desire to absorb energy. This revelation suggested that jadeite can indeed absorb energy. Consequently, he plans to seek out an inexpensive raw stone this afternoon, allowing the Rui Ding to absorb its energy and observe the effects. This time, Zhou Yang had learned to be astute. He began his journey from the opposite end of the raw stone street. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence! Just as Zhou Yang entered a raw stone shop, a woman's voice resonated from within. He looked up to see a familiar face, the woman who had purchased his imperial green earlier that day, whose name he had unfortunately forgotten, though he remembered her surname was Jiang, sparing him further embarrassment. Ah, it's President Jiang. What a coincidence! Jiang Shiwuru smiled gently and began to introduce someone beside her. Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce you. This is our company's vice president, Mr. Eugene Long. Mr. Yu, this is... Just as Jiang Shiwuru completed her introduction, Zhou Yang extended his hand politely to greet Eugene Long. However, Eugene Long ignored the gesture entirely, instead adopting a provocative tone, his demeanor exuding arrogance. You're the one who stumbled upon a piece of imperial green, are you not? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. From this brief exchange, he discerned that Eugene Long was targeting him, since he had neither offended nor even met this man previously. There must be a reason for this hostility. Therefore, Zhou Yang glanced at Jiang Shiwuru, as if suddenly understanding the underlying dynamics. Jiang Shiwuru appeared to be in her 30s, but Zhou Yang found it difficult to ascertain her exact age. Regardless, she was undeniably attractive, exuding grace and poise, and for those who appreciated a strong, commanding woman, she would undoubtedly be the ideal choice. Given Eugene Long's earlier sarcastic remarks, Zhou Yang quickly grasped the situation. He was not one to seek trouble. So after exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiang Shiwuru, he turned to leave. This action infuriated Eugene Long. Zhou Yang's assumptions were indeed correct. Eugene Long's condescending tone stemmed from specific grievances directed at him. However, Eugene Long possessed a flaw. He was self-centered. In simple terms, he could look down on Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang was not permitted to disregard him. Therefore, Zhou Yang's dismissal was perceived as a provocation. Seeing Zhou Yang selecting raw stones, Eugene Long hurriedly approached him once more. Zhou Yang, as I have heard, possesses remarkable skills in stone gambling. How about we engage in a wager together? Zhou Yang cast a glance at this individual, then at Jiang Shiwuru, who followed closely behind, her silence accompanied by a subtle air of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Initially, Zhou Yang intended to disregard such a person, yet the relentless gaze of this man, akin to a rabid dog, made it difficult for him to focus on his stone gambling endeavors. He couldn't fathom how someone of such demeanor could hold the position of vice president. Could it be due to a fortunate lineage? What are your terms for this wager? Zhou Yang's smile had vanished. Given the other party's lack of discernment, he saw an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and deliver a lesson. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, Eugene Long's expression brightened instantly. Indeed, he had a formidable background. His father was the largest shareholder of Liufu Jewelry, the legendary chairman. Coincidentally, Jiang Shiwuru's father was the second largest shareholder, which elucidates Eugene Long's animosity towards Zhou Yang. The primary catalyst for this enmity stemmed from Jiang Shiwuru's return to the company with a piece of imperial green jade, seemingly extolling Zhou Yang in the process. Consequently, the jealousy within Eugene Long erupted, prompting him to accompany this woman that afternoon with the intent of reclaiming his standing. He had even brought along a stone gambling expert for this purpose. However, after wandering for over an hour without encountering Zhou Yang, fate intervened, leading to the initial confrontation. Chapter 39. The affection that Eugene Long harbored for Jiang Shiru was merely one facet of his intentions. The primary motivation lay in her esteemed status. By marrying this woman, the Yu family would secure complete control over Liufu jewelry. Thus, he devised a plan to engage Zhou Yang in a wager over gemstones. Where the monetary aspect was inconsequential, his true desire was to place Zhou Yang in an uncomfortable position. This maneuver would effectively eliminate any latent threat. When Zhou Yang inquired about the terms of the wager, Eugene Long directed his gaze towards the elderly gentleman beside him. "Old Chun, you take the lead." Just as Eugene Long uttered these words, a man in his 50s with a distinctive mustache stepped forward. "Mr. Zhou, I believe time is of the essence today. Let's proceed with a wager. We shall each select a piece of rough stone, priced no more than 1 million. The one whose jadeite proves to be of greater value shall emerge victorious. The winning party shall receive 2 pieces of jadeite, while the loser must cover the cost of purchasing both pieces of rough stones. What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yang was poised to agree when he suddenly discerned several concerns within the proposition. The wager itself poses no issue. Yet how can I ascertain that you will honor your promise should you lose? Furthermore, who determines the value of the jadeite? What recourse do we have if someone maliciously inflates or deflates its worth? It is not that I distrust you, but rather I lack faith in him. With that, he pointedly gestured towards Eugene Long, making his disdain abundantly clear. Jiangshu nearly burst into laughter at this exchange. As the saying goes, one should strike without targeting the face. Yet here was Zhou Yang, audaciously rebuking Eugene Long. Did he not notice how Eugene Long's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot? "Child, what nonsense are you spewing? As the esteemed vice president of Liufu Jewelry, I would never stoop to cheat someone like you." Zhou Yang shrugged nonchalantly, his silence speaking volumes. He was resolutely skeptical of Eugene Long's integrity. Since he had already offended the man, why not make the insult more pronounced? Eugene Long was at a loss for words, his fury rendering him speechless, but at that moment, Jiang Shiru intervened to diffuse the tension. "Mr. Zhou, may I propose an alternative? I will take responsibility for this matter. As for the value of the jadeite, you are an expert, and I have been in this industry for over a decade. Even if my assessment is not entirely precise, it will be close enough. Whoever wins shall rightfully claim victory, and should anyone fail to uphold their word, I shall bear the consequences. What do you think?" At this juncture, Zhou Yang began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that this woman harbored a strong aversion to Eugene Long and was leveraging him to counteract Eugene Long's influence. The rationale behind the wager became clear. In essence, she was utilizing him to embarrass Eugene Long. Even if Zhou Yang were to lose, the woman would incur no loss. Conversely, should he prevail, her objectives would be fulfilled. It can be said that regardless of the outcome, this woman is assuredly in a winning position. As for whether the wager can be fulfilled, Zhou Yang harbors no concerns. A woman who can casually spend 30 million would not tarnish her reputation over a bet of several 100,000 or even a few million. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yang gestured an okay sign. Once the wager was established, he began his search for stones, moving with a newfound urgency rather than the earlier hesitance. He systematically eliminated the inferior stones, discarding those with poor coloration or diminutive size. Ultimately, he sought the finest piece among the remaining raw stones, all of which was keenly observed by Eugene Long and Jiang Shiru. "Is this the remarkable talent you spoke of?" Eugene Long, initially apprehensive, now felt a sense of reassurance. Although he lacked expertise in stone gambling, years in the industry had afforded him a fair understanding. He had not only heard of, but had also witnessed the nuances of the trade. How many possess Zhou Yang's acumen? Jiang Shiru, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. After Zhou Yang departed in the morning, she sought to gather information about him. However, her inquiries yielded no results. Not a single person recognized Zhou Yang, nor had anyone encountered him previously. This indicated that he had seemingly emerged out of nowhere. When had such a figure appeared in Jinling City? To debut with a stone of imperial green seemed more than mere coincidence. It bordered on the extraordinary. Thus, when Eugene Long proposed a bet against Zhou Yang, she refrained from dissuading him and even felt a flicker of anticipation. If Zhou Yang's success stemmed solely from luck, then there was nothing more to discuss. Conversely, if he indeed possessed true skill, future collaboration could be on the horizon. Those who have operated jadeite jewelry companies understand that what they lack is not ordinary jade, but rather high-quality jade. While some jade pendants may cost merely a few dozen yuan, and better ones a few hundred, high-quality jade is valued starting in the thousands. For instance, a jade bracelet of the glutinous variety, even when paired, might only range from a few hundred to a couple of thousand yuan. Yet, those of superior quality can fetch hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. Therefore, her anticipation for Zhou Yang's forthcoming performance was palpable, though his seemingly haphazard approach left her feeling uncertain. Fortunately, it did not take long for Zhou Yang and Old Chun to each select a raw jade stone. Zhou Yang's choice was significantly more expensive than the one he had picked in the morning, as that earlier stone had its flaws, explaining its lower price. The jade stone he currently selected cost a total of 880,000 yuan, while Old Chin's choice was priced at 650,000 yuan. Kid, this jade gambling is not a matter of whose stone is larger. If it were, one could simply purchase the biggest one, Eugene Long remarked, not missing the opportunity to undermine Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang could hardly be bothered to acknowledge the individual, promptly scanning the code to settle the bill, as the amount would be reimbursed shortly. Eugene Long felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton, infuriated yet utterly powerless. Thus, the only recourse available to him was to wait until Zhou Yang's inevitable defeat, at which point he could deliver scathing ridicule and a stinging rebuke. Once the payment was completed, they proceeded to the jadeite evaluation area. After all, in a wager such as this, the stone must be examined in person. Shall you go first, or shall I? The esteemed gemologist, Old Chun, was remarkably courteous. Zhou Yang gestured invitingly, clearly indicating that he wished for the other to commence the evaluation. Old Chun, without hesitation, rolled up his sleeves and donned the protective gear provided by the establishment. Effectively an apron. All was in readiness, and the evaluation was set to begin in earnest. Chapter 40. Red Jadeite, as the stone was being processed. The crowd began to swell, reminiscent of past occasions. In this world, one can never find shortage of onlookers, much like in a game of mahjong, where some individuals derive pleasure simply from watching, regardless of their participation. With each passing moment, Old Chun meticulously removed the debris surrounding the rough stone, revealing a piece the size of a bull's mouth. It was at this juncture that he commenced the delicate task of manual edging. This moment was crucial. The pace had to be measured, for haste could easily mar the jade's flesh. Yellow jadeite. To everyone's astonishment, an astute observer spotted the jadeite within. Goodness, it truly is yellow jadeite, and quite a substantial piece at that. Surely, it must be worth at least 1 to 2 million. I doubt that. Given the size of this jade, it should start at 3 million. I had my eye on this rough stone earlier, but I was just a moment too late. Another chimed in. The chorus of belated sentiments echoed through the crowd. Old Chin switched off the machine and rinsed the jadeite with water, revealing a faint yellow hue on its surface. The jadeite was of considerable size, exhibiting a goose-yellow tint. Though not entirely pure, it fell into the category of pale yellow. Nevertheless, this jadeite was undoubtedly valued at 2 to 3 million, as yellow jadeite is relatively rare. Moreover, given its size, crafting several bangles would pose no challenge. Old Chun, evidently pleased, continued to polish the piece, for in the realm of stone gambling, one must unveil the jade's essence to ascertain its value. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Old Chin completed the initial polishing, fully revealing the pale, yellow jadeite. Eugene Long, brimming with pride, seized the jadeite and approached Zhou Yang, gleefully shaking and presenting it. His delight was palpable. Zhou Yang, you see this jadeite? It is a rare yellow jadeite, and it must be worth no less than 5 to 6 million. You can concede now. Simply admit your defeat, and in future encounters, do take another route. Let us consider this wager settled. Zhou Yang cursed under his breath, then turned to Jiang Xiuru. President Jiang, you ought to have a clearer understanding of this jade's worth than I do. Some individuals lack discernment and knowledge. Perhaps you can enlighten us on its true value. Zhou Yang made no effort to conceal his disdain, though he refrained from naming names. It was evident to all who he was criticizing. Whom do you speak of? Eugene Long was no fool, and he quickly grasped the implications. Whoever speaks, I shall retort. President Jiang, the hour is late. Perhaps you could offer your insights. Zhou Yang, weary of engaging with Eugene Long, directed his gaze toward Jiang Shuiru. She relished this situation, intent on utilizing Zhou Yang to undermine the arrogant Eugene Long. Evidently, this strategy has proven to be exceedingly successful. Very well, I shall venture an estimation. The value of this jadeite is primarily reflected in two aspects, its volume and its hue. The volume is self-evident. This piece of jadeite could yield several bangles, and consequently, after crafting the bangles, what remains would be pure profit. As for the hue, yellow jadeite is among the rarer varieties. However, this particular piece exhibits a somewhat paler shade. Thus, its price is indeed somewhat diminished. According to market valuation, this jadeite should be priced between $2.8 million and $3.2 million. Therefore, I propose a median price of $3 million. I wonder if either party has any objections. If there are, we can. Before Jiang Shuiru could finish her statement, Zhou Yang interjected, I have no objections. Let us proceed with the valuation of $3 million. However, I cannot speak for others. Eugene Long indeed had some reservations, but Zhou Yang's remark was clearly intended to provoke him. If he were to voice his concerns about the price being too low, he would inadvertently fall into someone else's trap, so he remained silent. Next came Zhou Yang's stone appraisal. With the experience gained that morning, Zhou Yang was much swifter this time, primarily due to his ability to see through the stone, alleviating his fears of cutting into the jade flesh. Thus, the speed of the appraisal increased significantly, and as the outer layers of stone fell away, it wasn't long before the exterior of Zhou Yang's stone was revealed. Next came the edging and polishing, a stage where Zhou Yang needed to exercise caution. Oh, this color. It's red jadeite. Indeed, red jadeite. My goodness, what a vibrant hue. In an instant, the onlookers began to murmur excitedly, while Eugene Long's expression soured considerably. Frequent gamblers in jadeite know that there are numerous colors, each further subdivided. For instance, the previously mentioned yellow jadeite has several shades of its own. Speaking of the broader color categories, the most precious is undoubtedly imperial green, a fact that requires no debate. Following that are many others, such as violet, red jadeite, and yellow jadeite, all of which are relatively rare. Thus, if two pieces of jadeite are of similar volume and possess pure colors, the price of red jadeite will slightly surpass that of yellow jadeite. It is akin to gambling in a game of poker. A royal flush in spades outweighs other flushes of the same rank, regardless of the identical hand composition. Therefore, under equal conditions, the intrinsic value of red jadeite is greater than that of yellow jadeite. However, Zhou Yang's piece of red jadeite is distinguished not only by its pure color, but also by its substantial volume. Consequently, when Zhou Yang unveiled this red jadeite, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. In summary, this sentiment was echoed by some who could not resist offering belated commentary. Mr. Jiang, do provide a price for this red jadeite. At this moment, Zhou Yang could not be bothered to engage with Eugene Long, so he directly handed the piece of jade to Jiang Shuiru. In truth, this was a form of trial on Zhou Yang's part, an attempt to discern whether this woman was worthy of a long-term partnership. Should she choose to defend Eugene Long, he would merely suffer the loss of this jade, a sacrifice he could readily withstand. Conversely, if she truly maintained a neutral stance, Zhou Yang might then consider forging a lasting collaboration with her. After all, the jade he had unearthed would inevitably need to be sold. Selling it to others might not yield a satisfactory price, and he could not afford to squander time on the sale of jade. Thus, Zhou Yang sought a stable client, one willing to accept a slightly lower price in exchange for reliability. What he desired was a partnership that was stable, secure, convenient, and trustworthy. Therefore, his wager today was also an exploration of this woman's character. One should not fear being utilized, for as long as one possesses value, there is still worth in being sought after. The true tragedy lies in being devoid of any value for utilization. Chapter 41. Offending to the bitter end, Jiang Shuiru glanced at Zhou Yang, then at Eugene Long, a smile gracing her lips. This gave Eugene Long a false sense of reassurance, as if Jiang Shiuru were silently encouraging him to remain calm. Indeed, he believed this, for they were allies, and Zhou Yang was merely an outsider. However, the subsequent words from Jiang Shiuru, "Mr. Zhou, this piece of red jadeite surpasses the previous yellow jadeite in both hue and size. Therefore, after careful consideration and market demand, I am offering a price of 5 million. Should you decide to proceed, I would like to finalize the transaction at this price." Jiang Shiuru's offer did not disappoint Zhou Yang. His discerning eye appraised the red jadeite at 8 million, and he understood that the valuation from the divine eye served merely as a reference point. It indicated a general worth, subject to fluctuations. Thus, Jiang Shiuru's price of 5 million was neither excessively high nor too low. It could be said that the earlier piece of imperial green was so rare that even at 30 million, it would yield little profit, yet there would still be buyers. "Very well, this red jadeite shall be yours. By the way, I shall take this piece of yellow jadeite as well." Zhou Yang declared, directly seizing the yellow jadeite from Eugene Long's hands. Having already offended the man, he felt little hesitation in deepening the offense. Even if Zhou Yang generously suggested that the wager was merely a jest, it was likely that Eugene Long would harbor a deep-seated resentment. After all, this was a matter of pride and a significant loss of face at that. At this juncture, it made little difference whether he offended Eugene Long further. Why should he forego a substantial sum? After all, this was 3 million. Even 300,000 was still money. The yellow jadeite was taken from him, and Eugene Long, already on the brink of eruption, found it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. "Vice President Yu, if I recall correctly, this wager was your proposal. Surely you do not intend to backtrack now? If you assert that your previous words were mere folly in front of these witnesses, I shall return this yellow jadeite to you. Otherwise, General Manager Jiang will have to bear the consequences of your actions. What say you? If you desire it, I can give it back." As he spoke, Zhou Yang nonchalantly extended the yellow jadeite towards Eugene Long. Indeed, he offered it openly and without pretense. Were it anyone else, they might have accepted the jadeite, disregarding their dignity for the sake of 3 million. However, Eugene Long could not afford to act so brazenly, especially with Jiang Shiuru observing him closely. Should he choose to act in bad faith, he might have some leverage, for the wager was merely a verbal agreement, lacking any written documentation. Even if he attempted to renege, it would only lead to verbal reproach, leaving others powerless to act against him. Yet, with Jiang Shiuru present, Eugene Long had no recourse but to accept his defeat in silence. It is merely a stone worth 3 million. I do not care for such trifles." Eugene Long ultimately had to reluctantly utter a single phrase. Zhou Yang, in complete agreement, nodded and then produced his bank card. "What Vice President you said is indeed true. This amount is trivial for you. By the way, when I purchased the raw stone earlier, I spent 880,000 as previously agreed upon. You should contribute as well." A laugh escaped Jiang Shiuru. Unable to contain herself, she had completely forgotten about this matter, surprised that Zhou Yang remembered. "I wish to challenge you to another round. Do you dare to accept?" With gritted teeth, Eugene Long paid the 880,000 and then began to set up the challenge. Zhou Yang lacked the energy to respond and instead glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 4:30 p.m., and he still had 2 pieces of jade left to trade. By the time he sorted these matters, it would likely be nearing 5 p.m. Additionally, he needed to return to the villa, making it impossible to continue. "Today won't work. I have some matters to attend to. If you truly wish to gamble on stones, we can arrange for tomorrow or the day after. The timing is up to you. However, let's be clear. If you lose, there will be no dishonesty." After stating this, Zhou Yang chose to ignore the man and handed the piece of yellow jade to Jiang Shiuru. "This yellow jade was also priced by you, so I will sell at your quoted price. The total for both pieces of jade is 5 million. Here is the account number." Zhou Yang finished speaking and similarly handed his bank card to Jiang Shiuru, making his intentions unmistakably clear. It was time for the transfer. Jiang Shiuru nodded, not needing to say much more. The combined value of the 2 pieces indeed justified the price. In fact, she had slightly lowered the price of the red jade. So acquiring it would not only avoid loss, but also yield a profit. Yet, the profit would benefit the company, while certain individuals would bear the loss. Mr. Zhou, may I have your number? She inquired. Additionally, I wonder if you are free for dinner tonight. I would like to invite you, if convenient. Zhou Yang checked his bank card, confirming that the money had been transferred, and directly declined the woman. Today is truly not possible. As I mentioned earlier, I have matters to handle. Perhaps another day, and I will treat you then. As for the phone number, I'll let you note it down. Jiang Shiweru was taken aback by Zhou Yang's refusal of her dinner invitation, but acquiring his contact information was still a worthwhile gain. This Zhou Yang was undoubtedly a person of considerable capability. From a business perspective, it was essential to befriend such individuals rather than offend them, especially for companies like theirs, which required substantial amounts of jade annually, particularly high-end varieties. After exchanging contact details, Zhou Yang turned to leave as he truly had pressing matters to attend to. Shiweru, why are you helping him? After Zhou Yang departed, Eugene Long began to question her. Although his tone remained relatively mild, it was evidently less courteous than usual. The humiliation he suffered today was considerable, and the fact that this woman had not aided him, but rather assisted an outsider left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Jiang Shiweru cast a glance at Eugene Long, inwardly cursing him as a fool, yet maintaining a smile on her face as she began to explain. As you have witnessed today, with so many eyes upon us, it is evident to any discerning observer which of these two jade pieces holds greater value. Regarding this yellow jade, I did raise the bid, but who could have anticipated the exceptional quality of this red jade? A few million is a trivial matter. However, if we were to distort the truth, would we not tarnish our reputation? Who would dare sell us jade in the future? Moreover, this fellow merely enjoyed a stroke of luck today. Did he not just assert before leaving that we are welcome to challenge him at any time? It would be out of the question to engage in a wager under the company's name, but in private, Jiang Shiweru left her thoughts unspoken at this point, for her meaning was already quite clear. She first elucidated her reasons for not assisting Eugene Long, then subtly encouraged him to continue wagering against Zhou Yang tomorrow or the day after. After all, the money lost would not belong to the company, but rather to Eugene Long personally. Why not indulge in the opportunity? Eugene Long's eyes brightened as realization dawned upon him. No wonder Jiang Shiweru sought Zhou Yang's phone number. All of this had been orchestrated for him. Thank you, Shiweru. I almost misjudged you. Chapter 42. The unique Jilanyan Zhou Yang sat in the taxi, lost in thought as they sped towards their destination. Today had turned out to be extraordinarily lucrative. He had earned 30 million in the morning and subsequently purchased a villa. Now, with an additional 7.5 million in his pocket, even the initial investment seemed less burdensome, thanks to Gene Long covering some of the expenses. In total, he had amassed 37,500,000 from gambling on stones, spent 15,800,000 on the villa, and deducted 600,000 for Tian Peng's coin purchase. Thus, his total profit for the day reached 22,300,000, from which he had also gifted Ji Lanyan 500,000. Coupled with his earnings from selling antiques over the past few days, he still retained 25,620,000. It was time to return home at this moment. Zhou Yang felt a strong urge to call his family. However, he decided to suppress that impulse, wanting to surprise them instead. As he pondered, the car arrived at the villa. After paying the fare, he immediately called Ji Lanyan. He had no intention of entering the villa, as there remained a considerable distance from the community gate to his residence, and his visit would serve little purpose at this hour. Besides, it was getting late, and they should return for dinner. Shortly after the call ended, Ji Lanyan drove out to meet him. How do you feel? Zhou Yang inquired as he entered the vehicle, curious about her satisfaction with the villa. It feels wonderful, spending your money, living in your house, and driving your car. It feels like I've reached the pinnacle of life. A foolish boss like you is truly one of a kind. I doubt there is another like you in the world. If I were to be dissatisfied, it would be as if I were kicked in the head by a donkey. By the way, your clothes are rather ordinary. While shopping this afternoon, I picked up 2 outfits for you. I chose them based on instinct, so I'm not sure if the sizes will fit. Try them on when you take a shower tonight. If they don't fit, bring them back tomorrow, and I'll help you exchange them. As she spoke, she handed him a bag containing 2 pairs of trousers and 2 shirts. Zhou Yang gazed at her, utterly astonished that she would make such a jest. He had never expected her to buy him clothes, even if the money was technically his. Yet the sentiment felt distinct. It was as though their relationship had suddenly grown closer. "All right, I'll try them on tonight, but I must thank you," he replied. "It's getting late. We should head back before Feng Jie gets upset." At the mention of Feng Jie, Ji Lanyin felt a twinge of confusion. Initially, she had assumed there was a deeper connection between Zhou Yang and Feng Jie, and it seemed Zhou Yang's apprehension towards Feng Jie had some basis. However, after spending several days together, she had come to realize that their relationship was merely that of landlord and tenant. Nevertheless, Ji Lanyin sensed that Feng Jie harbored feelings for Zhou Yang, leaving her puzzled as to why he did not choose to move out. "Zhou Yang, I will move everything over tonight. When will you relocate? Please do not misunderstand me. I simply wonder why you choose to reside in Feng Jie's place when you have such a splendid villa available." The smile on Zhou Yang's face gradually faded, transforming into a bittersweet grin as he began to recount the circumstances leading to this situation. "Lanyin, let me explain. My family has undergone some unforeseen changes, the specifics of which I shall share with you later. In short, I am in dire need of money, yet I am merely an ordinary university graduate, struggling to find a so-called high-paying job. Thus, even if my monthly salary is a mere 3,000 yuan, I cannot afford to resign, as I desperately need the income. Feng Jie possesses certain flaws, yet overall, she is a decent person. During my most challenging times, when I had not paid rent for 3 months, she merely voiced her concerns without imposing any extra charges. At times, I would often dine at her place, and I believe you can relate to that feeling. You may not have understood this before, but I am confident that recent experiences have given you a profound insight into the sensation of financial hardship. Although I am no longer in want of money and foresee a future of increasing wealth, I cannot forget the kindness others have shown me. I cannot simply abandon my current living situation because I have gained some financial stability. That would be akin to burning bridges. Thus, I require a period of transition. I'm not a masochist who enjoys being belittled, but rather, I have yet to find a suitable opportunity. Nevertheless, I believe opportunities are forged through effort. In a few days, I plan to return to my hometown, and I will bring my mother to stay with me for a while. This will provide me with a valid excuse." Ji Lanyin remained silent, as she grasped the essence of Zhou Yang's words. As he mentioned, some experiences must be personally felt to be truly understood. Throughout her life, Ji Lanyin had never imagined that one day she would be unable to afford medical care when ill, or that she would endure the sweltering summer heat in a room devoid of air conditioning. However, having faced these situations recently, she could empathize with Zhou Yang. It is worth noting that many individuals find themselves in similar circumstances, yet Zhou Yang has managed to find success. "Lanyin, let us set this matter aside for now. I have some delightful news to share." This afternoon, Zhou Yang briefly recounted the events of the afternoon, which primarily served to share his joy. "Zhou Yang, I have yet to inquire about this matter. From whom did you learn the art of gambling on stones? I can somewhat believe your claims of being able to appraise antiques, since you have had exposure to that field, and some individuals possess innate talent. Thus, that aspect is somewhat credible. Your assertion of being skilled at mahjong is understandable due to your excellent memory. I have seen instances of remarkable recall on shows like The Brain. However, gambling on stones seems entirely unrelated to the previous two skills. How have you managed to excel in that as well?" Zhou Yang felt a sudden pang in his heart. He had been so engrossed in his own bravado that he had overlooked this crucial matter. It was impossible to speak the truth, so he was left with no choice but to weave a tale. "Lanyin, since you've uncovered my secret, there is little left for me to conceal. This story actually dates back to when I was 10 years old. It was a dark and stormy night, rain pouring down in torrents, and I found myself lost." Ji Lanyin initially listened with earnestness, but soon realized something was amiss. Zhou Yang was playing her for a fool, and her anger simmered. Fortunately, they had already returned to Feng Jie's residence, parking the car outside as before. Zhou Yang gestured for Ji Lanyin to head inside first, while he ventured into a fruit shop to procure some fruits. Afterwards, he strolled around for a bit before making his way back. The reason for this delay was to afford Ji Lanyin and Feng Jie a moment to converse. Ji Lanyin was certainly planning to move out, implicating the need to address the matter of vacating the premises. While the rent could be waived, the keys must still be returned to Fang Jie, and it was only proper to inform the landlord of her departure. Indeed, when Zhou Yang returned, he discovered that Yin had already packed her belongings. Chapter 43. The Unfathomable Sister Fang. I have purchased your favorite fruits, Zhou Yang announced as he returned home, noticing the woman busily preparing dinner. Fang Jie's face lit up at the sight of the fruits in Zhou Yang's hands, her delight perhaps stemming from something beyond mere edibles. Zhou Yang, since you're no longer working, I haven't had the chance to inquire about your recent endeavors. How is your venture into bargain hunting faring? Zhou Yang set the fruits aside, peeled a banana, and handed it to Fang Jie, while simultaneously taking up the spatula to stir the vegetables. Sister Fang, the past few days have been quite fruitful. I've earned several tens of thousands. At this rate, I shall soon be able to purchase a home. A man must have his own residence. His words hinted at future plans to relocate. While earning money is commendable and acquiring a house is indeed necessary, you ought to save more as well. I believe buying a house can wait. Your primary goal should be to make some initial profits, perhaps even starting a small business. By the way, Yin has moved. Fang Jie's unexpected comment shifted the topic. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he was aware of this change, while Fang Jie remained oblivious. It was one thing for her not to mention it, but now that she had, it left him feeling somewhat duplicitous. Yet, he could not confess his knowledge or reveal that he had already purchased a villa and a car. Some matters must be revealed with the passage of time. After enjoying a rather sumptuous dinner, Zhou Yang took a shower and tried on a complete outfit that Yin had bought for him. To his surprise, it fit him perfectly. He casually took a selfie with his phone and sent it off. At that moment, Yin had just entered her room, having laid down after a simple tidying up post move. She had dined nearby and returned home, eager to wash off the day's exertions and enjoy the comfort of air conditioning on a hot summer night. Habitually checking her phone, she noticed a message from Zhou Yang and promptly opened it, revealing his handsome photo. Indeed, Zhou Yang possessed a striking charm, though in this era, looks alone held little value. However, when one is both handsome and capable, it becomes immensely advantageous. Clearly, Zhou Yang fit this mold. Impulsively, Yin snapped a selfie of her own and sent it in a flash. Yet, as soon as she did, a pang of regret washed over her. The reason for her remorse was that her selfie had turned out rather too alluring. Having just showered in the summer heat and being alone at home, she had opted for a simple nightgown, foregoing a bra. The photo depicted her reclining against the headboard, revealing just enough to be tantalizing yet artfully obscured in all the right places. Had the photograph been exchanged between a man and a woman, it would have not only been innocuous but also served to enhance their mutual affection. However, sending it to Zhou Yang was rather inappropriate. Thus, Yin promptly contemplated retracting the image, but it was already too late, as Zhou Yang had responded with a drooling emoji. It was evident that he had indeed seen it. Yin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she still attempted to withdraw the photo. After all, a semblance of concealment was better than none. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yang had chosen to save the image as soon as he opened it. The two proceeded to engage in conversation, though their discourse remained superficial, given that their relationship had yet to reach a deeper level. After approximately half an hour of chatting, Tian Peng's call interrupted. The purpose of his call was to confirm their plans for an outing to the suburbs the following day. Originally, they had agreed to meet in the morning, but since it was a Monday and Tian Peng needed to visit the office, they rescheduled for the afternoon. Noticing the time, Zhou Yang decided against messaging Yin, opting instead to charge his phone before heading to the restroom for a brief respite. However, upon opening his door, he was taken aback to discover Fang Jie showering in the bathroom. Ordinarily, Zhou Yang would have simply retreated to his room, as the bathroom and restroom were effectively the same space, and he could wait. Yet, perhaps due to having consumed 2 bottles of beer that evening or the influence of the earlier photograph from Yin, he contemplated using his powers of perception. Ultimately, he restrained himself. Sometimes, one must not succumb to base desires, particularly concerning a woman one holds dear. Pursuit, flirtation, and even the occasional risque jest are permissible. Yet there must always be boundaries. One's talents should serve to enrich one's self, not to indulge in reckless abandon. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt almost saintly. Just as his mind wandered into these contemplations, the bathroom door swung open, startling him, prompting him to hastily retreat to his room before Feng Jie emerged. It wasn't until Feng Jie had entered her room that Zhou Yang felt it was safe to exit his own. After addressing his physiological needs, he promptly returned to his chamber, where he eventually succumbed to slumber amidst the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The following morning, Zhou Yang was roused from his slumber by a call from Jilan, perhaps due to his prolonged musings the previous night. He had indulged in a bit of a lie-in that morning. After a brief wash-up, he departed his home, where Jilan was already waiting for him in her car. "Mr. Zhou, it seems you enjoyed a splendid night's sleep," she teased as he slid into the vehicle, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Did she perhaps have an inkling of what transpired? In truth, Jilan was a tad displeased, for their conversation had been flowing seamlessly until Zhou Yang abruptly ceased all communication. She had foolishly waited for over an hour, eventually dozing off without receiving any message from him. This morning, upon rising, I recalled this matter, which prompted the previous statement. Just this alone suffices to demonstrate that no matter how beautiful or capable a woman may be, she can occasionally exhibit a hint of temper. Perhaps it also depends on whom one is dealing with. In any case, Zhou Yang found it quite perplexing. Jilan, of course, was unaware that Zhou Yang abruptly ceased their conversation due to an incoming call. "So, where are we heading today? To Yuanshu Street, perhaps?" Chapter 44. Calligraphy and Paintings. Zhou Yang shook his head. He would not be visiting the raw stone street for the next couple of days. After all, he had earned a staggering 30 to 40 million yesterday, and it was likely that some individuals would remember him. Frequent visits could easily draw unwanted attention, and Zhou Yang felt that the antique trade was more reliable. Thus, his destination for today was the antique street. "Lanyan, let's first explore the antique street for any treasures. This afternoon, I must accompany Tian Peng to the countryside for some matters. If I happen to discover something valuable, you must assist me. Once we profit, I shall buy you a handbag." Zhou Yang's last remark was made in jest, and Jilan was well aware of it. "How can I possibly know how to assist you?" Zhou Yang stroked his chin, then began to instruct the woman on how to collaborate effectively. Zhou Yang was not particularly familiar with the antique street, as he had previously been an apprentice at Li Tsu's shop. His routine involved commuting to work, and he would only pass through this area to grab fast food, rarely lingering. He was acquainted with the street itself, but not with its people. Occasionally, when Li Tsu was in good spirits, he would take Zhou Yang out for a stroll to showcase his limited knowledge of antiques. As before, Zhou Yang started his exploration from the first stall, with Jilan closely following him. However, unlike their previous visit, this time she linked her arm through his. This was certainly not a request from Zhou Yang. It was a spontaneous action from her, likely to facilitate their collaboration. As they continued walking, they arrived at the stall where he had made a substantial profit previously. Zhou Yang had intended to keep his visit brief, but the stall owner recognized him. "Hey, brother, back again to seek treasures? Come take a look. I received a new batch of goods yesterday." Zhou Yang was somewhat surprised that he was remembered, considering their previous encounter had merely involved a brief greeting and a purchase. Nonetheless, since he had been recognized, Zhou Yang paused. At that moment, the stall was not fully set up, and some items had yet to be displayed. Zhou Yang had woken up later than usual, and since business at the antique street generally did not pick up until around 9 in the morning, vendors usually began to set up at that hour. "Boss, there's nothing worthwhile at your stall. I've had these items appraised, and they're all fake," Zhou Yang remarked, pointing out a snuff bottle priced at 50 yuan each, or 2 for 80, and these copper coins, worth no more than 5 yuan apiece. As he spoke, he retrieved some items he had purchased the day before, which he initially intended to discard but had forgotten about after placing them in the Rui Ding. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's comments, the stall owner's expression darkened. Business people often prefer a favorable start, especially with their first transaction. Typically, as long as they make a profit, even if it is modest, they are willing to sell. What they dread most is encountering someone like Zhou Yang. After all, those in this line of work often harbor superstitions. To have a bad omen on the very first day of business is considered exceedingly impolite. "Dear brother, your words are quite surprising. We are merely engaged in small-scale transactions here, and once the payment is made, I bear no responsibility. What do you mean by bringing these items over? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang immediately realized that this individual had misunderstood him, likely thinking that he had come to return goods or settle accounts. Calm down, my friend. I'm not here to return anything. I simply find these items to be of no use, and I intend to return them to you. They are worthless in my possession, yet perhaps you could sell them for a few coins. The stall owner appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether Zhou Yang's words held any truth. Typically, even if someone did not come to settle accounts, they would not return such items, as it is a matter of common sense. Are you certain? Zhou Yang shrugged, tossing the copper coins and the previously mentioned snuff bottle onto the stall, then turning to leave. What do they call you? Zhou Yang had not anticipated that giving something away would require providing his name, but he nonetheless stated it. Ah, so you are Brother Zhou. My surname is He. You may call me Old He. I happen to have a new batch of goods here. Take a look, and if anything catches your eye, I shall offer it to you at the lowest possible price, ensuring I make no profit. Zhou Yang was taken aback. Was there truly a surname He? He was familiar with several nicknames beginning with He, such as He Xianfeng Li Kue, He Shan Lao Yao, and He Bai Wu Chang, among others. However, Zhou Yang had little inclination to dwell on such thoughts, for his gaze was fixated on an item that Old He had just extracted from his bag. Item name, bamboo. Stone, an orchid painting, authentic. Description: the bamboo, stone, and orchid painting is by Zheng Banxiao, originally named Zheng Xie, courtesy of Xingtai, Jiangsu Province, a renowned painter and writer of the Qing dynasty. Note: this painting is authentic. However, due to severe damage, its price cannot be determined, but it is restorable. Zhou Yang stared intently, receiving a wealth of information from his perceptive vision, yet only a few words truly captured his attention. The first was the name Zheng Banxiao. The other details were unfamiliar to him, but if he were unaware of these three characters, all those years of study would have been in vain. The second piece of information was that the painting was indeed genuine, a work by Zheng Banxiao. It was in such a state of disrepair that its value remained uncertain. The final revelation was that it could be restored. Could something in such a dilapidated condition truly be mended? Moreover, the diameter of the painting scroll appeared even larger than that of the ding. How could it possibly be restored? Brother Zhou, which piece have you taken a liking to? Feel free to speak freely. I will offer it to you at cost, ensuring I earn not a single coin. Zhou Yang's reverie was interrupted by Old He, yet his heart swelled with excitement at that moment. Jilan Yin, who had been linked to Zhou Yang's arm, noticed the shift in his demeanor. In such circumstances, there is typically but one possibility. Zhou Yang had discovered something extraordinary. I shall take a look, Zhou Yang casually remarked, then crouched down, bringing forth 3 scrolls of calligraphy and painting, examining them closely. In truth, this conveys a message to others. These 3 pieces of calligraphy and painting are under my scrutiny, so do not entertain the notion of interfering. Should you desire them, you must wait until I have thoroughly examined them before making any claims. Such is the custom in this trade. Zhou Yang, however, had not truly observed a single tattered artwork. Instead, he feigned interest in the other 2 pieces. The first piece, a mimicry of Ming Dynasty landscape painting, was executed quite well, likely valued at around 1 or 2,000 yuan, primarily as a modern reproduction. This artwork could not possibly be older than 20 years. The second piece, however, was of superior quality, belonging to the Republican era, also a reproduction, yet of higher caliber. Moreover, it imitated the works of renowned artists and, based on market value, could be worth approximately 10 to 20,000 yuan. Boss, hey, how much is this painting? Chapter 45. Collaborating Old Black cast a glance at the calligraphy painting that Zhou Yang had mentioned. It was a piece he had acquired just the day prior. In fact, both paintings had come into his possession yesterday, while the tattered one was merely an additional gift. He had purchased these 2 works for a total of 2,000 yuan, valuing each at 1,000 yuan, primarily due to the presence of a replica among them. Having operated a stall in this place for nearly 30 years, Old Black possessed a fair amount of knowledge regarding antiques. Otherwise, he would not have lasted in this line of work. Hence, It could be inferred that he had spent 2,000 yuan on these three paintings, with a particular interest in the one currently in Zhou Yang's hands. You have an excellent eye, young man. This painting is... What followed was the customary flattery, a routine Zhou Yang was all too familiar with. For every time Li Tzu visited customers, he employed a similar tactic to extol his wares. It was a familiar formula, a well-trodden path. Old black, spare me the pleasantries. Just tell me the price of this painting. Zhou Yang interjected. I must insist if it is too expensive. I simply will not buy it. Moreover, you previously mentioned that you would not profit from me. Old black muttered to himself. I said I wouldn't take a single cent from you. Not that I want to earn 1,000 or even 10,000 yuan. Young man, you misinterpret me. I pride myself on being the most honest merchant around. You may inquire if you wish. As for this painting, if you offer 30,000 yuan, I assure you, I will not be profiting off you. It would merely cover my labor. After all, I must eat and fuel my vehicle in the process of collecting these items. Zhou Yang nodded inwardly. Old Black was not being too unreasonable today. Given the market value, if sold well, the painting was indeed worth 20,000 yuan. Typically, in such scenarios, stall owners would initially quote prices in the range of 80,000 to 100,000 yuan, and bargaining down to 40,000 or 50,000 yuan was commonplace. Buy it or not, I can afford to wait. They set up stalls here every day and require some quality items for display. The reason Old Black had quoted 30,000 yuan today might be related to Zhou Yang, having previously returned a collection of trinkets to him. Old Black, I will offer you 10,000 yuan for this painting, and in addition, I would like the other two as gifts. My girlfriend's father has a birthday next month, and I intend to present this painting as a birthday gift. As the saying goes, when quality is lacking, quantity must suffice. Although these three paintings were replicas, they still made for a commendable collection. Jilanyan shot Zhou Yang an annoyed glance upon hearing this, questioning the appropriateness of gifting a replica as a birthday present to her future father-in-law. Young man, this price is untenable. This shabby painting aside, the other two are actually quite decent, and it's feasible to sell them for 10,000 to 20,000 yuan to interested buyers. I won't demand much. How about I let you have all three for 28,000 yuan? What do you think? Zhou Yang was not overly concerned about the difference of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. However, he could not agree so readily. There existed an unwritten rule in this trade. If one accepted too quickly, others would perceive them as an easy mark, and the next time, they would be mercilessly taken advantage of. There exists another reason. Your overly eager agreement may lead others to doubt the value of the items, potentially causing them to retract their willingness to sell. Thus, to safeguard against any eventuality, Zhou Yang could not genuinely offer such a price. He merely rubbed his nose, signaling someone discreetly, "Darling, let us depart. What merit is there in such dilapidated goods? It would be rather inappropriate for you to gift this on my father's birthday. We should instead visit a reputable antique shop." Zhou Yang was nearly taken aback, almost biting his tongue in astonishment. He had merely requested this woman to play a supportive role, perhaps to act a charade. Unexpectedly, she fully embraced her character, even bringing along her husband. How splendid it would be if it were genuine. Yet, fantasy aside, Zhou Yang's performance must persist. Very well, I still believe that 28,000 is excessive. Let us proceed to Zhu Baozhai. As he spoke, Zhou Yang rose from the ground, indicating his intent to leave. This, in itself, was a risky maneuver. Should the tall man not attempt to retain him, Zhou Yang would find himself in a very passive position, possibly missing out on the treasure altogether. However, such an outcome was averted for. Hey, don't leave. 18,000 it is. If you're willing, let us finalize the deal. After all, I ought to earn a little something for my efforts, don't you think? Zhou Yang halted, sensing that this price was indeed reasonable. He was unaware of how much the tall man had invested in those three pieces. Had he known that two of them together cost only 2,000, and that the tattered one was a complimentary gift, he would likely have made an offer of 5,000. Nevertheless, for Zhou Yang, the specific sum mattered little. Rather, it was crucial that others understood his reluctance stemmed from the high price. thereby alleviating any doubt regarding his intentions. Very well, let us conclude our transaction. Zhou Yang promptly produced his phone, and the two commenced the transfer. Once the funds were sent, Zhou Yang's heart settled into a state of peace. The two pieces of art were mere replicas, suitable for gifting, perhaps to Huang Jiqing. Bestowing them as replicas was acceptable, particularly since one was valued at 10 to 20,000, serving as a gesture of goodwill. Zhou Yang, which of these two paintings is the genuine article? As soon as they departed from the tall man's stall, Ji Lanyan eagerly inquired. Both are replicas of little worth. One is valued at 1 to 2,000, while the other at 1 to 2 million. The true treasure lies within this one, Zhou Yang replied, cautiously shaking the tattered painting. Is this truly worth anything in such a state? Ji Lanyan was certain that Zhou Yang was attempting to deceive her, yet he offered no clarification, handing her the two replicas while wrapping the battered painting carefully in a plastic bag. This item, the Rui Ding, could indeed be restored. However, Zhou Yang understood a fundamental truth. The more damaged an object, the more arduous the restoration process. Thus, it was prudent to protect it as best as possible. The two of them meandered for over an hour, discovering several minor treasures valued at approximately several tens of thousands. At this point, Zhou Yang felt a waning confidence in continuing their exploration, primarily due to the scarcity of remarkable finds. Aside from that piece of calligraphy and painting, they had only managed to earn a few tens of thousands that morning, which might seem substantial to others. However, for Zhou Yang, the time spent casually unearthing a piece of jade would be far more advantageous. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang harbored his own thoughts. Despite the seemingly inconspicuous nature of these minor items, they would prove exceedingly practical should he venture into opening an antique shop. Most antique buyers do not pursue items of exorbitant value, which often reach millions, existing primarily in the realm of television. True enthusiasts typically begin their journey with smaller pieces. Acquiring an authentic item equates to profit. Should they inadvertently purchase a counterfeit, the loss remains minimal, for those who dare to engage in antiquities are generally well-off individuals. Zhou Yang cannot spend his entire life rummaging through street markets. Occasional finds may suffice, but one cannot expect to discover endless treasures. Thus, he contemplated the prospect of establishing an antique shop, as this was his area of expertise. Setting aside the decision to open the shop, it would be advantageous to retain suitable items for future needs. After all, he is not lacking financially at present, enabling him to sell whenever he chooses. Therefore, the calligraphy and painting acquired today is not something he intends to part with. The work of Zheng Banxiao is worth, at the very least, several million, making it an excellent centerpiece should he decide to open an antique shop in the future. Chapter 46. Jiahao. After glancing at the time, the two made their way home, which naturally referred to the villa. The reason for their return was that Tian Peng's residence was in the vicinity. Seizing the opportunity, while Ji Lanyan was in the restroom, Zhou Yang summoned the small cauldron. He placed the scroll inside and watched in amazement as the cauldron transformed in size. However, time was of the essence, and he hurriedly tossed the tattered scroll into the designated restoration compartment. The cauldron then returned to its original size and gradually made its way back into Zhou Yang's body. What lay ahead was a lengthy restoration process. The more severely damaged the item, the longer the repair would take, a fact Zhou Yang was well aware of. Lanyan, would you like to join us in the countryside? Zhou Yang casually inquired as Ji Lanyan emerged from the restroom. Initially, she intended to decline, given that Tian Peng was her uncle by marriage, which made the idea of accompanying them somewhat awkward. Yet, her curiosity about the trip prevailed, and a clever idea struck her. Zhou Yang, I could accompany you, and since Tian Xiaoyu is also free, why not bring her along? Though Ji Lanyan's suggestion seemed casual, it was indeed her underlying intention. Going alone might be somewhat uncomfortable, but including Tian Xiaoyu would entirely change the dynamic. Zhou Yang found this reasoning agreeable, as he had no objections. All right then, let us head over without keeping them waiting. Since they were accompanying Tian Peng, they did not need to drive. Thus, they walked together to Tian Peng's home, where they were greeted by Tian Xiaoyu at the door. Zhou Yang, cousin, you're here. My dad is waiting for you. Please come in, she exclaimed, gesturing for them to enter. It was evident that this young girl had not yet matured fully, having been spoiled since childhood. Though approaching her senior year in university, at times her demeanor resembled that of a child. Zhou Yang, Wan Yin, come in and take a seat. You mentioned you went to the antique street. Did you find anything good? Tian Peng's primary concern was always this. As they had become familiar with one another, he no longer addressed Zhou Yang as Brother Zhou, opting instead for his name directly. This shift was largely due to Tian Xiaoyu's presence. When Tian Peng referred to Zhou Yang as Brother Zhou, it inadvertently placed Tian Xiaoyu in a subordinate position, which she found rather displeasing. Consequently, Tian Peng had to amend his address to Zhou Yang. Boss Tian, treasure hunting isn't akin to picking up stones. It's not that simple. I only managed to acquire a few small items this morning, including 2 replica paintings, totaling less than 100,000 yuan. That hardly qualifies as a successful find. Zhou Yang's words were laced with humility, and thus should not be taken too seriously, lest the conversation falter. Zhou Yang, your reasoning is flawed. Treasure hunting is not about the size of the find. As long as there is profit to be made, it is deemed a successful hunt. For instance, if one acquires an item for 500 yuan and subsequently sells it for 5,000, this is termed as successfully seizing an opportunity, as the profit is tenfold. The essence of this experience lies in the thrill of discovery. The actual amount earned is of little consequence. Tian Peng's sentiments resonate with Zhou Yang. However, acknowledgement and agreement are distinct matters. The perspective from which one contemplates the situation is pivotal. From Tian Peng's viewpoint, monetary gain is indeed secondary, as their discourse revolves around passion and collection. Conversely, Zhou Yang prioritizes profit. Even the most aesthetically pleasing object holds no value if it cannot be converted into currency. After enjoying a meal at noon, the 4 of them embarked on their journey in a single vehicle. Tian Peng took the wheel, bringing along a substantial sum of 1 million yuan in cash, as the counterpart had mentioned the presence of numerous valuable items. It appeared that Tian Peng was eager to showcase his skills. Cash transactions are customary in such dealings, and the reasoning behind this is well understood by those in the know. After traversing for over an hour, they finally arrived at a place called Guha Town. This locale was no longer within the realm of Jinling City, but rather a township in Xuanjiao County on Hubei Province. The vibrancy of this area paled in comparison to that of Jinling City, leaving one to ponder how Tian Peng had established connections here. Navigating through winding roads, they reached a village where few inhabitants resided, predominantly elderly individuals at home, a phenomenon commonly observed throughout Huaxia today. After approximately 10 more minutes of driving within the village, they arrived at a courtyard. As soon as the vehicle entered, the gate was promptly shut, causing Zhou Yang to sense something amiss. Why close the gate in broad daylight? Boss Tian, we meet again. Have you been making a fortune lately? At that moment, a man resembling the actor portraying He Shun emerged from the inner room. Mr. Jia, Yuist, allow me to introduce you. Tian Peng did not engage with the man's banter, but instead proceeded with the introductions. Through this exchange, Zhou Yang learned that this individual was named Jia Haoran, a name that could easily be misconstrued as fake good person. The 2 women remained in the vehicle, safeguarding over 100,000 yuan, as previously discussed. Their role was primarily to oversee the money, given the remote nature of the village and their unfamiliarity with the area. Caution was indeed prudent. Following Jia Haoran into the house, Zhou Yang and Tian Peng discovered a large wooden chest among other items. Boss Tian, everything is here, including the chairs you requested. Please take a look. If you find it satisfactory, we can discuss the financial matters thereafter. Tian Peng nodded with a smile and turned to Zhou Yang, who understood the underlying priorities. However, aware of Tian Peng's true concerns, he directed his gaze towards the empty space where the chair was placed. Upon seeing it, his brow furrowed in apprehension. He gently shook his head at Tian Peng, and the implication was unmistakable. This chair was a counterfeit. In other words, this chair was not a matching pair with the one he had encountered previously. It could be considered antiquated, having been around for several decades, and in the current market, it might fetch a price of around 500 yuan, which would be quite commendable. Tian Peng, of course, noticed Zhou Yang's subtle hint, and his heart sank at once. To be candid, his primary purpose for being there today was to acquire that particular chair. he held little hope for anything else. If he could complete the pair, he would have ample opportunity to boast about it within the industry for a lifetime. Regrettably, this was not the chair he sought. Zhou Yang remained silent and proceeded to open the box. Chapter 47. The New Pit of Antiques. As the box slowly creaked open, a pungent scent of damp earth surged forth, unmistakably indicating that its contents had only just been unearthed. This revelation sent a shiver down Zhou Yang's spine. If these items were indeed freshly excavated relics, then their possession would constitute a grave offense. It dawned upon him that these individuals might be the fabled tomb raiders, more bluntly referred to as grave robbers. The prospect of engaging in a transaction with such nefarious characters filled him with dread, should their dealings come to light. The consequences could be dire. Thus, he cast a fleeting glance at the contents before hastily closing the box. "Boss Tian, we cannot acquire these items. Let us return," Zhou Yang urged. Tian Peng was momentarily perplexed by Zhou Yang's insistence, yet he recognized that there must be sound reasoning behind it. Just as he was about to acquiesce, the previously disdainful Jia Haoran interjected with displeasure. "What do you mean by that, my young friend? You initiated the purchase, and the price has already been negotiated. Now that you have seen the goods, to withdraw is rather unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, several dubious-looking individuals emerged from other rooms, their shifty eyes betraying their unscrupulous nature. Zhou Yang's instincts flared. They had unwittingly stumbled into a den of wolves. "Mr. Jiao, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Yang inquired, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. As the saying goes, when transactions fail, civility remains. Surely, you do not intend to resort to coercion? Tian Peng, now acutely aware of the situation's escalation, felt a chill of realization. Jia Haoran scoffed. "Boss Tian, I'm only engaging in this trade out of respect for you. Our previous dealings were amicable, yet this time you have brought an outsider, which is decidedly improper. Now, upon seeing the items, you wish to depart without further ado. Do you not see how this appears?" Zhou Yang discerned that these individuals were indeed intent on strong-arming them. Upon entering, he had sensed an air of suspicion. This courtyard had evidently been abandoned for quite some time, hastily tidied for the purposes of today as transaction. It was clear that these people did not reside here. Rather, it served merely as a temporary venue for today's dealings. Once the transaction concluded, their whereabouts would be uncertain. Under normal circumstances, both parties would revel in a mutually beneficial exchange. However, the crux of the issue lay in Zhou Yang's awareness of the origin of these items. The atmosphere had soured, and with tensions rising, he knew that these individuals would not hesitate to sever ties after securing their profit, swiftly vacating the premises to continue their dubious pursuits elsewhere. Zhou Yang assessed the situation. There were 7 of them. He felt no fear of confrontation. As he was acutely aware of his physical transformations over the past few days, his strength, speed, resilience, and reflexes were more than adequate to handle the impending crisis. Yet, he understood that engaging in combat was ill-advised. This was not their territory, and the presence of potential accomplices nearby remained a looming threat. Moreover, Tian Peng, Tian Xiaoyu, and Jilan Yan were present, and any altercation could lead to unintended casualties. Perhaps by that time, the other party may turn the tables. And then, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse the situation. Therefore, Zhou Yang must swiftly devise a strategy to break the deadlock. "Mr. Jia, may I inquire about the origins of your items? I trust you are more aware than I am. My reluctance stems from our desire to avoid unnecessary troubles. These items are indeed valuable, yet we dare not involve ourselves. Please delineate how this matter can be resolved. It ultimately depends on you." As Zhou Yang spoke, he picked up a brick from the ground and, in front of the crowd, smashed it with a single punch. The resounding crack demonstrated his strength. Jia Haoran's eyelids flickered. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yang was such a formidable opponent. In terms of numbers, Tian Peng's side had only 2 men, while they had 7. If a confrontation ensued, they would undoubtedly have the advantage. However, Zhou Yang remained an unpredictable factor. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he towered over everyone present, and given his recent display of power, it was evident that only a few could approach him without hesitation. Thus, they were momentarily intimidated. Young brother, I must admit I misjudged you. It seems you possess quite the prowess. But can you truly contend with so many of us? What if we turn our attention to Boss Tion? Moreover, can you protect the two young ladies here? Jia Haoran quickly regained his composure, realizing that these were indeed the concerns Zhou Yang harbored. Mr. Jia, what do you think of this proposition? I am certain I cannot accept these items. And if I am not mistaken, that chair must still be here. How about this? You hand me that chair along with this empty box, and in return, I will give you 500,000. In this way, neither of us would suffer a loss, and we could both benefit, an outcome that would please everyone. What do you think, Mr. Jia? If this arrangement does not meet your approval, then we may have to resort to confrontation. Though this place is secluded, I am confident there are still numerous villagers around. If we attract their attention and a call to the authorities is made, it would certainly be you who faces the consequences. Please consider this carefully. Upon concluding his statement, Zhou Yang intentionally positioned Tian Peng behind him, signaling to the other party that should they refuse, they would have to face the consequences directly. Should matters escalate, it would be unfavorable for both sides. Jia Haoran found himself in a predicament. The blame for this situation could be traced back to Tian Peng himself. His earlier phone call had likely been too impulsive or blunt, immediately inquiring about the chair. Consequently, Jia Haoran became somewhat perplexed, initially surmising that the chair might indeed be valuable. Though he lacked expertise in such matters, he contemplated using the chair to lure Tian Peng, potentially providing a counterfeit to deceive him. Moreover, during this period, they managed to offload some newly acquired contraband, swiftly procuring funds to make their escape. After all, possessing such items is exceedingly perilous. Should they fall into the clutches of law enforcement, the consequences could be dire, not to mention the certainty of severe repercussions. Thus, the arrangement to convene today was established. It is worth noting that while these individuals may not be entirely unscrupulous, the market value of such items is indeed in the millions. However, given their novelty and the reluctance of experts to engage with them, the price would inevitably be subject to significant reductions, culminating in a steep discount. Hence, the agreed-upon sum was 1 million, which explains why Tian Peng carried that amount in cash today. Now, under these circumstances, only 50,000 remained, and the chair had to be surrendered to the other party, presenting a rather challenging predicament. Please wait a moment. We need to confer, said Jia Haoran. He assigned Lao Lu and Tu Go to watch over Zhou Yang and Tian Peng before leading the remaining individuals inside. At this juncture, Zhou Yang felt a sense of reassurance. Their deliberation indicated that his words had made an impact. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Chapter 48. The so-called New Pit Zhou Yang, these items. It was only at this moment that Tian Peng gradually realized something was amiss. Zhou Yang slightly shook his head, offering no further explanation, for this was not the time to discuss such matters. His current objective was to accomplish the purpose of this venture and depart swiftly. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Jia Haoran emerged from the inner room, carrying a chair in his hands. With a cursory glance, Zhou Yang confirmed its authenticity. Brother Zhou, as you suggested, this chair belongs to you, and this box as well, for a total of 500,000. However, you must enlighten me on the origins of this box. Does it possess any remarkable treasures? Zhou Yang smiled nonchalantly and replied, "This box isn't anything extraordinary. It's merely a relic from the Republic of China era, worth a bit of money. If I were to sell it, it would likely fetch around 10 to 20,000. Given the effort I've expended to be here, I ought to make a modest profit, don't you think?" Jia Haoran nodded, though he couldn't fully trust Zhou Yang's words. The box was surely worth more than a mere 10 to 20,000. Nonetheless, the reality was that while items might be valuable in someone else's possession, they could hold little worth in their hands. Take his collection of antiques. For instance, if not for the new pit's influence, they could potentially sell for millions over time. At the very least, several 100,000 would be attainable. Yet, who would dare to keep such items? Moreover, the essence of a new pit cannot simply dissipate within a year or two. It requires an extensive period to eradicate that particular aura. They were engaged in the grave business of tomb raiding, leaving them no time to await the disappearance of this so-called new soil scent. Furthermore, they were eager to divide the spoils. in their line of work. It sufficed to secure their own share, while the fortunes amassed by others were of no concern to them. Envy held no place in their hearts. Very well, Brother Zhou. You are a straightforward man. Today's transaction is settled. May I inquire about the payment? Zhou Yang was well aware that this fellow was eager for his money. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Peng, who understood the unspoken cue and nodded before proceeding toward the vehicle. Seeing Tian Peng retrieve the funds, Jia Haoran began to extract several items from the box, while the wooden chest and chair naturally belonged to Zhou Yang. The transaction proceeded smoothly, as both parties seemed keen to finalize the deal and shift their positions. Approximately half an hour later, Tian Peng's vehicle had already entered the county road, and only then did the tension in the group begin to ease. Zhou Yang, are those antiques problematic? Tian Peng's question mirrored the curiosity of the two women present. Zhou Yang nodded and began to articulate the reasons behind the concerns regarding the antiques. Boss Tian, I've conducted a preliminary assessment of the antique's value. If sold under normal circumstances, a profit of several million would be easily attainable. However, herein lies the crux. Why would items worth millions be sold cheaply in this obscure location rather than being taken to market by their owners? Because these are all products of a new pit. At this juncture, Ji Lanyin posed a question. Zhou Yang, what is a new pit? Tian Xiaoyu also leaned in, evidently curious to hear Zhou Yang's explanation. The term new pit is a specialized phrase within this field, essentially referring to artifacts that have been recently unearthed. Most antiques we encounter are relics that have been passed down through the ages, while some have been excavated from the earth. However, there is a distinction to be made. For instance, items excavated from the Ming or Qing dynasties do not qualify as new pits. This is because the earthy scent associated with these antiques has completely dissipated, rendering even the most skilled experts unable to discern their origins. Conversely, items from a new pit are markedly different. The very term antique implies a connection to the past, typically spanning a minimum of a couple of centuries and potentially extending back a millennium or more. A significant portion of these artifacts lies buried in the ground, most commonly within the tombs of ancient dynasties. When these items have remained underground for several hundred or even thousands of years, the earthy aroma is profoundly pronounced, detectable even through the most refined methods of analysis. Thus, we commonly refer to such items as new pit artifacts, indicating that these individuals have likely recently excavated a tomb. We are merely enthusiasts of antiques, or perhaps individuals seeking to earn a little extra money. There is no need to become entangled with such items. To put it plainly, one can never be certain when these individuals might be apprehended. Should that occur, the ensuing interrogations could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, a collective gasp escaped the group, particularly from Tian Peng. As Zhou Yang articulated, he is simply an aficionado of antiques, hailing from a prominent family. If he were to inadvertently become associated with grave robbers, or worse, engage in a transaction with them, the repercussions could be unfathomable. If fortune favors him, he might escape unscathed. However, should luck be unkind, the arrival of law enforcement could lead to the confiscation of his possessions, which would merely be a minor inconvenience. More severe ramifications could include fines or even criminal detention. There is a saying, those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Just because these individuals have not been caught today does not guarantee that they will not be apprehended in the future. If they are caught, it would spell disaster for them. Zhou Yang, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Had it not been for your presence, I might have found myself in a precarious situation. Tian Peng exclaimed. By the way, are you certain that this chair is without issue? He, as always, was primarily concerned about the chair. Rest assured, this chair is perfectly fine. It pairs beautifully with that one, Zhou Yang reassured him. Moreover, that box still holds some value, albeit a bit worn. Zhou Yang's words were abruptly interrupted by Tian Peng. Zhou Yang, I truly appreciate your help today. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble, and I certainly wouldn't have been fortunate enough to acquire this chair. Therefore, let's not discuss the box any further. Instead, I shall offer you an additional 5 million, as now that we have both chairs, their true worth is evident. I will give you 5 million, which is well-deserved. Zhou Yang was taken aback. He never expected Tian Peng to be so generous. Although the fellow spoke the truth, had it not been for Zhou Yang, Tian Peng might not have secured that chair today and could have ended up with a counterfeit instead. However, there had been no prior discussion regarding any form of remuneration. Rather, Tian Peng had invited Zhou Yang to assist him. In such situations, a token of gratitude ranging from 100,000 to 200,000 would typically suffice. Even if the day yielded significant gains, it would merely amount to a round figure. To Zhou Yang's astonishment, this man offered a staggering 5 million. Nevertheless, he had no intention of accepting it, for he sought to cultivate his own influence. Individuals like Tian Peng warranted a more serious rapport. The secret to success in life lies in befriending the affluent while steering clear of the petty. It was evident that Tian Peng and Huang Jiqing were pivotal benefactors in his early development. Thus, he would merely accept a box. The money was not something he intended to claim. Chapter 49. The Iron Certificate of Dan Script. Several individuals returned to the city of Jinling just past 4 in the afternoon. Zhou Yang declined the offer of 5 million. Yet he took away the box. Zhou Yang, are you foolish? You refused 5 million for a mere box. Be honest with me. Do you harbor some ulterior motive? As soon as they returned to the villa, Ji Lanyan uttered this remark before Zhou Yang had even settled down. Zhou Yang found himself somewhat perplexed. He certainly had intentions, but they were hardly nefarious. Nonetheless, he began to elucidate. You are correct. I indeed have a purpose. As you know, I have always been a poor wretch lacking status, background, and finances. Now, I possess a modicum of wealth, yet I still lack identity and connections. It is impractical to rely on luck indefinitely, so I aspire to develop further. Whether it be engaging in business or founding a company, I am inexperienced in such matters, hence I require connections. Huang Jiqing and Tian Peng both possess certain status and connections. Moreover, our current rapport is quite favorable, which may prove advantageous in the future. 5 million is certainly a considerable sum. In fact, I almost declined it earlier, but money can be gradually earned. However, cultivating relationships with others is far more challenging. At the very least, Tian Peng currently owes me a favor, and should I require his assistance in the future, provided it is not overly burdensome, I believe he would be willing to help. Additionally, there's another reason. This box is worth far more than 5 million. Ji Lanyan listened intently, and to be candid, she found Zhou Yang's reasoning sound. If one possesses a means of generating income, several million is indeed not an exorbitant amount. Yet it is also crucial to cultivate relationships with influential individuals. However, what moved her most was Zhou Yang's final statement, that this box holds value beyond 5 million. Zhou Yang, is this box truly a treasure? Is it from Wu Zetian, or perhaps the 13th aunt? Zhou Yang was amused by her remark, pondering why she did not suggest it belonged to Niuhua. He refrained from explaining, instead heading to the kitchen to retrieve a knife, then dragging the box to the courtyard, where he proceeded to cleave it open. Before Ji Lanyan could react, the box lay in ruins. Just as she was beginning to believe Zhou Yang had lost his senses, he extracted an item from the shattered remains. It turned out the box had a hidden compartment where these items were concealed. Ji Lanyan's eyes lit up. She seemed to grasp the significance. Zhou Yang returned the knife to the kitchen and immediately began examining the item. Item name: Iron Certificate of Dan Script, Era, Ming Dynasty. Item description: the Iron Certificate of Dan Script is a symbol granted by ancient emperors to meritorious subjects, allowing them to enjoy stipends or privileges for generations. Holder of the Iron Certificate: Mu Ying. Item value: unknown. Upon reading this, Zhou Yang was utterly stunned. It was his first encounter with the term unknown. In the past, when inspecting items, suggested prices were often provided, unless the items were severely damaged, like the piece of calligraphy by Zheng Banxiao that I stumbled upon this morning. It is quite understandable that the price cannot be discerned for such a piece, given its lack of restoration. However, the Danshu Tai one is intact, with only some superficial tarnishing, and is remarkably well preserved. What does the term unknown signify in this context? Perhaps it implies that the item lacks a defined price, varying according to individual perception. Moreover, who was Muing? Zhou Yang felt his historical knowledge was utterly inadequate and promptly grabbed his phone to research Muing. To his surprise, he discovered that Mu Ying was the adopted son of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. After his western expedition against the Tibetans, he was granted the Dan Shu Tai Wan in recognition of his achievements. Mu Ying later went to Yunnan to guard the borders, vowing never to return to the court, which earned him Zhu Yuanzhang's deep trust. Tragically, Mu Ying succumbed to grief after the death of his adoptive mother, Empress Ma, and later, his brother Zhu Biao. This information, gleaned from the internet, implies that this Dan Shu Tai Wan could very well be the one that went missing during that era. It is also plausible that tomb raiders may have acquired it, or that someone hid it in this box during a tumultuous period. As for the box itself, it is of little value, crafted from ordinary, dilapidated wood. Zhou Yang, may I see that? Ji Lanyan's voice pulled Zhou Yang from his thoughts. He handed the gold medal to her, prompting her to ponder the significance of the item. The unknown price does not necessarily imply that it lacks worth. It may possess a unique significance. Historical records indicate that Zhu Yuanzhang issued a total of 34 Dan Shu Tai Wan, most of which were destroyed, leaving only a select few preserved. Therefore, it is evident that this particular Dan Shu Tai Wan is one of the surviving pieces, imbued with immense meaning and historical value, which justifies its undefined price. For instance, if the imperial seal were in Zhou Yang's possession, its value would similarly be indeterminate, potentially regarded as a priceless treasure. Of course, this item cannot truly be compared to the imperial seal. It serves merely as an example. In that moment, Zhou Yang conceived a bold idea. He wished to submit the Dan Shu Tai Wan to the state. There are myriad ways to earn money, but one must adhere to a moral compass. Such evidently precious items should not be trafficked, although these items legally belong to Zhou Yang, as they are not newly unearthed. Their value may transcend legality when they are of significant worth. After considerable contemplation, Zhou Yang decided to submit these items. However, submission necessitates proper channels. How could he proceed without connections? Upon reaching this thought, Zhou Yang recalled a person, Huang Jiqing. Given Huang's advanced age and esteemed status, along with his extensive network, consulting him seemed a prudent course of action. Consequently, Zhou Yang made his way to the backyard and promptly dialed Huang Jiqing's number. Huang Jiqing had just returned from a stroll at the flower and bird market. At his age, now retired and financially secure, he found himself with ample leisure time, indulging in a few cherished pastimes, browsing antique markets, engaging in chess matches, and visiting the flower and bird market. Not long after his return, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhou Yang. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Chapter 50. Guanqingru. As Zhou Yang stepped outside, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Indifferent, he hung up without a second thought. He was en route to Huang Jiqing's residence and had another appointment ahead. There was no time to entertain a stranger's call. Ji Lanyan had not accompanied him, leaving Zhou Yang to drive alone. The hour was growing late, nearing 5 in the afternoon, and traffic would soon intensify. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and he arrived shortly. Zhou Yang, hurry, show it to me. As soon as Zhou Yang parked, Huang Jiqing approached him eagerly, clearly anxious. Old Huang, didn't you say you would take me to meet someone? Let us discuss it in the car, Zhou Yang suggested. Huang Jiqing agreed, climbing into the vehicle and promptly sending Zhou Yang a location, all the while impatiently requesting the item. After Zhou Yang handed over the Dan Shu Tai Quan, he activated the navigation and departed from the spot. It was evident that this old fellow was overly eager, not even allowing Zhou Yang a moment to sit and sip a drink. Guanqingru, the former curator of the Jinling Museum, was of a similar age to Huang Jiqing and had long since retired. However, individuals of their stature do not simply retire to a life of leisure. Such a notion is implausible. Certain matters demand a level of expertise, particularly in the realm of antiques, which cannot be entrusted to just anyone. Currently, the curator of the Jinling Museum was Guanqingru's top disciple, possessing considerable talent and excelling in various respects. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded Guanqingru in his position. Yet, he lacked that final touch of finesse, often relying on Guanqingru for guidance. Ever since receiving Huang Jiqing's call, Guanqingru had been in a state of restless anticipation. It was evident that the Dan Shu Tai Quan from the Ming dynasty was not scarce, with approximately 70 copies having circulated. Zhou Yang had issued 34 of them, making those particular documents historically significant. Two reasons underlie this significance. Firstly, no emperor of the Ming dynasty could rival Zhou Yang. As the founding emperor, the value of the Dan Shu Tai Quan he distributed was immense. Secondly, the survival rate of these items was low. Although Zhou Yang had issued 34, most had succumbed to destruction over time, making the remaining examples exceedingly rare. Presently, only one existed in the capital's museum. This illustrates the adage that not all antiques hold value. Their worth is contingent upon age and provenance. The Dan Shu Tai Quan, although from the Ming dynasty, issued by other emperors might merely be considered ordinary artifacts. In stark contrast, those issued by Zhou Yang are classified as first-tier cultural relics, highlighting the significant disparity. Thus, if Zhou Yang indeed possessed a Dan Shu Tai Quan from Mo Ying, it would undoubtedly be a treasure. Guan Qingru awaited with bated breath. Several times he contemplated picking up the phone to inquire, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Fortunately, the wait was not prolonged, as Huang Jiqing arrived with Zhou Yang. After a round of introductions, they became acquainted, and the subsequent activity was to partake in tea and conversation. Despite his eagerness, Guan Qingru understood the importance of maintaining decorum, especially as his familiarity with Zhou Yang was limited. Displaying excessive urgency would be unbecoming. Thus, he began to subtly probe into Zhou Yang's character. Huang Jiqing, ever the facilitator, recounted the story of how he met Zhou Yang and the subsequent events, including their initial intentions regarding dealing with Li Suzi. A pivotal aspect here is the matter of first impressions. Initially, Guan Qingru could only say he harbored a slight fondness for this young man. After all, whether male or female, good looks invariably create a favorable initial impression. Following that, it is the demeanor and actions that matter. Zhou Yang's willingness to contribute something of value to the nation, based on this alone, indicated commendable character and a broader perspective, what is often referred to as vision. Once this impression was formed, a holistic assessment of the individual emerged, with Zhou Yang achieving a score of 70 in Guan Qingru's estimation. However, after hearing Huang Jiqing's account of that day's occurrences, Zhou Yang's standing soared to 90. While one can feign character, the fact that Zhou Yang chose to speak on behalf of Li Suzi, potentially incurring the displeasure of Huang Jiqing and Tian Peng, was undeniably commendable. Thus, the additional 20 points were quite justified. Old Huang, please refrain from praising me further. If you continue, I might just take flight, Zhou Yang remarked with humility. Director Guan, here is the iron certificate. Please have a look. After a courteous exchange, Zhou Yang presented the iron certificate, which was the purpose of his visit. Having resolved to give the certificate, he intended to do so decisively, leaving a positive impression behind. Very well, let me see. Guan Qingru extended his trembling hands to accept the box Zhou Yang offered. He then donned a pair of gloves and reading glasses, preparing for the evaluation. The iron certificate bore numerous inscriptions, detailing the identity of its owner and the reasons for its presentation. With each glance, Guan Qingru grew increasingly exhilarated, reaching a definitive conclusion regarding the authenticity of the item. In fact, its condition surpassed that of a similar piece housed in the capital's museum. How is it, old Guan? Huang Jiqing, unable to contain his anticipation, inquired. As he had never encountered such an object, he was unable to ascertain its authenticity. Guan Qingru exhaled deeply, removed his glasses and gloves, and declared, Zhou Yang, this iron certificate is indeed genuine, and as you have stated, its owner is Mo Ying. Since you have recognized this item, you must also be aware of who Mo Ying is and the significance of this object. I now pose a solemn question. Are you truly willing to surrender this item to the state? This inquiry bears great importance, for as it stands, this precious piece remains your personal possession, irrespective of the means by which you acquired it, so long as it was not unearthed from the earth. However, once you choose to relinquish it, it shall be forever severed from your connection, and you must contemplate this decision with utmost care. Zhou Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Guan Qingru would articulate such a statement. He had initially envisioned a straightforward exchange, wherein he would present the item, receive some perfunctory pleasantries, perhaps a commemorative banner, and then conclude the matter. Instead, Guan Xingru had expounded extensively, revealing a commendable character worthy of Zhou Yang's respect. Director Guan, I am well aware of the origins and value of this item. Precisely because I possess this knowledge, I have resolved to submit it. Were it any other type of object, such as calligraphy or porcelain, I would undoubtedly retain it, for as long as it is lawful, it constitutes my personal property. Yet, I understand that some items transcend mere ownership and delve into realms beyond personal possession. Hence, after careful consideration, I have decisively chosen to surrender it. Chapter 51. Apprenticeship. Zhou Yang spoke with resolute conviction, for what he articulated was indeed the truth. Having already resolved to surrender the item, there was no sense of reluctance. Such an object, if retained, would merely serve as an antiquity, scarcely convertible into currency. Excellent. However, any significant cultural relic submitted to the state must undergo a formal procedure. Thus, if you place your trust in me, this item shall remain in my custody until all necessary processes are completed. Additionally, you will need to sign a donation agreement. Given that it is rather late today, I propose we finalize everything tomorrow afternoon. What do you think? Guan Xingru concluded his statement with a beaming smile directed at Zhou Yang, possibly as a form of subtle testing. Naturally, Zhou Yang had no objections and promptly pushed a box towards Guan Xingru. Director Guan, I trust you implicitly, otherwise I would not have come here. I now formally entrust this item to you. Guan Xingru was exceedingly pleased, genuinely satisfied to an extraordinary degree. Zhou Yang, I have heard from old Huang that you possess considerable knowledge of antiques. Is that correct? Zhou Yang was puzzled by Guan Xingru's inquiry, but decided to respond honestly. Director Guan, you flatter me. Old Huang is merely exaggerating my capabilities. I have only recently begun to dabble in this field and would not dare claim expertise. Guan Xingru chuckled and nodded, then casually picked up an object from the table and placed it before Zhou Yang. This item had been prepared prior to Zhou Yang's arrival, intended as a means of assessing him. Zhou Yang, take a look at this and share your thoughts. It matters not if your assessment is incorrect. Zhou Yang promptly agreed, grasping the intent behind Guan Xingru's challenge. He understood that this was an opportunity to demonstrate his skills. Thus, Zhou Yang refrained from any carelessness, recognizing that the individual before him was an expert in antiques, and he needed to adhere to standard appraisal methods. He donned a pair of gloves with care, lifted the object, and commenced his examination. At first glance, it was a bronze mirror, yet it differed from typical specimens. In truth, such antiques are quite common. For instance, one could frequently encounter similar items in Li Tzu's antique shop. Therefore, a bronze mirror is not considered a high-end artifact, implying it holds little monetary value. However, the fact that Guan Xingru presented this particular item for Zhou Yang's appraisal suggested it was anything but ordinary. Notably, 2 characters were inscribed on the back of the mirror, which Zhou Yang found unfamiliar. This was entirely reasonable. With the vast number of dynasties throughout history, the scripts varied considerably, rendering unfamiliarity quite normal. At this juncture, if Zhou Yang lacked any external assistance, he would find himself in a predicament, unable to articulate the provenance of this object. As he could not comprehend the inscriptions, he realized that lingering in uncertainty would yield no benefit. Thus, he activated his enhanced vision. Item name, Wuzhou Tian's Wansui Bronze Mirror. Item description. This bronze mirror was personally overseen by Emperor Wuzhou, bearing significant historical importance. Note, due to its extraordinary significance and rarity, this piece is a true treasure. Item value, 50,000. Upon seeing the final valuation of the item, Zhou Yang was nearly rendered speechless. The earlier descriptions were so exquisite, yet after much ado, it was valued at merely 50,000. Frankly, this revelation took Zhou Yang by surprise. He found himself at a loss for words. If Director Guan believed this to be a remarkable treasure and he were to assert otherwise, it would surely lead to awkwardness. Thus, he resolved to remain silent on the price. With this thought, Zhou Yang knew how to articulate himself. Director Guan, this bronze mirror is an artifact from the Tang dynasty, specifically from the Wuzhou period. Its full name is the Wuzhou Tian's Wansui Bronze Mirror, a product of the era of Empress Wu Zetian. Thus, it carries a significant historical meaning. Moreover, the characters Wu Zhou are inscribed on the back, which is a clear indication that this is indeed. Zhou Yang conveyed all the information he had gathered. Although he had not recognized the two characters previously, he had gleaned understanding from the retrieved hints. Impressive, truly impressive. I have consulted many individuals, all of whom are experts in their field. While identifying this item is not particularly challenging, accurately naming it is a rarity. And you are among the few who can do so. Even those who manage to identify it often take considerable time. I am astonished that you have done so in mere minutes. Zhou Yang, would you care to become my disciple? Director Guan's sudden proposal left Zhou Yang utterly bewildered. Zhou Yang, do not hesitate. Kneel and pay your respects. Zhou Yang's confusion did not extend to Huang Jiqing, who recognized Zhou Yang's talent, but was equally surprised by Director Guan's wish to take him as a student. To say that he was shocked would be an understatement. However, a moment's reflection clarified the situation. Zhou Yang was indeed exceptional. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang gradually comprehended the significance of the moment and promptly knelt, bowing his head. Master, please accept your disciple's humble homage. Zhou Yang was no fool. He understood the stature of Director Guan. To become his disciple would grant him a prestigious identity. In any profession, one's identity and origins are paramount. Without such recognition, one's achievements are rendered inconsequential. Much like the art of crosstalk, where a performer must have a master. Without one, no matter how skilled they are, they cannot ascend to prominence, for they lack the necessary credentials. This was also the plight of a certain individual surnamed Gua in the crosstalk community, who was bullied due to the absence of a legitimate teaching lineage. The world of antiques follows a similar principle. It greatly values the lineage of mentorship. Without this, one is merely an outsider, and outsiders are often looked down upon, regardless of their capabilities. This reflects the current state of affairs in the nation. Regardless of one's abilities, one must adhere to established protocols. Guan Qingru is in high spirits today, not only having acquired a significant artifact, but also having taken on such a capable disciple. His decision to accept a disciple today stems partly from Zhou Yang's character, partly from his own elation, but predominantly from Zhou Yang's remarkable skills. With a bit of guidance, such a person is destined for extraordinary accomplishments. Huang Jiqing stands as the sole witness to this event. Thus, congratulations and well wishes are only natural. Zhou Yang, you are now my disciple. Tomorrow I shall introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. We will also conclude today's matters. Should you have any uncertainties or require assistance in the future, feel free to approach me or your seniors at any time. Let us plan for tomorrow morning. Come to my place at 10 o'clock, and I will take you along. Huang, you should join us too, as you have nothing else to occupy your time. Chapter 52. The Rite of Apprenticeship. Zhou Yang, in a state of bewilderment, followed Huang Jiqing as they departed from Guan Qingru's residence. The confusion stemmed from the rapid progression of events. Undoubtedly, having a master was an immense blessing, a monumental stroke of fortune. From this point forward, his identity would be anchored, and there would be no need for evasive answers when questioned about his mentor. After all, being self-taught often attracted disdain, regardless of one's capabilities. This is what is meant by the principle of legitimacy. The absence of a shared dinner was primarily due to Guan Qingru's pressing obligations. He needed to deliver the precious Dan Shu Tai Quan to the museum, as keeping such a valuable item at home was too precarious. Thus, it was only natural that dinner was forsaken. The formal apprenticeship ceremony was scheduled for the following day. Zhou Yang, truly envy you. If only I had your good fortune, my achievements would surpass what they are today. Huang Jiqing exclaimed on their way back. Old Huang, it's all just luck. Zhou Yang modestly replied. Huang Jiqing chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, luck? In this world, how much luck truly exists? If you lack genuine skill, even if you spent every day beside Guan Qingru, he would never take you as a disciple. There are no occurrences devoid of reason. One must forge their own strength. Consider it akin to stumbling upon a piece of gold while walking. Its beauty and value immediately capture your attention, prompting you to pick it up. Yet, why do you not collect the countless ordinary stones along the way? Because they are mundane, lacking in distinction. Therefore, refrain from excessive modesty, attributing everything to luck. Certainly, luck plays a role, but it constitutes only a minor fraction. The essence remains. One must possess their own merits. Now that you have secured a mentor, your life will likely sail smoothly ahead. However, this comes with a caveat. Do not become complacent. Maintain your current attitude, and your future accomplishments will not be lacking. Nonetheless, tomorrow marks your formal apprenticeship. You ought to prepare a gift for your master. Do you have anything in mind? Upon hearing the mention of a gift, Zhou Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Regret washed over him for having sold all his valuable possessions. Ideally, retaining an antique as a gift for his master would have been most fitting. Alas, he had disposed of such treasures. The few trinkets he currently possessed were, to put it plainly, of little worth. Earlier that day, while perusing the antique street with Zhou, he had indeed acquired a few minor items, their combined value scarcely exceeding 80 to 100,000. Such items were hardly suitable for gifting. The most exceptional piece was a painting by Zheng Banshan. However, the unfortunate reality was that it was severely damaged, and the restoration process was proving to be exceedingly slow. Zhou Yang estimated that it would likely take several days to complete the repairs, making it unsuitable to present this as a gift for his mentor. Time simply did not permit. It was not that he was unwilling to part with something valuable. After all, even the finest objects possess their worth, merely a painting. However, discussing this matter was futile. A poorly restored item could hardly serve as a respectable gift for a mentor. Wouldn't it be laughable to present a tattered artwork? He inquired of Huang, is there any particular significance to the gift one presents to a mentor? Unable to conjure a satisfactory solution, he resolved to seek guidance and direction. Huang Jichang pondered momentarily before responding, there are no stringent requirements for such gifts. In a sense, they are merely symbolic. It is akin to giving gifts to elders during the new year. Your offering should not be too meager, yet it need not be excessively extravagant. One must find a balance. As for the nature of the gift, it varies from person to person. Anything other than cash would suffice. Zhou Yang stroked his chin, grasping Huang Jicheng's implication. It was not imperative to present an antique. Guan Qingru had spent his life immersed in the world of antiques, having encountered countless artifacts. Thus, he held little regard for ordinary pieces. If a gift were to fall short, it would be better not to give at all. A painting by Zheng Banxiao, for instance, would be a fitting congratulatory gift, though its value might render it too precious for Guan Qingru to accept. With this thought, Zhou Yang formulated a plan. Upon returning to the villa, it was nearly 7 p.m. He parked his car at the entrance and called Zhou. Before long, she arrived. Zhou Yang, did you sell the item? She asked as she entered the vehicle, mistakenly believing that he had gone out that afternoon to sell the piece of Dan Shu Tai Quan. What are you talking about? I gave it away, Zhou Yang replied, starting the car and briefly explaining the events of the afternoon. While others might not comprehend the significance of Zhou Yang's actions or the benefits of apprenticing, Zhou was different. Hailing from a wealthy family in the capital, she possessed a deeper understanding. An antique, though valuable, was merely that. Its worth, while undeniable, translated to little more than monetary gain for Zhou Yang. What he truly lacked was not wealth. Earning money was not a challenge for him, but rather connections and identity. One must sometimes concede the importance of status. A person of distinction, even in hardship, is still regarded as a fallen noble, while a poor individual, despite newfound wealth, may be labeled a vulgar upstart. Such is the significance of identity. If one is merely an ordinary person or desires to lead an unremarkable life, then status holds little importance. What matters most is one's own happiness and contentment. However, if you aspire to elevate your quality of life and to stand out among others, then this identity becomes exceedingly significant. Therefore, Zhou Yang's apprenticeship is the finest stepping stone on the path to success. Zhou Yang exclaimed, I crave hot pot. We must celebrate tonight. This celebration is for your ascension as a distinguished disciple of Guan Qingru and for the bright future that lies ahead. Yea! In that moment, Zhou Yang gazed at the woman, momentarily lost in thought. Throughout their acquaintance, Zhou had always exuded a hint of arrogance and spoke sparingly. Today, however, he witnessed a playful and endearing side of Zhou for the first time, complemented by her stunning beauty, causing him to contemplate. Lan Yan, would you accompany me to Yinshi Street tomorrow morning? I wish to procure a piece of jade as a gift for my master, as my token of gratitude for taking me on as a disciple. Regrettably, I possess little of value to offer, and, after much deliberation, this seemed the most fitting choice. What do you think? Chapter 53. A different Fang Jie on the other side. Huang Jiqing returned home to find his granddaughter, Huang Xiu, indulging in snacks while watching television. Xiu, have you not had dinner yet? Come dine with me. That rascal, Zhou Yang, doesn't he even think to invite me for a meal? The first part of Huang Jiqing's statement was directed at Huang Xiu, while the latter part was more of amusing to himself. Deep down, he understood that Zhou Yang was not the sort to be stingy. The reason for his lack of invitation was something Huang Jiqing speculated about. Perhaps he was simply too exhilarated or preoccupied with settling the matter of the apprenticeship gift. Thus, he merely voiced a casual complaint. Grandpa, what is up with Zhou Yang? Huang Xiu seemed to have perked up at the mention of Zhou Yang, as she had recently heard his name more than any other, primarily due to Huang Jiqing's frequent mentions. Surprised that his mutterings had caught his granddaughter's attention, Huang Jiqing quickly recounted the events of the day. Huang Jiqing had one son and one daughter. His son and daughter-in-law worked in the capital, while his daughter and son-in-law had moved abroad many years ago and seldom returned. Among his grandchildren, besides Huang Xiu, there was another grandson who was currently attending university, having gone off for summer training with his father. As for Huang Xiu, she had come to Jinling to escape her mother's incessant nagging, a situation that seemed to resonate with the age-old adage of the special bond between grandparents and grandchildren. Since her arrival, Huang Xiu had assumed the role of a pampered young lady, something made possible by Huang Jiqing's considerable wealth. Few could afford to indulge her whims as he did. Xiu, you're not a child anymore. You shouldn't be so frivolous all the time. It's time to find something meaningful to do. Look at Zhou Yang. He is only a couple of years older than you, and yet. Before he could finish, Huang Xiu interrupted, Grandpa, Zhou Yang is indeed impressive, but he is not as remarkable as I am. Huang Jiqing was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized what particular prowess his granddaughter possessed. Just as he was pondering this, Huang Xiu shamelessly provided her reasoning. Think about it, Grandpa. Zhou Yang has to struggle step by step to achieve success, while I'm different. I have an extraordinary grandfather, while others are still chasing their dreams. I was born at the finish line, a privilege that no one can match. At last, Huang Jiqing comprehended his granddaughter's perspective, while others relied on their fathers. This girl had begun to leverage her grandfather's stature. Nevertheless, he recognized that she was merely jesting. Despite her mischievous demeanor, Huang Xiu was quite sensible, albeit spoiled by his affection, which often led her to act less than dignified in his presence. All right, young lady, why is your skin so thick? He teased. By the way, I think Zhou Yang is quite admirable. To date, I have heard that he remains single. Have you considered him? I must tell you, there are not many individuals as exceptional as he is. If you seize this opportunity now, it would be a tremendous gain. Individuals like him, possessing both charm and capability, merely lack an opportunity. Now that such an opportunity has arisen, his future prospects appear boundless. Given your acquaintance with him, this presents an excellent avenue for connection. Have you considered this? Huang Xiu felt her cheeks flush at her grandfather's words, fully comprehending the implication behind Huang Jiqing's statement. Essentially, he was suggesting that she pursue Zhou Yang. While she harbored no aversion towards him and even possessed a flicker of affection, it was merely a faint sentiment. It was akin to meeting someone, exchanging a few words, and forming a generally favorable impression. Nothing more. This, however, bore no resemblance to genuine affection, and Huang Xiu could not envisage herself taking the initiative to chase after a boy. A girl must retain a certain decorum. Should Zhou Yang express interest in her, she might consider granting him an opportunity, allowing for appropriate interaction and companionship. Initially, harboring no dislike towards someone, coupled with a hint of fondness, constitutes a commendable beginning. Nevertheless, as Huang Jiqing indicated, pursuing someone with ulterior motives is not an inclination Huang Xiu wishes to entertain. After all, she possesses her own merits. Meanwhile, after dining with Ji Lanyan, Zhou Yang returned to Fang Jie's residence, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Fang Jie had called him several times that day, and due to the day's peculiarities, he had set his phone to silent mode. By the time he noticed the missed calls, he was already en route home. However, it wasn't solely Fang Jie who had attempted to reach him. There were also two unfamiliar numbers, which Zhou Yang typically disregarded. He feared that Fang Jie would unleash a barrage of calls, as had frequently occurred in the past. He had no intention of allowing pride to compel him to move out, yet he was reluctant to encounter a repeat of the previous night's incident, where the door had been locked against him. Should the door be locked again today, he would have just cause to propose his departure. After all, he was no sadist. Certain matters could only be tolerated to a point. To Zhou Yang's surprise, upon his return, the door was not locked, and Fang Jie was even in the bathroom applying a facial mask. Upon noticing Zhou Yang's return, she poked her head out and asked, "Zhou Yang, have you eaten? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Zhou Yang glanced at her, feeling as though the sun had risen in the west. In his experience, this woman had never been so accommodating. Could it be that she harbored intentions towards him? "Sister Fang, I've already eaten. My phone was on silent, and I didn't notice. Today was just a bit unusual." Zhou Yang settled onto the sofa and briefly recounted the events of the day, particularly those of the evening. "Zhou Yang, at your age, can you still learn anything from taking on mentor?" Fang Jie inquired as she approached Zhou Yang, almost sitting right beside him. It was evident that this woman had just bathed, and she was indeed unencumbered by any attire. The advantage of a mature woman lies in her intoxicating fragrance. Zhou Yang could not resist casting a glance through his perceptive ability, but he quickly averted his gaze. He knew he had to, otherwise he might find himself in a precarious situation that evening. The allure was simply overwhelming. "Sister Fang, your words are misplaced. As the saying goes, one should learn until old age. There are still 3 things I have yet to grasp. The deficiencies I face are numerous, particularly in specialized knowledge, where I am profoundly lacking. Thus, I require a thorough recharge, a systematic supplementation of my understanding." With that, Zhou Yang promptly rose to his feet and made his way towards the bathroom. "I must wash up. I am drenched in sweat." Jokingly, he mused that this woman was becoming increasingly audacious. Initially bare, she had now intentionally loosened 2 buttons of her nightgown, and Zhou Yang found it nearly impossible to withstand such temptation. If he lingered any longer, he might very well find himself in an uncontrollable predicament. Chapter 54. Seemingly awakened, early Zhou Yang took a cold shower. The benefit of such a wash lies in extinguishing the flames of agitation. After his shower, he chatted with Fang Jie for a while longer, and then, citing the need to attend to matters the following day, he retreated to his room early to rest. Upon entering his chamber, Zhou Yang eagerly seized his phone to send a message to Jilanyan. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he received no response. His heart, once alight with anticipation, now felt a chill of disappointment. Boredom led him to summon the Rui Ding, where he observed a hazy mist within one of its compartments. Zhou Yang understood this to signify that the Rui Ding was in the process of restoring the calligraphy by Zheng Banxiao. He knew that such restoration consumed spiritual liquid, and though he had previously reserved some in one of the compartments, it was now nearly depleted. This raised another question. If his supply of spiritual liquid were sufficient, would the restoration process accelerate? It seemed plausible, prompting him to consider procuring more spiritual liquid in the future. For Zhou Yang, the benefits of spiritual liquid were immense. Absorbing it could enhance his physical constitution in myriad ways. His strength, speed, defense, and even the endurance of his X-ray vision had all seen significant improvement, with the sole exception being his intelligence, which remained unchanged. Additionally, the spiritual liquid served as a healing agent. Just the day before, when he had struck a brick with full force, the skin on the back of his hand had suffered damage, bringing him considerable pain. Despite achieving the desired effect, he bore the brunt of his suffering. In the throes of discomfort, Zhou Yang had devised a remedy, employing the spiritual liquid to mend his injury. To his astonishment, the liquid transformed into ethereal energy, swirling around the wound, and miraculously, the injury healed completely. This discovery was monumental. Another revelation followed. When his eyes grew weary and strained from prolonged use of his X-ray vision, he could similarly use this method to alleviate the fatigue. Thus far, these were the practical functions Zhou Yang had unearthed. After bestowing a gentle kiss upon the Rui Ding, he returned it to his interior, for such an object was safest within his possession. He picked up his phone once more, but to no avail, there was still no response. It seemed Ji Lanyan had succumbed to slumber. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Yang plugged his phone into the charger and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. In truth, Ji Lanyan had deliberately chosen not to respond to Zhou Yang's message, for women often harbor grudges. Regardless of the type, this tendency to remember slights was their prerogative. After all, Zhou Yang had failed to reply to her the previous day. The next morning dawned exceedingly early. Zhou Yang was roused from his slumber at 6:30 by a call from Ji Lanyan. It was mid-July, the hottest season of the year, which also meant that daylight lingered longer than usual. At 6:30, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and Zhou Yang felt it was rather early, primarily due to his previous work commitments. One undeniable advantage of working for Li Tzu was the shorter working hours, a luxury not found elsewhere. The so-called 9 to 5 was indeed a reality here. Every morning, Zhou Yang would arrive at the antique shop by 8:45, as the shop opened at 9. Lunchtime commenced at 11, followed by a midday break from noon until 2 in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock in the evening, he was done for the day, making his hours even shorter than those of civil servants. Consequently, Zhou Yang had developed a habit of sleeping in. Thus, being awakened by Ji Lanyan's phone call at 6:30 was a first occurrence this year. After a quick wash-up and a brief exchange of pleasantries with Fang Jie, Zhou Yang left his home. "Lanyan, why are you waking me up so early?" he complained. "The stone market doesn't even open until after 8:30. And the antique street 1T have anyone until at least 9. Are you expecting me to wake up and drink the morning breeze?" As soon as he got into the car, he began to voice his grievances. Ji Lanyan shot him a glance, but remained silent, unsure herself why she had summoned Zhou Yang so early. Perhaps it was excitement from the previous night that had kept her awake. However, now that she had called him, they needed to do something. Glancing at the time, it was only 6:45. "Zhou Yang, why don't you catch a few more winks in the car? I'll wake you when it's time," she suggested. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at Ji Lanyan. "Is it uncomfortable to sleep in an air-conditioned bed at home? Why would I come here to sleep in the car? That sounds ridiculous. No thanks. Let us head to the stone shop. By the time we arrive, it should be around 7:30, and perhaps some shops will have open early. By the way, why didn't you reply to my message last night?" Zhou Yang inquired. Ji Lanyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, as this was precisely what she had intended. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to provide a response to avoid future awkwardness. As she drove, she explained, "My phone died at first, then I plugged it in to charge. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep." This explanation was so reasonable that Zhou Yang harbored no doubts whatsoever. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, the car glided smoothly toward the stone street. Upon reaching the stone street, it was still not yet 7:30, as the morning traffic was light. With no choice but to wait in the car with the air conditioning running, they sat for over an hour. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yang would have been quite content to wait, especially with such a stunning beauty beside him. The enclosed atmosphere of the car, combined with the delightful scent of Ji Lanyan's perfume, made the wait quite pleasant. At the appointed time, or rather upon spotting an open stone shop, Zhou Yang eagerly exited the vehicle and rushed inside. Ji Lanyan silently cursed the obstinacy of a steel straight man. Indeed, there exists a rationale behind Ji Lanyan's disparagement of Zhou Yang. Here is a strikingly beautiful woman engaging him in conversation within the confines of a vehicle. Yet he perpetually appears distracted, his gaze wandering incessantly over the storefronts. Does he truly believe that this radiant beauty pales in comparison to mere establishments? This thought vexes Ji Lanyan. Nevertheless, she comprehends that Zhou Yang is acutely aware of the significance of this opportunity and the weight of his identity. It is imperative to recognize that men and women are not governed by the same principles. In most instances, a woman's status is contingent upon the man she chooses to marry. Conversely, a man, devoid of solid identity or formidable background, may find it challenging to retain even the most beautiful of partners. Wu Dalong serves as a poignant illustration of this truth. Thus, Zhou Yang's behavior is, in fact, quite typical, suggesting a commendable ambition within him. This singular quality justifies Ji Lanyan's regard for him. With this realization, She hastily quickens her pace to align with Zhou Yang's steps. Chapter 55. A reunion with Jin Long. Zhou Yang chose the very stone shop where he had wagered with Eugene Long the previous day. As soon as he stepped inside, the shopkeeper recognized him. After all, his establishment had remarkably cut 2 exquisite pieces of jade yesterday. In a certain sense, this was fortuitous for business, as it served as a form of promotion. Thus, the protagonist of the stone gambling, Zhou Yang, had made quite an impression on the shopkeeper. As for how the shopkeeper learned his name, it was a simple matter of inquiring with Jiang Shuiru. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, the shopkeeper, Xiong Chumo, hurried over. It is Mr. Zhou. Welcome, welcome. Zhou Yang was taken aback. He had not exchanged a word with this individual the day before, yet here he was, recognized. There is no need for surprise, Mr. Zhou. Your remarkable performance in yesterday's stone gambling made it quite easy for me to learn your name, Xiong Chumo explained. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Xiong. My full name is Xiong Chumo. Here is my business card. I hope to have your patronage in the future. Yoi a momentarily pauset, musing, Xiong Chumo. Why not call yourself Berda or Bear? If all else fails, you could even go by Bald Chong. He accepted the business card and chuckled upon seeing the name. Xiong, meaning bear, Chumo, from the character for beginning and the character for ink. Clearly, his father had some flair for naming. Mr. Xiong, your name is quite distinctive. Zhou Yang jested as he tucked the card away. This playful banter was harmless, as the pun was not particularly offensive. Besides, Xiong Chumo had been the subject of such teasing for over a decade, especially since the advent of that animated series, which had turned his name into a source of humor. Over time, he had grown accustomed to it. Zhou Yuyist. My name has accompanied me for over 50 years, remaining obscure until now. Who would have thought that an animated series would bring me into the limelight? Truly, it is said, one may tend to flowers yet find them wilted, while one may inadvertently plant willows and see them flourish. Let's not dwell on that. Please feel free to browse. The stones at the back are all freshly stocked from last night. No one has inspected them yet, so you may have the first look. Zhou Yang nodded, understanding Xiong Chumo's implication. The stones in the back were untouched by customers, unlike those in the front and middle which had been sifted through. Very well, I shall take a look. Zhou Yang was pressed for time, as he had arranged to meet Huang Jiqing at 9:30 before heading to Guan Chengru's place. Thus, he could not afford to linger, and he proceeded directly to the back where the stones were displayed. Ji Lanyan observed Zhou Yang intently, curious about his stone selection process. However, Zhou Yang was not in the mood for casual browsing. He activated his ability to see through the stones and began his examination. Soon enough, he mastered a new skill. One need not rely solely on sight. Rather, one can employ the sense of touch. By caressing the raw stone with his palm, he is capable of discerning whether jade resides within. In addition to detecting jade, he can assess its size, essentially absorbing the jade energy contained within the stone through his touch. This discovery holds significant importance, as the ability of X-ray vision is currently limited. Excessive use can strain the eyes. Furthermore, with pressing engagements on the agenda, he may even need to demonstrate his skills in a live setting. As a disciple of Guan Chengru, it is imperative to showcase his abilities, particularly in such a momentous occasion as accepting a new apprentice. Therefore, until his powers are enhanced, particularly today, he intends to minimize the use of his X-ray vision. Thus, he primarily resorts to tactile examination. Should the raw stone contain jade and the energy sense be substantial, he will then utilize his X-ray vision to extract information. This approach is advantageous as it is more efficient and conserves spiritual energy. While Zhou Yang was diligently inspecting the stones, Jiang Shiru arrived, accompanied by Eugene Long and Master Chun, who had overseen the gambling on stones the previous day. Jiang Shiru had come earlier than usual, motivated by a desire to ascertain Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Last night, she had attempted to invite him to dinner, only for him to abruptly hang up. When she called back from a different number, he did not answer at all, which was a blow to her. In her lifetime, it was the first instance someone had hung up on her, and he did not even bother to reply with a message or a call. Consequently, her visit today bore an inquisitive intent. As for Eugene Long, his presence was purely for the sake of vengeance. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence! Zhou Yang had just selected 2 stones and was preparing to check out when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Jiang Shiru and her companions. "Ah, it's President Jiang. You're here quite early," Zhou Yang remarked while placing the 2 raw stones onto a small cart, intending to pay and then proceed to unveil their secrets. Among the stones, one contained exquisite violet jade. Although modest in size, the hue was strikingly beautiful. In the context of today's ceremony, it was an exceptionally suitable gift for a master. Older individuals often appreciate festive items and auspicious words, making the vibrant violet color particularly fitting. The other stone, while not particularly valuable, housed jade that was 3 times the size of the violet jade. Zhou Yang's intention behind purchasing this raw stone was to conduct an experiment, absorption. As he still felt somewhat weak, he aimed to enhance his physical prowess. And absorbing jade energy was the optimal method. Spending a sum of 1 to 200,000 was of little concern to him, for personal strength would enable him to confront numerous challenges. "Hey, you're Zhou Yang, right? I want to challenge you to another round." Just as Zhou Yang was pushing his cart toward the checkout, Eugene Long blocked his path. "A wager poses no issue. Tomorrow or the day after would suffice. Yet today is impossible as I have prior commitments." Upon uttering these words, Zhou Yang intended to push his cart forward, but Eugene Long would not permit such an action, promptly planting his foot atop the cart. "Are you fearful? If you are, it matters not. Simply acknowledge before these witnesses that you are a coward." Upon hearing this provocation, Zhou Yang's temper flared. His desire to avoid conflict did not equate to fear. It was merely that he indeed had matters to attend to today. "Fear you? Who do you think you are? I have stated my position. I have commitments today. If you genuinely wish to wager, let us stake my stone. First, we shall bet on color, then on size, and finally on value. The wager is set at 10 million. Do you dare? Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you 10 million, along with the jade contained within. However, what shall transpire should you fall short?" Chapter 56. Ignoring the pauper, just as Eugene Long was about to declare, "If I lose, I shall also grant you 10 million. A sudden realization struck him. 10 million is not a trivial sum. It is not merely 100,000 or even 10,000. Such wealth does not simply flow like water. To put it more eloquently, he is the vice president of Liufu Jewelry, but in truth, he merely benefits from a fortunate lineage. Relying solely on the meager salary and bonuses from his vice presidency would hardly suffice for his extravagant lifestyle. Moreover, there lies a pivotal point. The chairman's son can only assume the role of a vice president, while the daughter of the second-largest shareholder ascends to the position of general manager. This stark contrast speaks volumes about their respective capabilities. Although he could bear the loss of a jade piece yesterday and still afford to purchase 2 more, given his family's affluence, today's wager of 10 million made him hesitate. "Huh, I thought he was wealthy, but it seems he intends to mooch off us. Darling, let us depart and disregard this pauper." At that moment, Ji Lanyan provided an unexpected yet timely assist. This woman, typically not verbose, always manages to support Zhou Yang during crucial moments. For instance, had it not been for her, Zhou Yang would have struggled to sell the imperial green piece for more than 30 million. At best, it would have fetched only 25 million. It is evident that sometimes, certain situations indeed require a well-timed assist and a touch of provocation. Ji Lanyan's provocation was impeccably timed. Eugene Long, too, had taken note of her, primarily due to her extraordinary beauty. If Jiang Shiru were not present, he would have approached her long ago. Now, feeling belittled by such a stunning woman, he could hardly bear it. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Shiru also delivered a provocative remark. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider, for this is indeed 10 million. If you lose, it will be difficult to explain to Director Yu. The Director Yu she referenced was, of course, Eugene Long's father. Stimulated by the provocation, Eugene Long could no longer contain himself. His adrenaline surged. "Let's wager. Do I, Eugene Long, fear you? If I lose, I shall also pay you 10 million, and in addition, I will compensate you at the original price for any jade found within this rough stone." At this moment, Zhou Yang was elated, thinking to himself, "This fool is truly a fool." The reason for his amusement lay in the fact that today's gamble was inherently unfair. Unlike yesterday's mutual wager, where the value of the jade was determined by the quality of the stone purchased, today's agreement, proposed by Zhou Yang, was to guess the jade's color, volume, and value. This tripartite guessing game was fraught with uncertainty. Predicting the color of the jade was akin to unboxing a mystery box. One could never be certain of the hue until the stone was cut, leaving both parties susceptible to error. This is one of the reasons why Eugene Long dares to gamble. As for the subsequent size and value, it ultimately depends on who possesses greater expertise and, of course, a measure of luck. Very well, since you have agreed, let us formalize our agreement in writing. Do not misunderstand me. It is not that I lack faith in you, but rather that I have never truly believed in you. Ha! Jiang Shiru and Ji Lanyan both erupted into laughter simultaneously. Zhou Yang's remarks were as sharply sarcastic as ever. Although his words may seem trivial, they certainly carry a sting of insult. What is the point of a war of words? Just ensure you do not shed any tears later. Eugene Long was aware that in a battle of wits, he was no match for Zhou Yang, so everything hinged on the outcome. The so-called agreement was merely a written record of the wager made today, to be signed and sealed by both parties. Such documents hold no legal weight, meaning that should either Zhou Yang or Eugene Long lose, they would not prevail in court, for gambling is illegal in Huaxia. So why would Zhou Yang insist on drafting such an agreement? This touches upon matters of credibility and reputation. Imagine we have our terms clearly inscribed. Legally, you could deny the occurrence of this arrangement due to its illegality. However, within the industry, such behavior is unacceptable. The essence of gambling in this realm is intrinsic to its nature. In other sectors, gambling is a crime, but in this industry, is an accepted norm. Should Eugene Long choose to renege on the agreement and depart, Zhou Yang could brandish this document far and wide. Eugene Long may cast aside his honor without concern, but his father would not be able to do the same. Regardless of whether it's 10 million or even 100 million, Eugene Long would not dare to play tricks. Thus, Zhou Yang had the audacity to gamble against this fellow. Likewise, if Zhou Yang were to lose and refuse to acknowledge it, he would find it impossible to continue in the world of jade gambling. This was precisely the outcome Eugene Long desired, him to make Zhou Yang's life untenable. The agreement was swiftly reached, signed, and sealed, leading them to the wagering itself. At this moment, the crowd around them grew ever larger, for people are invariably drawn to spectacle. To ensure fairness, we shall each write our answers on paper and entrust them to the shopkeeper for safekeeping. Once the jade is revealed, the shopkeeper will announce the answers. This is agreeable, is it not? As Zhou Yang spoke, he pretended to scrutinize the raw stone involved in the wager. As for whether the shopkeeper dared to falsify evidence at this juncture, there was no cause for concern. There were simply too many witnesses present. The shopkeeper, Xiong Chumo, would not risk such a move. Once his reputation was tarnished, his business would be no more, and there was no incentive for him to act dishonorably, especially since Eugene Long was not his son. Naturally, Eugene Long had no objections. Any dissent would be futile, as there was no turning back from this wager without losing face. Old Chen, this time, it is up to you. Let me clarify. If victory is ours today, I shall grant you half of this 10 million. However, should we face defeat? Upon hearing Eugene Long's offer of half the winnings, Old Chen's face lit up with delight. Yet, the subsequent words from Eugene Long instilled a sense of unease within him. After all, as a gemstone betting consultant, his monthly salary and bonuses were quite substantial, not to mention the absence of personal risk. The prospect of unemployment loomed large. For securing a similar position in the future would prove challenging, and losing 5 million would be a devastating blow. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, leave this matter to me, Old Chun assured with a pat on his chest. And indeed, he possessed some skill. The next step involved scrutinizing the raw stone. Approximately 10 minutes later, both men penned their answers on slips of paper, which they then folded. In the presence of the gathered crowd, they placed the 2 paper balls into a jar and entrusted it to Xiong Chumo for safekeeping. Thus commenced the gemstone betting segment. Chapter 57. Are you transferring or swiping? Due to the constraints of time on this day, Zhou Yang had neither the leisure to draw lines nor to deliberate. Thus, he resolutely severed the block of jadeite in a decisive manner, 1/3 on one side and 2/3 on the other, discarding the smaller segment without a second thought. He then proceeded to carve the remaining 2/3, unfazed by the astonished gazes of onlookers. With deft movements, he maneuvered left and right, forward and backward. And in a short span, the substantial piece of jadeite was reduced to a mere bowl-sized fragment. Next came the meticulous task of smoothing the jade's outer skin. It could be said that every action Zhou Yang took was purposeful, especially in contrast to the previous day's hesitations. Today, everything flowed seamlessly. Before long, the crowd began to murmur in astonishment. "Oh, what a color! Let me see. It appears to be purple. Could it be?" A flurry of exclamations ensued, while Zhou Yang seemed oblivious to the chatter, continuing his work with focused diligence. Soon, the jade was revealed in its entirety. "I knew it was violet," someone exclaimed. "Before the stone was revealed, I sensed something extraordinary about it. And indeed, I was right." Another voice chimed in, affirming the earlier suspicions about the jade's purple hue. As the discussions swirled around him, the expressions of the key individuals varied considerably. Yelanian vor atrayam fansmile. For she understood that Zhou Yang had emerged victorious. Her certainty stemmed from observing Zhou Yang's meticulous approach to the answers earlier. While she wouldn't claim he was infallible, he had come remarkably close to the truth. Thus, Jilan Yan was confident of his success. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiuru regarded Zhou Yang with curiosity. The rarity of violet jade surpassed that of yellow and red jade, not only due to its aesthetic appeal, but also its scarcity. From yesterday until now, Zhou Yang had successfully unraveled 3 pieces of jade. The first was imperial green, the second was red jade, and the third was violet. Was this merely coincidence? In stark contrast, Yu Jinlong's expression resembled that of a withered liver, for their earlier conjectures had leaned towards a glutinous variety. While the dimensions were somewhat accurate, they had erred grievously in both color and value. Given this miscalculation, their chances of winning were slim, as a discrepancy in color could lead to a vast difference in valuation. Within the jade industry, glutinous jade is regarded as inferior, fetching the lowest prices. Thus, misjudging even one aspect equated to misjudging 2, leaving them to rely on the hope that Zhou Yang would err as well, and in an even more ludicrous manner. "President Jiang, could you please appraise this violet jade for me? How much is it worth?" Zhou Yang did not immediately address the wager, but instead handed the violet jade to Jiang Shiru. She accepted it without hesitation, believing Zhou Yang intended to sell this piece to her, which she considered a fortunate turn of events. "Mr. Zhou, this piece of violet jade is of exceptionally high quality, with the only drawback being its slightly smaller size. However, crafting several bracelets from it remains feasible, and the remainder can still be fashioned into smaller items, rendering it a rather remarkable piece of jade. As the saying goes, a flaw does not obscure the brilliance, and this jade indeed possesses substantial value. Thus, if this piece of violet jade were to be transferred to me, I would be willing to offer 2 million. Zhou Yang discreetly nodded. The woman's offer was quite reasonable. This piece of violet jade was originally worth much more, but as the woman just mentioned, its size is indeed limited. Once certain items diminish in size, their market value inevitably declines, which is an unfortunate reality. Unlike gold, where the price per gram remains constant regardless of whether it is 1,000 grams or 100 grams, jade's value fluctuates with size. Zhou Yang reached out to take the violet jade and handed it to Jilan Yin, as she was undoubtedly more trustworthy than Jiang Shiru. "Boss Xiong, could you please reveal the answer now?" Xiong Chumo, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, immediately complied, opening the jar and presenting 2 crumpled papers before the audience. Ahem. Firstly, the answer for Mr. Yu is that the jade is of the glutinous variety, with a maximum diameter of 12 centimeters, valued at approximately 100,000. What? Only 100,000? And it's glutinous? As soon as Xiong Chumo announced Yu Jinlong's answer, the atmosphere became tumultuous, as the disparity in valuation was simply too vast to believe. In fact, in a certain sense, Yu Jinlong's estimation of 100,000 was somewhat exaggerated, given that they were predicting a glutinous jade, if this piece were indeed glutinous, that some could procure several of similar size. Once the discussions among the crowd subsided, Xiong Chumo opened Zhou Yang's paper. Zhou Yang's answer read, "Purple or deep blue. Maximum diameter of 13 centimeters. valued at 1 million. Upon the revelation of this answer, the atmosphere became electric, as it was evident who had triumphed in this wager. Zhou Yang initially contemplated writing purple, but after careful consideration, he opted for purple or blue, fearing that directly stating violet might arouse suspicion. His choice was primarily bolstered by having seen Eugene Long's answer. This meant that regardless of the color he wrote, he was guaranteed victory, as both the dimensions and the final valuation were more aligned with Zhou Yang's assessment. At this moment, Eugene Long's face darkened considerably, resembling the bottom of a pot. Yet he remained skeptical of Zhou Yang's answer. "Boss Xiong, allow me to see the answer." Xiong Chumo, who had been wearing a cheerful expression, instantly lost his smile upon hearing Eugene Long's words. The implication was clear. Eugene Long was questioning his integrity, and if word of this circulated, how could he maintain his standing in this circle? However, he could only endure it, for he could not afford to offend Eugene Long. "Mr. Yu, I assure you that presenting the answer will pose no issue. Since you are intrigued, I believe everyone else shares your interest. Why not view it together?" After speaking, Xiong Chumo deliberately laid 2 sheets of paper before the audience. His intention was clear. You, Eugene Long, may not grant me face and have put me in a difficult position. While I cannot openly offend you, I can certainly make you appear foolish, can't I? Now, in this public setting, I shall unveil the answer, which is entirely reasonable. As for the embarrassment, it is not my countenance that suffers. At this moment, Eugene Long's expression darkened further. Yet this was not the end, for Zhou Yang approached, holding the previous agreement. "Vice President Yu, it is getting late. May I kindly ask you to fulfill our wager? 1 million. As for the payment for this jade raw stone, I think we can forego it, considering I have already profited handsomely. Would you prefer a bank transfer or a credit card?" Zhou Yang spoke nonchalantly, a faint mischievous smile adorning his face, exuding an air that was quite provocative. Chapter 58. Huang Siyu's reminder. Eugene Long clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by an urge to unleash a powerful punch upon Zhou Yang's face. The choice of the word unleash rather than hit reveals the depth of his fury. Ultimately, however, he restrained himself. The adage patience in small matters leads to grand plans echoed in his mind, especially with so many witnesses present, leaving him no room for deceit. "Zhou Yang, I would like to propose another wager." Eugene Long managed to force out after a prolonged silence. Yet, Zhou Yang swiftly raised his hand to interrupt him. "I've already stated that I have no time today. You're to fulfill this bet immediately. You may choose not to comply, but do not blame me for the consequences." As he spoke, he shook the piece of paper in his hand, the agreement the two had previously drafted. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. Rest assured, I will reclaim my honor in this arena." Eugene Long, suppressing the urge to spit blood, transferred 10 million to Zhou Yang. This amount was staggering. Even if he had lost yesterday, it was merely the value of 2 jade stones, one priced at 880,000 and the other at 650,000, totaling just over 1 million. But today, this sum was a monumental 10 million. While his family was indeed affluent, that wealth did not directly translate to his personal finances. Thus, with this transfer, his assets had effectively been halved. Given such deep-seated animosity, how could he simply let it slide? Zhou Yang understood the risk of inciting Eugene Long's ire. Yet, some situations were unavoidable. Acquiescing from the outset might seem simpler, but it would complicate future dealings, especially in their circle, where Eugene Long would likely seek retribution. However, with Zhou Yang's growing strength, he felt less intimidated. "Mr. Zhou, are you willing to part with that piece of violet jade?" Eugene Long departed, but Jiang Shiwei remained. "I'm afraid I cannot sell this violet jade, as it is something I require. Should I come across more in the future, I will gladly offer it to you." Jiang Shiwei nodded, finding some sincerity in Zhou Yang's words, particularly given the price range of this type of jade. Zhou Yang had no reason to deceive her. If it were a more valuable piece like imperial green, he might consider inflating the price for various reasons, which was indeed plausible. "Mr. Zhou, may I invite you to lunch or dinner?" She continued, "I intended to invite you last night and even called you twice, but you seemed busy and didn't answer." At that moment, Zhou Yang recalled those 2 missed calls. It was worth noting the linguistic finesse with which she spoke. She framed it as if he had not answered her calls, rather than hanging up on them. which was a subtle yet significant distinction. This approach deftly avoided any awkwardness, as it sidestepped the discomfort of being outright rejected. The second point is to subtly remind about the matter at hand. I have long desired to treat you to a meal. However, it was you who did not answer my call, which is why I am reiterating this in person today. This way, I preserve my dignity, and Zhou Yang will not feel awkward for having hung up, especially since he likely does not even know her phone number. In truth, Zhou Yang is indeed unaware that number belongs to Jiang Shiweru. Otherwise, he would have certainly returned her call after returning home last night. My apologies. I was simply too busy yesterday. As for dining together, I will check my availability for this evening. If I am free, I shall give you a call. I will treat. Unfortunately, I cannot meet today at noon, as I have prior engagements for important matters, and our scheduled time is fast approaching. Therefore, let us connect by phone once I have completed my tasks. As Zhou Yang spoke, he glanced at his phone, noting that he had 25 minutes remaining before his appointment with Huang Jiqing. There was still time to make it, provided he hurried a bit. Jiang Shiweru wanted to say something further, but her keen observation noted that Zhou Yang was preoccupied with his phone. This indicated that he indeed had pressing matters to attend to. If a woman wishes to avoid annoying a man, it is best not to cling to him. Thus, Jiang Shiweru simply remarked that she would wait for his call and refrain from further entanglements. Zhou Yang loaded the uncut raw stone into the car. Although he had ample time, he found himself pressed for it now. The stone itself held little value, and the jade within was of ordinary quality. Eventually, he would find an opportunity to consume it and absorb its essence. Ji Lanyan was driving, while Zhou Yang changed clothes in the back seat. As today's occasion demanded formal attire, wearing something casual was simply unacceptable. Moreover, he had gotten somewhat dirty from the stone-cutting process. However, as he changed in the back seat, a few curious girls began to use the rearview mirror to sneak glances. Firstly, they noted his well-proportioned figure. While his abdomen lacked muscle, it also bore no excess fat. Their eyes then wandered downward. Oh, what a sizable. Despite hurrying, he was still 5 minutes late. Yet, 5 minutes was hardly significant. Zhou Yang had calculated his time with foresight. Thus, a 5-minute delay in the first segment could be compensated in the second. After briefing Ji Lanyan, Zhou Yang boarded Huang Jiqing's car, this time driven by Huang Xiyu. As for Ji Lanyan, Zhou Yang naturally instructed her to drive back, as it would be inappropriate to bring her to such an occasion. After all, it would be difficult to explain, so it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. "You're late," Huang Xiyu teased, as playful as ever. Zhou Yang sheepishly scratched his head and offered an explanation, noting that he had been delayed preparing a gift. "Old Huang, do you think this is suitable as a token of respect for my master?" As Zhou Yang spoke, he retrieved a piece of violet jade. Huang Ji received the jade, his eyes lighting up at the sight. It was exceptionally beautiful, especially when illuminated by the sun, casting a radiant purple glow. "Zhou Yang, this gift is more than sufficient for a master-disciple ceremony. However, may I ask where you acquired this exquisite piece?" Zhou Yang felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of explaining its origin. Throughout his journey, he had pondered deeply, eventually concocting a plausible story. "Old Huang, I purchased this violet jade. I spent quite some time wandering around the raw stone street, and fortune smiled upon me when I stumbled upon this piece, which I then bought for over 2 million. It made my heart quiver with regret." The final remark was intended as a jest. Yet, Huang Ji was not easily deceived. He sensed that Zhou Yang was withholding the truth. Just then, Huang Xiyu interjected, inadvertently aiding Zhou Yang in deflecting the scrutiny. "Zhou Yang, you can't possibly present a gift without proper packaging, can you? Shouldn't you buy a gift box to present this jade elegantly?" Chapter 59. The sense of ritual. Zhou Yang suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting an important matter. Fortunately, Huang Xiyu had reminded him. Thankfully, there were numerous gift shops along the way, and, after spending a few minutes, he purchased a rather exquisite gift box. He hurried along and finally arrived at the destination 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The venue for today's gathering was a hotel, and Zhou Yang initially thought little of it, considering that influential individuals often enjoy grand displays. He was well aware that someone of Guan Qingru's stature would certainly host a gathering for the acceptance of disciples, a fact Huang Jiqing had previously mentioned to him. However, upon his arrival, Zhou Yang was completely taken aback to find reporters present. As soon as they spotted him, they swiftly surrounded him. "You're Mr. Zhou, correct?" "Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am a reporter from Jinling Television. I have heard that you are donating a precious antique to the state. Is this true?" "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am from Jinling Daily. Could you explain why you are generously giving such a treasure to the nation?" Thus, Zhou Yang found himself ensnared by a flurry of questions from the journalists, accompanied by cameras and flashes. To be honest, he had never encountered such a scene before. He managed to answer some of their inquiries, albeit with simple and straightforward responses. More profound or subtle questions were skillfully deflected by a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, none other than Guan Chengru's eldest disciple and the current director of the Jinling City Museum, Xia Changrong. After finally extricating himself from the throng of reporters, Zhou Yang broke into a cold sweat. "Master, this is for you." He hurried to Guan Chengru, adopting a half-squat, half-kneeling position, presenting the gift with both hands. A beaming smile spread across Guan Chengru's face. "Very good. Zhou Yang, you are thoughtful. Get up. Let me introduce you to your senior brother and sister. This is your eldest senior brother, Xia Changrong, the director of the Jinling City Museum." Zhou Yang guessed correctly and promptly addressed him as eldest senior brother. Xia Changrong courteously responded with, "Junior brother, this is your second senior brother, Song Jingyang, and this is your senior sister, Shi Shangfei." Zhou Yang nearly choked, suppressing a laugh. "What an evocative name. Junior brother, are you mocking my name? Do you dare to provoke me? My surname is Shi, as in history, the refined Shang, and the imperial concubine Fei. Where did your thoughts wander off to?" Zhou Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He couldn't help but think that if a girl were to have such a name as Shi Shangfei, she might as well have chosen something like Shi Jinxiang. No, that would not be as melodious as Shi Shangfei. "Sister, I apologize. It was my impure thoughts that tainted your pure spirit." Zhou Yang is remarkably unreserved. While most might resort to evasive justifications, he boldly acknowledges his shortcomings. It is indeed a rare quality to confront one's flaws with such candor, particularly in the presence of many. It is not merely a matter of error, but rather an admission of his less noble thoughts, and doing so publicly is commendable. Moreover, his delivery is not excessively stern. His subsequent remark carries a hint of playful camaraderie characteristic of senior-junior relationships. Even Shi Shangfei's eyes sparkle with newfound vivacity at this moment. "All right, as your seniors, we shall not bully our junior," she says. "Zhou Yang, I graciously accept the gift you presented to your master. Thus, I shall return a gesture in kind." Guan Qingru is genuinely elated today for numerous reasons. Firstly, they have added a significant artifact to their museum, an exquisite piece at that. Secondly, he has acquired a disciple of commendable character and professional aptitude. And thirdly, he finds joy in witnessing the light-hearted banter among his students, which fosters camaraderie among them. "Master, you are so biased. When our junior was jesting at my expense, you offered no defense, yet now you openly favor him." Shi Shangfei's tone is playful, revealing her affection from their master. It is evident that she is a favored disciple. "You will never grow up. While it's one thing to jest with your two seniors, it's quite another to pick on your junior." Guan Qingru chuckles and shakes his head, clearly at a loss with this particular disciple. Nevertheless, the customary exchange of gifts cannot be overlooked. Zhou Yang receives the so-called welcome gift and promptly hands it to Huang Xiyu. It is considered impolite to unwrap gifts in front of the giver, regardless of their weight. Such actions can be seen as discourteous unless the gift is substantial, intended for a surprise, or for other particular reasons. Thus, passing the gift to Huang Xiyu merely signifies that she will hold it for him, devoid of ulterior motives. The initiation ceremony is quite straightforward, lacking the solemnity of ancient rituals. Zhou Yang offers a cup of tea to Guan Qingru, who imparts a few words of guidance for the future, and the matter is resolved. However, a red envelope is still essential, as it is a customary formality. Even if it contains a mere 100 yuan, the gesture suffices. The focal point of the day, however, is the donation ceremony, which commands the attention of all present. Laughter and frivolity are absent. for it is to be broadcasted on television. Zhou Yang is not without recompense in this exchange. He receives an honorary certificate and a banner, affirming his contributions to the museum. Additionally, there is a sum of 50,000 yuan in cash, which constitutes the entirety of the reward. To speak candidly, this reward is rather meager. However, Zhou Yang is indifferent, for his motivations do not stem from monetary gain. The most significant achievement of the day is, indeed, himself. With his newfound reputation, the airing of this television program will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on certain individuals. Moreover, having encountered numerous figures from the antique world today, these connections may prove invaluable in future dealings. Furthermore, Zhou Yang has acquired a mentor, granting him the esteemed status of having a teacher. This identity will, at the very least, earn him respect within this circle. The final segment before the meal is the appraisal of antiques, a crucial aspect of the event. Each guest participating in the gathering is encouraged to present 1 or 2 items for evaluation. While it is stated that Guan Xingru will conduct the appraisal, the underlying truth is that Zhou Yang will actually undertake this task. However, one must refrain from stating this explicitly to avoid undermining the proceedings. Thus, a more subtle approach is adopted. The essence of the request is to solicit Guan Chengru's assistance, at which point he will invite Zhou Yang to assist in the evaluation. Everyone is aware that this is merely a formality, particularly with the presence of reporters today, which serves to elevate the stature of Guan Chengru's disciple. Consequently, the items brought forth for appraisal are not particularly challenging, as they are simply ceremonial in nature. For instance, the item before us. Zhou Yang, could you assist in appraising this item? My master, being advanced in years, finds his eyesight somewhat diminished. Guan Xingru casually provided this rationale, and Zhou Yang, fully cognizant of the situation, promptly acquiesced. He then approached the item displayed on the table. Chapter 60. The gift of prayer beads. Zhou Yang approached this occasion with utmost caution and diligence, particularly given the multitude of onlookers and the presence of journalists capturing the event on film. Although it was not a live broadcast, it would undoubtedly be aired on television and online subsequently. Any misstep during the proceedings could leave an indelible stain on his reputation. Thus, he exercised extraordinary care. For instance, he donned gloves, rotated in place, observed the exterior, and only then proceeded to lift the antique that required authentication. Each of these actions was executed with precision, adhering strictly to the established protocol. The item in question was a porcelain vase, crafted with commendable skill. However, the tactile sensation suggested that it was not particularly ancient. Zhou Yang sensed a moderate amount of spiritual essence within it, indicating that the item was relatively contemporary. Yet, he could not ascertain its precise age due to his limited expertise in appraisal. Consequently, he resorted to his ability of clairvoyance. Item name: Hongxian porcelain vase. Era: Republic of China, genuine. Item description: this vase was specially crafted during Yuan Shikai's restoration of a monarchy, with the Zhu Tang mark being the most renowned. Item features: high-quality craftsmanship, exquisite painting, and some porcelain base marks have been altered to reflect Qing dynasty dates. Upon turning the vase over, Zhou Yang noted the Qing dynasty mark inscribed beneath it. This revelation suggested that the piece was a Republic-era porcelain masquerading under the guise of Qing dynasty provenance. How should one articulate this? To speak the truth could offend the original owner, who might be unaware of the vase's true nature. Conversely, remaining silent might lead to embarrassment if the owner were to discover the reality. After much contemplation, Zhou Yang resolved to speak honestly. For there is wisdom in the adage, better to offend a friend than to deceive oneself. Ultimately, it would be others who would feel the awkwardness, not he. Master, I have completed the appraisal. Zhou Yang bowed respectfully to Guan Xingru and proceeded to explain the situation. Well then, please elucidate the vase's origins and provenance, Guan Xingru prompted. Zhou Yang nodded and began to articulate his conclusions. Initially, his remarks adhered to conventional wisdom, garnering nods of agreement from the knowledgeable attendees. However, when Zhou Yang proclaimed the vase to be from the Republic era, some individuals began to frown, while others' eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Yang, You assert that this porcelain is from the Republic era, yet that seems rather dubious. The bottom of this vase bears a Qing dynasty inscription, which cannot be mistaken. Are you suggesting that it is a forgery? One unnamed self-proclaimed expert could no longer contain his skepticism and was the first to voice his doubts. With the first question raised, it was natural for others to join in, as Zhou Yang's youth made him an easy target for scrutiny. Undeteret, Zhou Yang remained confident, knowing that at least half of those present could accurately assess such a porcelain piece. However, he was unwilling to grant them the opportunity, for he relished the chance to display his prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. First and foremost, as I previously mentioned, the craftsmanship of this vase is exceptionally high and indeed mirrors that of the Qing dynasty. I acknowledge this fact. However, have you considered that the Republic of China and the Qing dynasty are closely linked? Therefore, it is not surprising to find similar craftsmanship. Regarding the inscription on the bottom, it does not necessarily indicate much, as every dynasty has seen instances of misleading representations. My conviction that this porcelain dates back to the Republic of China is not unfounded, but rather well supported. Observe the 4 characters beneath the inscription, Zhu Ren Tang Quan. Zhu Ren Tang refers to a collection of imperial porcelain primarily crafted in watercolor and overlays by Guo Baochong in Jingdezhen during Yuan Shikai's reign as emperor in the Republic era, bearing the inscription of Zhu Ren Tang. Due to its exceptional quality and its connection to the Qing dynasty, some of these pieces have been misattributed as Qing artifacts. Nonetheless, the distinction between the dynasties is not of great significance, as the time gap could merely be a few years or even months. I wonder if my explanation resonates with you. Esteemed seniors. Applause erupted as Zhou Yang concluded his remarks, with those who had previously remained silent now expressing their approval. In truth, this item had been deliberately chosen by them to assess Zhou Yang's appraisal skills. They had conspired privately. If Zhou Yang misidentified the antique as a Qing piece, they would remain silent. As the saying goes, one should regard the Buddha, not just the monk. If Zhou Yang were to embarrass himself today, it would reflect not only on him, but also on Guan Chengru. Conversely, should Zhou Yang uncover the intricacies of the piece, as he had previously, they would acknowledge his expertise. This explains the applause that followed his pronouncement, as only these individuals were privy to the matter, with Guan Chengru being unaware. Of course, this was merely an interlude, a testament to Zhou Yang's capabilities, rather than a formal antique appraisal session. Following Zhou Yang's accurate assessments of the subsequent, simpler items, nearly all aspects of today's proceedings were completed. Thus, we now transition to the final segment, dinner. By the time Zhou Yang departed and returned to the villa, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Upon arriving home, he eagerly retrieved the gift that Guan Chengru had bestowed upon him. As for the red envelope, he presented it to Huang Xiu, for she had assisted him for quite some time and even reminded him to purchase a gift box. Given her efforts, a few hundred yuan in a red envelope brought joy to all. When the gift box was opened, Zhou Yang discovered its contents, a string of prayer beads. This exquisite piece, crafted from pure Wangwali wood, may not be classified as an antique, yet it is far from inexpensive. Such authentic, handmade Wangwali prayer beads command prices in the tens of thousands in the market. Of course, it is not merely a matter of money. It is the significance that truly matters. Zhou Yang had previously noticed the detail. 2 senior brothers and a senior sister all wore similar wrist beads. Perhaps this is a method of inheritance from Guan Chengru. In other words, this string of prayer beads, in a few decades, or even a century, could be worth an immense fortune. Zhou Yang, for 2 million in violet, you exchanged it for just this string of prayer beads? Your master is rather stingy. Ji Lanyan, being an outsider, naturally spoke with the naivety of one unacquainted with the subtleties. They tend to evaluate the worth of an item solely through its monetary value. However, this is quite normal. Zhou Yang merely shrugged off the comment. He adored this string of prayer beads, as both its hue and style complemented him remarkably well. When he casually adorned his right wrist with them, his entire aura transformed, taking on a rather quaint charm. Lanyan, you mustn't assess this gift based on its price. It is a token of greeting, not a transaction. Moreover, acquiring a piece of jade is quite effortless for me. but this string of Buddha beads is unique to this establishment. By the way, I plan to return to my hometown tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me?" As Zhou Yang spoke, his voice gradually diminished, primarily out of concern that this woman might outright refuse him. Such a rejection would be quite embarrassing indeed. Chapter 61. Dining invitation. You are my employer, and I am your chauffeur. Naturally, I shall drive you home. Ji Lanyan's response took Zhou Yang by surprise. He yearned to embrace this woman and steal a kiss, yet he hesitated. "Splendid. We shall embark at dawn tomorrow," he declared. Lanyan merely nodded, slinging her usual bag over her shoulder and even grasping the car keys. "Lanyan, are you preparing to step out?" Zhou Yang inquired. Ji Lanyan shot him a glance and replied, "Aren't you going to purchase some gifts for your family upon your return? Also, your hair has grown long. It's high time you get a haircut. Thus, we shall first visit the supermarket to procure some items, then head to the barber shop. For you do have a dinner engagement later tonight, correct? I shall accompany you." Zhou Yang felt slightly bewildered. While it was indeed essential to buy gifts, the notion of getting a haircut seemed rather incidental. Yet, what did she mean by mentioning the dinner? He was aware of the dinner, an invitation for Jiang Shiuru, but he had only mentioned it in passing, never truly intending to host. Moreover, even if he were to treat Ji Lanyan accompanying him. Alas, Zhou Yang had no time to ponder, for Ji Lanyan was already changing her shoes. Zhou Yang once lived in a household of 4, his father, mother, and a younger sister. His father had tragically passed away a few years prior, while his sister was currently a freshman in university, enjoying her summer break at home. This was the extent of Ji Lanyan's knowledge regarding Zhou Yang's family. As for relatives, there were indeed a few: an uncle, an aunt, an elder uncle, and a maternal aunt. However, due to certain circumstances, the relationships among some relatives were not particularly close, primarily stemming from a lone incident from years ago, the specifics of which Ji Lanyan was not privy to. As Zhou Yang had not elaborated, she hesitated to inquire further, though she knew that the truth would eventually surface. Currently, the relatives with whom Zhou Yang maintained a somewhat amicable relationship were his aunt and uncle. As for the elder uncle and aunt, they had become quite estranged. Typically, they would only exchange New Year-esque greetings, indicating that the ties were not particularly intimate. This return home was, for Zhou Yang, a form of triumphant reentry, and Ji Lanyan was keen to consider his standing. Spending a little money was inconsequential, but maintaining face was imperative. Therefore, whether it be the elder uncle or the aunt, she procured lavish gifts for all: 2 packs of fine cigarettes for each household, exquisite wine, and a variety of health supplements. To Zhou Yang, these expenses were trivial, yet presenting such gifts to others conveyed a significant message. Initially, he believed it unnecessary, but Ji Lanyan's growing assertiveness transformed her demeanor. At times, she resembled more of a mistress than a mere driver. After securing the gifts, their next stop was to purchase clothing, attire for Zhou Yang's mother as well as his sister. Even Ji Lanyan herself purchased several outfits and shoes for Zhou Yang. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, which holds true in this case. Zhou Yang, standing at a height of over 6 feet, possesses a slender yet well-proportioned physique, making him a natural fit for any attire. He exudes charm and elegance in whatever he wears. Not one to forget the principle of reciprocity. Zhou Yang gifted Ji Lanyan a beautiful outfit as well, which she initially hesitated to accept but eventually acquiesced. After their shopping excursion, they visited the bank to withdraw 200,000 yuan, leading them to the final step, getting a haircut. At just 25 years of age, Zhou Yang is the same age as Ji Lanyan, and together they form a strikingly handsome couple. Once his hair was styled, Zhou Yang called Jiang Shiuru to arrange their dinner plans for the evening, followed by a call to his family. "Mom, my brother is coming back tomorrow and might bring his sister-in-law with him." Zhou Yao, just off the phone, hopped over to her mother to share the news. "Really? Your brother has a girlfriend?" Upon hearing that her son would return with a girlfriend, De Juping, Zhou Yang's mother, was immediately filled with joy. Although her surname is uncommon, it is still found in Zhou Yang's hometown. "Well, that's what my brother said. He mentioned he'd be back for lunch tomorrow." In reality, Zhou Yang had only said he would bring back a female friend, but Zhou Yao, in her imagination, transformed this friend into a girlfriend. Yao Yao, did your brother mention where his girlfriend is from? If she is from the city, will she look down on us when she visits? The Juping glanced around their modest home, feeling somewhat insecure. This was understandable, as Zhou Yang had previously dated girls who, after visiting their home, had all turned him down without exception. Their residence, while a multi-story building, was quite sparse and lacked any additional amenities. The two-story structure was a wedding house built by Zhou Yang's father years ago when Zhou Yang was just 20. The house had been freshly painted, but no real renovations had been made. Following some family hardships, their living conditions had further deteriorated, placing them among the lower echelons in their community. Though Zhou Yang had started working, his salary was barely sufficient, and with Zhou Yao still in her freshman year, their financial limitations restricted many opportunities. Mom, don't worry. My brother is so handsome, just a smidgen less so than I am, and we are confident about that. His future sister-in-law will undoubtedly be enchanted by him, Zhou Yao proclaimed, her words slightly jumbled and laced with a hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, her words were not entirely unfounded. The Zhou family, despite their modest circumstances, possessed undeniable physical appeal. Zhou Yang's father, though not as tall as him, stood at a respectable height of over 170, having been quite the handsome figure in his youth. Zhou Yang's mother, the Juping, was renowned in the surrounding regions as a striking beauty during her younger days. Thus, it was only natural that their offspring, a pair of siblings, would also inherit such commendable traits. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, his sister was once again reveling in her own delight. At that moment, he had already arrived at the designated restaurant. Zhou Yang was dressed casually, but Ji Lanyan was resplendent in her attire, which Zhou Yang had purchased for her earlier that afternoon. At this juncture, Ji Lanyan was entwined around Zhou Yang's arm, beaming at Jiang Shiuru. In truth, Zhou Yang felt quite uncomfortable when had this woman become so forward. Not only was she clinging to his arm, but she also seemed to be brushing against him with certain prominent parts of her body. Of course, such contact could be interpreted as the normal incidental touches that occur while walking. Under ordinary circumstances, Ji Lanyan's embrace would have thrilled Zhou Yang, yet at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The source of his unease stemmed from being caught between two women, a predicament that aptly illustrated the phrase like sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 62. Discussing cooperation. Fortunately, that peculiar feeling vanished as soon as they entered the private room. Not only that, but the two women quickly struck up a conversation, appearing remarkably familiar with one another. Mr. Zhou, I never expected you to be an expert in antique appraisal. Had I not inadvertently stumbled upon a news article about you today, I would have remained oblivious. I am truly impressed. Jiang Shiru's statement was sincere. Indeed, she had come across an article while in the restroom, and the subject was Zhou Yang. Had it not been for the familiarity of his name and appearance, she might have thought she had mistaken him for someone else. President Jiang, you flatter me. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. Zhou Yang replied modestly. You are far too humble, Mr. Zhou, to be recognized as a disciple by Guan Shengru. One must possess more than just a cursory knowledge, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately, at that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Mr. Zhou, let us collaborate. You possess the skill in gambling stones, while I have the market channels. If we join forces, it would undoubtedly result in a mutually beneficial partnership. This arrangement would alleviate your concerns regarding the sale of jadeite, while simultaneously reducing my procurement risks and time. What do you think? Zhou Yang was on the verge of agreeing when he recalled the presence of a woman beside him, and frankly, he was not well versed in this matter. Such professional affairs should be entrusted to those with expertise. Lanyan, what is your opinion? Ji Lanyan felt a sense of satisfaction that Zhou Yang sought her input at that moment. It affirmed her value in the situation, as Zhou Yang had thought of her first. Thus, Ji Lanyan offered Zhou Yang a reassuring glance before turning to Jiang Shiuru. President Jiang, I have no objections to collaborating, but how do you envision the partnership? After all, cooperation is founded on mutual benefits, and I trust you are not inclined to engage with us without a valid reason. Jiang Shiuru snapped her fingers, relishing discussions with astute individuals. Miss Ji, you're absolutely correct. The essence of a win-win collaboration lies in both parties profiting. Otherwise, it would simply be assistance, not cooperation. I have two proposals for you. After I present them, you may choose one to pursue. The first proposal entails that all jadeite you extract, whether ordinary or exceptional, will be sold to our company. We will acquire it at 80% of the market price, without any limit on quantity. The second proposal is akin to our arrangement from today and yesterday, where we only require higher quality jadeite. The purchasing price in this case would be 90% of the market rate. What do you think? Upon hearing these options, Zhou Yang immediately began to calculate in his mind. In truth, whether it was 80% or 90%, both were advantageous for him. Firstly, he would not have to worry about selling the jadeite, and secondly, an oversupply would diminish its value. Do not be deceived by the seemingly exorbitant prices of the past few days. This is merely a reflection of scarcity. Moreover, since the two parties were previously unacquainted, it is plausible that the woman harbors ulterior motives in seeking to cultivate a rapport. Thus, one cannot base collaborative efforts on the recent transaction prices. There exists only that which cannot be sold, not that which cannot be purchased. This is an immutable truth. Furthermore, another reason is that Zhou Yang lacks the time to address the sale of jadeite. Zhou Yang, what do you deem advantageous? Jilan Yin finds herself at a loss, as she is not well versed in the intricacies of stone gambling, acknowledging that both collaborative approaches possess their unique merits. Should Zhou Yang uncover stones predominantly composed of ordinary jadeite, then pursuing a comprehensive trading strategy would be prudent. Even if the price merely reflects 80% of the market value, there remains profit to be made. Given that quality items seldom struggle for buyers, the challenge lies with the commonplace pieces. However, if Zhou Yang indeed possesses the skill to reveal predominantly high-quality jadeite, then the alternative collaboration would prove more advantageous. Thus, the prerogative lies solely with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang comprehends Ji Lanyon's intent. Had it been another, they might have inclined towards the first collaborative method. Yet, Zhou Yang refrains from such a choice, as he will not engage with ordinary jadeite raw stones. Hence, he discreetly signaled A2 with his fingers. Yelanian instantly understood. President Jiang, we shall opt for the second collaboration method. However, we must formalize this with a contract. The so-called market price, of course, cannot remain static. This must be explicitly stated in the contract, and should any price discrepancies arise, either party reserves the right to terminate the transaction. Jiang Xiuru grasped Ji Lanyon's implication, which is quite straightforward. For instance, if Zhou Yang appraises a piece of jadeite at 3 million, yet Jiang Xiuru values it at merely 2.5 million, then this transaction could be aborted, indicating a failure to reach an agreement. After all, the valuation of such items is not fixed. Your belief that it is worth 3 million does not necessarily equate to my assessment. Thus, disagreements are entirely natural. Typically, scenarios like these find resolution somewhere in the middle. For instance, if you seek 3 million and I offer 2.5 million, a compromise around 270 to 80,000 may emerge. This situation is exceedingly common. Absolutely. This is a given. Additionally, I propose that we embark on a trip to Ruili. Those of us in this trade are well aware that jadeite raw stones are comparatively inexpensive there. Of course, affordability is but one aspect. The primary consideration is the superior quality of jadeite found there, which significantly enhances the likelihood of uncovering exceptional pieces. Consequently, the potential for profit is naturally greater, and we can also explore other avenues for collaboration, which we can discuss in detail later. As for the aforementioned cooperative terms, if there are no further additions, I shall draft the contract tomorrow. We can review it together, and if all is satisfactory, we may proceed to sign. Ji Lanyan nodded, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh, right. We might not be in Jinling for the next few days. Zhou Yang insists on returning to his hometown and wants me to accompany him. Therefore, our schedule may need to be postponed by approximately 3 to 4 days. It will certainly be advanced, not delayed. Jiang Shuru glanced at Zhou Yang and nodded in agreement. That is perfectly fine. It is not overly urgent. I shall wait for your return, as we can keep in touch at any time. By the way, Mr. Zhou, you should remain vigilant in the coming days. that Eugene Long has suffered significant losses twice, and it is unlikely that this matter will resolve easily. So, please exercise caution on your end. I cannot speak too highly of his character, so just be careful. Chapter 63. Yu Chengfu Zhou Yang comprehended the woman's intentions. Yet he remained perplexed about the identity of Eugene Long. Consequently, he inquired directly, prompting Jiang Shiuru to elucidate. Eugene Long's father, Yu Chengfu, was the sixth of his siblings and, in his youth, ventured into coastal cities, earning the moniker Sixth Master. Gradually, he rehabilitated his reputation and began engaging in legitimate business, one of which was Lufu jewelry, primarily dealing in gemstones and jade. He also delved into various other industries, proving himself quite capable. However, the adage rings true, a tiger father often breeds a dog son. While one cannot assert that Eugene Long is entirely devoid of merit, he has certainly made no significant contributions within the company. His position as deputy general manager is largely attributable to his father's status as chairman and principal shareholder. Crucially, Eugene Long possesses a petty and spiteful nature, starkly contrasting with his father. Despite Yu Chengfu's earlier entanglements with the underworld, he exhibits a magnanimity and grandeur that Eugene Long utterly lacks. Apart from their physical resemblance, the two men share no similarities in character or capability. Thus, if you offend such a person, you ought to tread carefully. Zhou Yang nodded, finally deciphering the essence of Eugene Long. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Director Jiang, if my assumptions are correct, you're the one who brought this adversary into the fold, weren't you? And if I'm not mistaken, it was intentional on your part. If I were to find myself in a predicament, would you bear any responsibility? Jiang Shiru erupted into laughter, her mirth so vigorous that Zhou Yang found himself momentarily entranced. This reaction did not escape Ji Lanyan's notice. It became evident that Zhou Yang had a penchant for the grand, which explained his reluctance to vacate Fang Jia's residence, primarily due to its spaciousness. Ji Lanyan glanced down at her own figure, which was not insignificant either. Mr. Zhou, I had no choice in the matter. That fellow clings to me incessantly, neglecting his own responsibilities and becoming an incessant nuisance. Therefore, I thought it might serve him well to encounter a bit of hardship and reassess his self-importance. Otherwise, he might truly believe himself to be exceptionally capable. Enough of this. Let us dine. It was evident that the woman felt a tinge of guilt regarding the matter, hastily shifting the conversation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang and the other two enjoyed their dinner in relative comfort, whereas Eugene Long found himself in dire straits. Tell me, what transpired? What business did you have on Rawstone Street? Is that project within your purview? Having lost over 10 million, Yu Chengfu was undoubtedly aware of his son's predicament and summoned him during dinner. Eugene Long, fearless of the world but fearful of his father, sensed the shift in his father's demeanor and quickly recounted the events of the past couple of days. However, he refrained from divulging the complete truth, framing it as Zhou Yang's provocation, claiming he was merely responding to an attack. Most importantly, Zhou Yang had ensnared him, leading him into a predicament, and ultimately, he was the innocent party in this affair. Yu Chengfu gazed upon his son and bitterly regretted not having pinned him against the wall that fateful night. Had he taken such action, perhaps they would not be entangled in this situation today. Over the past couple of days, he had gathered sufficient information. While he could not claim to know everything, he was close to the truth. What sort of person was Yu Chengfu? Would he willingly disclose matters he had not fully grasped? Thus, whether it was Eugene Long's lies or slander, the real answer had long been known to Yu Chengfu. Yet, he had only this one son. Although he had a daughter as well, traditional Chinese values dictated otherwise. Especially for someone of his age, the mindset was rather antiquated. They believed that a married daughter was akin to spilled water, and that company and inheritance ultimately belonged to the son. Hence, Yu Chengfu had secured a vice president position for his son, ostensibly as a means of training him. If he could win over Jiang Shiuru, it would be a perfect union, a formidable alliance. At that point, entrusting the company to Jiang Shiuru would not be out of the question, as they would then be family. The issue, however, was that his son had proven to be utterly disappointing. After years in the company, he had not even held Jiang Shiuru's hand, let alone pursued anything further. He behaved like a mere sycophant. It was futile to court a woman like Jiang Shuiru. The more successful a woman, the more one must conquer her with capability. Regardless of the method employed, as long as one could assert dominance in certain respects. Success was achievable, but his son, utterly ineffectual, was a complete failure. Enough, he declared. I do not care about any grievances you have with Zhou Yang, nor do I concern myself with who is right or wrong. This matter ends here. The procurement department is not your domain. Focus on your responsibilities, and most importantly, do not provoke Zhou Yang. What benefit is there in battling him? If you win, you gain nothing significant, as it is expected. If you lose, you become a laughingstock. In either case, there is no advantage to you. It is akin to a man fighting a woman. Winning does not make you a hero, and losing is merely disgraceful. Do you understand? Yu Qingfu's words were, to be frank, not difficult to comprehend. The essence was clear. Zhou Yang was merely a grassroots figure, and there was no need to nitpick with him. What would winning a wager yield? It would not afford you any sense of pride. Conversely, losing would render you a mere jest, as you could not even triumph over a commoner. Thus, regardless of the outcome, there was no benefit. Much like a man fighting a woman, whether one won or lost, the man would emerge without dignity. Yu Jinlong wished to retort, but ultimately stifled his words. Primarily, he did not dare oppose Yu Qingfu, a man steeped in the underworld, exuding an innate aura of menace. Although he had not engaged in violence for decades, that merely pertained to the surface. There were many shadowy dealings that remained hidden from view. It can only be said that it is entirely different from the past. Previously, matters were dealt with directly and vigorously, whereas now, they are orchestrated behind the scenes. Thus, Yu Jinlong can only acquiesce on the surface, while what transpires in private remains his own affair. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang drove with Ji Lanyan to the banks of the Yangtze River, which is one of the advantages of Jinling City. It is in close proximity to the river. Mid-July marks the onset of the hottest period of the year. Yet standing by the river, with a gentle breeze blowing, it remains quite pleasant. In my student days, I frequented this place, but after entering the workforce, my visits have significantly diminished. Zhou Yang, please share your story with me. I am eager to learn more about you. Chapter 64. The past of Zhou Yang. This was the first time Zhou Yang found himself gazing so intently into the eyes of this woman, unable to divert his gaze. After a considerable silence, he slowly began to recount his story. Initially, Zhou Yang's family was in relatively good circumstances. Their town was approximately 10 kilometers from the county seat. Zhou Yang's father had purchased a van, which he used to transport goods and passengers. In the countryside, there was no requirement for operating permits, allowing what could be termed as unlicensed transportation, commonly referred to as black cabs. Such vehicles were prevalent in rural areas years ago, largely due to the remoteness and lack of oversight. Typically, each passenger would pay 5 yuan, and the van could accommodate 7 individuals, including the driver. However, in the countryside, there were no regulations regarding overloading, and it was not uncommon for a van to carry more than 10 passengers, especially during the Lunar New Year or the winter months. Business thrived. In addition to daytime passenger transport, there were occasional nighttime calls for assistance, such as transporting the ill to hospitals or picking up passengers returning from distant locales. During those years, the family indeed earned a decent income. However, one fateful day, tragedy struck. A villager returning from work called Zhou Yang's father, requesting a ride. Zhou Yang's father readily agreed, as this constituted a charter service, and the fare for transporting someone from the county seat to their home was 50 yuan. After deducting fuel costs, earning 30 yuan was quite profitable. Yet, this seemingly routine transportation task ended in disaster, a car accident that resulted in destruction and loss of life. This marked the onset of a dark chapter in their lives. With the pillar of the family gone, they faced substantial compensation issues, especially since one person died and another was injured. The most pressing concern was the lack of any vehicle documentation, leaving them without recourse to insurance. They were immediately faced with the daunting prospect of exorbitant compensation claims. Compensation was but one aspect of their suffering. The emotional toll was equally grave. Zhou Yang was just in his early 20s, with a younger sister to care for. How could such a family shoulder such a heavy burden of debt? They had no choice but to deplete their savings and resort to borrowing. Initially, they turned to relatives and friends. But with Zhou Yang's father deceased and the family drowning in debt, few were willing to lend assistance. Ultimately, it was Zhou Yang's uncle and aunt who provided significant support, helping them navigate this dire situation. Yet, further challenges loomed ahead. The victim's family had a daughter in school who now faced the loss of her economic support. The compensation could not be settled in one lump sum, necessitating monthly payments to repay the debt. This was why Zhou Yang constantly found himself short on funds, as he was obligated to repay 2,000 yuan each month until the debt was fully settled. This explains his current need to withdraw 200,000 yuan in cash. After several years of repayments, he estimated that he still owed the victim's family approximately 100,000 yuan. Now that he has accumulated wealth, he intends to offer a more substantial compensation. Thus, the sum of 200,000 is given directly to the other party. At the very least, it serves to purchase a sense of peace. There's a saying that goes, "A son inherits the father's business. A son repays his father's debts." Generally, a father's estate is bequeathed to his offspring, and similarly, the father's liabilities must also be settled by the son. One may choose to evade such responsibilities, but in doing so, one's conscience remains unsettled. Most importantly, it is the mother who bears the burden of this debt. This encapsulates Zhou Yang's experiences over the past few years. The more he yearns to earn money, the more elusive it becomes. The more he desires a life of ease, the more arduous it becomes. This time, the notion of returning in glory is not the focal point. What Zhou Yang truly seeks is to draw a line under the past. He wishes to resolve all previous matters, for only by addressing these tangled issues can he dedicate his energies to future endeavors. Thus, he must return. Zhou Yang, everything has come to an end, and I believe we shall prosper increasingly. With your talent, combined with my capabilities, we are destined to achieve remarkable things, but it necessitates a plan. Relying on serendipity in stone gambling is not a sustainable strategy. We must establish our own enterprise. Only with a stable industry can we generate income more swiftly and securely. Take stone gambling, for instance. Should fortune favor you today, you might stumble upon a lucrative find worth hundreds of thousands. Yet if fortune does not smile upon you for the next 10 days to half a month, you will find yourself without income. A lack of income implies reliance on past resources. Hence, we must eradicate this issue. I have been contemplating this for the past few days. Considering the current market conditions, there are not many viable business opportunities. However, during dinner tonight, a remark from Jiang Shuuru sparked a thought in me. There's a business we can pursue. That is to open a raw stone store. You understand stone gambling, and Jiang Shuuru mentioned she plans to visit Ruiqing, which presents us with an opportunity. The raw stones in Ruiqing are exceedingly affordable. If we could select some quality pieces to bring back and establish our own raw stone shop, although the profits may accrue slowly, they will be stable and assured. Zhou Yang listened attentively. Initially, he found the woman's reasoning sound, yet one aspect perplexed him. Lanzang, I have a question that I can't quite grasp. Could you assist me in clarifying it? As you just stated, I am capable of gambling on stones myself. So why should I purchase stones to sell to others? Would it not yield greater profits if I were to unravel and sell them myself? Why go through the hassle of merely earning a small margin? Jilan Yin seemed to comprehend Zhou Yang's perspective, and this time, she patiently began to elucidate. Zhou Yang, there is a saying, the one embroiled in the situation is often oblivious, while the onlooker sees clearly. You are currently embroiled in the situation, hence some matters elude your consideration. Let me explain, and you'll understand. Imagine a farm where the owner raises 1,000 fat pigs. The average price of pork in the market is 15 yuan per pound, yet he sells it to dealers at 12 yuan per pound. Why does he not simply slaughter the pigs and sell the meat directly? Why allow these traders to earn 3 yuan per kilogram? The answer is rather straightforward. An individual cannot single-handedly slaughter 1,000 pigs, nor can he sell the entirety of their meat. If he were to wait for all 1,000 pigs to be slaughtered and sold, how long would that take? Given such time, he could easily sell all 1,000 pigs in a short span and subsequently raise the next batch, instead of keeping them confined in the pen and selling them gradually, which may superficially seem more profitable. In reality, it is akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Even if he manages to sell 1 pig's worth of meat each day, he would only have slaughtered 365 pigs in a year. What then becomes of the remaining pigs? Do they not require food and water? Hundreds, even 1,000 pigs, if not timely sold, would incur astronomical feed costs daily. Furthermore, once the business expands, we could pursue a high-end route. At that point, we could establish our own jewelry company or create a luxury brand. In essence, there are myriad ways to generate profit. Chapter 65. Future plans. With this explanation from Zhou Yang, Zhou Yang finally comprehended the situation entirely. Indeed, Zhou Yang possessed the capability, yet, akin to the owner of a pig farm, could he single-handedly manage the plethora of stones in the raw stone market? Even if he were to procure all the prime stones in the raw stone street within a few days, what would happen thereafter? Goods from others cannot be replenished daily. They too must wait until a batch is sold out or nearly depleted before restocking. After all, a raw stone shop is not akin to a supermarket, where goods run out today and are restocked by night, with manufacturers handling the delivery. Raw stone shops typically restock once a month, or even once every few months, meaning he would perpetually be limited to earning only a fraction of potential profits. This is merely one aspect. On another front, each stone he processes is a masterpiece, each one a significant rise in value. Would others not raise their eyebrows in suspicion? Furthermore, even if he were to secretly process these stones after purchasing them, what about the market for selling them? Jiang Shiweru's dealings with him were predicated on Zhou Yang's current volume of business. However, if Zhou Yang were to do nothing but gamble on stones daily, it is likely that Jiang Shiweru could not consume such a vast quantity of jade. Most critically, this would arouse suspicion from others, and Zhou Yang could not possibly spend every day betting on stones. Life presents many significant and meaningful endeavors, and he cannot devote all his time solely to the gamble of stones. Thus, Ji Lanyan's suggestion regarding the sale of pigs holds merit. Zhou Yang merely needs to procure the raw stones and then establish a shop to sell them. As long as he ensures that the quality of his jade raw stone surpasses that of other shops, he need not fear a lack of customers. Moreover, he does not need to manage the shop himself. Hiring someone responsible to oversee the operations would suffice, especially since modern business practices have evolved. Previously, business transactions were conducted in cash, prone to errors. Now, prices are transparent. Payments are made via QR codes, leaving little room for deceit from the shop manager. Having come to this realization, Zhou Yang felt a sense of relief. Lanyan, I find your idea quite commendable. However, I wish to first open an antique shop. After all, I began my journey in this field with antiques, and I have already commenced preparations, along with having a mentor. Just imagine, once my antique shop opens, if I can have my mentor and senior brothers come to establish a presence, and with the assistance of Huang Lao and Tian Peng for publicity, this business will undoubtedly thrive. Once this venture stabilizes, we can then consider the idea of opening a raw stone shop. After all, some connections, if not utilized, will be a waste. What do you think? Ji Lanyan did not respond immediately, but began to contemplate. From a broader perspective, Zhou Yang's approach was indeed necessary. To expand and strengthen a business, one must have connections and a solid foundation. If he were to directly open a raw stone shop and pursue other ventures, he would gradually drift apart from individuals like Guan Qingru, as they would no longer be in the same circle. Over time, such relationships would naturally fade. It is indeed necessary to consider the antique shop as a pivotal industry. Furthermore, the venture of stone gambling does not guarantee profit. The risks involved are substantial, particularly when it comes to operating a raw stone shop, which demands a significant investment. To put it bluntly, given Zhou Yang's current financial standing, he could at most manage a modest stall, far from meeting the requirements of a raw stone shop. Establishing such a business necessitates assets amounting to several hundred million. While others boast an array of exquisite stones in their shops, yours may only feature a handful, causing potential customers to lose interest upon a fleeting glance. Consequently, such an enterprise is simply unfeasible. Thus, a buffer period for accumulating funds is essential. Therefore, opening an antique shop aligns seamlessly with her plans. With this understanding, Ji Lanyan has crafted her strategy. Zhou Yang, your proposal holds merit. Let us initiate the antique shop, providing us with a stable industry foundation. Subsequently, we can gradually amass funds. Yet it is imperative to establish a timeline, such as achieving specific goals within a year or even 6 months. An individual without a plan cannot accomplish great things, so we must dedicate time to devise a comprehensive strategy. Additionally, we must temporarily leverage Jiang Shuuru. At present, she is our only viable option. Initially, the two intended to enjoy a gentle breeze and share a romantic moment. At least that was Zhou Yang's intention. However, the outcome was a discussion of entrepreneurial endeavors instead. That night, Zhou Yang did not return home, having previously informed Feng Jie of his plans. He stayed in the villa, but the thoughts he harbored did not materialize, as Ji Lanyan occupied the master bedroom alone. Zhou Yang found himself in another room, feeling quite aggrieved that his own villa was commandeered by another. The most perplexing aspect was that he had to plead with others to stay there. One might question the absurdity of it all. Notably, Zhou Yang absorbed all the energy from that piece of raw jadeite. This marked the most substantial energy absorption since acquiring the small. However, rather than refining it, he chose to store it within the small, a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances that might require replenishment at any moment. Afterward, Zhou Yang placed the raw stone in the corner of the backyard. It had now transformed into an ordinary rock, as the jade within had become mere icy remnants. The following morning, Ji Lanyan roused Zhou Yang from his slumber, and he found himself waiting in the living room for over an hour before finally stepping outside. The delay was due to Ji Lanyan's makeup routine, a point Zhou Yang found utterly perplexing. If the makeup process required such an extensive period, why not allow him to sleep a little longer? Could she not wait until she completed her makeup to awaken him? Why must he sit idly for over an hour while she attended to her appearance? Despite his inability to comprehend this, he recognized that questioning or expressing doubt would be a foolish challenge to his own intellect. After visiting the bank, Zhou Yang withdrew 200,000 yuan, which highlights the advantages of affluence, while others must schedule an appointment for withdrawals exceeding 50,000 yuan. Zhou Yang enjoys the privilege of being a distinguished VIP client. A simple phone call suffices for him. As for the 200,000 yuan, Zhou Yang intends to allocate a portion to his uncle and aunt, reserving the remainder for emergencies. After all, not every establishment accepts card payments, particularly in his rural hometown, where some may not even be familiar with WeChat or Alipay. Once he concluded his affairs, the clock approached 9 o'clock. Zhou Yang entered the address and activated the navigation mode. Chapter 66. Homecoming. Zhou Yang's residence is situated on the outskirts of Wancheng, in a county town. The journey from the county to their town spans over 10 kilometers, but fortunately, it is not a holiday, thus the roads are relatively clear. The entire trip on the highway takes less than 2 hours, but upon reaching their town, they spend an additional hour navigating the local roads. In total, they take approximately 3 hours. While the highway journey is swift, the final stretch to Zhou Yang's home is considerably slower. Zhou Yang's home lies about a kilometer away from the town itself. At this moment, Zhou Yao has been eagerly awaiting at the doorstep, having been in contact with her brother just minutes ago, who assured her he would arrive within 10 minutes. Just as Zhou Yao's neck begins to ache from straining to see, a vehicle approaches her. It is an SUV, its prominent logo indicating it is a fine automobile. Without a license plate, it is evident to Zhou Yao that it is a new car. A man steps out, confirming to Zhou Yao that this is indeed her brother. "Brother, I missed you so much. Come give me a hug." At 19 years of age, Zhou Yao is 6 years younger than Zhou Yang, who is 25. Their bond is particularly close, as Zhou Yang has essentially raised her during their childhood. Given that their family was impoverished, their parents were often occupied with work, leaving little time or energy to attend to the siblings. "Yao Yao, how old are you now? You still act like a child," Zhou Yang begins to say, but Zhou Yao dashes over to Ji Lanyan. "Sister-in-law, hello. I am Zhou Yao. You can call me Yao Yao, just like my brother does." Her enthusiastic greeting leaves Ji Lanyan blushing, as the nature of their relationship is not yet established. They are merely a boss and a driver in the eyes of the world. However, it is clear to any discerning observer that the narrative is implausible. An employer hiring a beautiful woman as a driver and allowing her to reside in his villa, occupying the master bedroom, no less. "Yao Yao, that's not right. You should call her Sister Lanyan. Zhou Yang interjects. Zhou Yao sticks out her tongue, feigning ignorance. Yangzi is back. At that moment, their mother, Zhu Ping, rushes out of the house, her apron still tied around her waist. The sight of her son fills her with immense joy, having not seen him for half a year. Mom, I'm home. Let me introduce you to. What follows is the customary introduction, along with the presentation of gifts, most of which were purchased by Zhou Yang. Sister-in-law, let me show you my brother's room. There are many things from his childhood, including some rather embarrassing photos. After a brief period of familiarization, Zhou Yao eagerly pulls Zhou Yang upstairs, primarily to alleviate any awkwardness that might arise from Zhu Ping's intense scrutiny of Zhou Yang, reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her daughter-in-law. This gaze makes Zhou Yang quite uncomfortable, prompting the clever younger sister to take action, leading Zhou Yang upstairs to view Zhou Yang's old photographs. The so-called nude photograph refers to the image taken when Zhou Yang was merely 1 year old. At that tender age, it is quite normal for a child to be clad in a split-crotch pant or to be completely bare. It remains a mystery why such a photograph was ever captured. Regardless, after viewing it, Zhou Yang took the photograph away. With that image in hand, the implications for the future were significant. Since Zhou Yang returned home rather late, the meal was inevitably prepared later than usual. Although the dishes lacked the abundance typical of urban households, they were unique offerings that city dwellers could not savor. For instance, there was a dish of roasted rooster, a bird raised in the countryside, which typically feasted on grains and the occasional insects found in the grass. Presently, such a rooster could fetch upwards of 200 yuan in rural areas, and sometimes, even with money, one might not secure a purchase. Additionally, there was a soup made from an old hen. While the selection of dishes was limited, this was the finest hospitality that Zhu Ping could muster. Mom, my brother has become quite prosperous, Zhou Yao exclaimed as she recounted what Zhou Yang had previously told her. I heard from my sister-in-law that the car outside is worth 350,000 yuan, and my brother has even bought a house in Jinling City. He wants to bring us over this time. As she dined, Zhou Yao shared her brother's recent achievements. Yangzi, how did you amass such wealth so suddenly? You haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Zhu Ping was not as naive as Zhou Yao believed. Money was not so easily acquired in this world. Just half a year prior, Zhou Yang was still working for others, and now he was buying a house and a car. She could not fathom any possibility other than wrongdoing. Zhou Yang hasn't done anything wrong. He has merely been engaging in small business ventures and has earned some money. He even appeared on television recently. I have a video saved that I can show you. Zhou Yang, fearing that Zhu Ping might misconstrue the situation, quickly began to explain Zhou Yang's circumstances. She retrieved her phone and opened a saved video. The video was a news segment from the previous evening, and there were numerous similar reports circulating online. This particular news piece was the most comprehensive, longest, and detailed, representing the high quality expected from an official production. She had downloaded and saved it primarily for future reference, never expecting she would need it so soon. Zhu Ping accepted the phone and began watching intently, while Zhou Yao, having lost her appetite, leaned in to observe as well. In truth, there was little of interest in the footage, merely scenes of donation ceremonies and press conferences. While it might seem trivial to others, for Zhu Ping, this was of great significance. Her son was on television, mingling with prominent figures and achieving financial success. This was a matter of familial pride. As for the so-called prominent figures, perceptions varied. For some, high-ranking officials in the capital were deemed significant, but for the common folk, even a village head could qualify as a person of note. Yangzi, now that you have money, please settle our family's debts. They have not had it easy either. In the past, we lacked the means, but now we are capable. We must not fall short in our obligations. Zhou Yang nodded and said, Mother, rest assured. My purpose for returning this time is to attend to this matter. After we have had our meal, I shall proceed. He continued, by the way, I plan to bring you and Yao Yao to live in the city. What do you think? Zhu Ping shook her head. Yangzi, I have grown accustomed to living here. I would not adapt well to city life. Moreover, I would feel out of place living with you young people and may inadvertently disturb you. Additionally, I am unfamiliar with the utilities and appliances. It would not be right to abandon the responsibilities of this household. Let's wait a few more years. Once you are married and have children, I will come to help care for them. Chapter 67. Repayment. The duping sentiments were, in truth, anticipated by Zhou Yang long ago. Between generations, there exists an undeniable chasm of understanding. In Zhou Yang's perspective, having acquired wealth, he envisioned a life of comfort for his mother and sister. The livestock and crops cultivated at home could yield a fortune with just a brief excursion. However, the duping harbored a different outlook, rooted in their humble beginnings. Her son's newfound financial success was a testament to his capabilities. Yet, she pondered the uncertainties of the future. What if the fortune dwindled or circumstances changed? Although such thoughts may seem disheartening, they were undeniably pragmatic. The optimal solution, she mused, would be to ensure her son keeps a watchful eye on their rural home, providing a safety net should his endeavors outside prove less than fruitful. In a few years, if her son's stability were assured, she could then contemplate enjoying a life of leisure in the city, for Zhou Yang had only just begun to earn. After lunch, Zhou Yang asked Zhou Yao to accompany Ji Lanyan to the town for shopping, while he took 200,000 yuan to visit the family of the victim. The household belonged to the Huang family. The woman was 2 years younger than Dejuping and had a daughter, Huang Lingshan, who was a junior in college and had returned home for the summer. Upon their arrival, Huang Lingshan did not utter a word, nor did she offer the visitors a seat. Zhou Yang understood her silence, given that his father's reckless driving had tragically claimed the life of Huang Lingshan's father. A devastating blow for a girl who had only been in her teens at the time. "We are here to settle the remaining compensation," Zhou Yang began. "Previously, we provided you with a portion, and over the years, I have intermittently repaid some. After calculating, I owe you more than 110,000 yuan. This sum totals 200,000, and any excess shall serve as my compensation." Considering the incident was caused by my father, Zhou Yang's words were abruptly interrupted by Huang Lingshan. "I only want what is rightfully ours. You can keep the rest." As soon as she spoke, her mother tugged at her sleeve from behind, yet the girl remained resolute. "Don't misunderstand. I merely wished to." Zhou Yang attempted to clarify, but Huang Lingshan had already turned away. Moments later, she returned with a receipt, handing to Zhou Yang a total of 118,000. "You may take the excess. No need for gratitude." Zhou Yang encountered a setback here, yet he remained silent, picked up the excess money, and departed with his mother. In truth, this was not Zhou Yang's first encounter with disappointment. It had happened numerous times before. Huang Lingshan, who was 3 years younger than Zhou Yang, once shared a remarkably close bond with him, one that extended to innocent hand-holding and sweet kisses. Had fate not intervened, it seemed the two would have had a promising future together. However, fate can be unpredictable. The demise of both their fathers not only shattered their families, but also put an abrupt end to their naive romance. It is difficult to assign blame. Each party had their own perspective. Ultimately, this became a heartache for Zhou Yang. "Yangzi, you now have a girlfriend, so it's best to forget about Huang Lingshan. Haven't you endured enough disdain over the years?" His mother remarked. "Lanyan is quite splendid. She has a generous figure. Let me tell you, women with ample curves tend to bear children well." Zhou Yang, who had been weighed down by a heavy heart, found his spirits lifted by his mother's humorous comments. The absurdity of such beliefs in this day and age amused him. While there might be some medical basis for the notion that a fuller figure could facilitate childbirth, the idea that it guarantees a fruitful outcome was sheer nonsense. Upon returning home, Zhou Yang consolidated the remaining over 80,000 yuan with another 200,000. His family had been diligently repaying debts for years, with Zhou Yang tackling the larger sums while his mother managed the smaller ones, ensuring they settled all obligations, even those amounting to a few thousand. Now, only 3 debts remained, and Zhou Yang had just cleared a significant one. What was left was owed to his aunt and uncle. He preferred to postpone visiting his uncle for now, given the timing was neither festive nor convenient. Thus, he entrusted his mother with that debt, planning to visit his uncle during the new year to extend greetings and bring gifts. Zhou Yang handed his mother the 80,000 yuan along with some cigarettes, liquor, and other presents, considering that his uncle and grandparents were also part of the equation. With the remaining funds, he made his way to town, where he used his identification to open a bank account, depositing 150,000 yuan. This sum was earmarked for his mother's future living expenses, while the last 50,000 was intended to settle his aunt's debt. As for his younger sister, currently in her first year of university, he believed that providing enough for her needs was sufficient. Excess funds could lead to unhealthy comparisons and temptations. The family owned a bicycle, which Zhou Yang rode while carrying a bag to his aunt's home. His aunt, Zhou Qin, was a year older than Dejuping. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, her face lit up with joy. Uncles often dote on their nephews, and aunts on their nieces, which can be understood from a familial perspective. "Yangzi, what brings you back at this hour?" Zhou Qin inquired as she poured him a glass of water. "Aunt, I have returned with some matters to attend to. By the way, where is Xiaolei?" Xiaolei, as mentioned by Zhou Yang, is the son of his aunt and is a year younger than him. He has been taken to the county by his father to work. Having graduated several years ago, he spent his days idly. Zhou Yang nodded and then handed a bag to Zhou Qin. "Aunt, here is 50,000 yuan, the amount we borrowed previously." Zhou Qin was taken aback. She was aware of Zhou Yang's family's circumstances, which had deteriorated after the death of her second brother, leaving his family in substantial debt. When the 5,000 yuan was lent to her sister-in-law, Zhou Yang's mother, to be candid, Zhou Qin had no intention of demanding it back. Although her own family was not particularly affluent, they were in a far better situation than Zhou Yang's family at that time. To her surprise, Zhou Yang had come to repay the debt today. "Yangzi, where did you acquire such a sum? Surely, you have not resorted to loan sharks, have you? Please take it back. Your aunt is not in need of money at the moment." Chapter 68. The inspiration of Zhu Ping upon hearing these words. Zhou Yang felt a warm glow in his heart. Initially, he had intended to offer more, but he realized that now was not the appropriate moment. To give excessively at this time would be akin to paying someone interest. Repaying a debt is one matter, while honoring one's aunt is another, and these should not be conflated. Thus, while it is proper to return the borrowed sum along with a small gift, to bestow several thousand yuan would be rather inappropriate. "Aunt, I now possess wealth that I have earned myself. Moreover, I have settled all my debts, and I assure you that this money is truly mine." This time, Zhou Yang had learned his lesson, having been enlightened by the earlier example at noon. He promptly retrieved the video that Ji Lanyan had shared with him. "Yangzi, you have indeed prospered." If only ergo after watching the video, Zhou Qin felt a surge of joy, which also brought memories of Zhou Yang's father to mind. "Aunt, let us not dwell on the past. I am now earning money, so please accept this." Reluctantly, Zhou Qin resisted accepting the gifts, but Zhou Yang insisted, ultimately pressing them into her hands. After departing from his aunt's residence, Zhou Yang intended to visit Ji Lanyan and Zhou Yao. However, he recalled that there was also an elder uncle to consider. Regardless of circumstances, he was indeed a bona fide relative, and in a certain sense, family. Although the uncle's family possessed a somewhat superficial nature, the bond still held significance. Furthermore, this occasion marked a return in glory, and to prevent his mother from being looked down upon in the village, he felt it was prudent to pay his respects to his uncle. Thus, he gathered 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, and a large gift package, and made his way to his uncle's home. Zhou Jiaqing, his uncle, was 2 years older than Zhou Yang's father. The distance between their homes was not great. A mere 5-minute walk sufficed. So Zhou Jiaqing had already heard of Zhou Yang's return. After all, Zhou Yang had arrived in a fine car and with a beautiful wife. A piece of news that would take less than an hour to spread throughout the rural community. This implied that Zhou Yang had found success outside. Zhou Jiaqing contemplated visiting but hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate, as their family had not offered much assistance during Zhou Yang's family's hardships. Now that Zhou Yang was thriving, to approach him might be perceived as opportunistic. Just as Zhou Jiaqing was mulling over this matter, Zhou Yang arrived. "Uncle, what are you busy with?" Seeing Zhou Yang, Zhou Jiaqing's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. "Yangzi, you're back. Come in, make yourself at home." Zhou Yang took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Zhou Jiaqing, and then entered the house. "Uncle, I returned in haste, and couldn't bring anything extravagant. So I brought 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine. Enjoy a drink when you have the time." As he spoke, Zhou Yang placed the gift bag on the table. "Yangzi, we are family. There is no need for such formality. These gifts are quite costly. Take them back and return them. Uncle seldom smokes such cigarettes, and moreover, it would be a waste." Zhou Jiaqing, with his keen eyes, had already noticed the contents of the bag. The packaging of Huazi is distinct from other cigarette brands. It is red and quite conspicuous. "Uncle, try to smoke less. And when you do, choose better quality. The same goes for drinking. Consume less, but opt for superior beverages. Reducing the quantity of smoking and drinking while enhancing their quality is far more beneficial for one's health." Zhou Jiaqing nodded non-committally, uncertain whether he fully comprehended Zhou Yang's words. Their conversation then shifted to Zhou Yang's current circumstances and Uncle's family situation, revealing that he was the sole occupant of the house. Uncle's son, Zhou Yang's cousin, had purchased a house in the county, and Zhou Yang's aunt had gone to care for her grandchild. Thus, only Zhou Jiaqing remained to look after the home. After spending over half an hour chatting, Zhou Yang decided it was time to leave. His primary purpose for returning was to settle debts and convey to his mother that life had improved. Everything else was secondary. Greeting the villagers and sharing a cigarette was merely a means to maintain good relations. While he could reside elsewhere, his mother still lived here, so their relationship could not deteriorate. Upon returning home, Zhou Yang found his mother rummaging for something. Ji Lanyan and Zhou Yao had not yet returned. "Mom, what are you searching for?" Di Juping had just come back from her parental home and recalled Zhou Yang's mention earlier that day about antiques being valuable. With little to do, she began searching her house, as it is common in rural areas for households to possess some old items. "Yinzi, I'm looking for antiques for you. The old Zhou family used to be landlords. I reckon there might be something worthwhile among these finds. Take a look and see if any of it is useful." Zhou Yang nearly burst into laughter at her words. Surely, there weren't that many antiques in the world. Furthermore, antiques must have provenance. Merely aging an item does not render it valuable. Take copper coins, for example. Throughout any ancient dynasty, there were countless copper coins. Yet very few are truly valuable. Provenance and history are essential. "Mom, on such a hot day, please don't go on a wild goose chase. How could we possibly have?" Zhou Yang's words trailed off as he suddenly discovered something and bent down to pick it up. It was a few small illustrated books. Perhaps those born in the late 1990s have never encountered such items, but those born in the 70s and 80s would be quite familiar. These small illustrated books are half the size of standard books, with each one containing a single story. They feature illustrations and explanations below. Evidently, these books belong to Zhou Yang's father. While their monetary value might be modest, ranging from a few dozen to 100 yuan for the better ones, and mere 10s or 20s for the cheaper, Zhou Yang's concern was not with these small illustrated books themselves, but rather with the implications of this discovery. Alternatively, one could consider the perspective of the mother. If one possesses a few illustrated books at home, might it not be plausible that others have a handful of coins or perhaps other valuable items? The notion of acquiring such treasures sparked an idea that swiftly took shape in Zhou Yang's mind. "Mother, please refrain from your fussing. I have something to discuss. Why not go to the village entrance and engage in conversation with the ladies there?" In a state of confusion, the Juping was ushered out of the house by Zhou Yang, who began devising a strategy for this venture. Regardless of whether valuable items would materialize, the undertaking was essential. One mustn't be deterred by uncertainty. Should fortune favor him with a few precious finds, he could subsequently allocate a portion of the earnings to repair the village roads. This would be a commendable act of kindness. Now, it all hinged upon the efficiency of his mother's endeavors. "Brother, we are back." At that moment, Ji Lanyan and Zhou Yao returned from their shopping excursion, evidently having made quite a few purchases. Chapter 69. Monkey Tickets. Did you purchase so many items? Upon seeing the two women burdened with numerous bags, Zhou Yang hurried over. He glanced at the contents, which were predominantly women's clothing and shoes, seemingly intended for Zhou Yao and their mother. "Brother, when will you return to Jinling City?" Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Yao, I've only just returned a few hours ago. Are you already eager for my departure?" Realizing the inappropriateness of her words, Zhou Yao quickly clarified, "Brother, you misunderstood. I meant to say that I wish to spend some time with you both. With half of summer vacation already passed and over a month remaining until school commenced, she continued. Zhou Yang had initially intended to acquiesce, but upon recalling other matters concerning Feng Jie, he declined. Perhaps next year, during the new year or summer vacation, you and Mom can visit. Lan Yin, how are you adjusting to the conditions here? Zhou Yang directed the latter part of his comment to Ji Lan Yin. It's manageable. The air is much fresher here than in the city, Ji Lan Yin replied earnestly, acknowledging the comfort of rural life compared to urban living. Where's Andy? Ji Lan Yin noticed the absence of Dejuping. My mom went out on an errand. I asked her to promote our advertisement. Zhou Yang succinctly explained his intentions and objectives. Is that permissible? Ji Lan Yin teased. Brother, have you gone mad? Zhou Yang shrugged, acknowledging that this idea had indeed come to him spontaneously, and whether it would succeed was of little consequence. The nights in the countryside differ vastly from those in the city. While urban nights are illuminated by countless lights, rural evenings are shrouded in darkness, with only scattered lights visible due to the lower heights of the houses. Stepping outside reveals an expanse of blackness. Dinner typically consists of reheating leftovers from lunch, as any uneaten food must be discarded due to the oppressive summer heat, especially without a refrigerator. After a brief family conversation following dinner, they retired for the night. Zhou Yao shared a room with Ji Lan Yin, while Zhou Yang occupied a separate room. The night passed quietly, and the following morning, Zhou Yang was awakened by Ji Lan Yin's voice. Zhou Yang, Annie wants you to get up. There are people here selling goods. You should come see. The yard is filled with people. Realizing what was afoot, he quickly threw off his thin blanket, and indeed, as a young man, especially one as innocent as Zhou Yang, he preferred to rise and stand at attention in the morning. Ji Lan Yin happened to be standing by the bed, and the situation became rather clear. Yikes, you rogue! Ji Lan Yin exclaimed, and Zhou Yang quickly grasped the situation, hastily searching for his trousers. Thus, in this awkward atmosphere, he managed to complete his morning routine. As Zhou Yang descended the stairs, he encountered several women engaged in casual conversation with his mother, Dejuping. Upon noticing Zhou Yang's presence, smiles illuminated their faces. After greeting everyone and understanding their purpose, he began to examine the so-called antiques. To be frank, while some items were indeed old, they held little monetary value. This was quite normal. Take, for instance, a bowl from the Qing dynasty. If it originated from a royal kiln, it could be worth millions. However, if it came from a common folk kiln, it might only fetch a few dollars or tens of dollars. It was akin to the bowls sold in today's market for a mere $2 each. Even after a millennium, their worth would remain unchanged due to their lack of provenance. Just as Zhou Yang believed his acquisition plans were in vain, a collection of items caught his eye. It was a bag filled with various vouchers, including grain coupons, cloth tickets, postage stamps, and even treasury bonds. As Zhou Yang employed his appraisal skills, his eyes widened with excitement. These grain and cloth tickets, along with the treasury bonds, belonged to a category of modern collectibles, holding immense value and considerable potential for appreciation. Indeed, they were rare treasures. Yet, what delighted Zhou Yang the most was a postage stamp. Item name, 1980 edition monkey stamp. Rare treasure. Item description. The 1980 edition monkey stamp is the first zodiac stamp issued in our country. Item value, 2 million. Zhou Yang was nearly drooling. This tiny stamp was astonishingly valued at 2 million. Aunt Song, would you be willing to sell these? Just as Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned, the owner of the stamp, Aunt Song, spoke up. Yes, absolutely. Zhou Yang inquired, how much do you intend to sell these for? Surprised that Zhou Yang was interested in her seemingly worthless items, Aunt Song raised her hand and said, 500? All right, I'll take it. Zhou Yang replied without hesitation, retrieving 5 red bills from his pocket and handing them to Aunt Song. Initially taken aback, Aunt Song's expression then transformed into unrestrained joy. These items were inherited from her father-in-law. Usually, she found them cumbersome in her drawer, never imagining they would exchange for 5 red bills today. The key was that she had initially mentioned 50, and the villagers had been right. Zhou Yang was indeed profiting, as the saying goes, a fool with money. The one truly elated was Zhou Yang. He had snagged a valuable postage stamp for just 500. Not to mention, the combined worth of those cloth and grain tickets far exceeded 500. The reason for offering only 500 was rooted in convention. To put it plainly, one should not overpay. If he had suggested 5,000, Aunt Song might have hesitated to sell. After all, no one is foolish if the price is about right, or slightly above what someone expects. It brings joy. However, if the offer far exceeds their expectations, it can have the opposite effect. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in pursuit of all things peculiar and extraordinary. I tend to favor items that come with a higher price tag, so I kindly ask for your assistance in spreading the word. I have spent the entire day at home, eagerly awaiting any old treasures, regardless of their nature. There's an adage that goes, 1,000 gold coins for a horse's bones, a strategy aptly employed by Zhou Yang. However, the bones in question are indeed of considerable value. With the example set by Aunt Song, the other villagers have been invigorated, fervently scouring their homes for items. Initially, skepticism prevailed among the majority, but as some have begun to reap rewards, motivation has surged. While 500 yuan may not seem substantial for the villagers who remain at home, it represents a significant sum. After all, those who stay behind either care for aging parents or young children, or are unable to venture out for work. Thus, every opportunity to earn is seized. Zhou Yang, is this truly valuable? After the villagers departed, Zhou took the bag from Zhou Yang's hands, rummaging through it while inquiring further. Chapter 70. The cigarette holder. Dear aunt, please be gentle. This is all money. Zhou, engrossed in examining the contents of a convenience bag, was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Yang's exclamation. She halted her actions and turned her gaze towards him. Grandson, dare to call me aunt once more, and I'll buy you some candy later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's expression instantly fell. Being taken advantage of by this woman, so early in the morning, surely foretold a day filled with misfortune. Quickly, tell me, which one is the treasure? Just as Zhou Yang was about to explain the matter of the monkey stamps to her, an unexpected visitor arrived at their home, his elder uncle, Zhou Jiaqing. Zhou Yang promptly handed the bag of stamps to Zhou and approached his uncle. Uncle, have you had breakfast yet? Zhou Yang inquired as he produced a cigarette, offering one to Zhou Jiaqing. Yangzi, I heard you were collecting old items, so I brought some for you to peruse, Zhou Jiaqing said, placing a wicker basket on the ground and dumping its contents out. A bead of sweat trickled down Zhou Yang's forehead, disregarding the possibility of antiques among the items. He wondered if such rough handling might ruin whatever value they held. However, this behavior was quite typical if everyone cherished antiques. They wouldn't wait for him to return to collect them. They would have already sold them in the city. Please, take a seat, uncle. Yao, fetch a chair for uncle. Zhou Yang urged while crouching down to inspect the items, deliberately omitting any introduction between Zhou and Zhou Jiaqing. This omission was quite telling. Zhou Yang was not a discourteous individual, and the lack of introduction hinted at underlying tensions. While he might overlook these issues and even bring his uncle a couple of fine cigarettes and bottles of good wine upon his return, it did not signify a return to their former relationship. What would be restored would merely be superficial. Thus, the reason behind Zhou Yang's failure to introduce Zhou to his uncle became apparent. Zhou Jiaqing brought a dozen items, most of which were worthless, including a copper shoehorn. Many might not know what a shoehorn is. It is a tool used in ancient times to assist in putting on shoes. Zhou Yang had one in his drawer as well, and it held little value. After sifting through the items, Zhou Yang finally found an abacus that seemed somewhat worthwhile. The abacus had become somewhat obsolete since the advent of calculators. However, certain antique shops still utilize them, such as Li Tubi, who still relied on an abacus for calculations. Yangzi, what do you think? Zhou Jiaqing inquired eagerly as Zhou Yang stood up. Uncle, these items aren't worth much. The abacus is the only decent piece here. I'll offer you 300 yuan for it, Zhou Yang replied as he began to retrieve the money. Yangzi, I've heard antiques can be quite valuable. Why such a meager sum? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang's hand faltered as he reached for his money. In truth, he had no real use for the abacus. No one would likely purchase such an item now. His willingness to spend 300 yuan on it stemmed from two primary motives. Firstly, the seller was his uncle, who had brought a gift early in the morning. One cannot simply let someone leave empty-handed. Secondly, as he intended to open an antique shop in the future. Having an abacus displayed on the counter would lend an air of professionalism rather than relying on a calculator. Thus, paying 300 yuan for the abacus was a considerate gesture on his part. To his surprise, his uncle had other intentions. "So, how much do you think this abacus is worth?" Zhou Yang retracted his hand, for he was not a fool. Yesterday, his purchase of a gift was merely out of courtesy as a junior. Today, however, it was a straightforward transaction, goods for money, devoid of any other considerations. In truth, Zhou Yang was open to offering a reasonable sum, provided it was not excessive. "How about this? I'll pack all these items for you, and you give me 1,000. They're of no use to me anyway." Zhou Yang winced at this remark, as the words from Zhou Jiaqing were rather jarring. What did he mean by saying these items were of no use to him? He and T thrown them away. Had he? Was he trying to deceive him? Did he truly think him a fool? Zhou Yang felt a twinge of displeasure. Had it not been for their familial ties, he would have been unwilling to part with even a single penny. As Zhou Yang prepared to decline, he inadvertently caught sight of the smoking pipe in Zhou Jiaqing's hand. He recognized it, having seen his grandfather use it in his youth. After his grandfather's passing, it had been taken by his uncle, primarily because Zhou Yang's father did not smoke. "Uncle, I'd agree to 1,000, but only if you include that smoking pipe." The pipe was of no use to him now, yet Zhou Yang found it quite fascinating. "If you give me that pipe, I'll add an extra 200, no? Let us make it 500. If you agree to include all these items, I'll give you a total of 1,500 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaqing's eyes lit up. The smoking pipe in his possession was indeed a relic from Zhou Yang's grandfather. 2 or 3 decades ago, many rural folks still smoked loose tobacco, but over time, cigarettes became the norm. Such pipes gradually fell out of favor, and Zhou Jiaqing often displayed it merely for show, as it was rather aesthetically pleasing. According to his father, this pipe had originally belonged to his great-grandfather, a once prosperous figure in the area who had since fallen from grace. Now, to exchange it for 1,500 yuan, what could be better? "All right, you can have them all," Zhou Jiaqing conceded without hesitation, handing over the smoking pipe to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled slightly and counted out 15 bills, presenting them to Zhou Jiaqing. "Zhou Yang, is this abacus truly a treasure?" After Zhou Jiaqing departed, Ji Lanyan hurriedly approached to inquire further, her curiosity piqued by the realm of antique bargains. This newfound interest, of course, stemmed from her previous excursions with Zhou Yang to the antique street. For who could resist the allure of a hidden treasure? The abacus? A mere 300 yuan at most. Zhou Yang chuckled coldly, then took a bag to gather all the items Zhou Jiaqing had brought, carelessly discarding it into the refuse pile. 300 yuan. What then? Ji Lanyan began to speak, but abruptly realized the truth, as her gaze fell upon the smoking rod in Zhou Yang's hand. It was evident that the 1,500 yuan Zhou Yang had spent was not for the abacus, but rather for this smoking rod. So, what is the story behind this smoking rod? Chapter 71. The situation of Ji Lanyan. Zhou Yang handed the smoking pipe to Ji Lanyan and pointed to 3 characters inscribed in the middle of the pipe. If you search for it at Chongjiu on your phone, you will understand. Ji Lanyan found Zhou Yang's statement somewhat baffling, yet she picked up her phone to search, and immediately information regarding the smoking pipe surfaced. The Chongjiu, established in 1922, was a high-quality smoking pipe created to commemorate the Yunnan XX uprising. A simple sentence sufficed to convey the value of this pipe. 100 years had elapsed since 1922. How does that translate into value? Zhou Yang, is this truly valuable? Zhou Yang smiled gently, retrieving the smoking pipe along with previous stamps, and began to elucidate. The worth of an object often does not reside in the object itself, but rather in its background and the significance it embodies. Let me illustrate with an example. If I were to purchase a table tennis paddle for you, priced at 100 yuan, it would hold that value in your hands. However, should you be an Olympic champion who clinched victory using this very paddle, its worth would far exceed 100 yuan. Furthermore, if you were to sign your name on it, its value would increase even more. Thus, the essence of value is not inherent to the item, but is contingent upon its context and meaning. Take porcelain, for instance. It is fundamentally just clay that has been fired. There is no distinction in usage between official kills and folk kills. Yet, Porcelain from official kilns is highly valuable due to its inscriptions and historical significance. It is, in essence, authentic. Conversely, folk kiln pieces lack such provenance, making them less valuable, as it is challenging to trace back to a specific era or kiln, given that official kilns are scarce while folk kilns abound. Zhou Yang merely presented a simple analogy, confident that the astute Zhou would comprehend. He collected the items, recognizing that they bore some damage and required restoration. As for the painting by Zheng Banxiao within the small ding, it had been undergoing repair for over 2 days, and its incomplete state indicated the extent of its damage. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was in no rush, as he was not dependent on selling these items for money. After a modest breakfast, Zhou Yang rode his bicycle, accompanied by Ji Lanyin, to the market to procure some vegetables. Upon their return, he resolved to take Ji Lanyin for a stroll in the hills behind his home, a brief excursion that would serve as a delightful respite. Coincidentally, Zhou Yang's father's grave was located in those hills, and he intended to pay his respects. As Zhou Yang resided away from his hometown, he was unable to return for the Qingming festival. It was typically his sister and mother who visited the grave. Zhou Yang usually made the trip on New Year's Eve to pay his respects. After burning paper offerings for his father, Zhou Yang and Ji Lanyin ascended the mountain for a while before settling in a shady spot to rest. Zhou Yang, would you care to hear my story? Naturally, Zhou Yang was eager to listen, or rather, he had long wished to inquire, but had restrained himself out of respect for her privacy. Today, as Ji Lanyin expressed her desire to share her tale, he found no reason to decline. He nodded eagerly in agreement. Ji Lanyin first brushed her slightly disheveled hair, then began to recount her narrative. Some aspects I have previously mentioned to you. My family resides in the capital, and we run a jewelry business. While we may not be exceedingly wealthy, our company holds a position among the top 10 in Huaxia's jewelry industry. As Ji Lanyin spoke, Zhou Yang gradually gleaned more about her family's circumstances. Ji Lanyin's family consists of 5 members: her late grandmother, her grandfather, her parents, herself, and a younger brother. Their assets amount to approximately 10 billion. A distinction between assets and personal wealth must be noted. Consider it akin to an individual operating a company and calculating its assets. These encompass the company's growth potential, funds in the accounts, business equipment, and vehicles owned by the firm. Such assets differ from personal property. A company may currently be valued at 10 billion, yet if market conditions decline, it could plummet to 5 billion or even 3 billion the following year. Regardless, the Ji family is undeniably affluent. Ambition is inherent in humanity, and Ji Lanyin's father is no exception. He aspires to forge connections with those of higher status. But how does one cultivate such connections? Through Ji Lanyin herself. Indeed, it is through the prospect of a marriage alliance, as the son of a prominent family has taken an interest in her. In theory, this represents a formidable union. If both parties are equally matched, a marriage could indeed be feasible. This practice is quite common among esteemed families. However, Ji Lanyin is adamantly opposed to the union, primarily due to certain shortcomings of the man in question, which she did not elaborate on. Ultimately, Ji Lanyin would rather leave empty-handed than compromise, leading to her fateful encounter with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I hope for your success. Once you attain strength, you can protect me. Will you safeguard me? Zhou Yang was certain that Ji Lanyin was subtly enticing him, yet he preferred to acquiesce, willingly allowing her to lead him. Lanyin, I will undoubtedly protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall confront them. Ji Lanyin appeared thoroughly pleased with his response, and given the mutual affection that had developed between them, the atmosphere was ripe for further advancement. I love you, with a love as profound as a mouse is for rice. Just as they leaned closer, Zhou Yang's phone suddenly rang. Damn! He cursed inwardly, frustrated that just as he was on the brink of success, a phone call shattered the moment. Zhou Yang silently vowed to give the caller a good scolding once the phone connected. Hello. What? I'm coming back immediately, Zhou Yang exclaimed before abruptly hanging up. Landang. Many villagers have brought things to our home. Yao Yao called urging us to return quickly. Jilan, Yen acknowledged with a soft murmur, and the two reluctantly began their descent. Alas, ascending the mountain was a manageable feat, but descending proved to be a daunting challenge, especially since Zhou Yang had never scaled such heights before. After only a few steps, she stumbled and twisted her ankle. Had it not been for Zhou Yang's timely support, Zhou Yan's posterior would have surely met the ground in a rather intimate manner. "Lan Yan, are you all right?" Zhou Yang appeared quite anxious as he hurriedly helped Zhou Yan sit on the grass, then began to examine her foot. A subtle smile graced Zhou Yan's lips, revealing that she was aware of an underlying intrigue in this incident. Chapter 72. The scheme of Zhou Yang. "I'm fine, it just hurts a bit," Yelanian exclaimed. If she were to pursue an acting career, securing the title of Best Actress would undoubtedly be within her grasp. Although she was merely feigning pain, her expression conveyed genuine distress, which left Zhou Yang quite anxious. "Lan Yan, it's all right. Allow me to massage your feet." Zhou Yang suddenly recalled the ample spiritual essence he had stored in his small cauldron, accumulated from that piece of jade he had previously refrained from using, intending to save it for emergencies. The moment seemed fortuitous. Without waiting for Zhou Yan to react, Zhou Yang swiftly removed her shoes. As he massaged her feet, he channeled his internal spiritual energy to the injured area. This marked Zhou Yang's first opportunity to closely admire a woman's legs and feet. They were undeniably beautiful. However, alongside their beauty, there lingered an unpleasant odor. Indeed, the unmistakable scent of feet. This was hardly Zhou Yan's fault. Though the mountain was not particularly high, it was still a considerable exertion for a pampered young lady. Moreover, it was summer, so foot sweat was inevitable. Thus, once her shoes were removed, the emergence of foot sweat was entirely natural. Zhou Yan, too, caught a whiff of her own foot odor. While it lacked the pungency of a man's feet, it was still an unpleasant scent. Consequently, her cheeks flushed, yet the massage felt remarkably soothing, especially as she experienced a refreshing, cool sensation, a gentle breeze flowing between her legs and feet. "How do you feel?" Zhou Yang inquired. Zhou Yan was fully aware that her foot was not truly injured. She was merely playing a part. To suddenly declare herself healed would risk exposure. "It's much better, though there is still a bit of pain." Zhou Yang furrowed his brow, pondering the inconsistency. However, he had little time for contemplation, as many awaited his return at home. "Then let me carry you," he offered. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yan, resembling two towering mountains, pressed down on his back. The impact was significant. Had he not diligently strengthened his body over the past few days, this collision could have easily resulted in broken ribs. The ensuing scene was rife with intimacy as Zhou Yang, bearing the beauty on his back, descended the mountain. Anyone who has carried another knows that if one does not support the person with their hands, they will inevitably slide down. Thus, one must find a suitable way to provide support, and the implications were left to the imagination. At that moment, Zhou Yan's face blushed a deep crimson, extending to her neck. Each breath she took was infused with Zhou Yang's distinct masculine scent. Zhou Yang, tall and robust, provided Zhou Yan with an overwhelming sense of security. As they made their way down the mountain, they engaged in light conversation. Yet, every journey must reach its conclusion. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived home. "Yangzi, what happened to Lan Yan?" Observing Zhou Yan's slightly limping gait, De Juping was understandably anxious. In truth, after descending the mountain, Zhou Yan had dismounted from Zhou Yang's back, which accounted for her uneven walking. "Aunt, it's nothing serious. I merely twisted my ankle. A couple of days' rest will suffice." Zhou Yan, though reluctant to deceive, found herself compelled to maintain this pretense under the circumstances. "Sister-in-law, allow me to assist you in sitting down. I shall take care of my brother shortly to avenge you." Zhou Yao, the diligent sister-in-law, unhesitatingly abandoned her brother to cling to her sister-in-law's leg. This was somewhat justified, considering that just the previous afternoon, Zhou Yan had treated her sister-in-law to an extravagant shopping spree, spending several thousand. Although the funds belonged to Zhou Yang, the source of expenditure held greater significance. Upon Zhou Yang's return, he was swiftly surrounded by a throng of eager elders, leaving little room for explanation. "Dear uncles and aunts, please remain calm. Let us form a line and proceed one at a time. It's quite chaotic. I can hardly see anything." Thanks to Zhou Yang's tireless efforts, The crowd eventually quieted. This phenomenon reflects a broader truth. While rural folks are genuinely hospitable, they often lack the refinement seen in city dwellers, particularly among the older generations. Take, for instance, Zhou Yang's experience on his return journey, where he encountered numerous elderly individuals crossing rural roads without care. Even honking proved futile. They remained indifferent, moving at their own pace. This behavior signifies a lack of safety awareness and a particular mindset, as they seem to think, if you have the ability, go ahead and hit me. Of course, this is merely a portion of the overall picture. Not all city dwellers exhibit virtue. Many retired individuals in urban areas also display a lack of respect, leaping and bounding in public squares, and vying for seats on buses against the youth, often resorting to moral coercion when denied. After a round of reassurance, the proceedings became considerably smoother. The items presented by the crowd were predominantly of little value, though occasionally Zhou Yang stumbled upon a few worthwhile treasures. A stroke of luck in the midst of the chaos. Zhou Yang conducted himself with discernment. Regardless of who brought items to him, he would typically purchase one or two, spending modest sums of 300 to 500. Most of these acquisitions ultimately ended up discarded, but it was imperative for him to spend the money. This was not merely an act of foolishness, but a calculated strategy to attract more individuals to his venture. After all, on a sweltering day, it would be imprudent to send them home empty-handed after their prolonged wait in the courtyard. With the antique acquisition nearing its conclusion, it was almost time for dinner. Dear uncles and aunts, please help me spread the word when you return. This afternoon marks the final opportunity. Tomorrow morning, I shall depart. So anyone wishing to part with their old belongings must act swiftly. In any case, I assure you I will not let your efforts go to waste. After Zhou Yang spoke, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and the elderly patrons, having received their payments, beamed in agreement. Once they had left, Zhou Yang began to tidy up the aftermath. The so-called aftermath consisted of the yard being left in utter disarray. After all, with so many people present, some had spat, others had cracked sunflower seeds, and some had smoked cigarettes. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous items strewn about, and the ground was littered with debris that certainly needed to be cleaned. Most importantly, he had to categorize the collected items and pack them accordingly. Those of value must be securely wrapped, as they could be utilized for future sales or for his own shop, which speaks to one's foundational resources. Chapter 73. The Schwanda furnace. Today's harvest may not be monumental, yet it is certainly noteworthy. Without delving into the morning's findings, just from this recent batch, Zhou Yang has received a dozen items. While these objects may not command high values, some merely a couple of thousand, the most expensive merely 30 to 50,000, such valuations are inconsequential. Zhou Yang aspires to establish an antiquities shop, and these items are indispensable. When one embarks on the venture of an antique store, it is necessary to possess noteworthy treasures, yet it is equally implausible to have only such items. Much like operating a supermarket, one must offer both prominent merchandise and accessible everyday goods. A comprehensive inventory is paramount. Similar to the morning routine, Zhou Yang smashed all the useless items and discarded them. These objects held no value. Retaining them would serve no purpose and could potentially be detrimental. He meticulously gathered the useful items and stored them in a separate box, as these would be taken away the following day. The solitary exception was a monkey stamp, which he placed into the Rui Ding. After completing his tasks, Zhou Yang ventured into the kitchen. The Juping was preparing lunch, and Ji Lanyan was assisting her. While assisting might be a slight exaggeration, she was primarily tasting the dishes. At that moment, Ji Lanyan was gnawing on a piece of chicken. "Mom, I plan to leave early tomorrow." The Juping, who had been beaming, noticeably subdued upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. "Yangzi, are you in such a hurry? You rarely come home. Why not stay a few more days?" Zhou Yang indeed wished to linger at home a bit longer, but the timing was not opportune. Now that he possessed a golden opportunity and the ability to gamble on stones, along with a pact with Jiang Shiru, he was determined to seize this moment to earn a substantial sum. Under normal circumstances, it would not matter, but the situation with Ji Lanyan required resolution. Given Ji Lanyan's affluent background, if he too amassed wealth, surpassing her family's assets, would her parents still pressure her into an arranged marriage? While that possibility remained, the pressure would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Therefore, he must empower himself, allowing all matters to resolve seamlessly. Mom, I am currently in a pivotal phase of my career. Each day of delay hinders my progress. Besides, it's neither the new year nor festival. I believe that when the new year arrives, I will return home earlier. Alternatively, I could come fetch you to celebrate the new year in Jinling. By then, I will have time to take you on a trip to the capital. We could witness the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square and stroll along the Great Wall. Soon enough, we will be able to indulge in the pleasures of life as prosperous individuals. Furthermore, regarding the chickens, ducks, and pigs at home, please see to their sale before the new year. Slaughter what needs to be slaughtered and consume what can be eaten. Any leftovers should be sold. As for the fields, entrust them to someone else. We shall cease cultivation. Be sure to inquire with my aunt if she has any interest. If not, then offer them to my uncle. After all, it is wise to keep resources within the family. Zhou Yang listened intently, recognizing the soundness of her son's reasoning. At present, it is neither the new year nor a festival. Lingering for a few more days or departing a tad earlier makes little difference. The paramount consideration is to ensure that my son's work remains unfettered. Indeed, earning a living is essential, yet I find myself reluctant to part with Lan Yin. Zhou Yang's words resonate with wisdom, even prompting Zhou Yang to silently commend his mother with a thumbs up and a hearty approval. The sentiment of missing Lan Yin carries substantial weight, particularly since it is her first visit. Moreover, the nature of Zhou Yang's relationship with her remains unspoken, rendering such feelings somewhat disingenuous, though not entirely false. Lan Yan's conduct over the past few days has been commendable, earning her considerable recognition from both the future mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Regardless of the truth behind this sentiment, it is undeniably pleasant to hear. Now, in light of Zhou Yang's remarks, Lan Yin felt compelled to respond, "Auntie, rest assured, I will visit you whenever I have the opportunity. If Zhou Yang is unavailable, I shall come alone. However, when I do visit, you must prepare some chicken for me." Zhou Yang's face lit up with delight at this, unable to contain her smile. "Fear not, you shall have as much as you desire." At that moment, the harmonious atmosphere within the family reached its zenith. Zhou Yang observed closely. Since his father's untimely passing, his mother had not laughed so joyfully in a long while. This was one of the reasons he was eager to return. He sought his own release, but more importantly, he yearned for his mother to find solace as well. After all, the burden of substantial debts weighs heavily upon one's spirit. Zhou Yang bore this somewhat better, as he did not linger at home, thus avoiding many of the surrounding conflicts. However, Zhou Yang had no such luxury. Living at home, with a tarnished reputation and outstanding debts, she faced the risk of being scrutinized and gossiped about. There is truth in the saying, poverty is the original sin. Throughout any age, the disdain for the impoverished is a constant, while the same cannot be said for other occupations. After lunch, Zhou Yang took a brief nap, and by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the villagers began to arrive in greater numbers. Energized by this influx, Zhou Yang sprang into action. He first set up a table in the yard, assigning Zhou Yao the task of bookkeeping and Lan Yin the responsibility of distributing funds. He officially embarked on the appraisal process. As in the morning, the vast majority of items proved useless, though occasionally a few worthwhile pieces surfaced, for which Zhou Yang offered fair prices. However, he was not a benevolent benefactor. His intent was clear: to profit. He was neither a wealthy magnate nor a philanthropist. As the appraisals concluded, the cash on Zhou Yang's side dwindled. He had brought back 400,000, and after settling 130,000 for his aunt and uncle and 118,000 for Huang Lingshan, equivalent to 120,000, the total reduced to 250,000. The remaining 150,000 was deposited in a bank card reserved for his mother. The funds used for the items collected from morning until now were drawn from Zhou Yang's previous cash and some small change he had taken. It is fortunate that within Lan Yin's bag lies over 10,000 in cash, which she had withdrawn from the bank just 2 days prior to her return. Originally intended as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, this sum proves to be most opportune at this moment. Over 2 hours have elapsed since Zhou Yang commenced his appraisal, and the process is nearing its conclusion. However, he finds himself captivated by a particular item, a censer. Item name: Ming Xuanda Bronze Snowflake Golden Crown Square Incense Burner. Era: Ming Dynasty. Authentic. Item description: this censer dates back to the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty, but due to significant damage, its value remains indeterminable. Note: reparable. Zhou Yang discreetly pinched his thigh, for despite the extensive nomenclature, this item can succinctly be summarized in 3 words: Xuanda Furnace. To express it with greater precision, one might say, Ming Xuanda Furnace. Chapter 74. The item has been restored. How could such a precious treasure appear in this humble village? Zhou Yang found it perplexing, yet he felt no need to unravel the mystery. Perhaps it was only in this small village that it could be preserved. It was indeed preserved, albeit in a rather damaged state. Fortunately, the Rui Ding indicated that it could be repaired, which greatly reassured Zhou Yang. Otherwise, he would have been tormented by the thought of its condition. This incense burner, if sold in the capital, could certainly fetch a handsome sum. After securing this piece, Zhou Yang was nearing the conclusion of his endeavors. Initially, he had considered offering more for the burner, but ultimately decided against it. There is a saying that ignorance is bliss. Since the other party was unaware of its true worth, Zhou Yang felt satisfied regardless of the amount he offered. After all, trading a broken burner for some money was quite advantageous. If he were to offer too much, what would others think? The more one gives, the greater the chance of regret later on. Sometimes, giving someone more money is not necessarily a good thing. Zhou Yang said, "You cannot be telling me that this broken incense burner is truly a treasure?" After the gathering concluded, Ji Lanyan limped over to Zhou Yang, who had been scrutinizing the burner. It was not particularly valuable, and once restored, it could indeed buy a house in the capital. Zhou Yang mentioned this nonchalantly. Yet Ji Lanyan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Being from the capital herself, she was well aware of the real estate prices. Buying a house that would likely only cover a down payment, even with millions. This implied that the broken burner was worth at least 10 million, if not more. Zhou Yang refrained from elaborating, his heart swelling with joy at the unexpected fortune he had stumbled upon during his return. He had managed to acquire around 20 to 30 antiques that day, 3 of which were particularly valuable. The remainder would yield modest earnings. But such was the nature of this trade. 3 years of inactivity could lead to 3 years of prosperity once the business commenced. With these 3 items, even if the rest were to incur losses, Zhou Yang would still emerge with significant profits. At this juncture, his objectives for returning had largely been fulfilled. Debts were settled, and arrangements for his family were in place. The 150,000 yuan was something his mother might be reluctant to spend, a fact Zhou Yang was acutely aware of. Yet reluctance to spend is not equivalent to having nothing. As long as this sum remained with his mother, the Juping's life would no longer be as arduous or frugal as before. Whether the 150,000 yuan was spent or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that she would no longer need to toil to repay debts, thus ameliorating their living conditions. Perhaps sensing Zhou Yang's impending departure, the rain began to pour after dinner, accompanied by thunder. Zhou Yang had just taken a shower and climbed into bed, relying on an electric fan for comfort in the absence of air conditioning. Thankfully, the rain had cooled the air, and he lay in bed wearing only a pair of briefs, engrossed in his phone. At that moment, Ji Lanyan entered the room without permission. "Zhou Yang, I'm afraid of the thunder." As Ji Lanyan entered, she uttered a remark, "Afraid of thunder? Isn't Zhou Yao here?" The frustration within Ji Lanyan was palpable. What did this have to do with Zhou Yao? Shouldn't he be here to console me? However, Zhou Yao was sound asleep. Ji Lanyan could only explain this succinctly. "Sister-in-law, where have you been?" At that moment, Zhou Yao's voice drifted in from the next room, rendering Ji Lanyan utterly speechless. What a pair of peculiar siblings, one foolish, the other oblivious. The following day, after Zhou Yang and Ji Lanyan had breakfast at home, they departed. Zhou Yang drove, while Ji Lanyan reclined in the back seat and promptly fell asleep. Zhou Yang attempted to engage her in conversation, but Ji Lanyan ignored him, fully engrossed in her slumber. Was a relative visiting? Zhou Yang shook his head inwardly. With Zhou indifferent to his presence, he continued to drive alone. The duration of their return journey was comparable to that of their arrival, albeit with a different departure time. 2 days prior, they had left around 9 o'clock, while today they set off shortly after 7, thus arriving at the villa just past 10. Lanyan, please help me take these items to my study. I need to visit old Huang. Zhou Yang did not enter the villa, but exited the vehicle instead. By this point, Lanyan had calmed down. The car ride had lasted approximately an hour, and her irritation had dissipated. All right, will you be back for lunch? Zhou Yang initially intended to decline, but then recalled another matter. How about you call Jiang Shiru and suggest we have lunch together and also sign a contract? I should be back around 11:30 to pick you up. You can choose the dining location, and after we sign the contract in the afternoon, you can accompany me to the antique street. I want to see if there are any storefronts available for transfer. This will be the arrangement for the next few days. In the morning, we will primarily focus on the raw stone market. We don't need to aim for excessive profits. Earning $1 million or $2 million each day will suffice. In the afternoon, we will concentrate on the antique shop matters. Today is July 17th. Let us see if we can finalize everything before the end of the month. Lanyan found Zhou Yang's words quite reasonable. A man's wealth may not be paramount, but his capabilities certainly are. Furthermore, one must have a plan when undertaking tasks. If a plan exists but is not executed, that is a different issue. However, lacking a plan and proceeding aimlessly is simply unacceptable. This reflects a lack of vision. For minor endeavors, extensive foresight may not be necessary. But if one aspires to expand and strengthen their business, a definitive goal and comprehensive strategy are imperative. All right, I shall handle this matter. By the way, when opening an antique shop, you must have a suitable person to manage it. That is something you should also prepare. After all, I possess limited knowledge in this domain, and it is impractical for you to remain in the store continuously. Such an arrangement would constitute a waste of resources and a reversal of priorities. Zhou Yang acknowledged this with a nod, glanced at the time, and after giving a few instructions, pressed the accelerator and departed. Lanyan's point had indeed crossed Zhou Yang's mind, yet finding a suitable candidate proved to be quite challenging. Fang Jia seemed quite capable. However, her lack of expertise in this area led him to consider Huang Jiqing. This elderly gentleman was perpetually idling away his time, so it would be more beneficial to engage him to assist in managing the store. After all, since he was already unoccupied, why not put him to good use? They could always reassess the situation when a more fitting candidate emerged. As for Zhou Yang's current urgency to locate Huang Jiqing, it primarily revolved around these matters, particularly the preparations for the store's opening. Additionally, there was the matter of the monkey stamp that he intended to part with. To be frank, stamps are not particularly easy to preserve and are prone to loss and damage. Storing it in an antique shop in the future would be less than ideal. Thus, it would be wiser to convert it into cash now. At that moment, an unexpected thought flashed through Zhou Yang's mind. The item has been restored. Chapter 75. Seeking assistance from Huang Jiqing. If Zhou Yang were not driving at the moment, he would undoubtedly take out the painting to admire it thoroughly. After all, it is a work by Zhang Banqiu. Just the thought of it fills him with excitement. This is not merely about monetary value, but rather a pure treasure. Today, Huang Jiqing awaited Zhou Yang at home, primarily because Zhou had previously called him. When Zhou Yang arrived at Huang Jiqing's residence, it was precisely 10:30, meaning he had nearly an hour to spare. You are quite the fortunate one, Huang mused, to return home for a visit and yet receive such a valuable item. Why is it that I lack your luck? This is rather perplexing. After exchanging simple greetings, Zhou Yang presented the coveted monkey stamp to Huang Jiqing. Upon examining it, Huang expressed his sentiments. Old Huang, fortune tends to ebb and flow. Perhaps my prior misfortunes have paved the way for my recent strokes of luck. It is said that one cannot be perpetually fortunate, nor eternally unlucky. Otherwise, the saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West would not hold true. Huang Jiqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zhou Yang's words. Life is indeed a tapestry of fortunate and unfortunate moments. During the former, one might stumble upon money even while attending to nature's call, while in the latter, even a sip of water might seem troublesome. Now, how much do you plan to part with this stamp for? Huang inquired, gesturing toward the stamp resting on the table. Old Huang, I hope you can assist me in selling this stamp. Its normal value should be around 2 million. I only require 1 million. The excess can be yours to enjoy, perhaps for tea or to buy clothes for CU. In any case, I seek a whole number. CU, who had been quietly listening, suddenly brightened at the thought of benefiting from this transaction. Grandpa, such a wonderful opportunity. You must agree. I'm out of pocket money. At this, Huang Jiqing's face flushed with embarrassment. His granddaughter's eagerness was somewhat disconcerting. Zhou Yang, this is certainly feasible. Give me 3 days, and I will ensure that your stamp is sold. By the way, your visit today is likely not solely for this matter. Am I correct? Though our acquaintance is brief, I have gleaned enough about your character to sense that you would not rush to see me for just this purpose. Am I right? Zhou Yang promptly gave a thumbs up, recognizing the necessity of flattery at times. Old Huang, you are truly remarkable. Your insights are impeccable. Indeed, I have come to discuss another matter. I intend to open an antique shop. Currently, I am. Zhou Yang proceeded to outline his intentions and the collections he had acquired in recent times. My plan is to find a suitable transfer option. If that fails, we will need to seek a storefront to establish our own shop. As for the items for sale, there is no need for concern, as an antique shop does not solely consist of antiques. The majority will be various forms of art. After all, having spent such a considerable amount of time in Li Tzu's establishment, I possess a certain level of understanding regarding its operations. Moreover, during this period, I have diligently engaged in daily shopping sprees. Thus, the essentials for opening a store are largely sufficient. The primary challenges now lie in the absence of a storefront and a manager. Since you find yourself idle at home, why not? As Zhou Yang continued his discourse, he inadvertently revealed his true intentions. Old Huang, please refrain from hastily declining. Allow me to elucidate my thoughts. You see, with all your free time, it will be far more productive to lend your presence at my shop. And as for CU, she is currently without employment, is she not? My proposition is for CU to oversee the shop while you provide your esteemed support. If you find yourself with spare time, you could leisurely stroll through the antique street or other shops. If by chance someone arrives at the shop with items for sale, so you can summon you to authenticate them, wouldn't that suffice? Zhou Yang's words were clearly the result of considerable contemplation, particularly with the inclusion of Huang Ciyu's name. The previously mentioned stamp, for which he intended to sell at a premium to purchase clothing and gifts for this woman, served as a pretext for this arrangement. The adage to accept favors is to become indebted rings true. When one extends kindness, reciprocity is often expected. In truth, Huang Ciyu had not been employed since her graduation, primarily due to a lack of suitable opportunities, and her family was not in dire financial straits. However, this does not imply that she had no desire to work. Thus, Zhou Yang's proposal arrived at a most opportune moment. His intentions were unmistakable: to establish an antique shop and appoint her as the manager. What a prestigious position that would be. Grandfather, you should acquiesce to Zhou Yang's request. You often express your boredom, either meandering in the park or wandering the antique street. If you find yourself so uninterested and given your fondness for antiques, why not assist Zhou Yang? Huang Jiqing felt a flicker of intrigue. Zhou Yang seeking him out suggested a favorable rapport. At the very least, it implied a degree of confidence on Zhou Yang's part. Otherwise, he would not have broached the subject. Now that Huang Jiqing was retired, he indeed found himself with little to occupy his time, and his granddaughter could not remain by his side indefinitely. Ultimately, he spent his days in solitude. If solitude breeds ennui, then aiding Zhou Yang appeared to be a reasonable endeavor. He had a solid understanding of the artifacts within the shop. Typically, it required only a master and perhaps an apprentice to manage operations. By assisting Zhou Yang, he would not only alleviate his own boredom, but also benefit from Zhou Yang's expertise in acquiring rare treasures, allowing him the first opportunity to engage with them. Additionally, any antiques from his own collection that were less desirable or unnecessary could be brought to the shop for sale. Huang Ciyu would, in turn, gain employment, as neither men nor women should remain too idle, lest they find themselves embroiled in mischief. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall take on this matter. However, the search for a store may present some challenges. How about this? You focus solely on your tasks, while I will take it upon myself to accompany Shiyu to the antique street. Should we come across any available shops at a reasonable price, we shall procure them. If no such opportunities arise, we can consider leasing or purchasing any vacant premises. There is no rush. Once we secure a store, we can proceed gradually and methodically. A wave of joy washed over Zhou Yang. He had harbored some confidence, yet he had not anticipated the proceedings to unfold so smoothly. Well then, I shall rely on you, old Huang, for this matter. As for the monkey stamp you are assisting me with once it is sold, there is no need to hasten the transfer of funds to me. If we find a store that piques our interest, we can simply use that money as a deposit. In any case, I entrust you with the full responsibility of this endeavor. Should you require funds, do not hesitate to call me. A little extra expenditure is of no consequence. I have a meeting scheduled for lunch today, so we shall set this plan in motion for now. Once I have concluded my pressing obligations in the next couple of days, we can engage in a more thorough discussion. Chapter 76. Modifying the contract after successfully dealing with Huang Jiqing. Zhou Yang felt a sense of relief. As he had reiterated, time was of the essence. He needed to earn quick money. Upon returning to his vehicle, Zhou Yang did not immediately start the engine, but instead retrieved a painting he had acquired. At that moment, the artwork stood in stark contrast to its previous tattered state. Item name: bamboo and stone orchid painting, authentic. Item price: market value for 8 million. Zhou Yang gazed at the price, and to be candid, he was somewhat taken aback. A mere painting commanded a staggering 8 million. He carefully stored the artwork, placing it in the space designated for valuables within the ruiding. He then placed the previously dilapidated incense burner into one of the compartments for restoration. It was estimated that the restoration would take a comparable amount of time as the painting. Thus far, these were among the most valuable antiques Zhou Yang had received, one being the painting by Zheng Banxiao and the other the incense burner. Of course, the most valuable item was likely the Dan Shu Tai Quan, but that could no longer be considered currency as it had been donated to the museum. Gifts hold no monetary value, for they no longer belong to him. As for other minor items, they had already been entrusted to Jilan Yan. Noticing the time, he realized it was almost time for lunch. He had to return to pick up Jilan Yan. It would be impolite to be late when treating someone to a meal. Meanwhile, at Liufu Jewelry Company, Shuiru, let us have lunch together today. Didn't you say the new restaurant on East Street is quite good? How about we go there for lunch? Jiang Shuiru glanced at the clock, then at Eugene Long, and replied, You go ahead. I have an appointment for lunch today. By the way, I have matters to attend to this afternoon and 1 TB in the office, so please keep an eye on things while I'm away. After speaking, Jiang Shuiru shut down her computer, packed a document into her bag, and turned to leave. Shuiru, who are you meeting? Jiang Shuiru furrowed her brow. You, who I'm meeting is hardly your concern, is it? And have you forgotten that I am the general manager? I've mentioned several times that you should uphold your title within the company. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After her words, Jiang Shuiru paid him no further mind and departed the company with her secretary. At that moment, Eugene Long wore a particularly displeased expression, clenching his fists before ultimately getting into his car and following her. Zhou Yang and Jiang Shuiru arrived at the agreed location almost simultaneously. After exchanging a few words at the entrance, they entered the restaurant together. This establishment was not one of those grand dining venues, nor was it necessary to frequent such places. Being young and familiar with one another, it sufficed to dine at a modest restaurant to discuss matters, which was perfectly acceptable without sacrificing quality. After 4 individuals entered the restaurant, a person emerged from a vehicle, none other than Eugene Long. He had witnessed the earlier scene unfold before his eyes, and his anger was palpable, distorting his expression. Jiang Shuiru had declined his invitation to dine together, only to clandestinely engage with Zhou Yang. Indeed, this fellow harbored a skewed perception, misconstruing a simple meal as an illicit rendezvous. Moreover, the term clandestine was wholly inappropriate. Jiang Shuiru was evidently acting with transparency. You wretched woman, Jiang Shuiru, and you, Zhou Yang, await your reckoning, Eugene Long proclaimed as he grasped his phone, casting aside his father's prior admonitions. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, he had already become the subject of Eugene Long's ire. Zhou Yang, please review the contract. If all is in order, we may proceed with the signing. As familiarity grew, the formality of address had also shifted. Jiang Shiwu now called Zhou Yang by his name, and he, in turn, referred to her simply as Shiwu. The same applied to Ji Lanyan. Zhou Yang took the contract and handed it directly to Ji Lanyan, revealing two insights. First, his lack of expertise in contractual matters, and second, his trust and reliance on Ji Lanyan. Zhou Yang, there are no major issues with the contract, but the payment terms require slight adjustment. Ji Lanyan pointed out the minor discrepancies after reviewing the document. Zhou Yang examined the contract, noting that the payment terms stipulated monthly settlements. This implied that he would need to advance funds initially. While he had no objection to providing upfront capital, the nature of the business warranted caution, especially with Jade, where the advance could potentially reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Shiwu, I cannot acquiesce to these payment terms. They must be revised. However, I can offer you two alternatives, either of which you may choose. Jiang Shiwu shrugged. Signaling Zhou Yang du projet. After a moment of contemplation, he raised a finger. The first option entails a payment once we reach 10 million, meaning my advance would not exceed that amount. Frequent transactions are not particularly feasible. He raised another finger. The second option proposes settlements every 3 days, regardless of the amount. As long as we have transactions, payment must be settled within 3 days. You may select either option. As long as we meet our requirements, our collaboration will commence today. Jiang Shiwu considered Zhou Yang's reasoning and found merit in his argument. For companies of their magnitude, suppliers typically enforced a 3-month payment deferral before settling accounts. In essence, payments for March might only be processed in April, and those for February and May, and so forth. Taking into account the unique nature of Zhou Yang's substantial products, Jiang Shiwu was inclined to amend the payment terms to a monthly settlement. However, she did not anticipate that the capital required for jadeite was exceedingly substantial. According to her company's procurement demands for high-quality jadeite, transactions reaching hundreds of millions, even billions, were quite commonplace. So who would dare to invest such a hefty sum? Even if one were unconcerned about the risk of default, others must possess the financial means to provide such capital. Zhou Yang had some wealth, and advancing a sum of 10 to 20 million might not pose a significant issue for him. However, beyond that, it would be overwhelming, thus making this arrangement somewhat unreasonable. Very well, let us settle accounts every 3 days as you suggested. It will certainly simplify matters. Zhou Yang continued. In the event of particularly large transactions, we can settle on the same day. Furthermore, should you encounter any financial shortfall, I would be willing to assist with the advance. Do you find this agreeable? Zhou Yang cast a glance towards Ji Lanyan. In truth, Zhou Yang had the authority to decide such matters, but he deliberately sent a signal that this woman held great significance to him. Ji Lanyan, of course, understood his intentions. It was impossible for her not to feel moved at that moment. As a man, her own father had pressured her into an arranged marriage for the sake of the family's interests. Yet, here was a man she had known for only a few days who placed such trust in her and supported her. For this reason alone, she felt deeply touched. Chapter 77. The revenge plan of Eugene Long with the contractual matters resolved. The next step was to partake in lunch. Following their meal, they would embark on their inaugural collaboration. Thus, Zhou Yang and his companions proceeded directly to Original Stone Street, while Jiang Shiwu's secretary returned to draft the contract anew. As it was the first day of formal cooperation, Zhou Yang intended to showcase a measure of his capabilities to affirm his worth, a necessity he deemed essential. He refrained from hasty actions, for the first piece of jade must be exceptional. Yet, fortune often plays tricks. When one is in need, luck seems to hover nearby. But when one seeks a particularly fine jade, it becomes unexpectedly elusive. Just as Zhou Yang contemplated settling for a mediocre piece to initiate proceedings, an unwelcome figure emerged. Indeed, the approaching individual was none other than Eugene Long. Eugene Long became aware of Jiang Shiwu's presence through a slip of the tongue from her secretary. Upon learning of the situation, he made his way over without delay. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow, as he was in the midst of startup phase and had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble, given his limited energy. Eugene Long, what brings you here? At this moment, Jiang Shiru also spotted Yu Jinlong, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She sensed that this individual's arrival boded ill. Shiru, if you can come here, then so can I. I have heard that you intend to collaborate with this brat. I cannot agree to that. Yu Jinlong wasted no time in voicing his objections. Jiang Shiru's frown deepened in response. Yu Jinlong, this piece does not fall under your purview, does it? Are you overstepping your boundaries? If my memory serves me right, the chairman stated in yesterday's meeting that the procurement of this piece would be solely under my authority. Furthermore, I am the general manager, while you are the deputy general manager. What right do you have to obstruct my decisions? Shall I call the chairman and request that he clarify your authority? Jiang Shiru's words were refreshingly candid, offering a modicum of face-saving. Had it been someone else, her words would not have been so gracious. Yu Jinlong was, in essence, humiliating himself. His complexion flickered between shades of green and white. For Jiang Shiru's assertions were irrefutable. As a deputy general manager, what grounds did he have to interfere with the general manager's decisions? Moreover, during yesterday's meeting, Yu Qingfu had indeed made such a declaration, further fueling Yu Jinlong's animosity toward Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang felt unjustly accused, caught in a crossfire of unwarranted hostility. Brat, I challenge you to a stone gambling duel. Having been bested by Jiang Shiru, Yu Jinlong could only vent his frustration on Zhou Yang. Although Zhou Yang initially wished to ignore this individual, Yu Jinlong's persistence was irksome. He was not his father, and there was no reason to indulge him. Yu Jinlong, are you unwell? You neglect your own duties and spend your days creating trouble for me. You may be incompetent, but do not be ignorant. If you truly are ignorant, then at least refrain from being foolish. What gives you the right to challenge me? Just because your head is large and your neck is thick? Are you out of your mind? Have I provoked you in any way? Time and again, you come seeking trouble. You are not my child, and I have no obligation to indulge you. If you wish to gamble with me, present a wager of 100 million. How would you like to bet? I will accommodate you. If you lack such funds, spare me your incessant chatter. I am exceedingly busy and have no time to engage in frivolities with the impoverished. With that, Zhou Yang forcefully shoved the man aside and crouched down to lift a stone. Initially, he had overlooked this stone on the ground, but just as Yu Jinlong's foot rested upon it, Zhou Yang happened to glance over and was met with delightful surprise. He eagerly picked up the stone, which is a piece of jadeite, substantial in size and commendable in quality. For their first transaction of the day, this jadeite proved to be quite splendid. You young man, you possess audacity. Mark my words. Yu Jinlong seethed with rage, nearly spitting blood. This individual, known for his pettiness, paradoxically reveled in instigating conflicts. He could issue commands to others, yet he could not tolerate their critiques. The most frustrating aspect was that, despite knowing he could not outwit Zhou Yang in a verbal spar, he shamelessly continued to approach him, showing no signs of learning from past experiences. Zhou Yang, disinterested in this man, had a singular purpose: to make money. The raw stone had not been exorbitantly priced, costing around 100,000. After settling the payment, the next step was to unveil the stone, a moment eagerly anticipated by every gambler. As the stone was gradually revealed, Ji Lanyan, Jiang Shiru, and others watched intently, fearful of missing any thrilling segment. As the outer skin of the stone peeled away and the edges were meticulously cut, the central piece began to emerge. Similar to previous occasions, when a verdant hue of the jadeite was exposed, the crowd erupted into murmurs. However, having become accustomed to such occurrences, Zhou Yang paid them no mind. Once the outer layer was fully processed, a jadeite weighing approximately 2 kilograms appeared in Zhou Yang's hands. Shiru, would you care to estimate its value? Without hesitation, Zhou Yang handed the jadeite to Jiang Shiru. This jadeite exhibited a rich green hue. Any jade that bore green was inherently valuable. While other colors also held worth, none rivaled the value of green. Zhou Yang, this jadeite possesses excellent color and a considerable size. Its market value is approximately 3.5 million. According to our agreement, at a 10 discount, that amounts to 3.15 million. Do you find this acceptable? Zhou Yang nodded. The stone was indeed worth that price. With 150,000 serving as the cost of the stone, He stood to gain 3 million today. Although this stone was not the ideal auspicious start he had hoped for, after scrutinizing for so long, he could not find a superior stone. Since this is our inaugural collaboration and the first transaction, there is no need to be overly meticulous about the pricing. Very well, let's agree on this. However, we shall forego the fractional amounts. For this initial piece of jade, let us settle on 3 million. Now, let us proceed to the next vendor. Jiang Shiru did not anticipate Zhou Yang's agreeable nature, though she herself had quoted a higher price previously. Perhaps the intentions on both sides are quite similar, as they are both eager for a favorable beginning following the signing of the contract. Zhou Yang busily engaged in a shopping spree, while Eugene Long was conversing with a scar-faced individual. Remember this, man. So long as no lives are lost, anything else is permissible. I will grant you 3 days to resolve this matter. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 1 million. This Scarface man is none other than a subordinate of Yu Chengfu, colloquially known as Scar, now older and having transitioned from the underworld to a legitimate life. Individuals like Scar find little opportunity to wield influence, often relegated to roles as bodyguards or security personnel. In their youth, they lived indulgently, yet have not amassed significant wealth. After all, during their time in the underworld, they reveled in a carefree existence. How many individuals in that world can you name who possess substantial assets? Thus, Scar, nearing 50, is not particularly affluent. It is no wonder that Eugene Long sought him out for this task. It was a match made in heaven. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, within 3 days, I shall ensure that this man find himself in the ICU. However, should this matter come to Mr. Yu's attention, it could spell trouble. Chapter 78. The Gathering. Rest assured, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. As long as neither of us speaks of it, who will ever know? When the time comes, we shall act discreetly, and after the affair concludes, simply find a place to hide for a few days. Eugene Long's words bear no fault, for similar dealings have transpired in the past. Scarface promptly nodded in agreement, for after all, this involved a sum of 1 million. With 2 accomplices, they could strategize and resolve the issue, thus securing the million for themselves. Dividing it amongst the 2 would yield an additional 100,000 each, leaving him with an 80,000 profit to indulge in for a while. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was in the process of acquiring the 4th stone of the day. Apart from the first stone, which was successfully unraveled, the subsequent 3 remained intact. The reason, of course, was to avoid exposure. Therefore, he planned to take them back to his villa to unravel at a leisurely pace. As for the stone-cutting machine, it was readily available for purchase on the raw stone street at a modest price. The intent behind this meticulous approach was simply to avoid drawing attention. It is acceptable to occasionally bet on a stone's rise, but consistently doing so would surely raise suspicions among others. This was precisely why Zhou Yang chose to collaborate with others. Going solo would make exposure far too easy. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to discreetly unravel the stones at home. In this manner, not only would others remain oblivious, but even Jiang Shiru would be left to speculate. Just as Zhou Yang was about to select the 4th stone of the afternoon, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Tian Peng. Hello, Mr. Tian. What? A cocktail party? What time? All right, come pick me up at 7 this evening. After hanging up, Zhou Yang pondered over the conversation when Ji Lan Yin leaned in closer. Zhou Yang, what did my uncle say? What cocktail party? Now aware of the familial connection between Ji Lan Yin and Tian Peng, it was no surprise for her to refer to him as her uncle. He mentioned a private cocktail party, essentially an antique trading event, and he invited me to join him. I've heard that there will be antique dealings there, so I intend to take a look. Just as Zhou Yang finished speaking, his phone rang again. This time, it was Huang Jiqing. The content of the call mirrored that of the previous one, inviting Zhou Yang to the antique exchange cocktail party. Huang Jiqing's call had simply come 1 or 2 minutes later than Tian Peng's. Shiru, let's call it a day. I'll take these raw stones back with me, and I'll unravel them tomorrow to show you. I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I can only wrap up here. Jiang Shiru nodded. Having overheard Zhou Yang's conversation, she also caught wind of what he had discussed with Ji Lanyan. Their first collaboration had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Very well, I have a meeting in the morning, but if time permits in the afternoon, we shall reconnect. After all, as you know, I manage a company here, and my time is rather constrained. Jiang Shiweru's perspective resonates with Zhou Yang, for she is undeniably the general manager of a company. In contrast, Zhou Yang finds himself in a state of employment freedom, embodying the essence of a freelancer. He rises in the morning at his own whim, engaging in activities dictated solely by his mood. Very well, let it be so for today. Should any matters arise, feel free to contact me. For now, I shall take my leave, as I need to prepare for what lies ahead. After Zhou Yang departed, he drove directly to the bank, where he intended to withdraw some cash. The antique exchange event is, in essence, a private marketplace for the buying and selling of antiques. However, the primary aim of such transactions is not profit, but rather the essence of exchange itself. This concept of exchange encompasses two dimensions, the first being the communication between individuals, and the second involving the selling of unwanted antiques to acquire cherished pieces. To elucidate this notion further, consider that Zhou Yang possesses an incense burner, which he may have acquired through various means, perhaps a fortunate find, a previous purchase, or some other avenue. Nevertheless, if he finds himself disenchanted with the burner, the antique exchange presents a perfect opportunity to part with it. Conversely, should he desire an item that another participant wishes to sell, he can procure it, often at a more favorable price, as this community is bound by the spirit of sharing rather than profit. It is important to note that while the event fosters opportunities for discovery, it also harbors a plethora of fakes. The authenticity of items is ambiguous, and one must accept the risk of acquiring a counterfeit. After all, these gatherings exist in a legal gray area, akin to an illicit private assembly due to their size. Furthermore, transactions are conducted exclusively in cash, with bartering being permissible, while transfers and checks are not accepted. This necessity for cash is precisely why Zhou Yang sought funds from a bank. Previously, Zhou Yang's bank account held over 6 million, and with his recent victory of 10 million in a wager with Eugene Long, his total ascended to over 30 million. After spending 400,000 on his recent trip home and nearly 1 million on jadeite raw stones today, he decided to withdraw a modest sum of 500,000. After completing his transaction and engaging in light banter with the bank manager, he settled into his car. Upon entering, an unsettling sensation washed over him, the source of which was none other than Ji Lanyan. Lanyan, do you have something to convey? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, Ji Lanyan's face illuminated with a charming smile. I hadn't planned on mentioning it. It was your question that prompted me. I have decided to accompany you tonight. In truth, I was aware of your desire to take me along, yet felt hesitant to voice it. After considerable deliberation, I have resolved to accompany you tonight. Zhou Yang opened his mouth, sensing that he had been ensnared by this woman, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his feelings. Well, my word alone does not suffice. You must consult your uncle. Zhou Yang had initially intended to agree, but suddenly realized that he was merely tagging along. It seemed inappropriate to bring another person along. Rest assured, I have already made a call. Tian Xiaoyu will be joining us as well. It was getting late, so they decided to dine first, and afterward, they would purchase an outfit, then return for a shower before setting off. Zhou Yang was 100% certain that he had indeed fallen into this womanish trap. However, it did not seem too bothersome, as he did not mind being in her company. Yet, the plan required a slight alteration. Originally, Zhou Yang intended to discuss the matter of moving with Fang Jia that evening. It appeared that this matter would need to be postponed, as Ji Lanyan had orchestrated. They dined, bought clothes, showered, and after a meticulous grooming session, the two of them drove directly to Tianpeng's villa. The convenience of being in a neighborhood allowed them to arrive swiftly. Upon reaching, Zhou Yang was surprised to discover that Huang Jiqing and his granddaughter, Huang Xiyu, were also present. Chapter 79, The Antique Wine Gathering. Zhou Yang, I truly did not expect you to reside here as well. Had I not coincidentally come by today, I would have remained blissfully unaware. As Zhou Yang approached, having just alighted from his vehicle, he overheard Huang Jiqing's teasing remarks. Old Huang, I've only recently moved in, and I see no reason to make a fuss about it. If I were to intentionally come over and announce this, others might think I am boasting about purchasing a home. Huang Jiqing chuckled and shook his head, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Yang's words. As Zhou Yang had just pointed out, Discussing such matters without any prior context could easily come off as ostentatious, which indeed would be inappropriate. While the two were conversing, Tianpeng descended from the building. Old Huang, I've heard that this exchange gathering is quite different from the previous ones. What is the reason behind it? Since it was still early, the group settled down to chat for a while. The three men engaged in conversation, while several women conversed on the opposite side. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I heard that the mastermind behind this gathering, Boss Zhou, made a last-minute decision, which explains the suddenness of the event. Apparently, he has recently acquired quite a few remarkable items, so this exchange is bound to be far more exciting than before. Additionally, apart from inviting those within our circle, he has also included some prominent local figures. Tianpeng expressed surprise and quickly inquired, Old Huang, haven't previous gatherings only invited people from our circle? Why this time include individuals from outside? Huang Jiqing chuckled softly and explained, the reasoning is quite simple. In this world, everyone seeks profit and advantage. Old Zhu is, after all, a businessman. Leveraging this wine gathering to invite some business acquaintances is entirely justifiable. Wealthy individuals are often perceived as nouveau riche, and in order to shed that label, one must undergo a transformation. Collecting antiques is an excellent choice, whether one sees it as a pursuit of elegance or mere pretense. It undeniably serves as a remarkable means of reinvention. There are numerous examples of this phenomenon. For instance, some individuals may not have even completed elementary school, yet their studies are adorned with a plethora of books. Those tomes, having sat untouched since their purchase, may remain unopened until the owner's demise, but such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that these books are visible to others, creating the impression that the individual is deeply committed to learning, which suffices. Zhou Yang, lacking understanding of these nuances, chose to remain silent, sipping tea and listening intently. The identities of the attendees were of little concern to him. Rather, he was more interested in the prospect of acquiring exquisite items, as he aspired to open an antique shop and needed a fine collection. Amassing a variety of treasures now would enhance the shop's appeal once it eventually opened. After approximately half an hour of discussion, the time had nearly arrived for their departure. Thus, they concluded their conversation, and the 6 individuals, divided into 2 vehicles, set off shortly thereafter. Zhou Yang's car remained unutilized, primarily owing to his perception that its status was somewhat lacking. Indeed, Zhou Yang held this belief firmly. Previously, he considered the purchase of a car for 350,000 to be quite extravagant. However, when compared to the vehicles of others, it paled significantly. This exemplifies the notion of differing circles. What one observes is inevitably influenced by one's social milieu. Consequently, Zhou Yang found himself contemplating the acquisition of another vehicle. For while the current one sufficed for everyday use, it would be inadequate for more prestigious occasions. Take, for instance, his recent visit to Guangqingru. The hotel entrance was lined with an array of luxury cars. Fortuitously, Zhou Yang opted not to drive that day. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been overshadowed. Moreover, sharing a vehicle with Jilanyan proved inconvenient, necessitating the availability of a second car. Thus, Zhou Yang's plan was to delay the purchase of a superior vehicle for a time. The current car would serve him well for personal use, and should a significant event arise, he could simply use another car at that moment. As the vehicle traversed the nocturnal roads, casual conversation flowed effortlessly, and before long, they arrived at their destination. It was already 7 in the evening, and the thoroughfare bore few vehicles and pedestrians. The car eventually halted at a manor situated on the outskirts, an area that could be described as suburban. At this juncture, several cars were parked at the entrance, and Jilanyan linked her arm with Zhou Yang's, who followed behind Tianpeng and Huang Jiqing into the manor's interior. Their cash reserves were stowed within the vehicle. After all, the gathering was ostensibly a wine event, and it would be rather unbecoming for attendees to arrive burdened with bags. Old Zhu, Mr. Tian, welcome. As Zhou Yang surveyed his surroundings, a robust voice resonated from ahead. Turning to look, he beheld a man in his early 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of vitality. Boss Zhu, you've been prospering lately. Allow me to introduce you to this individual. After a brief introduction, Zhou Yang learned the man's name, Zhou Xiuhua, an unremarkable name, indeed. Zhou Xiuhua evidently regarded Zhou Yang as part of Tianpeng's younger generation, thus displaying a degree of warmth. For those who frequented such gatherings would inevitably find themselves within the same social circle. Following a few casual exchanges, Zhou Yang and his companions entered the manor. As more guests continued to arrive, leaving Zhou Xiuhua to welcome them at the entrance. Upon entering the manor, Zhou Yang's gaze swiftly fixated on a particular individual, Yu Jinlong. The sight of him caused Zhou Yang's brow to furrow. This man's presence seldom heralded anything favorable. The most perplexing aspect was how this individual had arrived here. Zhou Yang could not fathom it, yet the situation was quite simple. As Huang Jiqing had previously mentioned, some nouveau riche sought transformation through immersion in new circles. Affected elegance was their optimal choice. At that moment, Yu Jinlong also spotted Zhou Yang, their eyes locking, one bearing a mocking expression, while the other was shadowed by resentment. Today's occasion is indeed extraordinary. Yu Jinlong, however, is not foolish enough to confront Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, for his part, pays him no heed. Having arrived here, he feels a sense of freedom. It is a banquet, after all, with ample food and drink. He has yet to partake of any sustenance this evening, so a meal is certainly in order. As for Jilan, she has long since cast Zhou Yang aside, engaging in lively conversation with several other women, thoroughly enjoying herself. Dad, that's Zhou Yang, the one who swindled me out of over 10 million. Yu Chengfu, who had just concluded a conversation with an acquaintance, heard his son's exclamation. Following the direction of his son's finger, he laid eyes on Zhou Yang. The first impression Zhou Yang leaves is one of striking handsomeness. He stands tall and exudes an air of vitality. This vitality is primarily reflected in a person's mood, as well as their attire and hairstyle. Zhou Yang meets these criteria splendidly, presenting a remarkably spirited and attractive demeanor. This is an antique exchange meeting. Remember, do not cause trouble, or I shall flay you alive. Yu Chengfu remarked, disregarding his son further as he resumed his pursuit of familiar faces for conversation. His purpose for attending this banquet is inherently business-oriented, aimed at forging new connections. As for antiques, he possesses no knowledge whatsoever. Yu Jinlong cast another glance at Zhou Yang, then discreetly retreated to a secluded area to make a phone call.